the faithful.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
To Dub Nation.
Steph Curry downtown again!
And to those who bleed orange and black.
It is out of here!
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
All right, Wednesday, here we go. We'll bring you to your damn knees Wednesday morning. Here we go. Marcus Boucher sitting right there. Brian Murphy sitting right here. We're on your TV. We're on your YouTube. You can see us. We look good, too, by the way.
I think we look damn good,
really
Murph.
good today. Yeah. Today, just having a good hair day today. I'm kidding. I'm riffing. Twitch on your KNBR app. Let's get into Wednesday. Still waiting for that 49er playoff game next weekend. We got Draymond Green talking yesterday for Marcus, 37 minutes, they say.
Ooh.
37 minutes.
Oh, see, I had it at 36, but it's
Okay.
an extra minute on top. 37 minutes, Draymond was laying it all out
We
yesterday.
put it to
Murph.
replay review, whether it was 36 or 37. So.
How about we play the full interview in its full entirety this morning? No, we'll skip that, Murph.
No. How was your Tuesday night?
It was good. It was a little dead for a Tuesday night. Obviously, no Warriors going on, sitting and waiting, just trying to figure out what's going on with the 49ers. I actually spent a lot of my time last night watching the Kyle Shanahan conference call, getting some injury updates, watching the full 36 minutes of Draymond Green, because I wanted to see his facial expressions. I wanted to see his actual reaction, and then I actually tuned into some actual sports that were being played last night.
You know what?
Shout out to the Sacramento Kings. I'll give some love through this morning because, you know, we like to light the beam here on the morning show here with our friend Logan Webb. If I could find it for a second, Murph.
You got it.
Here it is.
Light the beam.
That's pretty darn good.
Kings got the win last night after the Detroit Pistons set a franchise record with 47 points in the first quarter. The Kings had to battle back last night against the Detroit Pistons.
Shout out the resurgence of the Pistons. I'm going to say you did more homework last night than you did in your entire school career.
Yeah.
All right, you know what I mean? You're telling me that you're the guy who couldn't get the grade to get to Yankee Stadium
Had to
last
get a
night.
3.0.
You put in the work watching Draymond. You put in the work watching Kyle. You boned up on your Kings. While I watched Celebrity Jeopardy. How about that? How about that? So you're my guy now. You're going to be giving me my information.
And Murph,
What they had to say.
you're kind of right. I think I do more prep for this show than I ever did with like my schoolwork or homework or like studying for a test.
You found your passion.
That's it, man.
Found it.
And
What,
as you know,
are you saying
failing to prepare is preparing to fail,
There
Murph.
you go, buddy. Shout out John R. Wooden. So what you're saying, Waterboy, is that algebra is not your passion?
No.
That's not your passion?
I don't have a passion for algebra, for physics, for pretty much any subject that you would have.
I never had the balls to take physics. I actively worked a little shimmy move, a little Christian McCaffrey spin move on the administrator to get out of physics.
I actually dropped out of physics like 2 weeks into my senior year.
Yeah, well, it's a good move.
Just pulled the plug. I was like, I'm going JC route. I'm going community college. I don't need physics.
As I like to say, look at you now, buddy.
Yeah, look where I'm at now. So
buddy.
plenty of D's back in the day for Waterboy on the report card, but it's something that we can discuss this morning. ESPN announced their mid-season, off-season grades for the San Francisco Giants, and just like the Waterboy in high school, the Giants received a D-.
Oh, when you say plenty of D's, I was thinking Snoop Dogg. D's. Can we say that?
Different kind of D's,
We can't
Murph.
say that?
No,
All right.
the D's that get degrees.
Well, I'm here to report that Katie Nolan won Celebrity Jeopardy. Katie Nolan, the former, is she still doing sports like pods?
Yeah,
and
well, last year she
stuff?
was calling games on Apple TV. She did a couple of Giants games with Hunter Pence.
I think she got into it recently with Jason Whitlock. How about the 808 KNBR Twitter feuds?
Yeah.
They're out there.
Well, that was
I don't even know. I stumble into them accidentally. I'm not looking. I'm like, I don't follow these people. And then sometimes if you go to For You instead of following, algorithms will send you some crazy stuff.
Stuff will just pop up, like the stuff that was popping up on Jason Whitlock's ESPN page, which started the beef between him and Katie Nolan.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Yeah,
Be careful about your search engine, right?
Don't expose yourself, Jason. Calm down.
Anyway, well, listen, so we start with Draymond because, man, oh, man, he just looms over everything like the giant Goodyear blimp over the game, right? Draymond Green. So, Warriors play tonight at 5:30. Pretty certain he's not playing. I mean, there's no official word, but they were saying it's going to take a little bit to get him back into flow, so don't expect to see him. By the way, I did say that 5:30. We'll say it again. Raymond Ritter wants you in your seats at 5:30. ABC is doing original. They're doing Game of the Week, midweek, network Game of the Week. I find this odd. Greg Papa was oddly nonplussed by that yesterday. It
was very nonchalant.
When he came in for the face-off, and I was like, gee, Pop, Wednesday Night Basketball. He was like, yeah, don't you know? And I was like, what do you mean?
He's like, of course. It's because of the Saturday games, Merv. Don't you know?
I
guess they're moving Saturday games because of the NFL playoffs.
That's a guy who lives and breathes like network TV schedules. Papa knows the whole thing. Don't you know there's a switch with Fox in the Flex game? And I don't know.
This is routine, Merv. What are you talking about?
I don't know any of that stuff. I find it odd that the Warriors are playing a 5:30 Wednesday game on ABC. He said it's the earliest start in a game since like April. It was like several years ago. They played a game against the Mavericks at like 5 o'clock on a weeknight. I actually went to that game, believe it or not, too. It was the last game of the season. So anyway, get ready, and there should be no Draymond tonight. Yes.
I was going to say stand by because I might be down at Chase Center tonight.
Good. We're doing your homework.
I was going to say with a 5:30 tip-off, what else do I have to do on a Wednesday?
Doing your damn homework. I'd be remiss if I didn't say I was also out of pocket because our first 6th grade middle school basketball game was yesterday.
Middle school basketball.
I tell you what, we were just talking right before the show started about school spirit. About what Marcus said he wasn't a school spirit guy.
I'm not a school spirit guy.
Which hurts because did you want to play football in front of empty stands?
Well, I told you, people showed up to our football games to watch the band. They weren't showing up to watch us, Murph.
Come on, first team all-league linebacker Marcus Boucher, spelled wrong in the Mercury News?
Yeah, but I wasn't out there with the trumpet and the band and all the instruments, Murph. I wasn't the main attraction.
So they come at the end of the second quarter and leave in the early third quarter?
Yeah, see, I'm over-exaggerating a little bit, but no, I was never a school spirit guy.
That's too bad.
Shout out to our guy, Copes, who used to be the MC of his high school rallies.
This station has a rich history. Kate Scott was the first ever female mic man at California, Berkeley.
Wow.
She's the one who had the mic in front of Saturday afternoons at Strawberry Canyon, leading them with the roll on you bears and all that stuff.
Well, I'm sorry to disgrace the morning show legacy, but I was the kid that was skipping the pep rallies.
You were the guy
I would just skip them and ditch them and go hang out with my buddies.
You were
and
the guy
some other
who
people.
in Fast Times at Ridgemont High, when the cheerleaders are saying, we're out here trying, and a paper airplane just sails past them as they're doing that. Well, listen, we had a school. So there's 2 basketball seasons in the world of parenting and youth sports. There's CYO, which is their traditional run by, that's the one that just everybody does because it's organized and it's been around forever and you play for even though nobody goes to church anymore, you still play for your local Catholic church. Just because they have the uniforms and they have the organization, and they have the gym time and all that.
I once coached an SYBL, Sunnyvale Youth Basketball League, of a 3rd grade team that was from the Church of Resurrection.
There you go. Look at Marcus leading the resurrection. Waterboy is resurrected.
Literally leading the resurrection.
Waterboy is risen. All right, so there you go. So anyway, there's that on Saturdays, but there's also your school team. And I don't know if you had that. Did you guys have middle school basketball school team?
Oh, did we have a team, Murph? I went undefeated my 8th grade year, hung a banner up into the rafter, and then threw my shoes over the telephone wire. I retired from basketball after winning the championship.
One of the great moments of your sporting career.
Yeah.
It's funny you say that because there are banners on the wall with the kids' names who have ever won a championship. We tell the kids, we're like, hey, you want to get on that wall?
That's it.
Let's put in the work.
You go down to the gym at Sunnyvale Middle School, you'll see Marcus Boucher up in that gym.
I love that. Is it spelled right?
Yeah, that's actually spelled right, which is different from my World Series banner that is supposed to be on the outside of Washington Park down in Santa Clara. They spelled my name wrong on that and never even put up the damn banner.
So is the frequent misspelled just M-A-R-C-U-S?
Yeah, C-U-S.
And so people don't know he's an M-A-R-K-U-S.
I am.
Is there a story on that, why your parents did that?
I have no idea, to be honest with you.
You never asked?
I think it just looks better.
Okay.
Yeah,
Does it go back to the Roman days, Marcus Aurelius or
Marcus Aurelius. That's what my grandma used to call me growing up.
Nice. I like that. With her Boston accent?
Marcus Aurelius.
Hence the Marcus thing. Yeah, Anyway, I was just letting you know why I didn't do all my homework because we had our 6th grade school opener, our lid lifter. Dude, they'll pack a gym. You look around, packed.
A lot of school spirit, Murph.
School spirit. There
Are you a school spirit guy?
Well, I mean, what do you think, dude? What do you think?
We've got spirit. Yes, we do. We've got spirit. How about you?
Actually, if you ask Superfan, Murph has no spirit, dude. He criticized Mick Cronin, dude. No spirit there. I like to see my school. So in high school, didn't you guys have the sort of the rowdy student section in high school basketball, on Friday nights? Didn't sort of the cool seniors who maybe had a pop in the parking lot run in?
We actually had a group of kids who, I don't know if they were affiliated with the band at all. I think they were the drummers or something, but they would have this kind of event at every halftime where the band would start going crazy and they would start chanting, papaya, papaya. And these guys would come out with papayas and they would throw it at each other as like halftime entertainment.
Exactly what I'm looking for. That's the
Papaya,
school.
papaya.
I'm in. I want to be part of the papaya. The papaya posse.
There it is.
All right, that's what I want to be part of. Anyway, so we had a thrilling 33-31 buzzer-beating win.
Wow.
Which led to all the kids running on the court, jumping up and down. So that was really fun. Which made up for last Saturday's ass whipping that I endured in CYO. So one day you're the hammer, the other day you're the nail, right? So there you go. All right, so today we will get into Draymond Green and his comments and what he had to say. And I know a lot of y'all out there, you're thinking, do words matter? Shout out missing persons. What are words for? Young Tony might want to come back with that. Missing persons. What are words for? Because no one listens anymore. So we'll get into that. Words versus actions, right? We got Kyle Shanahan talking. Kyle talking about some good news.
We've got some good injury updates.
Maybe not good news on Giants free agency pursuit.
Not so much.
Let's get into all those topics on a Wednesday morning as we kill time until the Niner playoff game.
Exactly.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Scumbags.
Fairfield, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Fairfield Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
Steve Kerr stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes for his weekly hit to discuss the return of Draymond Green. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
Never too early to talk about River Islands when you're looking to start off a new lifestyle in great style. River Islands in Lathrop. It's a master plan community being built on a grand scale. We got 5,000 acres. That's a lot of acres. For homes, schools, and amazing recreational amenities. How about Islanders Field? Let's get some ball games going, baby. They call River Islands a lifestyle community. So many things to do to improve your lifestyle. Bike along a trail on the San Joaquin River, lakeside home with a waterfront dock, do a little boating. Just walk out of your door right across the street to a park, all right? We got 3 charter schools already, students K through 8. And how about River Islands High School? Speaking of school spirit, maybe the Papaya Posse will be out at River Islands High School that opens next year. River Islands has an amazing assortment of new home neighborhoods under construction. We're talking low 600,000s to over $1 million. The Welcome Center and all the models are open daily. You start your tour online at riverislands.com. And we ask you, isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
I'm very confident I can remove the antics. And I'm very confident if I do remove the antics, no one's worried about how I play the game of basketball. You know, nobody's worried about how I carry myself in the game of basketball, but it's the antics. And so that's my focus. You know, it's not on changing who I am completely. Like, you don't change the spots on the leopard. Like, it's just not going to happen. And I'm not going to try to set some unrealistic expectation of like, who's this person going to be? Like, it's not real, and that's not sustainable.
All right, Draymond Green, too busy chewing out Tony here. He goes, I don't know what are words for. I'm like, well, learn. I'm like, I was born in 1967. And turns out I knew who Bing Crosby was and Fred Astaire. Those guys were doing movies 30 years before I was born. I didn't say to my old man, that was before I was born, man. Can't do it. How about learning the world, kid? How about that? Open your mind. Open your mind. All right.
Oh,
I'm pissed
I was
now.
going to say, what are words good for? They're not good for a rejoin for young Tony, apparently.
No, he could have just said simply, sorry, I didn't have time. He goes, yeah, I don't know the song.
No.
That's not the point. Jesus. Unbelievable, man.
It's a fun Wednesday morning.
Yeah, Babe Ruth, I don't know. I don't know who he is. He played 1927. That was 40 years before I was born. Who cares about the 27 Yankees?
I asked young Tony about Babe Ruth, actually, and he said, who's that? That deer Bambi? That's a Sandlot quote. Murph won't like that one either.
Well, at least I know the freaking movie. All right,
That
dude?
you do. That you do.
Sandlot, I don't know it. Anyway, Draymond Green, what does he know? What does he know? He's the guy saying, young Tony, here's another example. That's an old phrase. Can a tiger change it? I've always heard it. Can a tiger change his stripes?
Ooh.
I've never heard can a leopard change his spots. What have you heard through the years?
Leopard change its spots. I've kind of heard. I think I've heard both.
I always hear tiger change his stripes. So
yeah, you're right. I think that's more common.
I mean, that's a long, long time for Draymond Green to be sitting up there and saying that he's. But I think he said ultimately what we all said, and this is kind of funny that we spent so much time at this press conference because ultimately the takeaway was that it doesn't matter. Words mean nothing here.
Yeah.
They mean nothing. I mean, unless you think that words do matter. Do apologies matter? Does level of contrition matter? I mean, I've thought that through the years. Like, is the guy contrite? Is he real? And I said that after he came back from the Jordan Poole punch. Mm-hmm. I was thinking, well, I kind of buying what he's saying. And then it turns out that it just got worse and worse and worse and worse. So, I mean, we're just at the point now where we just have to see it on the floor.
I mean, because we've seen Draymond Green apologize multiple times. And what's changed? Nothing really. Now I know this is the longest suspension of his career.
It didn't just not change. It got worse.
It got worse.
Yeah,
Like he went through what he went through with Jordan Poole and everything. And then, of course, you had the Sabonis stomp in the playoffs. Then we fast forward to this year, the Rudy Gobert choke. And then it was like a week or two later, he's out here spinning back fists on Sark. I mean, I don't know. I've heard a lot of Draymond say the same thing time and time again, but what's going to change? And that was really his message yesterday is, I need to stop the antics, Murph.
Antics.
The antics.
Antics. That's the big word. Great word, by the way. Antics. He's not going to play tonight at 5:30, but we do got to highlight a couple of the cuts from yesterday that are sort of worth looking into. You heard the one there, too, about, we can't change the spots on a leopard, but I have to work on my antics. Young Tone, about cut C, about costing the team. That's the thing. So the Warriors are 17 and 19. How different would they be if Draymond had played the entire season? Because it wasn't like they were like 15 and 2 when he was on the floor. Mm-hmm. I mean, they were still searching for stuff beyond Draymond. So, would they be 19 and 17? Well, I've talked to you guys about this. In the Western Conference, they're so close to, it's highly competitive, and it's fluctuating. They're 4 out in the loss column from the 6th seed. Let's just say, the goal is obviously to avoid the play-in. Then the second goal is to get in the play-in if you don't put the top 6. But if you switch 2 of those games, if Draymond's worth 2 of those games, now you're only 2 out in the loss column. Mm-hmm. That's a big difference. So he's literally cost the team what they're at. So what happened was, I guess when Draymond came back to a film session, the anecdote that was told was that some of the teammates, I read one example was Brandon Pajemski tried to clap for him. How about that?
A standing ovation,
Did you get the smattering?
The awkward, one guy's clapping and trying to make it work and all right.
Like Marcus at a school spirit rally.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Where they're
I'll give you 1 or 2 claps.
Yeah,
that's
smattering. I told you guys it was the great Rich Zirkle, who's a former KNBR sales exec, who's now on the Giants Community Fund board with me. We were at an event, and he was introduced, and the applause was like, you're at an event, and somebody's introduced, you don't even know who the person is. You're like, yeah, all right, you know what I mean? Yeah. And he got up there and he said, it's the great Tony Salvador who built this station, says, as the great Tony Salvador would say, a smattering. Smattering.
A nice little smattering, Murph.
Great words in the segment, antics and smattering.
That's it.
Right?
And I usually give him 3 claps on the smatter. That's it, then I'm done.
So I guess what happened was Brandon Pajemski tried to do a smattering, and Draymond cut him off and said, man, no. And it is, I'm with Draymond here. We're not applauding the guy when he comes back, are you?
I know, it's not like some triumphant return,
Exactly.
Draymond went away and served the country.
Or physical injury.
Yeah,
So here's Draymond saying, no, man, I cost the team.
It's urgent from a professional standpoint because I wasn't hurt. At least my body wasn't hurt. My mind was hurt. My feelings was hurt. But it wasn't like some injury cost me off the floor. So it's very urgent because I've cost my team enough. I've cost this organization enough, and so it's not a time for me to just come back and be like, all right, I'm going to take my time and get back when I can. No, you caused this yourself. And so you don't get the grace. And although I'm very appreciative of our organization, number one, for the support, but number 2, they're putting the plan together to ramp up. If it was up to me, I would love to come back and play right now. Reality is it's probably not the best thing for me or the best thing from an organizational standpoint and what that looks like moving forward and the risk of injury and all those things. But, there's a human component of this as well. And, you sit home and you watch these games, and as a competitor, you want to help.
Yeah, he says he cost the team. Don't applaud me. I don't deserve that grace. So the big question is, can you return and be the enforcer while governing yourself?
And that's always been
this age.
That's always been the question with Draymond Green. It feels like every time we're discussing this topic, we talk about what makes Draymond Green who he is, and how him being a habitual line stepper leads to him being such a defensive menace.
Yeah.
And what he brings to the court, that passion, that fire, that energy. Do you want to take that away from Draymond Green is the question.
I'm just here to tell you, I need him back. I want him back. I am foolishly willing to roll the bones and say, go Draymond, go. We're at risk of a lost season here. I don't want a lost season. All right.
No.
So I need Draymond on the court. I would bring him back sooner rather than later, quite frankly. And I would just say, in terms of, they're like, what about his temper? What about that? I'm like, we just got to roll the bones. Now, if he blows it again, if he blows it again and physically goes wild and some guy starts to, I can't imagine him wilding out there and going crazy. So I'm saying, all right, Draymond, we need you. The season needs you. The organization needs you. Chase Center needs you. Get your A out there.
Mm-hmm. And that's why you heard in that cut, he said, if it was up to me, I would return as soon as tonight's game against the New Orleans Pelicans, which could be a possibility. We still don't know if it's going to happen or not.
The physical aspect is so, Hopefully he was supposedly working out during the time
He
off.
said yesterday in that press
he's not
conference.
injured.
Well, he said yesterday that he took the first 10 days off of basketball. Didn't pick up a basketball at all his first 10 games or first 10 days of the suspension.
So that is significant.
So he took a little bit of time off, but it's a discussion that we got into yesterday with Mark Spears about whether or not Draymond Green should be coming off the bench when he returns to the Warriors.
I heard Kerr with Tolbert and Copes yesterday, and I think he said, yeah, pretty much. You probably have to start.
Yeah, to ramp him back into the
Steph
rotation.
Curry came off the bench in playoff games.
Thank you.
So if anybody can do that. Anyway, Draymond, listen, the words are the words. What are words for? Because no one listens anymore. Missing persons. And now it's just up to, dude, get your butt out there. They need you. They got to start winning games. They got to beat the Pelicans tonight. They got to beat the Pelicans
They got to start winning games in general.
There you go. And then, but we said this road trip ain't that easy. I mean, Milwaukee on Saturday. I mean, you probably not going to beat Milwaukee in Milwaukee.
I mean, with the way that the Warriors are playing, nothing's easy, Murph.
Although we last saw them, they beat the Celtics and basically beat the Nuggets if not for a historic collapse.
It feels
right?
like it was forever ago.
So, all right, guys, here's the deal. We got to get the guest list going on a Wednesday morning, January 10, 1/10/24. I would say that this day is a significant day in Bay Area sports history, 1/10. But that was, I might need a little help here, buddy. But that was 42 years ago, so Tony doesn't care about the catch. Oh, my God. All right, just say just game, man.
Nicely done.
Right,
it's going to be a long day for Tony today.
But
it starts off with Tony's guest list that he's providing for us, and it starts off at 7:35 with Dwayne Kuiper talking a little Giants baseball and maybe their midseason, off-season grade, Murph.
You mean another guy that went to another team? Shoto Iminaga, who we heard they were the favorite. Mark Feinstein, MLB.com, he got it wrong.
Favorites.
Iminaga reportedly agreed with the Cubs.
Yep.
So
another one signs with somebody else, Murph.
Bump.
Another one signs somewhere else. Bump.
There's your song, buddy. We're pushing you towards a song career. Bump. Another one signed somewhere else.
Yeah, there it is. By the way,
that would literally be the song.
I should have mentioned to you. I did watch the Weird Al documentary or the biopic the other day.
The
that
one
just
with,
came out on Roku with the kid from Harry Potter.
I saw that on a plane. That was bizarre.
Dude, it was pretty entertaining.
Oh, you were entertained? I was tripped out.
Well, it's like
I was mildly
it's a parody of other people's biopics.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
And
I mean, it was.
Did you make it to the Pablo Escobar scenes and stuff?
Buddy. I went the distance. I was on a plane. I watched the whole damn thing.
I found it entertaining.
All right.
All right. After Kuiper at 7:35, 8 a.m. this morning is the big hit. Of course, we're talking more Draymond Green and his potential return to the Warriors lineup. Of course, Warriors facing off against the Pelicans tonight. We'll discuss at 8 a.m. and get your takes at 8:08 KNBR. Then at 9:15 today, after we hit the cooler of content, it's Mike Silver giving us 49er injury updates.
Yeah, dude. You need to look at my iPhone, check out a game. Debo. Let's come watch the game over here.
We'll talk to Mike. We'll huddle around Mike Silver's phone at 9:15 a.m. this morning, and then we'll top off the show this morning, 9:35. Dante Whitner.
Hey, man, tuck your pants into your socks, buddy.
We could talk high fashion. We could talk 49ers. We could talk Jim Harbaugh. We could talk anything with Dante Whitner.
All right, Warriors tonight. Kuminga and Wiggins. Kerr addressed it next on the Sports Leader.
Another one signs with somebody else, Murph.
Bump.
Another one signs somewhere else.
All right, let's talk about my Daisy Brand dip. Oh, yeah. Man, it's only Wednesday. I'm getting kind of angry because I want to eat my Daisy Brand during the playoffs. That's this weekend. I'm getting the chips. I'm getting the wings. I'm getting my Daisy Brand dip. So it used to be you had the sour cream and the seasoning. You did it yourself. Not anymore. They made it. French onion dip, ranch dip, Daisy Brand. Grab them at the grocery store. Come home, watch the playoffs, dipping your brains out. Dipping your brains out, and you're going to love it. Dips are so good. You don't need to make them yourself right there. Daisy Brand sour cream, French onion and ranch dip. So addictive. You can't stop eating it.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's a big part of it, and we've talked about it. It's, can he walk that line? Can he still play with fire and energy, but leave the officials alone? That's the challenge. It's going to be a big challenge, but we're going to ask him to do that. We need that so that we can focus on the game. His teammates need that so that we can focus on all of the little details that are eluding us right now, that are keeping us from being a consistent team. So that's what we're asking of him.
You know what I want to say about this kid? 1 minute you're pissed and you're lashing out. Next day you want to just wrap him up in a big old hug. You hear that beat? That's the you found like the beat, the instrumental. Oh, so that's what happens. You guys find karaoke versions. It's just the beat. This is the beat for Missing Persons words.
We got to get Tony on the mic doing some karaoke then.
I was just saying when I was listening to Draymond Green, I was thinking it reminded me of the song, the 80s banger, it's called What Are Words For? Because no one listens anymore. What are words for? And I was talking about Draymond Green. What are his words for? And then it led to a skirmish with Tony. And look at him.
Well, it's actually
making everything right.
It's actually pretty funny that we're talking.
A good reach.
We're talking about a song called "What Are Words Good For," and there's no words on the track, Murph.
Well, we do have a debate as to whether we should play those heavily lyric songs when you're playing a soundbite coming back, and we've had a philosophical debate on that. Maybe later in the show we'll get the words version, just for fun.
Asking the big questions in life, Murph.
Actually, because what I've found with you guys in your generation is that sometimes when the old heads play a song for you, and I don't know how you guys are going to react, you guys will what I'm trying to say is you guys come from the hip-hop generation, obviously, and it's all about the beat.
Yeah.
Like Larry June and Andre Nicotine, those guys are great beats, right? And Dr. Dre was the king, right, of just incredible beats. And you guys will sometimes hear some of my old head tunes and be like, no, that's a great beat. And you'd be like, I'd take that beat.
Yeah.
Right? So,
well, to your point,
I think that one actually has potential.
Well, guys like Dr. Dre would then go and sample a lot of old R&B, Motown music, and all that stuff. So there's a connection there.
It's all from that. It's funny, you realize it's shocking actually how much you don't realize how much sampling's going on. People just know songs and not even know that they're listening to a sample.
And now it's got to the point where I'm in my 30s and now I'm hearing new rap songs that come out. Like Sweetie did a song where she samples Too Short, and all of a sudden I'm like, no, this is a Too Short Blow the Whistle song, but it's not. It's a brand new song, and now I'm the old guy in the room.
Yeah, and even there's a new one right now. It's on the hits one. It's kind of an annoying song, Little Boo Thing. And it's
because you're my little boo thing.
Yeah. That beat is from a very popular disco song called it's "To Be Real" by Cheryl Lynn. To be real,
that's a good song.
And that's why you're singing Little Boo Thing.
Makes sense.
By the way, 925 gave us the lyric. It's bump, bump, bump. Another one, not with us. There it is. 925.
Nice, nicely done.
You have it right there. So that's what we're saying about Imanaga signing with the Cubs. All right, Warriors tonight taking on the Pelicans, 5:30, and man, it's getting late early for It's funny. Draymond said, there's only 36 games in an 82 season. We still have time to make it right. Do you buy that? Do they still have time? I'm asking you.
I was patient up until Christmas Day because that's the official start of my NBA calendar. Now, some people say it's not the NBA trade deadline; it's the All-Star break. But once we got to 2024. And Steve Kerr and the Warriors blew their fourth 18-point lead of the season. No, Murph, I really don't have that much patience. I think there's plenty of time to still win games, obviously, but it's starting to get urgent.
Yeah. So he seemed to say, I mean, literally 82 games. Could you rip off 5 in a row? Could you rip off 10 out of 12? You know, I mean, that's what they're going to have to do. But the question is, who's going to do it? With Draymond Green returning soon, is shining a light on. And now this is the big story. And I heard we talked to Spears about it yesterday, and Marcus Thompson addressed it on, I think, Papa and Lund, and that is Wiggins-Kuminga. It ain't working. Do you see the stats that it's like the worst pair? It literally, like they have stats for everything these days. You know, there's an app for that. There's a stat for that.
Of course.
That they are they're the worst two-man pairing of any two-man pairing on the Warriors. Any two-man combination, it's like minus $1 million. You know, like they like it's just. And the big like people say why, and the answer is they're figuring out they're too redundant. It's two guys who want to do the same thing, and so there's nobody to get the ball to Steph or nobody to distribute. It's two long-armed wings saying, give me the ball and let me create.
Yeah, even defensively, they're kind of the same player.
Right. And also, Wiggins is playing terrible.
Trash.
He's absolutely playing terrible. And what the hell's going on there? What are we going to do with Wiggins?
Trash.
He's first year. Thank you. First year of a 4-year, $109 million deal. You think you can be able to move that?
I mean, what's his value? Does any other team in the NBA want Andrew Wiggins right now? That's the question.
Why would you take that? Because you take expiring contracts. That's a contract in his first year or 4.
Yeah.
You're kind of stuck with Wiggs, brother.
Yeah, he's got his contract through 2026, correct? Yeah.
Is he going to? What's going to happen to this guy? I mean, he has career lows in everything.
Oh, what's going to happen to this guy? What has happened to this guy? This is not the same Andrew Wiggins that we saw in the NBA Finals a couple years ago. And we know that he was dealing with off-court issues last year, but he made his return. But he really hasn't been the same since. And I don't want to question the man's love for basketball or anything out there, but he doesn't seem very motivated to get back to that same two-way Wiggs that we saw.
We've gone from two-way Wiggs to no-way Wiggs.
Yeah, you go the wrong way Wiggs. This way you turn down the street. No, it's a one-way. You can't go down this way, Murph.
Yeah, let me give you the stat here. I have it on the Connor Letourneau piece on the Wiggins. They have a minus 20.6 net rating. Easily the worst among the Warriors' 54 two-man combinations that have played at least 100 minutes together. So it's stinky. He's got career lows in points, assists, and also minutes too. And when he's on the floor, the Warriors are it's in the per 100 possessions. The Warriors are minus 12.2. So it's just an absolute flaming disaster. He's had a couple of flare-ups where you're like, oh, that's Wiggins.
A couple of flashes.
Was it the Celtics game or the Nuggets game? Where he played well, and you're like, look at that.
I think he had a 30-point game against OKC earlier this year, too. So, you'll get those flashes, but still, Murph, season long, he has not been performing. And if he can't perform with or without Jonathan Kuminga on the court, then what is the solution? Because if you're not going to be able to trade Andrew Wiggins.
You could just flat sit him, but that's Joe Lacob sitting courtside
a hole in your pocket.
In the suit saying, I'm paying 4 years, $109 million. He's on the bench. But it's not unprecedented to just bench a guy for performance.
Yeah.
Because now with Green coming back, they got rotation issues.
Yeah, because Jonathan Kuminga was already upset with his playing time, and that's with him in the starting rotation right now because Draymond's not there.
I would say you trim Wiggins' playing time. Kerr says yesterday, he looked better to me. He's looked more active. He looks livelier and bouncinger. I'm going to flush the last 2 games down the toilet. So, I mean, if they did trade him, they would have to move a youngster that you want to keep, like a Kuminga or like a Pajemski.
Yeah, maybe
like
Moses Moody. I mean, he's not getting any playing time. What's his value?
Which brings us back to that burning question, which is, would you, and Mark Spears addressed this yesterday, would you go all in for Siakam and just make that run this year with Steph and just the hell with the future? That in 3 years, when Steph retires, you're the Orlando Magic in the bad years and Chase Center's half empty and we're back to like the Cohan years, which, by the way, is going to happen after Steph retires.
I mean, eventually, but that's why you should go all in right now with Steph Curry.
I think so, too.
Whether it's Pascal Siakam, I would love to bring in Lauri Markkanen in from the Jazz if they're able to make a trade for him.
My big thing has always been I could get hit by a bus crossing the street today. Give me a championship. You know what I mean? And so, yes, the answer is, would I trade a Kuminga or a Pajemski or a Moody or somebody like that if you had to move it to get Siakam? I'd say yes. Just like I'm asking the Giants to make a big trade. You know, I'm dying. You gotta throw him on the table, baby.
I mean, and that's
throw him on the table.
Look at what they did with Jordan Poole this offseason, trading him. And I think from a kind of prospect perspective, Jordan Poole was higher regarded than a Kuminga, than a Moses Moody, than these other guys that you have at the bottom of your roster. And that's kind of the realistic approach you have to take when you're looking at the bottom of this roster. Are any of these guys going to bloom into superstars that are going to carry the torch of the franchise once Steph steps down? I'm saying the answer is probably no.
No.
So if that's the case, if they're just role players, if they're never going to be superstars in the league, then you move them to help Steph Curry win another championship before it's all done.
And you never know what can happen between now and the end of Steph Curry's run. And by the way, how long will Steph Curry do this? How long will he? Can he? I mean, I keep going. Tom Brady blew up. Tom Brady did a lot of things, and one of the biggest things he did was blow up the notion of aging in sports. Or your boy LeBron,
yes,
who's still doing it. I mean, different sports, obviously, so I can't compare apples to it's basketball and football, not apples to apples. So, but Brady did blow up the notion of an aging quarterback. He played well until he was 45.
Correct, and I'd say...
And LeBron is doing it now at age 39.
And I was going to say, maybe what LeBron's doing at 39 in the game of basketball is more impressive than what Tom Brady was doing in his 40s playing quarterback because of the athleticism, because of the need to still compete night in.
Yeah, not a bad call.
With the greatest athletes in the world.
And the way the rules favored Brady. It still was a tremendous achievement what Brady did.
No doubt about it.
Give you
but
LeBron
still,
last night.
The physical tax playing quarterback is different than playing forward in the NBA.
35 minutes last night, LeBron. 22 points, 12 assists, 5 rebounds, 8 of 17 from the field. They got a win over the Raptors in a game that featured, by the way, did you hear this stat? This is incredible. The Lakers in the fourth quarter shot. I have the stat for you. It's incredible. This will blow your mind. In the fourth quarter, the Lakers shot 23 free throws to Toronto's 2.
Ooh.
And in the final 4 minutes, the Lakers shot 19 free throws to Toronto's 0.
19 in the final 2 minutes, you said?
Hence the 19 in the final 4 minutes to 0 for Toronto.
Yeah.
Hence the rant of rants from the Toronto coach.
Yeah, he wasn't too happy after that game yesterday.
In fact, Young Tone, throw you a hot potato. Do you have that that Raptors rant from the coach there? I know we were going to save it for later, but since we came upon it right now, I mean, and I'm with this guy. It's Darko Rajakovic is his name, the head coach of the Toronto Raptors. He went off late last night. Mm-hmm. You got it? Good man. Okay, here we go. Young Tony redeeming himself. Here he is.
This a one-off, or do you feel this has been happening to your team a lot throughout the season?
It's happening a lot, but I'm telling our guys, be professional, keep fighting, keep going for the next one. But until when? For how long? Thank you.
Okay, that's part one.
That's the start.
Now give me part 2 here. This is Darko from Serbia, by the way. Yes.
Getting any explanations at all? That offensive foul, did you see, get any explanation?
No, there is no explanation. They just come up there, they review and they see what they want to see. They don't want to hear us, what we got to say. They don't want to hear the players. They don't just want to protect us. Over the game, they got 36 free throws, 23 free throws in the fourth quarter. What are we talking about? How are we supposed to play?
Okay. I think there's more, too, where he drops a BS and a crap and all that. Do you have another third one there, or is that all you got? You got another one?
Ooh.
Look at young Tony just dealing.
There's
a blackjack
more.
dealer of Darko sound.
Yeah, hit me with another one, Tony.
You shot 23 free throws in that fourth quarter. What did you...
Thank you, Doug. That's outrageous. What happened tonight, this is completely BS. This is shame. Shame for the referees, shame for the league to allow this. 23 free throws for them, and we get 2 free throws in the fourth quarter. How to play the game. I understand respect for all stars and all of that, but we have star players on our team as well. How's possible as Scotty Barnes, who is all-star caliber player in this league, he goes every single time to the rim with force and trying to get to the rim without flopping and not trying to get foul calls. He gets 2 free throws for the whole game. How's that possible? How are you going to explain that to me? They had to win tonight? If that's the case, just let us know so we don't show up for the game. Just give them a win. But that was not fair tonight. And this is not happening first time for us. Scotty Barnes is going to be all-star. He's going to be the face of this league. And what's happening over here during whole season, I've been holding it back. It's a complete crap.
Oh, gold.
Complete crap,
Absolute.
Murph.
That final little bite, I need that bite. We're assembling kind of our bites of 2024 here. Keep that one around, buddy. It's a complete crap.
It's a complete crap.
Boom.
Dude.
Keep that right front and center.
That may be
buddy.
drop of the year.
Front and center. We can use that for anything. Hey, the Giants are going. Hey, Tony, the Giants are using an opener again.
It's a complete crap.
Imanaga signed with the Cubs.
It's a complete crap.
The Dodgers are deferring every contract.
It's a complete crap.
I mean, that's it. There we go.
It's good.
By the way, Darko Rajakovic, that's my guy.
I mean, he's going full Donnie Darko on us.
And the Serbian lilt is compelling. It's very, magical. All right?
Now,
anyway.
young Tony in my ear was saying, what do you give me? He sounds like a George St. Pierre, who's my favorite UFC fighter of all time. And Murph, I've actually have him on the board. You tell me, is there any significance in the voice of a George St. Pierre versus a Darko Rakovic?
I'm not impressed by your performance.
Okay, a little
close.
Well, you're just saying that anybody from Europe sounds the same because he's French, right?
Yeah, he's French-Canadian, yeah.
And the French and the Serbians, different cultures. But I see you working.
All right, young Tone.
All right, well, anyway, there's your talk about Wiggins. What the hell are they going to do? We'll see tonight at 5:30. All right, come on. 49ers are ruling the town, ruling the roost. And Kyle Shanahan spoke yesterday. How are the Niners going to prepare this week? And what's the extremely good news next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader?
It's a complete crap.
from the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We aced the season. Goal is that trophy at the end, right? The thought that we literally are only playing a couple games left if we take care of business is like, how can you not sell out? How can you not use every day as if it's your last? Especially that's the whole mindset all the way back from training camp. But like now we're literally in it. It truly is a new season. Like you have to recommit. You have to dial in and everything. Like you got this is a whole new season, and you got to really recommit and completely give yourself to this thing that we're trying to achieve. Like this isn't about you. This is about the team.
Is that how the team feels?
Absolutely. I truly believe in the men that we have in the building and what everybody's made of, and we're gonna get it done.
Fred Warner talking on his podcast. Got his babe, his boo, his sweetie.
Yeah, shout out to Sydney Warner, co-host of the Warner House podcast.
And I believe they announced there's going to be a baby All-Pro.
Hell yeah.
Little baby All-Pro coming their way, baby boy.
All-Pro baby.
It's a whole new season. I mean, the way he put it that way, the fact that they only have to win 2 games to get to Las Vegas for the Super Bowl makes it seem so tantalizingly close.
It's right in front of them.
And they get this beautiful rest. Hey, listen, young Tony set the template today. And by the way, you can see him in the rectangle. There he is right there. One of these days you'll hear his voice. But he set the template by getting 8 hours of sleep last night, which is
8 hours.
I honestly think he's the first guy in the history of this time slot to report having. Honestly, Marcus, have you ever since you started doing this 4 years ago?
No, in the last 4 years, I have never gotten 8 hours consistently. I'll nap throughout the day sometimes and maybe log a good 5-6 hours, but straight up 8 in a row, Murph?
I'm at 19. I started in November of 2004. So 19 plus right now for me here at KNBR. Probably the most uninterrupted. 6?
Oh, yeah.
6?
6 is a good night's sleep.
Maybe 6.5 one time if I went like 9. Yeah. So 6.5 max, which is incredible. That only happened like a handful of times. This kid's coming in with 8. Why am I bringing this up? This is what the Niners are doing right now.
They're sleeping.
Just luxuriating, dude. Just long, deep sleep. Muscles recovering. Bones healing. Ligaments resting.
Yeah, shout out to Matt Barrows, who wrote an entire article about the sleep habits of the 49ers a couple weeks ago for The Athletic.
Mick Bosa telling us about it's like the most important thing in his life.
He says he's got special drinks that he takes.
Did you read the Brock Purdy thing about the glasses and he wears the blue blocking light glasses from 6 p.m. on that block a certain light ray?
Wow.
Catch your mind.
Are those
more
like
relaxed?
the glasses you're supposed to wear when you're staring at a computer screen all day, so you don't get like the blue rays?
And then
or something?
here's the one thing that, and this isn't pretty incredible, no screens. Like an hour or so before bedtime. And I told you, I was talking about the bed scroll last night.
Ooh.
Where where you can see you can find a Darko rant from the Toronto Raptors at 10 at night, right before you go to bed. And you get things like, Tony, you get this.
It's a complete crap.
But the Niners are like taking this blank seriously. Like, so this
and
is
it
what
should be, yeah.
Yes. And so I would, it's great. It's ideal. It's ideal. It's working out great. And here's what else is ideal. Kyle Shanahan spoke yesterday and gave this kind of news that almost everybody, the only guy, Cleve Ferrell, maybe the only guy who will miss the playoff game, and that includes the big boy, Eric Armstead. Kyle Shanahan on the availability of his guys.
I think it looks good. I think the one that, our goal is to get out of that game healthy and, got some guys banged up, but I think Clee's the one that, we're going to lose most likely for at least a game. After that, we didn't lose anyone else in the game, and it looks like we're getting most of these guys back that missed that game.
How about that? We're getting most of these guys back, and that means McCaffrey. And then we'll get into Armstead, too, a little bit. In fact, why don't we jump down, Tony? You're always good about adjusting here to cut E as in Edgar, about Eric Armstead, who, by the way, left in was it the first quarter of the Eagles game? Second quarter? It was the first half, wasn't it?
I think you're right.
Yeah, because I looked up his stat line. He only had one tackle that game. So he missed that. This has been since the Eagles game.
Yeah, and since that Eagles game, it's not like the 49ers defense has been gashed, but they have allowed a lot of chunk running plays.
There's a stat on that, actually. It's kind of alarming. Here, I'll give it to you here. You are on the case, buddy. It has gone, and I'm not saying it's like he's the only reason, but he's a big reason. When he plays, the 49ers allow 79 rushing yards a game.
Which would be number one in the NFL.
Since then, 115 rushing yards a game.
Yeah. So he's a huge factor, especially when you're talking about playing teams potentially like the LA Rams if they upset the Detroit Lions and Kyron Williams being the number 2 rusher in the league, or the Philadelphia Eagles, who could be a possibility. DeAndre Swift is top 5 in rushing yards also, and then you throw in the rushing element of someone like Jalen Hurts.
Man, oh man. I mean, dude, Armstead, big dude, 90.
Like you think about stopping the brotherly shove and the tush push. Yeah. Eric Armstead's in the middle of all of it.
Per carry, when he played, other teams got 3.9. Since he's been out, 4.6. Yeah. Talking real yardage here, guys. Real estate.
He makes a difference, yeah.
So here's what Shanahan. Great news from Shanahan.
It's he's doing better. He looked good today, and that was the test, and that's why we're going to get him into practice Thursday, and hopefully it goes well, and we'll get him in a little bit Friday. He would have gone last week if we needed that, and that's why we were really pumped that we were able to get that, so he didn't have to go last week. So just giving him this extra week, he's better right now than he was a week ago at this time. Hopefully that extra week will give him enough to ease back into this and make him even better a week from now.
Okay, Armstead's back. This is huge news.
He could have played last week if they needed him.
And they didn't.
That is fantastic
another
news.
All the luxury, this whole too much rest. I mean, you're straining if you're thinking this is a problem in any way. This is awesome.
Oh, there's other teams around the league who are begging for the amount of rest that the 49ers have right now.
And you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. So Kyle Shanahan with tremendous news there. Everything lining up for the Niners. We're talking about 2 home games, Armstead back. So what are they going to do? They're going to practice Thursday. They're going to practice Friday. They're going to take the weekend off, probably to sleep. Or to eat dip, Daisy Brand dip.
You got to get some of that dip, Murph.
Or maybe to join the free Darko movement here on the Toronto. Maybe they'll take up arms on social media to.
It's a complete crap.
We stand with Darko.
It's Shanahan on what they're going to do this week, Thursday, Friday. Here.
Yes, and since no one's playing at all this week, we should get 2 really hard practices in. Last week I thought we had 1, but we'll get 2 hard ones in. Probably put the pads on one of them, and. Tomorrow we'll have those guys come up and work out and probably go on the field a little bit, just throw the football around and stuff with some skilled guys and just have guys do some individual stuff, but not truly practice. So we'll get 2 real days in, kind of a little bit of everything tomorrow from an exercising standpoint, and we'll give them the weekend off.
Man, getting the weekend off, man. Then Brock Purdy, get him out there slinging some bullets, right?
Yeah, if not, probably doing some game study. They're obviously going to be watching the games this weekend. And Murphy, it's kind of something interesting. I was just looking at the schedule for this weekend. Is it weird to you that the AFC will play all 3 of its games first before the NFC plays its 3 games?
Yeah, it is weird.
On Saturday, you're getting Browns, Texans, then Dolphins, Chiefs. Steelers, Bills is the early morning game on Sunday. And then it's Packers, Cowboys, Rams, Lions, and then, of course, Eagles, Buccaneers on Monday night. So the 49ers got to wait even longer to figure out who they're going to play.
Yeah. I would rather mix and match. By the way, digression onto a topic some people think is hot. Dolphins Chiefs is on Peacock.
Ooh.
So what does that mean to you guys? First of all, I have, I can't even remember, I don't know my hole from my head from a hole in the ground, bro. I don't know how it happened, but we have Peacock. I don't know if I actively subscribe to it or if it came with my Xfinity subscription.
I'm so confused on what's free and not free on Peacock.
Exactly.
1 year I watched WrestleMania for free on Peacock, but now it's telling me I got to pay for a Sunday morning Giants game?
It's a complete crap.
That's exactly what it is.
So, do you have Peacock?
I think I do, but I don't pay for it.
Young Tony, do you have Peacock? He does not. You don't have it? Honest to goodness.
I have the Peacock app, but I'm not subscribed.
A guy like him can't watch the Dolphins-Chiefs game?
Yeah, good luck, Tony.
No, but I mean, like literally, you can't watch the Dolphins-Chiefs game on Saturday night. Is that right? He says he probably could. He could find a way.
Well, like that's the thing too.
What does that mean? Are we talking illicit activity here, buddy?
You can find a stream, or you can still.
I know nothing.
Like you should still be able to go out to a bar on Saturday and watch the game, right?
Does the bar have Peacock?
That's the big question. Because like I've gone out now, like on Thursday nights to watch Thursday Night Football, and like some bars have Amazon Prime, so you can watch the game on Prime Video. I've also been to places where they don't have it, so you can't watch Thursday Night Football.
You gotta spend money to make money. If I'm a bar owner, I gotta get those subscriptions. I don't know what I'm paying for. I don't even know what I'm paying for Peacock. I get my cable. All I know is I get my cable bill, and I'm like, damn, that's expensive. I got to do something about that. And maybe it's because Peacock. I don't know. But anyway,
it's Peacock. Maybe it's Tubi, like Cat Williams was talking about the other week.
There's some people who wanted us to talk about. By the way, it's so funny. You learn it. They say when you learn a new word, you literally learn it in school, you start seeing it all over the place. I remember I learned this in comm class. One of the few things I remember from my college years. It's this thing about human perception that when you learn something new, that you'll see it everywhere. And the professor's example was, if a girl breaks up with you and she drives an orange VW Bug.
Oh, you're going to start seeing them.
All you're going to do is start seeing orange VW Bugs all over town.
Oh,
that was his example.
That sounds terrible.
I was like, damn, orange VW Bug. Yeah. That would stand out.
That's pretty specific, yeah. I don't think I've ever seen an orange bug in my life.
Do you even know what a VW Bug is?
Yeah, we used to play the punch buggy game when you were younger.
Okay, all right. So
slug bug.
Young Tony, when you would drive a orange VW Bug, you'd be listening to missing persons' words is what you would be doing. So, all right. Anyway, I was on TV yesterday, and I was going somewhere, and Tubi was on. Something was coming from Tubi. Or I was on Twitter, something was in Tubi, and I was like...
Now Tubi's in your life.
That's from Cat Williams.
I swear, we're going to start getting baseball games and NFL-exclusive games on Tubi coming soon.
I got a text from my lovely bride who says she thinks we subscribed to Peacock during COVID so we could show the kids Hamilton, the movie. The musical Hamilton was made into a movie only on Peacock.
Yeah.
So I guess we subscribed to it to try to culture up the kids, and I guess it's been on our screen ever since. I don't even know what they're charging me.
I have no idea.
I thought these things usually.
What can they be charging?
So put it this way: is this an outrage?
It is. Because now I'm paying for 6 different subscription services to watch what used to be for free on my TV. Obviously not free, you pay for your cable package, but now everything is spliced off into different entities. I got to change apps, and I can't even flip between channels. I know I'm sounding like the old man saying, get off my lawn, but these streaming services suck.
Well, a lot of people are saying if you have a certain Xfinity package, Peacock comes with it. So, Young Tone, there's still time, buddy. Amazon, no, did I say Amazon Prime?
No, you said Peacock.
I meant Peacock. He says everyone has Amazon, but no one has Peacock. A lot of people saying that if you have Xfinity, Peacock is included. So maybe that's how we got it. I don't know. The point is that I said this, and some guy hit me on social, and sometimes I read things on social, I'm like, yeah, whatever. And then sometimes I read things on social, I'm like, well, maybe a guy has a point. And the guy's like, dude, you laid down your arms too fast when I said, because I said it the other day when we were going over the games. This is the Dolphins-Chiefs game on Saturday night. And it was a great game, right? I mean, arguably
one of the best of the weekend.
Maybe the best? Well, I don't know. NFC, we're more focused on the NFC, obviously. Rams-Lions is probably, to me.
I put that up there. But no, I think
Packers-Cowboys, brother.
I was going to say, actually, big picture perspective, when I think about it like as just an outside fan perspective, I do think Dolphins-Chiefs is probably the best game this weekend.
Right. And so the guy said, you laid down your arms way too. Because I said this. I said, listen, let's be honest. In the 5-10 years from now, maybe sooner, the NFL could be going to pay-per-view playoffs. They really could.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I mean, they've kicked it around, and it's like, dude, it's the NFL. Americans will crawl over broken glass to get that. I'd do it. Well, then again,
I mean,
we can expense it on our taxes.
Yeah, I mean, but look how many apps we have. But Murph, that's the most frustrating part for me, at least, is like with Amazon Prime on Thursday Night Football. We were already getting Thursday Night Football, including our cable packages. Like, as an MMA UFC fan, there used to be free fights on every single weekend, whether it was Spike TV, Fox Sports, ESPN, or whatever, but now they hide it on ESPN+. Yeah. So you're making me pay for something that I was already paying for in my previous subscription.
I know, it's nuts. By the way,
ridiculous.
I was corrected. The Hamilton was on Disney. That's what we subscribed to, the Disney, which, by the way, they weren't giving that blank away. That was expensive.
Well, that's the thing. You can do like the Disney Plus bundle, then you get the Hulu, then you get like National Geographic, like a bunch of stuff, ESPN Plus. There's so many streaming services.
Then you get on Cat Williams' Tubi.
Then you get on Tubi.
415 says,
don't forget Roku.
Any of the apps, 415 says, any of the apps you get for free as long as you cancel before you start paying. So set it up, watch it, then cancel. So, I mean, like, that's a 30-day free trial?
That's the oldest trick in the book, yeah.
Okay. I think the oldest trick in the book was borrowing your buddy's password.
Ooh, that works too.
Yeah, it does.
Now Netflix has cracked down on that.
So 408 says YouTube TV for the win. If you have YouTube TV, do you have Peacock?
Does it include Peacock? I don't think so.
You have to add it. All right.
Oh, dude, this is too much for me.
By the way, somebody else, 7 says, since you're talking Dolphins Chiefs, and you guys talked about the fact they're saying it could be the coldest playoff game in NFL history. How about that?
Coldest game in
Which is
NFL history.
I'm going to say 1981 AFC Championship game, Bengals Chargers, the game that was played on the same day as, wait for it, Tony, The Catch, January 10, 1982. And I'm going to need the rejoin at some point today. Do we go Vince Scully or Don Klein, or do we go both?
Why not both, Murph?
So give me two different rejoins. One's the Don Klein radio on KCBS. The other one's Vince Scully. One of my favorite lines in broadcast history after the long pause and the cheer, the crowd shot after crowd shot after crowd shot. And Vince says, and Candlestick is a madhouse. It's just like in that Bronx Vince Scully accent. I'm like, yeah, look at that. And I'm going to start crying. But anyway, the January 10, 1982 in Cincinnati, the Chargers-Bengals game was, look it up. Just look up the 1981 AFC Championship. That was, I think, one of the coldest games in the history. What about the Ice Bowl in Green Bay, 1967, too? So he says, minus 51 was the Bengals Chargers?
What?
Yeah. Well, that's wind chill. That's wind
I was
chill.
going to say minus 51. Is that possible?
And wind chill is a little dicey. I think I'm going to say on the temperature was minus 9 on the temperature is, so is Kansas City going to get below that? I don't know about that.
It's going to be cold. I don't know.
But, dude, minus 9. What's the coldest you've ever been in?
It's a good question. I mean, I was just in Boston a couple weeks ago. I've been to Philly. I've also been to like Tahoe and Reno. I don't know. I don't really pay attention to weather too much, to be honest with you, Murph.
No school spirit, no weather checks. You're just kind of
like
doing your thing.
I almost
You're
never
just point me to a bar that has UFC on Peacock. And I'm good.
It's as simple as that. I don't think I ever check my weather app. Like I usually just walk outside, and if it's cold, I'll go back inside and grab a jacket.
You know, you were meant to be a mountain man. You know, you're just kind of surviving in the mountains.
I'm a simple man, Murph. I'm a simple man.
Who is that?
Shout out Skinner.
Skinner. Yeah, thank you very much. All right, guys. Well, anyway, we got the little Shanahan there. Niners are in a great place. Eric Armstead's back. They say McCaffrey returns next week. Juwan Jennings is out of the concussion protocol. Don't sleep on Jennings, dude. Those third down and the blocking that he does.
Blocking of Juwan.
On third down runs.
He's the king of the hard hat, Murph.
Ambry Thomas, Jair Brown, and Tayshaun Gibson are all expected back too. Literally the only injury they have is Cleve Ferrell, and I'm not trying to diminish Cleve Ferrell, but they can win a game without him.
Yeah, they got Chase Young
and Randy
Nick Bosa and Randy Gregory. They'll be all right.
How about the fact that Young and Gregory will be the guys filling in Ferrell's reps, and they're two guys that John Lynch picked up mid-season.
Yeah, how about that?
Don't sleep on John Lynch's phone work there. So anyway, great news for the Niners, and we will wait to see who they will play. And we may have to wait till Monday night. You know what this weight is, Murph? This weight is... It's a complete crap. That's Darko. People are like, what is that? That is Raptors coach Darko Rajakovic, who went off on the free throw disparity last night in L.A. when the Lakers shot 23 free throws in the fourth quarter and the Raptors shot 2. I'm with Darko. I ride with Darko. Free Darko. All right, guys. Here's the deal. We are building up to Dwayne Kuiper and the big hit. Big hit's going to be obviously Draymond and the Warriors doing their thing. But yesterday, bump. Another one not with us. The Giants failed again. We'll get into it next on The Sports Leader.
It's a complete crap.
American Canyon, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, American Canyon Sports Leader.
All right, let's talk about Zero Res cleaning carpets, baby. Yeah. Zero Res. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, every surface in your home. Zero Resify them. Zero Res, spelled the same backwards and forwards. We had them come to our house. It made my life so much better. My wife was very happy. Clean carpets make domestic bliss They got great Google ratings, 4.9, 1,500 reviews. Go check them out. Go Google them. Zero Res. I'm going to offer you 2 deals. One is for a room of carpet cleaning, $43. Promo code New Year 43. And then the other one is for your air duct, where the dust and dander and allergy stuff is $50 off. Promo code DUCT50, DUCT 50. Now, minimums do apply. Call for terms and conditions. And just call them right now, 877-321-0739, or go online at zeroresbayarea.com and say you want the KNBR special. Zero Res. Spell it backwards, forwards, backwards. It's the right way to clean.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
Hayward, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Hayward's sports leader.
Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the-sports-leader.
You know, in many of these cases over the last few years, we really haven't had the option or been given the opportunity to come over the top. It hasn't been a bidding war at the end of the day. A lot of times with these free agency situations, there's bidding, and then, you know, the agent will tell you at some point, hey, it's, you know, we are where we are, we know where the deals are, and there's nothing more you can do. Now it's just in the player's hand, and that's often how it goes.
Well, there it is. Farhan Zaidi set to the tune that we
Another
just sort
one
of
not with us.
We organically came upon. We were talking earlier this morning.
Another one not with us.
We were talking.
And another one signs. And another one signs. Another one not with us.
I'm hearing it. Wait.
Hey, Shohei.
Dude, did you know you had this in you?
Another one not with us.
Did you know this your brother's a record producer, right?
I was gonna say, my brother's more the music guy. You know, my mom's a dance teacher, but I can get into the theatrics a little bit if needed to.
So we were somehow it organically came up that Shoto Imanaga, left-handed Japanese pitcher, one of the more attractive, not as famous as Yamamoto or Shohei Ohtani, but a very attractive pitcher from Japan who the Giants, Mark Feinsand of MLB.com, we're blaming him. He wrote on Monday night, the Giants are the favorite to land Shoto Imanaga, and we're like, hey, Farhan, look at you, buddy.
Favorites, huh?
We're getting a guy, and within 24 hours, he agrees to a deal with the Cubs, and we said, another one not with us, and then we looked at each other and we said, hey, wait, bump, 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 another one not with us. And there it is. An organic bid is born. Queen Freddie Mercury singing in Farhan's office right now. Put on the white tank top and grow out the mustache, baby. Because another one not with us. And worse, we were pump faked by Mark Feinsand of MLB.com. I'm blaming Feinsand. I don't even know him. What's up, Mark? I hope you're having a good day, Mark.
Are we sure that Mark Feinsand didn't mean that San Francisco is the favorite spot for free agents not to go, Murph?
Oh, my God.
Come on.
Listen, the Giants need pitching. Right now, it's Logan Webb, and you guys do know that right now, I saw a list that the number 2 starter would be Ross Stripling.
No, he's not. Let me stop you right there. Ross Stripling is not your number 2.
Well, then who's your number 2?
Kyle Harrison.
Okay.
It's Kyle Harrison.
Did you
If
see
he's
enough?
not pitching the second game of the year, I'm going to lose my mind.
Did you see enough?
I saw more from Kyle Harrison than I saw from Ross Stripling. I can tell you that.
What if I told you that Scott Alexander was going to open game 2?
No,
what if I told you that?
John Brebbia opening up the season, opening day in Yankee Stadium.
The story is that Imanaga signed, well, I guess it's not official yet, but he has to sign by Thursday, but the Giants are out. They missed another one. So I guess the question I'm asking all y'all, 808-KNBR is the phone number, 415-808-5627, and I'm stretching to say this right now. Are you still willing to be patient because there are enough players out there? See, that's what I'm wrestling with this whole time, is that there is an ocean of rage out there for Farhan and the Giants. People are like, I'm feeling it, man. I'm telling you, you go to the grocery store, I'm telling you, man, you go to the corner tavern, people are like, what the blank is going on with the Giants? What is going on? What is going on? What is going on? It starts with Shohei, it goes on to Yamamoto, and then the Dodgers with their deferrals. Even just these little insults, like Teoscar Hernandez, who's a 26 homer guy, even little insults like that, we're just kind of like over the weekend, like, oh, the Dodgers got him too. Don't forget Tyler Glasnow. We talked about Dave Fleming yesterday, said when he was a bat boy that day, Glasnow was pitching. He said, this dude's got some of the nastiest stuff I've ever seen.
Murph. But you said it started with Shohei, it started with Yamamoto. No, it goes back deeper than that. It started with Bryce Harper, with Giancarlo Stanton, with Aaron Judge, with every single free agent that the Giants have been linked to, whether or not they're deemed a favorite or not. They haven't landed any of them.
Can I bring you all the way back to John Lester?
Oh.
John Lester. No, I've jock-blogged about this a number of times. The last significant free agent, I mean, you can say Barry Zito. You can say Barry Zito, 2007. But really, and I guess that would be the one, but really the one is Barry Bonds. 1992.
Yeah, I was going to say, even 2007 is a long time now.
Hey, Tony, even I say that's a long time ago. Yeah. All right, buddy? So there you go. What is the deal right now? Is it, and we need, is it, they think the Giants are not a winning organization. They think the organization is not doing it the right way. They don't want to play for Farhan's side. Is it money? Are the Giants not offering the kind of money you want? Why would Imanaga? Is it just sometimes guys just want to have their thing? Yamamoto wanted to be with his buddy Ohtani in L.A.
Yeah.
Ohtani likes Southern California. Imanaga like Chicago. I mean, all of these things.
Sia Suzuki is on the Cubs, so maybe there's ties there with a former Japanese teammate.
I mean, Jung-Hoo Lee picked the Giants, right?
Yeah, but then his brother-in-law went and picked the San Diego Padres.
Oh, man.
Ooh, Sook.
So, I mean, you do have somebody who picked the Giants, and then the Giants traded for Robbie Ray, and Robbie Ray tweeted, excited to be here.
Excited in his tight pants.
He did.
Don't get too excited, Robbie.
So that's where we're at right now, and I'm showing. So the only thing I'm going to offer, and believe me, you guys know I'm not a Farhan defender. Trust me, but the only thing I would offer is there's still many rivers to cross here. There's many additions that can be made or trades that can be made. So what's weird for me is balancing the rage of the Giants fans with the fact that they still have the potential to do things that will please you. So it's like, I don't want to spill my rage just yet when there's still, because what if you're like, man, they suck, and then they sign Blake Snell and Matt Chapman. Then you're like, no, they don't suck. They don't suck. You know what I mean?
Well, Murph, let me see if I can cash in on any of this rage right now, because yesterday ESPN's David Schoenfield did an article on the mid-offseason grades for all 30 MLB teams. He has your San Francisco Giants graded a D- so far this offseason.
D-.
Which is only better than two other teams in the MLB.
I would say
the Oakland A's and the LA Angels. How about that?
Fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, son.
I mean, Murph,
D-.
you heard me say D's get degrees, but D's ain't getting you a World Series.
Does he explain? Because we were talking about, what about like the Colorado Rockies or
The Rockies have done nothing, and they got a C grade.
For doing nothing?
For doing absolutely nothing.
The Giants get a D- for image, for taking a hit on their image, perhaps?
I guess because they're linked to every major free agent, and they just keep on missing out. And like even in this article, it says, all right, well, what's next? Maybe Snell, maybe Chapman. We don't really know because nothing's happened yet.
650 says, don't forget, the Giants are always looking for a slogan, quote, we like to break even. That's going to haunt Charles Johnson for a long time. 831 says, maybe Farhan should call John Lynch. He knows a thing or two about acquiring stars. John Lynch has gone out and gotten guys. And in the Bay Area hasn't scared those guys off.
I mean, if Bob Myers is out here getting jobs with the Washington Commanders, can the San Francisco Giants hire Bob Myers?
405 says, at some point it has to come back to Farhan Zaidi. Well, ultimately, that's true. Did you see his whole thing about handling the negative noise and how he said it affects him? And in fact, he said it kind of played the sympathy card. He said it affects his mom and dad. It's getting very personal there. It's like, damn, bro, I don't want to talk about your mom and dad. You know what I mean? But he brought it up. He said, like, his mom and dad get sad at the insults they hear. And I'm like, wow, well, don't make me feel sorry now. I mean,
come on. I'm not looking for sympathy.
I want to hug Farhan's mom. I don't want to.
But I mean, that's his job. He's the public face right now of the San Francisco Giants, which is crazy to even say. But it feels like every day I'm logging on to Twitter or X or whatever the hell we're calling it, and I see Farhan's name trending because of the lack of action.
So that's what I mean about that. That's what I mean about that rage. It's out there. So 925 asks a great question. He's like a radio producer. He says, so what signings or trades from here on out would you need to make it a sufficient offseason? I will start with Matt Chapman. And I know that Matt Chapman, you can find warts and that his power went down last year. He had a hand injury and he's in his early 30s. And some have compared it to the Longoria acquisition a little bit.
I've been hesitant to bring that up.
You know, Longoria wasn't that bad as a Giant, believe it or not.
Yeah,
he really
wasn't as good as he was with Tampa Bay.
This is true. But I would have to sit down and do a deeper dive on the Longoria-Chapman comp. Different guys, different situations, different deals. I mean, Matt Chapman's an energy guy. He's an everyday guy, and he nails down third base for you every day. Longoria, a little injury-prone, brother.
Correct.
Chapman played, I think, how many games last year? Let me look it up. He played a lot.
And I'd say that Matt Chapman is a better defender. No shots taken at Evan Longoria. He was sick with the glove also, but Matt Chapman is an elite defender.
Yeah, Matt Chapman right now is, and of course, he is 30. He's only 30.
Yeah.
He'll turn 31 in April. So I think that's younger than when the Giants got Longoria. Dude, a guy had a 4. I mean, listen, WAR is one of those stats. I'll use it when it helps my argument.
Of course.
He had a 4.4 WAR. You know, a guy played, let's see, last year. He played 140 games last year, 155 games the year before that, and 151 games the year before that. I mean, what's not to like? The OPS is not outrageous. It's in the 700s, but that's better than some other options. And his home run totals the last 3 years were 27, 27, and 17, but he had a hand injury last year. Dude, 17 bombs on the Giants? It's pretty good. You know what I mean?
If you sign Matt Chapman, he would automatically slot into your everyday third baseman and most likely your number 3 hitter, Murph. Like, that's the kind of player that Matt Chapman is, and that's the kind of player that the Giants are missing right now.
Right. So I'm answering 925's question. Matt Chapman, number one. I need another pitcher. And it could be somebody like Jordan Montgomery. I'm also looking for a creative trade. I am. I'm looking to acquire young, everyday, controllable players and controllable pitchers. That's what I'm trying to do. So what does that mean? Are you going to have to trade somebody like Tristan Beck, Keaton Wynn, Carson Wisnott, Mason Black? This is what I'm talking about. You have to give up something to get something. You got to put them on the table.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you want to go out and make a trade for Randy Arozarena or Pete Alonso, you're going to have to fork over a couple of your top prospects. There's no doubt about that.
And that's okay. You got to give to get. As the great Eddie DeBarlo said, you got to bring ass to get ass.
I mean, especially when you're trying to get bats, because we've seen how hard it is for Farhan and the Giants just in general since moving to this ballpark to attract big bats to play at Oracle Park.
I would say it's time to move Joey Bart. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I would say that I'm willing to part with some of the young arms for an everyday infielder. Somebody. I keep going back to that Matt McClain when Andy Bagley threw out Kyle Harrison for Matt McClain.
I say no to that.
Okay.
Because then you're giving up on Kyle Harrison, and you're also giving up on Marco Luciano.
Well, Luciano's seen more as a third baseman in the future.
That's what we've talked about, but I think in the Giants organization, Farhan has said they're going to give Luciano the everyday opportunities.
I think they say insiders or scouts say he's probably better suited long term as a third baseman.
That's the way I viewed him, but I don't know if that's the way the Giants view him.
What signing or trade, to answer 925's question, for you would make it a sufficient offseason?
My number one option is Blake Snell. If you want to beat the Dodgers, it's got to be with pitching. We know all the lefties that they have in their lineup with Muncy and Ohtani and Freeman, obviously. You need pitching. Blake Snell was the Cy Young winner last year. I know some people are kind of up in arms about his pitch counting games and how he doesn't go deep into the games. But, folks, we're talking about baseball in 2024. You're not allowed to pitch after the sixth inning anyways. Yeah. Like, Blake Snell is the perfect, modern pitcher in 2024. He's going to go out. He's going to empty the tank. He's going to waste more pitches than he probably needs to, but he's not going to be the efficient pitcher that takes you 7-8 innings. He's going to give you 6, and he's going to give you a chance to win each and every day.
All right, just a quick check of the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, what they say here. 650 says Chapman would be a good deal, but he's not going to win a blanket championship. 559 says Chapman would be a classic Farhan signing, an aging vet on the decline that blocks a young guy from developing a hard pass. 707 says if Matt Chapman's your number 3 hitter, that's not good. He was horrible outside.
It's better than having A.J. Pollock in the middle of your lineup.
Come on. 415 says Murphy, you wanted to trade. They did trade ... for someone who is hurt and can't pitch until the All-Star break. And then 760 wraps it up with a funny one. You sound like Kramer trying to sell Seinfeld's van. Quote, interesting trades welcome. I don't remember the line, but it made me laugh. Interesting trades welcome. All right, Dwayne Kuiper on this very quandary. Then at 8 a.m., Draymond Green spoke. What are words for? Does anyone listen anymore? That's at 8 a.m. Later on in the show, Mike Silver's going to join us to talk about the 49ers, and so is Dante Whitner. That's in the 9 o'clock hour. It's the Murph and Marcus Show on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. Bump, bump, bump.
Another one not with us.
We were talking.
And another one signs, and another one signs. Another one not with us.
All right. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Thanks for tuning into the Murph and Marcus Show this morning, where I'm here this morning to talk to you about Prize Picks, because Prize Picks is the most fun I've had, winning up to 25 times my money this football season. And now I can play during the basketball season, too. I can even pick combo projections across both sports. Just select 2 or more players, pick more or less on their projection, and place your entry. You can turn $10 into $250 with just a few taps. Easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, and an enormous selection of players and stat options are what makes Prize Picks the #1 daily fantasy sports app. And Prize Picks is the only daily fantasy platform with an injury insurance policy, keeping you in the game even if one of your players goes down. Join the Prize Pick community of more than 7 million football fans who have already signed up. Right now, Prize Picks will match your first deposit of up to $100. Just visit prizepicks.com/leader and use the code word leader. That's code word leader at prizepicks.com/leader for a first deposit match of up to $100. Prize Picks, daily fantasy sports made easy.
Good morning, Bay Area.
Good morning. Good morning.
The sports leader welcomes you to KNBR's Power Hour. There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why we all mimic his call. Time for Murph and Marcus to catch up with Kite on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, we love our weekly hits with Dwayne. Brought to us by NorCal Honda. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. It's been a week, Kipe. We're into 2024 now. There's no turning back. We've had some college football fun. We've had some NFL playoff action waiting. And we've had some players acquired. And a Giants made a trade since we last talked to you. So a lot to catch up on, Dwayne. Good morning. How are you?
Hey, morning, Kipe.
Hey, good morning. Good morning, Marcus. Hey, it's an even year.
Okay. I'm in. 24. Yeah. Let's go.
That's a good way to start the year.
Hey, 24 is a pretty special one in San Francisco, right? So.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure there's a more popular number than 24. But yeah, you know what? It's been a lot more quiet than I thought. But you just never know how things can heat up as you get closer to spring training. So, I mean, I have no insight as to what Farhan and his gang is doing, but I don't think that they're finished. And I mean, there's a couple of spots that you have to fill. You know, one is a backup at short. And, those guys are hard to find because you probably are going to have to get somebody that really wants to play all the time. And that's not going to happen if the kid, Laureano, really does his job, and they think he will. So there's still things out there to do, and, the Marcus Stroman thing is still alive. I haven't really heard much about Bellinger or Chapman. I mean, things in that regard have been really quiet, but that's a Scott Boras. I mean, that's kind of his signature where he'll wait until spring training. I think he did that with Harper. And that's good for him, but it's not so good for us being baseball fans. Because we would like to have things a little bit more settled before pitchers and catchers show up in the middle of February. So we'll see what happens.
So since we last talked to you, they made a trade, which was, to me, I was excited. I just wanted to shake up the status quo, right? I mean, 79 wins or whatever it was last year needed to be shaken up. And a guy like a hometown boy that people were rooting for, Mitch Haniger, just didn't, get his chance to get going in San Francisco. He goes back to Seattle. And then DeSclafani, who just had a cursed year. And that clears up a couple spots in the 40-man. They bring in Robbie Ray, which is exciting, except for the fact that he can't pitch until July. What was your analysis of that trade, Kipe? Like, when you saw that, what did you think? You're like, oh, I see what Farhan's doing. What did you think?
Well, first of all, where was Haniger going to get his at-bats? I mean, in my opinion, I would like to see Michael Conforto play every day, whether it's against a lefty or a righty. And people are, the smart people are probably going to tell you that health-wise, maybe he can't do that. But if he does get a lot of the starts against lefties, Haniger is going to he's going to have to get his at-bats as a DH, or he's not going to play. And he's not going to be happy with that. The Giants are not going to be happy with paying a guy that amount of money and not seeing him on the field. So I thought that was addition by subtraction, and not from a standpoint of how he is as a player, but how it took up a roster spot that you need for other people. And the outfield was crowded. DeSclafani, I guess what you have to ask yourself is, which DeSclafani do you have for another year? Do you have the guy that lit things up 2 years ago, or do you have the guy that has been on the IL for a lot? And if you're not really sure and you can get someone else to take that deal, great. And then you just hope that when the All-Star break comes around, that yes, indeed, Robbie Ray will be ready. My first question was, is this Robbie Ray's first Tommy John or second? And if it's his first, I mean, you see guys come back now and they throw better. And it would be hard for him to throw better than what he did a couple of years ago because he was Cy Young. So I think it was a smart gamble, if you want to call it a gamble. But I guess maybe you just should call it maybe a good baseball trade.
Yeah, I mean, listen, like we said, a lot of positives there. It's one of the arguments I made, and believe me, I'm just hoping, is that you only need to be the 6th seed to get into the playoffs. And if Robbie Ray is available in July, there's a really good chance that you're going to be within shouting distance of the 6th seed, because it takes a lot to not be within shouting distance of the 6th seed. So, I mean, I hate that. That's not what you want. You want to be going for the 1 seed. You want to be that team that wins 100 or whatever. But just realistically speaking, Kipe, that he could return to a team in a chance to make the playoffs.
He will. I mean, that's your trading deadline deal. Assuming that you're probably going to make other deals or a deal during the trading deadline. I mean, most teams do. But I mean, if you're Bob Melvin, I think you probably, when you get your spring training team together for the first time, I think your message is, yeah, you know what? We're not going to concede anything to the Dodgers. I mean, that's just not what you do. But then the second message is get to postseason any way you can. If you can't win the West, then get there another way. Because we saw what happened, like one of those 3 years, the Giants were a wild card team. And the D-backs last year were a wild card team. And the Rangers just totally collapsed at the end of the season, and then look what they did the rest of the way. So get to postseason and then see what happens. And do not concede anything to the Dodgers. My take and Mike's take, it would be more fun now to beat them than ever before.
We're coming in with the spikes high. We're coming Jung-Hoo Lee spikes high at Chavez Ravine is my slogan in 2024.
Yeah, I mean, they always play the Dodgers tough one-on-one. So let's cheer on the rest of the league to do the same thing.
Mm-hmm. And Kipe, I wanted to ask you about the kind of obvious situation of both Alex Cobb and Robbie Ray starting the season on the IL. Are the Giants in a position right now, currently with the roster they have, do they have enough pitching depth to have the luxury to be able to wait for 2 guys to return to the rotation midseason?
No, probably not. They probably need another quality starter, and then another guy that could be a swing guy to go both ways. I do think they're pinning their hopes on guys like Keaton Winn, and he showed signs of being, pretty good. He's got a chance to be pretty good. I mean, Tristan Beck showed signs, but there's always, there's a little question mark behind all of them. That's why I think you need another strong starter, a guy that maybe is certainly you'd like to get a number 2, but if you could get a number 3, that would probably ease the pain a little bit in your starting rotation with the 2 guys you talked about on the IL.
Imanaga was the latest Japanese arm to sign elsewhere. He's according to reports, agreed with the Cubs. Was that somebody you were intrigued by / counting on, and were you disappointed?
No, I mean, look, I'm always disappointed to see players that the Giants are interested in when they go someplace else. I think the intriguing part of him is he looks like he's got a chance to be a quality lefty. And, I mean, if you can get your hands on those guys and it doesn't cost you a player, then you have to decide whether you want to spend the money for somebody that's unproven in this league. His numbers are pretty good, in Japan, but, do you take the risk? I mean, the Giants, did that with the young center fielder. So, yeah, I was disappointed, but I'll be disappointed if there isn't a couple additions before spring training. So we'll see what happens. It doesn't have to be him, but I do think it has to be somebody.
Just to another name that's out there. We just had a debate, or we were discussing last segment. What would it take to make you happy? And I said Matt Chapman because I like everyday players and I like good gloves and all that stuff. And so here's I guess this is my question: is the stat WAR, wins above replacement? It's very weird, controversial. It's new age. Some people. He had a really decent WAR last year. Like, he had a 4.4, which would have been the second best on the 2023 Giants. So fans out there are like, no, I don't want him. I'm like, well, if you go by this metric, just one thing, only Logan Webb would have had a higher WAR than him. Where do you come down on all this?
Well, I think Casey Schmidt has a chance to be that type of a player at third. Defensively, he's really, really good. Offensively, he started out, look, no one started out better than he did. And, and all of a sudden, me included, we're going to put this kid in the Hall of Fame. He's on his way. Well, no, he wasn't. The league catches up to you. They don't allow that, unless you're Ronald Acuna Jr., one of those guys. So I think what you have to ask, Murph, is, are you willing to not sign Chapman and take a chance on Casey Schmidt? If he doesn't pan out, then you got J.D. Davis. Or, like you pointed out, get that everyday guy where it's one position you don't have to think about when you come to the ballpark. He's going to play. He's going to play every day. And he's, if you look at his baseball card, he's going to put up some solid numbers. So, I think those are the types of players that you like to have. Bruce Bochy used to say it all the time. He used to talk specifically about Hunter Pence. I know that when I fill out my lineup card, that's the one guy that's going to play every day. And I don't even have to ask him how he feels because, that's who he is. And if you can get two or three of those guys, look, there are some teams that have 5 or 6 of those guys. But, the Giants over the last couple of years have done a lot of platooning and, because that's the types of players they've acquired. But I do think Bob Melvin would like to have a handful of guys that he can just pencil in every day. That's a manager's dream. It really is.
Yeah, and Kipe, I'm actually glad that you brought up Casey Schmidt because in this conversation, we've talked about Matt Chapman and we've also talked about the backup shortstop position. Now, last year we saw the skills that Casey has with the glove, whether it's at third, short, or second base. So heading into the season, wouldn't the viable option for backup shortstop just be Casey Schmidt, or what do you think the game plan is there for the Giants?
Well, Marcus, you have to look at it this way. Your backup may end up being your guy. Mm-hmm. If, Liriano just can't cut it. So now all of a sudden you got a backup that ends up being your everyday shortstop. So that's a little bit risky. I know that talking to Ron Wotus and some of the other coaches, they thought the Fitzgerald kid's best position was short. Huh. And we saw him play center field. He's pretty good in center field. So those are, the types of guys you like to have where if something happens, you got a guy that you can slide in and play short. But then again, you'd like to have someone, not likely it would happen, but someone like Brandon Crawford where you play him all the time. And you're going to get a solid game out of somebody like that every time. So are there shortstops out there that can do that? They're hard to find, but the Giants are going to have to look hard, too.
All right, Kipe, enough of that nonsense. Let's get to the real stuff. Are you going to go to that bar in Clayton to watch your Browns in the playoffs this weekend? When you brought Cole, and he was, wasn't he drinking whiskey at age 2, something like that?
Come on, the Browns backers, man. It was Bernie Kosar and go get him.
Yeah.
No, I'm over the Browns. Some of the moves they've made lately just turned me off.
This Flacco story is kind of one of the better stories in the league. 39 years old man out there. Because, I mean, I know
That's a good story, absolutely.
So, and he's their guy.
And you know what? They got a pretty good defense, but
yeah,
I care about one team.
Yeah,
and they're not on this weekend, and I'm glad. But I'm looking forward to the following weekend.
I read that. I think I saw a stat. It's only the third time in the last 50 years that the Lions and Browns have made the playoffs in the same season.
And the Browns have never even gone to the Super Bowl.
No. Somebody said if the Browns and Lions made the Super Bowl, it would rip a hole in the space-time continuum.
Yeah, I would be a little concerned if that happened, to be honest with you. But anyway, the Lions are good.
Yeah.
They are. But anyway, we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Just go Niners.
Yeah. All right. Well, listen, we're sitting here and just ending this Farhan thing, just kind of torn between, because everybody's upset, Kite. Everybody's really upset, and yet there's still time to make moves. So that's like a weird place to be in. We're in this purgatory.
Yeah, and then a lot of it, like I said before, is agent-driven. Ohtani clogged up the market for a while. Yamamoto clogged it up for a while. And then we thought, well, after that, the floodgates are going to open up, but really hasn't happened. But, we'll see. There is time. And one way or the other, I can't wait to do the first game with John in spring training.
Coming up.
And I'm not a big fan of games that don't count. But sitting there for that first game is special, especially sitting next to him.
Yeah, February 24, everybody. Mark your calendars. So
that's a Saturday against who's it against?
Is it Texas?
Against the Rangers?
I think.
Yeah, I think
you're gonna do the. You're gonna go. We talked about. You're gonna go do the pregame visitors dugout.
That pregame show is so long in spring training.
Like 4 minutes.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, it's you talk for a minute, you take a break. You talk for a minute and a half, you take a break, and then you close out the pregame show.
Just as long as DC doesn't screw it up, you're good. It is. Let's see. I got February. Wait. Yeah. No, it's the Cubs. I'm sorry. The Texas is the next day. It's the Cubs.
Yeah. The next day is Texas.
Yeah.
In their ballpark.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
So
you go
John
Cubbies.
Miles travel.
You're gonna go. Wait. Who did the Cubs fired David Ross and hired? Who'd they hire? Come on, my brain.
Craig
Counsell. That's right.
Going from the Brewers to the Cubs.
That, by the way, in like that little Milwaukee-Chicago corridor, that counts as a controversy. Yeah. It really does. It's like he turned
that one hurts.
Yeah.
I mean, in all honesty, Counsell can keep his house in Milwaukee.
Yeah.
And just drive. You drive right by the farm.
He's a Whitefish Bay kid. Whitefish Bay, Wisconsin, and now he's a Cubs guy. All right, Kai, great stuff. Enjoy the heck out of the non-Niner weekend. Rest up. Watch your Browns. Maybe a little tiny piece of your heart will still be with the orange helmet when they take the field.
A little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit.
All right. Enjoy the heck out of it. We'll talk next Wednesday.
Yep.
There he is, Dwayne Kuiper, every Wednesday at this time. Dude, the text line, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, they're going off, okay? 925. Sounds like the Giants will field a team of platoons and backups and maybes. 747. The Giants currently have a Nation's Burger for $10. Chapman is a bacon burger for $56. I don't understand that one. That doesn't make any sense.
Saying Chapman's an expensive burger.
650 saying, funny how the narrative's changed from, we're definitely going all in and going to get a few pieces to compete, to, let's not concede to the Dodgers and we're grindy. They don't want to hear the spikes high. That's my slogan, by the way. Spikes high in Chavez Ravine.
Yeah, but who spikes is it going to be, Murph? That's the question.
Jung-Hoo Lee.
Yeah.
Did you watch the YouTube video of him?
Of him exploring the ballpark?
Yeah. I know. It's like, 707, J.D. Davis, another guy who was washed up, and now we're counting on him. Just add his name to this pile. I'm over this team. Harsh on J.D. Davis.
It's harsh to J.D. Davis, but I kind of have the same sentiment. Like, we're talking about bringing in a backup shortstop. Like, that's really going to move the needle for the San Francisco Giants, which is an important piece, but that's why I brought up Casey Schmidt in the in-house prospects that you already have. Murph, I either want to see all-stars or I want to see prospects.
Farhan has showed us that he can go bargain shopping. He's picked out the guys from the bottom of the barrel before. Whether we're talking about Yaz having a career revival, we're talking Lamont Jr., J.D. Davis. All these guys are great retooling pieces, but they're not the pieces that you need to compete with the Dodgers.
We've said this forever, that he assembles guys who would be guys who are 7 or 8 hitters or guys who are bench players.
He's great at finding a fourth outfielder,
Exactly. 916 says, I don't hate Farhan, but each signing we miss makes it feel like he's actually a Dodger double agent on a mission to dismantle the Giants from within. I've actually thought about that.
Benedict Farhan, huh?
707 says there's not a chance that Snell, Chapman, or Bellinger want to be in San Francisco. Well, first of all, I disagree. Chapman, having been played in the Bay Area, he's born in California, and his Bob Melvin and Matt Williams connection. And, oh, by the way, if they give him a big fat contract, he'd do it.
Yeah, money talks. And from a pitching perspective, what pitcher doesn't want to pitch at Oracle Park?
209 says Chapman is solid, and he has played for Bowmel, so maybe. 503 says, let's face it, it's going to be another year of 4A ball. The Dodgers are deferring contracts. We're deferring the playoffs. That's a pretty good line.
And everybody else is deferring San Francisco.
There we go. 408 says, if Waterboy is done with the Giants, how does he feel about the Yankees? Who said you were done with the Giants?
Yeah, I didn't say I was done with them. I'm just upset right now.
747 says, what I was saying with my Nation's text was, I'm saying Chapman is definitely an upgrade, but he's not worth all that money. I don't worry about the money. They got money. 707 says, don't worry, guys. Backup catcher Tom Murphy is the straw that stirs the drink.
No.
All right.
The straw.
925 says, nobody's buying what Farhan is selling. Well, that's kind of evident, other than Jung-Hoo Lee. What did Jung-Hoo Lee see? Other than 6 years, $113 million, right?
Yeah, more money than anybody else offered him.
707 says, Chapman reminds me too much of Longo, a player on the downside of his career. They should just go with just the young guys. We've had this debate before, so I'm going to go over this. What was Evan Longoria wasn't 30 when he came here, was he?
Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, he must have been in his 30s.
I know, but I'm saying I thought he was older than that. Let me check it out here. And when he came to San Francisco, Evan Longoria was 32.
Yeah.
So that's 2 years younger Chapman would be. 2 years younger. And, Longoria, that first year he just did not perform.
Yeah, and you gave him a 5-year contract, was it?
Different little bit deal, because Longoria was a lifetime American League Tampa Bay Ray who definitely was jarred by coming to the new league and the new environment and everything. Whereas Chapman, there's familiarity. Correct. I just feel like that stuff matters. Longoria did say, his first year, he felt like a fish out of water. He was like the lifetime. He's like the face of the Ray. He's like the ultimate Tampa Bay Ray.
He's Mr. Ray, yeah.
Is he the greatest Tampa Bay Ray of all time?
I think so, unless you're considering Wade Boggs, which doesn't really count.
Then his next
year. Hall of Fame as a Ray.
Also, by the way, Longoria battled injuries. He only played, his last 4 years, he never played more than 100 games with the Giants. Yeah. So, Chapman is more of an everyday guy. He doesn't have that injury history.
But also, we've seen Farhan be reluctant to sign any free agent 30 or older. He has not handed out these long-term contracts, really to anybody. Jung-Hoo Lee's the longest contract he's handed out, but he's 25 years old.
415 says Chapman is Belt 2.0. I don't know what's up with that. Have you guys seen? It's been floated out there on various sites. Re-signing Brandon Belt.
We're gonna do this again. We're gonna bring back the Belt Wars.
Not that bad. 707 says Chapman is not Longo. You're not a smart fan if you're saying that. 408 says whiny ass Giants fans just making me to prepare to enjoy this team like I enjoyed the 06 Giants. That's a deep pull. 408. 06 was not a banner year. 06, 07, 08, 09 is not great here. 925 says the Giants' lack of making bigger moves is only going to put more pressure on the young guys and Lee, and the fan base is going to expect them to save the day, and that's an unfair expectation. 650 says, if only there was a history of former Padre managers being successful in San Francisco.
Listen.
209 says, we need Hunter Pence to make us believe. Maybe that is Jung-Hoo Lee. Could be. Multiple people saying war. What is it good for? I got you. And by the way, that war, you go down the war thing, it's intriguing because it is the number 2 guy in war for the Giants last year was Lamont Wade Jr. And that might speak more to the team than anything else, right?
It speaks more to the formula of war.
Yeah, well, yeah. Oof. Like I said, when it helps your argument, you use it.
Of course.
When it doesn't help your argument, you don't use that. 408 says Giants free agent is like a wish sandwich. 831 says this will be year 3. I'm not going to a game. I'm not spending money on this product. 925 says, like it or not, the Giants are in shambles. Wow.
Wow.
I'm telling you
a lot
guys.
of negativity on the Golden State Lemon Building.
There's a lot out there, too.
Oh, man. By the way, Murph, I noticed you skipped one text. I want to give a shout out to the 747. That text simply says, Marcus was right.
For sure.
I don't know what he's talking about, but I wanted to give him some credit.
Very, very good, man. 7559 said, the Farhan era will go down as the dark years. Other than that, good morning, everybody. Hey,
happy hump day.
Let's grab a donut and some coffee. Have a great Wednesday. Man, I did not expect to go down that dark hole, but we're just trying to serve the listeners, give y'all what you want.
The Giants, fun.
Anyway, that's done. That's out. We're going into Draymond Green and the big hit.
Giants.
Yeah, the Warriors are playing tonight at 5:30 against the New Orleans Pelicans. ABC putting them on a weird time. So we'll get into what did Draymond Green say. 808 KNBR is a phone number. Are you guys buying what Draymond is selling? Are you holding out hope that he can come save the season? Or are you hearing those words and getting disgusted? You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Can Draymond turn it around? Can a person change? Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Let's go, San Francisco. Let's go, Giants.
San Rafael, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Rafael's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Steve Kerr stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes for his weekly hit to discuss the return of Draymond Green. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
Hold it now. This is the big hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Monk, got him a wild floater, easy rebound step. Their bodies laying everywhere. Draymond and Sabonis. Draymond got a technical foul. He stepped on Sabonis and got a tee. Draymond will say he's just trying to run back, but from here it didn't look very good. And an offensive foul called on Draymond Green, who throws the ball at Mark Hogan, and that's got to be a technical. He's gone. See you later, Draymond Green. Great sportsmanship as always. You're such a role model for youngsters in the crowd. Thompson and McDaniels, what is going on with that? Wow. You've got a full-on fracas going on. Draymond came in to defend Clay. This got out of hand very quickly. Look at Gobert gets in there. Draymond's got him in a headlock. There's a lot happening here. Fields just picked up his third foul. And now Green runs over Nurkic, and he'll be called for the foul. And they're going to take a look at this. See Jason Goebel indicating they will go to the monitor here. Nurkic is down in a heap. Green just plows right over Nurkic. Oh, man.
Well, that's going to be a flagrant.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. What a package. Boy, it sounds bad when you string it all together. So welcome back, Draymond Green. He had his press conference yesterday, 36, 37 minutes, depending on your timer. And he said a lot of things, but I ask you as a missing persons ask, what are words for when no one listens anymore? They say, Waterboy, talk is cheap. But that's all we have right now. That's all we can go on. And whether you analyze body language or word choice or contrition level, that's where we're at with Draymond Green until he gets back on the court, which we hope is sooner rather than later. They go to Chicago Friday. Will he be back then? They played tonight. It seemed evident, I think, from Steve Kerr yesterday on Tolbert and Copes. I don't think he's playing tonight, although I'd put him out there, tell you the truth.
I mean, what do you have to lose?
Well, I guess maybe
there's
get him injured.
Maybe.
If his muscles aren't ready. Celebrini runs a tight ship, man. They said Celebrini, Steve Kerr was saying he's going to listen entirely to Celebrini. But listen, so here we go again. We've done this a lot, okay? What's next with Draymond Green? 808 KNBR is the phone number on the big hit. We'll take your calls. I know there's a lot of people. There's a lot of, this one turned. I sensed a lot of people. I don't want to say we're done with Draymond, but some people were done with Draymond. And guys, I got news for you. He just signed a 4-year, $100 million deal. Yeah. He's not in the last year of a contract.
Yeah, Payday ain't leaving anytime soon.
No.
Unless he wants to retire, Murph, of course.
And walk away from that money.
He ain't doing that.
So I've had a complex relationship with Draymond Green. There was a time I said he was my all-time favorite Warrior. Rick Barry, Bernard King, World B. Free, Chris Mullin. I still chose Draymond. I just loved the way he played. I would tell my kids in CYO and in youth basketball in 2012, 13, 14, play like Draymond. Play like him.
Yeah, you still sending those same messages?
You cannot say that anymore.
No.
You cannot say that. You just heard that broadcaster say, nice message for the kids. So a positive message for the kids, Waterboy.
Now, where is your overall love and passion for Draymond Green currently then?
It's complex. That's what I was getting to here. And that is, I'm definitely willing to welcome him back with open arms. I am.
Of course.
There's just too much good. Freaking 4 championships, guys. That's a big deal. That's a gigantic deal. And he's one of their best players, and he's their best defensive player. And I am not happy with the behavior. I was very upset to Gobert. Remember, we talked about it on the show. I was like, bro, what's going on? That was a little much. And then the Nurkic is like, bro, what is going on here? He even had the one with that we don't even talk about with the Donovan Mitchell where he got double teed, and that's when he sent out the tweet, right back at it like an addict.
Yeah, your favorite tweet.
So he literally wrote in November, right back at it like an addict.
And guess what? He got back to it.
And so, but now it's January 10. And you're talking about a guy, now you're going to change. You're going to change that much from right back at it like an addict to January 10?
You sure about that?
Well, that's where we're at, guys. That's where we're at.
I don't know.
Let's get into what he had to say today. Guys, let's jump down, Tony, to cut F, as in Fred, because it's the part about the antics and the leopard. Here he is addressing it.
I've always said before, I know how to be me a lot better than I can be anyone else. But in saying that, can I accept the fact that my antics has been over the top? Of course. Can I remove those? Am I capable of removing those? Of course.
Okay, he says he can. Actually, the prior cut was what I was looking for, cut E, as in Edgar here, on the antics and the leopard. Here it is.
I'm very confident I can remove the antics. And I'm very confident if I do remove the antics, no one's worried about how I play the game of basketball. You know, nobody's worried about how I carry myself in the game of basketball, but it's the antics. And so that's my focus. You know, it's not on changing who I am completely. Like, you don't change the spots on the leopard. Like, it's just not going to happen. And I'm not going to try to set some unrealistic expectation of like, who's this person going to be? Like, it's not real, and that's not sustainable.
Okay, so here it is. 808, here, the big hit. Can a person change? 808 came. Let's go existential. Can a person change? Marcus, have you changed, my friend?
People can change, but the bigger question is, do people want to change? And I think that's the question with Draymond Green. Can he change? The answer is yes. Does he want to change? I don't think he does, because he's talking about these antics. These are the same antics that cost the Warriors their 5th NBA title, going back to when he hit LeBron in the no-no area.
Yeah.
Like, we've seen these antics for years and years and years. So my bigger question is, what's the motivation for Draymond to change? He's already got 4 NBA titles, just got a $100 million 4-year extension this offseason, got Jordan Poole off the roster. Like, what's the motivation? What's going to make Draymond Green want to change at this point of his career?
Well, he's trying to win a championship. He's trying to be a great teammate. He's trying to earn his contract. There's motivation for sure. I mean, doesn't he want to be a champion again? Doesn't he want to win basketball games?
True, but he's also already checked those boxes.
Well, no, he's got to win more. I always want more, buddy. Tom Brady checked a lot of boxes.
I guess you're right. It comes down to Draymond Green's legacy, but when he keeps on piling up these antics and antics and antics, I definitely think that his legacy, big picture overall, has taken a hit over the last couple of months.
Without question. So my question is, can he change? And the answer is we only will. It's not, I don't think it's that big of an ask for him to change. I'm going to tell a really stupid story, but this is what I do. Mm-hmm. And it's so stupid, but I'm telling it, hopefully somebody get a small chuckle out of this, all right?
All right.
So I do a lot of youth sports coaching, right? Mm-hmm. And hopefully there's people out there can relate to this. And there's this one ref, bro, who just doesn't dig your boy.
Ooh, and you've got your own personal Scott Foster?
By the way, the feeling is mutual. Like, we're talking, dude, those crazy 6th grade, 5th grade, 4th grade. It shouldn't even matter. But there's, like, legit beef. This is hilarious. I told you it's hilarious, right? I'm not trying to say this is serious. But the point of the matter is, he walked into the gym yesterday, okay? And I knew that, I was like, oh boy. And parents know, and everybody knows, they're like, oh, it's on. So this is small. So I promised myself, don't fall for it. Don't do it. And I behaved.
So if Murph can do it, Draymond can do it.
That's the story.
That's the big picture message we're sending.
I told you.
If Murph can change, Draymond can change.
I told you it's stupid, but hopefully she got a chuckle out of it. I just sent you something, Tony, that speaks to that, right? Okay, not yet. All right, let's go to the phones. Redwood Forest and Redwood City. I kind of like that. Redwood Forest in Redwood City. Hey, Redwood Forest, good morning. How are you?
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm great, man. I'm great. I'm tired of these antics. In my opinion, because I've been watching the Warriors since they played in the Cal Palace. Draymond Green either has to play mean, but play clean, go away. He used to be quite an asset. He's becoming a liability. And you have to ask the commissioner of basketball, get advice from him to stay in the league and not quit. You lost your heart. So it's time to become an asset, stop being a liability, or take his asset and go away.
I got you, Redwood Forest. I hear you, buddy. I hear you. I can't argue anything you're saying. The guy's on thin ice. He really is. And I appreciate the call, man. And that's how I'm feeling. I'm telling you, a lot of fans. I mean, I don't want to say Draymond's on Farhan level, but
no, not yet.
Well, guys, if we're looking for, I told you, like I had, we're talking about change. 808 KNBR existential, can a person change? Mm-hmm. I believe none other than Sylvester Stallone took to the celluloid big screen and told us this.
If I can change,
Я думаю, что каждый тоже изменился сегодня.
And you can change.
Вы можете измениться.
Everybody can change.
Каждый может измениться.
Did you see Rocky IV?
No, I did not.
Oh, you didn't?
I skipped Rocky IV.
Oh, Rocky IV was Ivan Drago, and the big deal was it was a Cold War. It was the U.S. against the Soviet Union, and we're going to blow each other up. We're going to drop nuclear bombs. But they came to a peaceful resolution at the end, and that he learned to appreciate the Russian, and the Russian learned to appreciate him in this classic speech.
If I can change.
Translator.
Я думаю, что каждый тоже изменится.
Because this is in Moscow.
You can change.
Вы можете измениться.
Everybody can change.
Каждый может измениться.
I think literally they should play that for Draymond before he comes back on the big screen at Chase. Everybody could change. So, hey, if Rocky says it's true, then it's got to be true, right?
Yeah, I guess so, Murph.
Unlike Redwood Forest, I'm telling you, I got to tell you guys, as a Rocky head, and I am a Rocky head, like, dude, Creed, I was crying like a baby in the final scene when Creed walks him up the steps of the art museum. I was just like, dude. But dude, even Rocky IV, I was like, bro, no, this ain't happening. Rocky IV was terrible. And when it came to that final scene, I was like, dude, come on, that's the cheesiest line in Rocky history. And yet here I am, all these years later, asking young Tony to say, hey, Draymond, everybody
can change.
Very good, Tony.
There it is. Get that message to Raymond Ritter. Have it on the big screen tonight.
Steve in Hayward is next up at the big hit 808 KNBR. Steve, good morning. You're on KNBR, man.
Murph, Marcus, you guys are the bomb. I listen to you guys every morning when I'm shoeing horses.
Shoeing horses, nice.
Anyway,
all right.
Yeah, I'm a horse shoer. Anyway, I knew Sam Spear and the whole crew. Anyway, I just want to ask you a question. Bill Laimbeer was a dirty player, one of the worst. And you had Dennis Rodman. I mean, it goes on and on. There's so many guys out there that were dirty players. And I'm asking you and Murph and Marcus, I'm asking, Draymond is a really smart man. His intelligence is amazing with the game. And I'm asking you guys, I wonder if Draymond has thought, or the team, that he could use this to his advantage, and if he could mind and keep his brain intact, that other players may try to egg him on, and perhaps could get other players ejected and work to the advantage of the Warriors. That's my question, and I'll take it off the air. And listen, I really appreciate you guys. Thanks so much, man.
I appreciate it, Steve. Keep shoeing those horses, by the way.
Oh, hell yeah. And anybody who's a friend of Sam Spear is a friend of ours,
Double
Murph.
tap to the heart, point to the sky forever. So, I'm sorry, would I hear his question correctly? He say that opponents are going to try to egg Draymond on. Is that right?
Yeah, but they've already been doing that to Draymond.
Is that what the question was? I mean, they will. You know it. I mean, that's going to be on the grease board. Hey, run Steph off the three-point line, drive the ball at Dario Saric, and poke the bear.
Like, if I'm any NBA player coming into Chase Center to play the Warriors, I'm putting on my best Max Crosby impersonation.
Yeah.
Like the way that Max Crosby rattles quarterbacks and punches Patrick Mahomes and pulls on their sleeves and stuff like that. That's what I'm doing to Draymond
And I
Green.
think that, quite frankly, that's within the bound. Gamesmanship is part of the deal.
That's fair game.
Shimmy in Redwood City. Shimmy, good morning. You're on KNBR.
Listen to you every morning. Hey, my thing is with Draymond, the antics. Yeah, maybe even if he changes those, the other thing he has to change is the way he's been playing the game lately this year. All the turnovers. And the thing that nobody seems to talk about that I don't like is that I feel like as soon as he steps on the court, the refs are going against us so much harder with the fouls and everything else, and it just hurts everybody else. So he's going to have to not just change that in his play, but how the refs impact the game when he's on the court. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. So you're saying, it's funny when the Warriors, and thanks for the call, Shimmy. I appreciate it, man. The Warriors, when he's on the court, they're still a 500 team. But there's no denying that they are a better defensive team when he's on the court. So I understand Shimmy's saying he's not playing maybe at his peak level here. I'm looking at his stats. His player efficiency rating right now is 14.9. The league average is 15. So he's playing average basketball in his career. But the bottom line is, you're asking me, do you want him back or you want him back 1,000%? Is he going to play better? That's what we're going to see.
He makes the team better, whether it's what he's able to do defensively. I mean, we're talking about a guy that was runner-up for Defensive Player of the Year last year, and then look how stagnant the offense has looked just in the last game without both Draymond and Chris Paul. They need a facilitator on offense. But to Shimmy's point, it's already a big emphasis that the Warriors, Draymond Green, and even Steve Kerr talked about yesterday, they want to keep Draymond Green away from the referees because he's always talking all game long, whether it's the players or a lot of times of the refs. If you just cut down those conversations, then you cut down the technicals, then you cut down the flagrants, then hopefully that is a part of the solution for Draymond.
So I'm going to his advanced metrics. If you go by the offensive rating and defensive rating, which people use, offensively, he's having his best year. He's at 121. Defensively, he's actually having his worst.
I was going to say, offensively, he was actually having one of his better years shooting from behind the three-point line.
But actually, to the point of Shimmy, defensive rating is the worst of his career right now. But that, again, this is early days.
Yeah, exactly. I also saw the Warriors square up against Nikola Jokic, and I would prefer to have Draymond Green on the court for that.
Let's go out to John in San Rafael. Good old San Rafael. John, good morning. How are you, man?
Good morning, fellas. Thanks for the call. I'd have to reflect on Draymond. He's kind of a clown, but he's our clown. And the antics, he just turned this whole thing into kind of this self-serving, woe is me, right? I went to Adam Silver, and I almost retired. I cried with Kerr, and then he turns KD kind of into the enemy, right? Mm-hmm. How could he say that about me? Mm-hmm. And it just strikes me, it's a great word for it, sophomoric, right? It's just sophomoric.
John, I hear you, buddy, and thanks for the call. And so count you among the many who are running. Your patience is running low, and it maybe is done. Guys, we still remember the famous incident where Steve Kerr was caught on film saying, "I'm so sick of Draymond's S."
Yeah.
Right. So, listen, sports history is littered with players and personality. Dude, can I introduce you to a left fielder from Sarah High School who hit 762 home runs? I mean, dude, that's a guy. People walked in the locker room. They didn't like him.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't.
Mm-hmm.
He performed. But Draymond right now, in a chemistry game like basketball, yeah, he's got a lot of proving to do, man.
But that's always been the thing. It's never seemed like, well, I should maybe walk that back a little bit because there were chemistry issues with him and Jordan Poole. But overall, with the core three, with the main guys, with Andre Iguodala, there's never been a chemistry issue on the team outside of the Jordan Poole incident, which I know is pretty glaring. But we're talking about Draymond Green like he's some type of evil person, like he's a bad guy. He needs to go to therapy. No, he had a couple incidents on the court where he melts down. Now, he's done his time in and time again, but I don't think this makes Draymond Green a bad person. No. And to our caller's point,
he has impulse control. He's a temper problem. Yeah, exactly. An anger management problem.
But that's also what makes Draymond Green the type of player that he is. It's in his DNA. But our caller referred to him as a clown, like he's our clown. He's the perfect type of player that you want on your team and the player that you hate playing against.
What is interesting, though, is his public approval rating with Warriors fans, in my estimation, is an all-time low right now. Gary in Placerville, up in Placerville, old Hangtown. Gary, what's up, man? How are you?
I hang with you every morning.
What's up, Gary? What do you got?
Hey, I was a facilitator at men's Men Against Men's Violence in Santa Fe, a division of the Men of Women's Services. And Draymond Green, to me, I think I could help him because he's a classic case of learning that expectation of dominance over other people at a very early age and expecting services from them and expecting them to do what he wants, which is a different thing than competition versus being controlling. Mm-hmm. And if he learned to change his controlling behavior to competitive behavior, he'd be better off.
Gary, it sounds like you got some experience there, man. Well, Gary, here's my thing. Theoretically, the counseling that he just underwent hopefully addressed the kind of stuff that you're saying right now. Like he theoretically went to now, in your experience, Gary, can that happen in a short time, like 3 weeks or a month?
It took me a year.
Okay, yeah.
And most of the men that went through the program went through it for a year.
Yeah.
Court mandated 6 months.
See, it might be too soon. But Gary, I like the call, man. I appreciate it. We got to get to some more. But thanks for that. I mean, that's serious talk. That's like serious counseling talk right there. Like, and that's, if anybody's been through anger management, or we've had some people on the text line say they've been through it. They say it's hard. Mm-hmm. It's hard, man. It's hard to change. So,
and it comes down to the person buying in. That's the key.
Gary, thanks, Gary, for the call. Appreciate it. Draymond had an interesting quote. I don't think we've had this one yet, but he said one of the things he noticed was that when he was not going to basketball practice, he wasn't as stressed out. He said, this job is more stressful than people think. Interesting. So maybe as he's getting older, he's getting more stressed. Some people, as they get older, they mellow. Maybe it's wearing on him more. I don't know. Just something to think about. He mentioned it. Let's go to Connor in Dublin. So that's the second time this week, Connor. I always notice it because Irish first name, Irish city. Connor, good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
What's up, man?
Hey, so I'm going to go really out on this. I'm going to get real philosophical. I'm just thinking, I think Draymond Green is preventing himself from changing. I think his mindset on life is questionable in a sense that, I think he plays basketball for the wrong and right reasons. And I think he really just, I think he needs to just learn how to, compensate for, just those factors outside of, people saying things, and he needs to just learn how to calm down.
Yeah, I hear you, Connor. He does.
Breathing exercises.
Breathing exercises sound good to me. Connor, thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, breathing exercises. What were you ever doing?
Oh, yeah, you got to go deep in your breathing exercises.
See J.J. McCarthy meditate before a college football championship. Maybe Draymond should start doing that.
Murph, we saw last year it wasn't working out for the San Francisco Giants. Their pregame meditation circles.
And all the barefoot stuff.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? There's the barefoot stuff, and then there's can you hit the ball over the fence?
Oh, we got jogging barefoot out in Coors Field, hanging out in the mountains and the trees.
I'm walking barefoot, but I went 0 for 4. Is it called Row in San Diego? I love San Diego. We got calls from San Diego, America's finest city. Row, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Murph. I just wanted to comment on the fact that I went through the same thing. I'm an Indiana alum, so welcome to the Big Ten. But the same thing happened with Bob Knight. When he choked out Neil Reed, the university put him on that zero tolerance policy. So basically, anything that happened to him, any kind of transgression that he went through during that zero tolerance policy, he was going to get fired. So you would think that given that he would lose that kind of a high-profile job, he would temper his action. And he couldn't do it. And all it took was somebody just going, hey, Knight. And then he flipped his lid and he was fired, 6 months later. So I'm saying how I relate that to Draymond, I don't think it's going to happen. I think somebody's going to say something. Rudy's going to pop off something short and easy, and then it's just going to happen all over again, and we're going to be wondering what's next.
Ro, that's a pretty good call, and you're coming from a place where you saw it happen with Bobby Knight. It's a true story. With Bobby Knight, though, it was more like the game, like the generations changed in his style, which worked in the 70s and 80s. Like, he was abusive in the 70s and 80s, just nobody made a big deal about it. And then the 90s came and things started to change, and he was like, I'm not changing. So that was more of, I think, a generational thing, whereas Draymond's is sort of more just, I got to just control it on the court. But, Ro, thanks for the call, and thanks for the welcome to the Big Ten, too. I appreciate that.
Yeah, but we've heard that, I'm not going to say argument, but we've seen that perspective before from guys like Charles Barkley and Shaquille O'Neal. Like, Shaq's defended Draymond before, like, oh, yeah, this would have been no big deal back in the day. Like, we're talking about like the Jordan rules, the style of basketball in the 80s and 90s. A lot of the stuff that Draymond does would have just been seen as just another incident for Draymond Green.
I know that's all very true. Hey, by the way, listen, we appreciate all our callers, but I just want to say that, Connor was particularly chill. And 510 gets the text of the day, said Connor sounded like he was talking to Jake from State Farm. That's pretty good text there, buddy. Pretty good text.
Yeah, I've been smoking some pot.
I think that's it. We're going to draw the curtain on the big hit, asking the existential question, can a person change? And we're just going to watch it unfold before our eyes. I am going to give him the benefit of the doubt because I'm a Warrior fan. And Draymond has done so much. I am not happy, and I've written about it, and we talked about it. I'm not happy, but I'm going to welcome him back and give him the benefit of the doubt. Probably more so than some of you all. Some of you all are sick of him. I'm giving him a little wider berth. But believe me, we're watching. We got eyes. We got eyes. All right. Thank you guys for your calls on the big hit. Cooler of Content's always fun and funny. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
It's a complete crap.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Greg Cosell stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to preview this weekend's wild card round in the NFL playoffs. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the Cooler.
You are not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, ye old cooler of content. We got to start right at the top, baby. Did you guys see the Lakers-Raptors game last night? Happened late last night. And I confess I was not paying a ton of attention. I did, on my bed scroll right before I went to bed, did see that it was like people were tweeting about, good game in L.A. I don't care.
Oh, you got to stay away from that bed scroll, Murph.
That's what the Niners do.
That's what Brock Purdy's telling us to do.
He says like an hour before bedtime, no more screens, all that stuff. That's a big ask.
Does that mean no TV too?
Yeah.
I'm big on falling asleep with the TV on.
Yeah, and look at you. You're not rested. You have bags under your eyes.
Look at me, Murph.
Tossing and turning.
What's going on in my life?
But what happened was the Lakers beat the Raptors by 1 point, like 132, 131, or 133, 132. I don't have the score in front of me. And the free throw thing was a joke. Fourth quarter, the Lakers shot 23 free throws. Toronto shot 2.
That's unacceptable.
Come on, bro.
Like, I know Steve Kerr was mad on Christmas about Jokic shooting 18 free throws, I believe it was, for the Denver Nuggets, but this is even to another level.
Well, I'm thankful it happened because it gave us Toronto Raptor head coach Darko Rajakovic.
Yeah, our guy Donnie Darko.
He's a Serbian man coaching in Canada who's playing games in the United States, and he's bringing a pretty solid grasp of the English language, given that he was born and raised in Serbia, for a rant. Like, you can't drop me in Serbia, and I can't go on a rant to the media. But he didn't want to hear it. So we'll start with cut A. Toronto Raptors head coach Darko Rajakovic did not like the free throw disparity.
Thank you, Doug. That's outrageous. What happened tonight? This is completely BS. This is shame. Shame for the referees, shame for the league to allow this. 23 free throws for them, and we get 2 free throws in the fourth quarter. Like, how to play the game. I understand respect for all stars and all that, but we have star players on our team as well. How's possible that Scotty Barnes, who is all-star caliber player in this league, he goes every single time to the rim with force and trying to get to the rim without flopping and not trying to get foul calls. He gets 2 free throws for the whole game. How's that possible? How are you going to explain that to me? They had to win tonight? If that's the case, just let us know so we don't show up for the game. Just give them a win. But that was not fair tonight. And this is not happening first time for us. Scotty Barnes is going to be all-star. He's going to be the face of this league. And what's happening over here during whole season, I've been calling it back, it's a complete crap.
Boom! Rant of the year, 2024, lock it up. Lock it up, man. It's January 10, and we already have the rant of the year. The accent is magnetic and compelling. The rage is real.
The emphasis on Scotty Barnes. We're talking about Scotty Barnes.
How's possible as Scotty Barnes?
Well, give me the one. Scotty Barnes will be an all-star in this league.
Scotty Barnes will be the face of the league, Murph.
Here it is.
Who is all-star caliber player in this league?
So, oh no, but I thought he said. Anyway, the point is also he also dropped a little NBA conspiracy too. If you're going to give them the win, just give them the win. We won't show up. He dropped that late. He went NFL script.
See, I like that, but I think, Murph, my favorite part is the shame he's talking about.
Oh, man.
Now, I don't know. Were you a Game of Thrones guy?
No, I know, but I'm familiar with the whole thing where they say shame.
I need Darko with the bell. Shame.
He goes every single time to the rim with force.
I mean,
unbelievable.
That guy's my guy.
Yeah.
I got to ride with Darko, man. I mean, that's a name that has been
complete crap.
Well, that's incredible, right?
I mean, you can use that for anything, Murph.
That's a name that in NBA history, Darko Milicic is known as the guy, who was the big flop in the draft when the Pistons took him. And help me out now. Who was the other pick that were not being? Was it LeBron?
Was that the LeBron Carmelo year? Yeah, because it went LeBron. I think Darko went 2, and then it was Melo, and D Wade was also in that draft, I believe.
And it became like people named their blogs like Free Darko and things like that. Like
Chris
that became.
Bosh, he was in that draft.
Yeah, 2003. It was the 2003 draft. He went second to the Pistons. So Darko has always been a name that has been inspired punchlines around the league. Now we got a new Darko.
Ooh.
My guy Darko Rajakovic, the head coach of the Toronto Raptors. We ain't done.
By the way, I nailed that top 5. LeBron, Darko, Melo, Bosh, Dwayne Wade.
Yeah, and they went with Darko.
What a draft
Scotty Barnes is going to be all-star. He's going to be the face of this league.
That's what
what's happening over here during whole season, I've been calling it back. It's a complete crap.
Yeah, it's everything about it. And the language difference in Serbia and the U.S. where they don't say the, like the way it translates in them. He says during whole season. That's like the key to the whole thing, isn't it? Like, and if we went over there, we'd have the same speech impediment or whatever.
100%.
But that's something that always makes it. Like if you're going to imitate a Russian guy, like whatever you always say, during whole season. I'm trying to wait till he gets it. Don't worry about it. If you don't have it, let's cut to the next cut because he ain't done.
Oh, look, there's more.
Yes, more Darko. Free Darko.
Getting any explanations at all? That offensive foul, did you see get any explanation?
No, there is no explanation. They just come up there, they review and they see what they want to see. They don't want to hear us what we got to say. They don't want to hear the players. They don't just want to protect us. Over the game, they got 36 free throws, 23 free throws in the fourth quarter. What are we talking about? How are we supposed to play?
I'm telling you, I can't go get my Raptors gear. This is the rage I'm looking for to get me through a morning.
Murph, and I got to give a shout out to the 209 who had a great text. They're saying that our guy Darko sounds exactly like Gru from the Minions.
Okay. We also have Malkovich from Rounders hanging around. We also have the goalie from Slapshot. Okay. You go to the box, you feel shame. All these are hearing him, and there's something compelling about this Serbian accent. Another one here. I guess there's a long pause and a thank you here at the end here.
This a one-off, or do you feel this has been happening to your team a lot throughout the season?
It's happening a lot, but I'm telling our guys, be professional, keep fighting, keep going for the next one. But until when? For how long? Thank you.
By the way, 925 says saying Scotty Barnes could be the face of the NBA is wild.
I was going to say, I was down with Darko until he told me Scotty Barnes was going to be the face of the league.
But I will tell you that, didn't he finish top 2 or 3 in the Rookie of the Year voting?
Scotty Barnes is a good player,
Yeah,
but I don't know if he's going to be face of the league.
Scotty Barnes is going to be all-star. He's going to be the face of this league.
Is it cool for me to say this? 650 says this is giving
Raptors,
me PTSD of my Croatian father-in-law yelling at me.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Says that. A little too personal there.
It's a little too close to home.
Oh, my God. Oh, wow. Thank you, Darko. Go Raptors. Oh, dude, this is a guy. I'll tell you what. Darko had his boys ready Sunday night.
Oh, Darko's boys weren't playing around.
They ran the Warriors out of the gym. Darko's like, tonight we go crush Steph.
We bring shame to the Warriors.
Draymond, no antics from Draymond tonight. I mean, my God, that's incredible.
Draymond Green, that's a lot of crap.
We are Globetrotters. They are Washington Generals.
But we have star players on our team as well.
This is my guy.
How's possible is Scotty Barnes?
Scotty, this is my guy. Ride with the Raptors. We the North. Hey, and now we got to finish up on today is January 10. Come on, man. Come on. Why don't we play them? Why don't we start? I don't know. Either. It doesn't matter. Either one. Whichever one you have right there. It's January 10, kids. Please take a moment and enjoy.
Running backs are split behind Montana. 3rd and 3. He has the ball. Montana rolling out the right, looking toward the end zone, throwing under pressure, throws his pass. Caught by Clark. Clark got a touchdown. Dwight Clark has it. It's a touchdown for the 49ers. Put the 49ers into a tie ball game.
This is going to be hard for me, man. I tell you why, I'm literally tearing up right now. Because it's bringing back everything. It's bringing back everything. Oh, man, what a time. Probably the greatest moment in San Francisco sports history.
Wow.
Even better than the Super Bowls.
Wow.
And Vin Scully, of all the people, Dodger. But he crushes it.
Like a pro.
On CBS.
About 6, Don Landry is 6 yards away from his 6th Super Bowl. And of course, for the upstart 49ers, they're 6 yards away from Pontiac. 3rd and 3. Montana looking, throwing in the end zone. Caught it! Dwight Clark! It's a madhouse at Candlestick. With 51 seconds left, Dwight Clark is 6'4". He stands about 10 feet tall in this crowd's estimation.
Oh, man.
Legendary.
Forgive me while I have a cry, please. And it's a happy cry, man. First of all, rest in peace, Dwight. Second of all, Joe. Third of all y'all at Candlestick Park, including a young Tom Brady. Oh, man. That sound. It was the most organic sound. January 10, everybody. 42 years ago.
This date in 49er history.
So there you go. That's a pretty good cooler content. If we go from Raptors coach Darko Rajakovic to Vin Scully and Don Klein. We'll call it a cooler, call it a power hour, and we'll call it the Murph and Marcus Show. And Mike Silver at 9:15 and Dante Whitner at 9:35 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
It's a complete crap.
Amici's, East Coast Pizzeria. It's, hey, football's coming up, man. Could be a time to get your pizza delivered, right? And we want it delivered by Amici's, not by the mega delivery apps. They add on a hefty delivery charge. It's not the people who made the pizza. When you order direct from Amici's, it's the people who made the pizza. Prompt, courteous, professional, delivered faster, and for less money. Amici's, East Coast Pizzeria, the best. Best pizza, East Coast style pizzas. Pastas, salads, and flame-roasted chicken wings. Those wings are good across the Bay Area for more than 35 years. We carefully pack them in insulated bags, keep them fresh and hot, delivered by well-trained and professional staff. So order your Amici's favorites direct from Amici's.com. That's AMICIS.com. Or use their app and get your order delivered in less time and for less money and using one of the mega delivery companies. So when you want the best pizza in town faster and at the best price, order direct. Because of 2 words, baby, Amici's delivers.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
There's a huge sense of urgency, and I pushed it like crazy today, and I'm going to push it like crazy every day until I can get back on the floor. Because, number one, I think it's also important for these guys to know and understand that, I'm not approaching this like I'm going to just take my time and get back when I can. I'm going to do all that I can to meet the requirements that I have to meet with our performance group in order to get back on the court. And I'm trying to do that as fast as I can. Whatever work that requires, that's what I'll do.
All right, there he is, Draymond Green, and let's spend a couple minutes on this here before we get into the Niners. By the way, these karaoke versions that you play, changes sounds odd in a karaoke version. I love the song and love the idea, can Draymond change? But this one, I think we go straight Bowie. We got to go straight Bowie next time.
Yeah, I was going to say, you either got to go instrumental or you got to go with their original, Young Tony.
So you got to coach this kid up?
Yeah, I mean, unless he wants like us to start doing karaoke live on air.
I just almost like right now, just to cleanse my palate, I just need the real one right now. Just for my head, for everybody's head, give me some Bowie. Mm-hmm. It's for Draymond.
And like usually a rule of thumb, classic rock and stuff like that, we play the lyrics. The rap stuff, you got to go instrumentals.
But no, I just need a little thin white Duke right now. Yeah. A little thin white Duke, and then that'll be good for my head, cleanse my palate, and then we can move on. Okay, here we go. There we go. Now, my palate is cleansed, all right? Or should we go all the way to the chorus? Ch-ch-ch. Yes. Now, would you know this?
Oh, of course, Murph.
Okay.
This is pop culture, like 101 right here.
Hey, man. I always tell this story about what a dork I am. So the movie The Breakfast Club was like seminal movie in the 80s, right? High school kids all learning each other.
Don't tell Young Tony about it.
Climactic. You haven't seen it? Highly recommend. Highly recommend. Flag planting movie in the 80s. Here we go. Right here. For you, Draymond. That's for Draymond. Thank you for that. Anyway, it's a movie that when it ended, I was silent for like 30 seconds and told my buddy Robbie, I go, I think that's the best movie I've ever seen in my life, man.
Ooh, that movie changed you, Murph.
It did. Well, because after all, we are a geek, a princess, a bully, all that stuff. Mm-hmm. Anyway, the movie opens with a black screen, and on the screen it says, and these children that you spit on as they try to change their world are immune to your consultations. They're quite aware of what they're going through. David Bowie changes. That's how the movie starts, with that quote on the screen. Then we open to the scene of the drop-off in front of the detention, the Saturday morning detention. Mm. But anyway, that's not the point. The point is Draymond Green.
Yeah, is Draymond driving to Chase Center today, bumping some Bowie? That's the big question.
There was an interesting one I wanted to read because, we did Draymond as the big hit. Ton of calls came in, and we said his public approval rating right now is an all-time low. And I said I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt because he's done so much good. They need him. He's been good off the court, right? He hasn't done anything off the court. I'm not excusing anything. I got upset about it all too. But I think it was 408 or somebody, I can't find it now. Too many texts came in. But somebody wrote in a very impassioned plea saying, all these people who are just burying Draymond, why can't we give him a chance to prove that he's gotten better? He was basically saying, give the man a chance.
But hasn't he already got those chances?
There's the counter.
Like, didn't we give him a chance after he stomped on Sabonis? Didn't we give him a chance after he choked out Rudy Gobert?
There's the counter. But, I mean, now he's been suspended. This is it. I'm willing. I'm coming. I'm going open arms.
Mm-hmm.
I'm bringing him back. I understand everybody's mad. I get it. But there's just been too much good. And I am frustrated. And I'm upset. And I've told you I wrote about it. But I'm willing. I'm willing to go there. The NBA is willing to go there. The Warriors are willing to go there. Let's go. Let's see what we got.
Yeah, you have to give him that opportunity, which circles back to the question of the day. Can people change? The answer is yes. Will Draymond change? My answer is no. I think Draymond's going to be the same dude.
You think you anticipate another meltdown?
Like, I don't think we won't get another maybe crazy meltdown, but I expect he's going to get teed up by the end of the season. He's going to get a couple flagrant fouls.
Well, a tee is one thing. Who was it? One of the I think it was Papa who was saying yesterday, and I agreed with him. A technical foul is supposed to be a warning. Like, when you get a tee, bringing it back to my hilarious youth coaching experience, I have been teed up a couple of times, hilariously. When you get a tee, you're like, oh, damn, I got a tee. That's embarrassing. I got to sit down now. Yeah. Usually a tee is a warning, and that's the key, is that Draymond's not taking it as a warning. He's like, oh, I'm going to get another one.
No, and wasn't it last season where Draymond Green told us that he only gets technicals when he wants to get technicals? And so that right there tells you that he can control his temper, or at least that's what he's trying to tell us, but we haven't seen it yet from Draymond, so I don't know if we're going to see that.
408 dropping the bomb, coming from the good book. Let he who is without sin cast the first stone. Take a look in the mirror before you criticize Draymond.
Ooh, I got my own problems, Murph.
Okay, here's the deal. 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, he had some news for you. It's pretty good. Let's get into it next. And then Mike Silver at 9:15 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Everybody can change.
Moskowitz?
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, it's our good buddy Steve Moskowitz on the line. And Steve, we always like talking about the topic of the day. And Steve, I believe today it's disputes with the IRS, huh?
Yes, it is. It's really common. And I want all your listeners to know the IRS is not judge, jury, and executioner. They make a lot of mistakes. A lot of mistakes are made on both sides. But when the IRS says, you owe $1 zillion, that doesn't make it so. The first thing we do is, who's right here? Is the IRS right or are they wrong? If they are, we go to them and say, hey, here's a mistake. Please correct it. Or if you're being audited, or all kinds of disputes. There's all these different programs that are amazing. There's a program they just announced where if the IRS wrongfully gave you money or you applied for something and you wrongfully got money, they're happy if you give them 80% back. That's wild. Again, the program is if you got money wrongly, if you asked for it wrongly, they're happy to just take 80% back. I mean, just think about it. There's so many deals, so much we can do. So the bottom line is any type of disagreement, or even if you're just not sure, call us, let us work it out for you. You don't want to pay a penny more than you legally have to.
All right, thanks, Steve. And for more information, the phone number to call is 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or you can go online to moskowitzllp.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Injuries from the game. Cleve Farrell with his knee. He's going to miss a few weeks. It's possible to get him back at sometime in the playoffs. Taylor Hawkins with his wrist. He's going to have to get surgery. George Kittle, back spasms, doing much better. Greenlaw, Achilles tendonitis. We'll be smart with him this week. The injury updates from before the game. Armstead's looking good. We should get him back in practice this week. McCaffrey, he's not going to practice this week with a calf, but we should get him back next week. Juan Jennings is out of the protocol. Feliciano with his back, stay today. Jair with his knee, hope to get him back in practice this week also. Same with Gipp with his calf strain. Hope to get him back in practice. Ambry will be back in practice with his hand, and George Odom with his bicep. His window will open up this week.
There it is, man. And by the way, young Tony, nicely done. Nicely done. If you know, you know. Kyle, there's a little bad news there. Cleve Farrell out for the first playoff game. Mm-hmm. D-line depth is everything in life.
True, but I got to say, if you're picking one spot on the 49ers, I think D-line is their deepest position.
And that young kid, Taylor Hawkins, who made his interception, will have to have surgery. That's unfortunate, but he wasn't going to be on the 53-man. No. With all due respect here. But bottom line is, it's all really, really, really good news. And Eric Armstead leads the way. Mm-hmm. He's going to be back at practice tomorrow. So here's what the Niners are doing. They're going to practice Thursday and Friday and take the weekend off and then see what happens. And guys, and we may need to do this to spring into this weekend here, a little Wednesday, steal from the old leadoff spot when Waterboy did his Wednesday winners.
That's a great idea, Murph. Shout out to Waterboy's Wednesday winners.
How many of the people out there knew their Wednesday, what was it, about 5:35 in the morning?
Oh, dude, last week I came into the show and our guy Overnight Dave, who of course is our overnight board op and would be the producer of the leadoff spot, he told me, he said, Marcus, we've gotten like 3 or 4 texts this week asking, where are Waterboy's weekly winners? The people want winners. I want winners, Murph.
Well, we'll have to get into it because what it is the Niners have to wait to see the winners to see who they're going to play.
And I might have to wait till Monday.
I know we may have to wait till Monday. So just to kind of go through this, because I know not everybody has it memorized, here's the deal. First of all, we want to get that news out to you guys. We teased the good news. Eric Armstead back at practice tomorrow and ready to go. And by the way, we did the stat, too, about their when he was playing, the Niners were averaging 79 yards rushing allowed per game. Since he's been out, 115 rushing yards allowed. Is it one guy? Well, I mean, no, but yeah, kind of.
He makes a huge impact. When he's in there, the 49ers, from a statistical standpoint, were the number one rushing defense in the league. Yeah. Without him, we saw chunk yards from the Ravens, from multiple teams.
And we talk about if they face the Rams, Kyron Williams is the number 2 rusher in the NFL.
Correct. Or even if you face a team like the Philadelphia Eagles, who want to do the brotherly shove and who have DeAndre Swift, who finished 4th in the NFL in rushing yards.
So the Niners will play the lowest remaining seed. We'll make it as simple as that. That is either the 4, 5, 6, or 7. The 4 seed is the Tampa Bay Bucks.
Oh, bring it on.
5 seed is the Philadelphia Eagles. Bring that on. 6 seed is the LA Rams. Bring it on? Question mark. And the 7 seed would be the Green Bay Packers, who we haven't really talked about.
The youngins out in Green Bay.
Yeah. So we've kind of done this week, and we'll do it again. But power ranking. So the team you most would want to face there would be Tampa Bay.
Correct.
I would imagine. Tampa Bay. They're just not. I mean, they are the 4 seed in name only because they won their division. They're not
the worst division in football.
Yeah, they are, objectively speaking, roster-wise, the worst of the 7 NFC playoff teams, which is kind of crazy that Philly draws them. And in fact, Philly right now, by the way, guys, is a 3-point favorite in that game. It opened at 1.5. The bettors poured the money in. It's up to 3 now.
Money on Philly, which is surprising, especially watching the last 6 games of their season, losing 5 of them.
The Bucs went 9-8 and were 8-8 going into their season finale when they won 9-0 at Carolina.
Yeah, it doesn't inspire a lot of confidence.
They did cover the 4.5 though for Brian and Bobby's best
That's
bets.
all that matters, Murph. You got to cover that spread.
So I would say the most likely scenario is that they're going to play the Philadelphia Eagles. Because I think the Lions are going to beat the Rams. I know everybody's saying, and might as well start right there, buddy, if we're going to do our weekly Wednesday winners. We're just going to kind of go through this segment here and take you through the NFL playoff schedule before we get to Mike Silver at 9:15 and Dante Whitner at 9:35, and to tell you that you're listening to KNBR on KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Start with the Rams-Lions game. It's trendy, man. It's trendy as hell to take the Rams.
Yes.
The Lions are 3-point favorites. All due respect to Stafford, all due respect to Kyron Williams, all due respect to Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua, I'm buying what the Lions are selling. I really am. The Lions basically beat Dallas in Dallas, which nobody's doing, right? It had that stupid 2-point conversion screw up.
That's a good point, yeah.
Right? So are you buying what the Lions are selling, or are you on that Ram train?
I'm all in on the Lions, Murph, because I think the atmosphere is going to be insane out in Detroit when they're hosting a playoff game and facing off against their former franchise quarterback, Matthew Stafford. And Murph, I don't need to tell you this because there was a man who sat in this chair that used to talk about particles a lot. It feels like with Dan Campbell and the Lions, they have the particles. Not saying they're going to go on a deep Super Bowl run, but I think they win this weekend. Hosting Stafford in the Rams, I think the Lions, in my advantage. Of course, we got to see what happens today with the injury report with Samuel Laporta, their stud rookie tight end. But I like the Lions in this one to win a shootout over the Rams.
That is a big deal. The Laporta injury.
It is.
Yeah. And that, if he's out, which he might be.
Yeah, hyperextended knee. The original kind of diagnosis that we heard from Ian Rappaport and NFL Insiders is that he would miss some time, but Dan Campbell said there's a chance he's playing this weekend, and he is a huge part of that offense.
Last I saw, I thought it was outside chance, which is not good. So he does. So their last 5, their losses are at Dallas, 20-19. And that inexplicable loss when the Bears clocked him in Chicago, 28-13. But divisional games, and the Bears are playing better. Since then, they beat Denver 42-17, and they played 2 games against the Vikings, beat them 30-24 in Minnesota, 30-20 at home. So we're in agreement on that one, huh?
Yeah, I like the Lions in that game.
All right. Let's then go chronological then. Back up to the Browns-Texans game. Cleveland, a 2.5-point favorite on the road with Joe Flacco. And here's C.J. Stroud and the Heat. This is a really good game because you got the young baby C.J. Stroud against the old man.
You
Joe
literally
Flacco,
have the puppy versus the old dog right here, Murph.
The Browns have that defense that we saw in Cleveland when Jake Moody missed the field goal, right?
Yeah.
which in Cleveland has the more experienced quarterback. And, of course, I think they have more talent than the Houston Texans. So my lean right now is to take the Cleveland Browns. Houston's one of those teams that, to me, I don't want to say just happy to be here, but just happy to be here. It's a great achievement. Whereas the Browns have a stronger defense, I think, and obviously a more veteran quarterback.
Yeah, these are two teams that have both exceeded expectations. I mean, we're talking about the two head coaches that are probably going to finish 1 and 2 in Coach of the Year this year. What DeMeco Ryan has done with the Houston Texans after having the 2nd and 3rd overall pick, maybe having the offensive and defensive Rookie of the Year. But then you look at the Cleveland Browns. The fact that they've started 5 different quarterbacks this year, and Joe Flacco, not the man that beat the 49ers this year. Who was it? P.J. Walker was the quarterback? Yeah. I don't think he's even on the roster now. Yeah. But we're talking about Joe Flacco and what Kevin Stefanski has done with this offense without Nick Chubb, one of the best running backs in the league. He's back here with Jerome Ford and Kareem Hunt. The Browns are one hell of a story, but the Browns are kind of, in my opinion, almost the AFC version of the Dallas Cowboys, where they are a much, much better team at home, of course, with the weather conditions right next to the lake. That obviously aids the defense of the Cleveland Browns here. But since this game's in Houston, Murph, I'm going with the pup. I'm going with the dog. And I know we're not talking spreads right now, but if we're going money line upsets, I like the Houston Texans. I like DeMeco Ryans. I like C.J. Stroud over the Cleveland Browns this weekend.
You know, they played on December 24, Christmas Eve, in Houston. Cleveland won 36-22.
Oh, good point.
So just throwing it out there, buddy, for you. Chewing it on. All right, you go with it there.
I still like Houston for the upset.
Okay, there we go. Next game is the Dolphins-Chiefs Saturday night. We talked about the Peacock thing at 6:55 this morning. Caused quite a stir.
It's a disgrace.
All right, so.
Peacock.
Hey, Vigilante, Lice Boy, do you have Peacock, buddy? Yes or no? Do you have Peacock? He doesn't even know.
No, I don't think anybody knows if they have Peacock.
He says he thinks his mom...
Mom, what's the Peacock login?
Let's get the meatloaf here going here from Mom. Chiefs 4-point favorites over the Dolphins, and they're saying it's going to be freezing cold. It's going to be one of the coldest games in NFL playoff history. Somebody said the coldest. I was like, bro, know thy history. Ice Bowl 67, Bengals, Chargers, 81 AFC Championship. But anyway, this is a game where, talk about attractive. It's arguably the most sexiest game of the weekend, right? With Tua and will Mike McDaniel be showing his shins in the 0-degree weather?
I mean, you got Mike McDaniel versus Andy Reid, two of the best offensive minds in football. And then obviously you look at the quarterbacks, Patrick Mahomes, Tua Tagovailoa, two guys who are in the MVP conversation year in and year out.
The Chiefs have been one long scuffle this year. I mean, it's just been stop and start and stop and start. And they lost to the Raiders on Christmas Day at home.
Say that again, Murph.
They lost to the Raiders at home on Christmas Day.
Oh, it sounded better the second time.
They lost to Buffalo, up in Buffalo, 20-17. The Dolphins, though, have been a little bit weird, too. They did not finish super strong. They lost 3 of their last 5. Now, I know the last game of the year, they were playing that game. The 56-19 loss to Baltimore.
I mean, they were still playing for the division against the Buffalo Bills.
They did beat Dallas 22-20. And they lost to Tennessee 28-27. This is all their last 5 games. I'm going with the Chiefs.
Whoa.
I am going with the Chiefs. And I know they've been ugly. They've been ugly. It's not been pretty, and Mahomes is yelling at everybody, and he looks bad, and the receivers are dropping everything in the world. I just feel like the champion. Never underestimate Rudy Tomjanovich. Never underestimate the heart of a champion. Dolphins aren't there just yet. Tua in the freezing cold. I'm going Tay-Tay.
I think that's a big key. When you take a team out of South Beach and transfer them to Arrowhead, we know how loud it's going to be. We know how cold it's going to be, but also we know how banged up the Dolphins are right now. And the Chiefs are one of the teams that went with the strategy of resting players last week. Patrick Mahomes did not play, was essentially gave the Kansas City Chiefs a bye, and we all know how good Andy Reid is coming off his bye weeks. But vice versa, you look at the Dolphins, who had to try to win the game against the Buffalo Bills this past weekend to win the division. They obviously lost that game, but we also saw them lose Bradley Chubb. And we've seen them play without Raheem Mostert for the past couple weeks. Now, still waiting to see the injury update on Raheem today, but with those injuries, it's hard for me to pick Mike McDaniels in this situation. I wanted to take the Dolphins, but Murph, I think I'm on the same track as you. I can't bet against Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes coming off of what you can view as a bye week.
They are 4-point favorites. Saturday night, freezing cold in Miami. By the way, there is a history of teams, and I start right here in 1988. Warm weather teams or non-snowy teams have gone into snowy places and won. It's not unheard of. 1988 Niners is the ultimate example. Freezing cold in Chicago, and all of Chicago said, the zesty West Coast, you guys are going to freeze your cojones off. Joe Montana and Jerry Rice sliced and diced. And what is arguably, those of us who lived through it, our favorite game just in terms of like storyline and everything. I mean, obviously we're talking about the catch. We're on the anniversary of the catch, and we've already played it in the cooler of content and already had tears in my eyes listening to Vince Scully. But if you want to talk about just overall comprehensive flag planting game, it was their win in the freezing cold in 88 in the NFC Championship. So it has happened. Don't rule out the chances of Miami handling the weather. It's always funny, too, because all these players come from different places.
I mean, that's what I was going to say. Miami's best player on their team is Tyreek Hill, who played in Arrowhead in Kansas City for essentially his entire career before going to Miami.
Sunday morning, brother, 10 a.m., CBS.
Sunday.
Pittsburgh Steelers 10-point underdogs at the Buffalo Bills.
This one's easy, Murph.
Just give me one reason the Steelers win this game.
Mike Tomlin.
I
don't think that's a good enough reason. But that's the only reason why they're even in the playoffs. I mean, Murph, they're walking into the playoffs with Mason Rudolph as their quarterback.
Yeah.
That doesn't inspire any confidence.
TJ Watt is out.
Officially ruled out.
Yeah.
And the Steelers will be out by noon on Sunday.
Steelers beat the Ravens in the last game of the season, in a game the Ravens played nobody.
Yeah,
They won at Seattle 30-23.
Yeah, which ended the Seahawks season.
That was a weird game. They smoked the Bengals 34-11. Bengals, of course, playing without Burrow, but still, that was a nice win for them. Their only stumbles in their last 5 is they lost in New England 21-18, and they lost at Indy.
See, if you lose to New England, you should be eliminated from playoff contention.
The Bills are the proverbial team that's just getting hot at the right time. They've won every game. They've won 5 in a row going into the playoffs, including the win in Miami. They also beat the Chargers 24-22. They smoked the Cowboys 31-10. I mean, dude, I just don't. They won at Kansas City 2017.
The Bills are set up for a deep run.
We're just doing money line right here, bro.
Oh, yeah, it's not even close. You're taking the Bills.
What are we doing here? Do you know what I mean? Cowboys, Packers, 1:30 on Fox, Sunday. The youngest team against the team that, man, ESPN can't stop talking about the Cowboys. And this is the narrative. They said it's their best chance to get to a Super Bowl in X number of years. They're the 2 seed. They'll have 2 games at home. You know, they would have to go to Santa Clara, but they're willing to do it. Do they beat the Packers? Money line?
I think they win this weekend. We know how good the Dallas Cowboys are at home, averaging almost 40 points per game. Now, the key matchup I'm watching in this game is Jair Alexander, corner for the Green Bay Packers, squaring off with CeeDee Lamb. Maybe that slows down the offense, but I don't think it slows it down enough. I think the Green Bay Packers are still too young right now, maybe a season or 2 away from actually competing for a Super Bowl. And I get the argument that the Dallas Cowboys are in a good spot to make a long postseason run, especially since they are the number 2 seed and won the NFC East. But I don't see them making it through Santa Clara, but I do see them making it through the Packers.
Yeah, I agree. There's no. This is a classic case of the Packers, kind of like the earlier game, the Texans, just happy to be here, kind of like that first step in the ladder.
Yeah, like most Packers fans, I don't think expected to go from Aaron Rodgers to Jordan Love and immediately be in the playoffs.
Dallas's only 2 losses in the last month were at Miami, 22-20, and at Buffalo, 31-10. They're at home. They're a different team.
Yeah, it's tough to beat Dallas at home.
So we agree on that one. And then we did the Rams-Lions, and then the Monday night game, Eagles-Bucks. Ooh. Eagles-Bucks.
Eagles on the road.
Eagles are playing terrible.
Their worst football of the season,
now,
easily.
Honest to goodness, because I follow WIP on Twitter, they're honestly saying, should Nick Sirianni be fired if they lose in Tampa? This guy went from screaming in the Kansas City tunnel to and they were taking, and I voted in the poll just for fun. I wrote yes, just for fun. I was in the majority. It was 65%.
Philly fans will turn on you quick.
Yeah, I was talking to my Irish podcast, my boys at Second Captains yesterday. Do they like an NFL hit? And I was like trying to explain it, and I said, well, really, what they are is they're America's a-holes. Is what I said. And I said, they're kind of proud of that. They're kind of proud of that. And so, do I dare take the Bucks money line
at home?
I'm gonna do it.
Wow,
gonna do it. Money line.
Damn.
Why not? Eagles are terrible. They're imploding. Tampa Bay's defense is better than you think, and they can scrape it out. It's close, ugly, gnarly game. Why not?
Damn, Murph.
Why not?
I like the confidence you have. I just don't have that same confidence. Now, Baker Mayfield deserves to be in the conversation with Joe Flacco for Comeback Player of the Year. What he's done taking over for Tom Brady has been phenomenal, especially since he was cut by the Carolina Panthers and was on the Rams last year. He's a great story, but I think that story ends this weekend. Tampa Bay Buccaneers, you brought up that rush defense. Shout out Vita Vea out of Milpitas High School. He can slow down the run. But we're talking about an Eagles team for the first 12 weeks of the season. We were talking about being the best team in football. Obviously, the last 6 weeks, they haven't been playing like it, but I think this is a good bounce-back situation. And as I said earlier in the week, I think they're in a better situation than the Dallas Cowboys are, losing those games and getting this matchup against the Buccaneers. I'm taking the Eagles
Don't sleep on the Bucks. Beat Jacksonville on Christmas Eve 30-12. Went to Green Bay on December 17th. Beat the playoff-bound Packers 34-20. Eagles are headed in the wrong direction. They are bad, bad, bad. And we talk about their James Bradbury. Don't you have the soundbite on your board there?
I got it for you, Murph.
Trash.
And Mike Evans?
Trash.
Oh, Mike Evans.
Mike Evans is not trash.
No,
Mike
he's
Evans
the opposite.
the Eagles' corners are hurting.
He's priority recycling.
And so he's 1,200. I mean, dude, I can see Mike Evans catching.
After year.
I can see him catching 2. I really can.
Especially if he's lining up against Bradbury.
Trash.
So there it is. All right, that was fun. Just doing our Wednesday winners. By the way, don't hold us to any of those. That was just a fun little BS session. Mike Silver.
We'll get you Brian and Bobby's best bets on Friday,
Because then we bring in the over-under and the spread and all that stuff. Yeah, all that stuff. Plus, by then, everybody will have forgotten what we said.
That's it.
This day. So you can change your pick by Friday.
Every 15 minutes, Murph. Right. New audience.
Mike Silver, San Francisco Chronicle. Should be fun. Talking 49ers next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Because we got an Italian boy running a stupid offense.
St. Helena. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, St. Helena's sports leader.
Let's talk dip, baby. Daisy Brand. This is a breakout hit of 2024, the Daisy Brand dips. French onion and ranch. We love it. Wolfed it down. Dude, we got playoffs this weekend. We're crushing the dip. Do your chips. Do your wings. Just do it with Daisy Brand, French onion and ranch. They used to do, remember you used to have to make it yourself. The sour cream and the seasoning. No more. Do it yourself. They made it for you. Daisy Brand dips. French onion and ranch. Get going this weekend, guys. So addictive. You can't stop eating.
Playoffs? You kidding me?
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Steve Kerr stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes for his weekly hit to discuss the return of Draymond Green. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Running backs are split behind Montana. 3rd and 3. He has the ball. Montana rolling out the right, looking toward the end zone, throwing under pressure, throws his pass, caught by Clark. Clark got a touchdown. Dwight Clark has it. It's a touchdown for the 49ers. Put the 49ers into a tie ball game.
42 years later, still getting the goosebumps. It was this day, January 10. This dude on the line was somewhere down in Los Angeles area, but he was bleeding the red and gold. He was the Niner fan in L.A., and now he's fulfilled his destiny by covering the 49ers for the San Diego Cardinals. We did it, Mikey, 42 years ago today, 1/10/82. Good morning.
Hey, morning, Mike.
What a day. What a crazy day. And really, people who were true Niner fans at the time understand that that was only the beginning of the stress, because then you had to get through the extra points. And then that first ball to Drew Pearson where Eric Wright was hanging on. But would it be a horse collar now?
It would.
And they had just done away with tearaway jerseys, so he was able to grab the jersey of Drew Pearson and then Stuckey and Pillars and the whole thing.
Oh, man, it's just, it'll never not get old. And rest in peace, Dwight. We miss you. We miss you, man.
Yeah, man.
But what a life and what an impact he had. So shout out January 10, 1982, everybody. It is January 10, 2024. We look forward. Mike, we saw you changed your Twitter banner. That legendary shot with everybody's favorite Pat McAfee guest is no more. And now it's Debo and you on an iPhone, huh?
Well, it just felt, that was, so the original banner was the WTF moment. So that was in 2012 on the Fail Mary, and I was at Yahoo at the time. So it was 2 jobs ago. But, I walked into a live Monday Night Football shot and said those words, WTF just happened. And apparently you're allowed to drop an F-bomb when you speak for America at the time. And it was a thing. And there were memes and shirts and all sorts of fun things. And this wasn't quite that nutty, but it did get a lot of play when I happened to be watching the end of that Cardinal-Eagle game on the phone, and ended up with Debo and Kittle and a bunch of guys, and very organic reaction, and videotaped exquisitely by Tracy Sandler, who is the best. And so, I just thought, it's been 11 years between viral moments. Maybe it's time to freshen it up. And, I don't change my Twitter pictures that often. I don't know if I'll ever change the profile pic now that I have Roger Daltrey and Pete Townsend there. But
I know, dude.
That's gotta have some fun.
Pretty incredible. Daltrey, Townsend, and Debo. That's kind of never really been ever. Hey, quick digression before we get into the Niners, because you've known Aaron Rodgers forever, and I know you ride with California till you die. I know you, and I know your view of the world, and I would imagine that he and you don't see eye to eye on everything these days. Are you one that thinks he's lost the plot, and are you turning your back on him, or do you still ride with your golden bear?
I mean, in this we all compartmentalize a lot, and Aaron and I don't have to agree on things. I think everybody knows my beliefs in a lot of ways. I believe in science, and the conspiracy theories that I choose to throw out there are usually not of the same vein as those. And I don't know what to say. I would say this. It is well known that I have a horrible, horrible relationship with the person who pays him lots of money to go on that show and talk. So I don't really watch that show, but I do hear things, people throw them at me.
Yeah, and Mike, for moving on from a Cal Golden Bear to a Stanford Cardinal, I wanted to ask, what was your reaction to seeing Jim Harbaugh win the national title with Michigan?
Really excited for Jim. I know that, when he went there, I think there was this belief of, well, he can't stay anywhere for 5 years. So, first of all, he did that and more, and that was interesting. I think, there were some early moments for him that were rough. They lost that one game to Ohio State where there was kind of a weird spot, and Ohio State was a very, very tough nut to crack. And so I'm excited for Jim that he stuck with it and stayed through some stuff. I got to be honest, I love Cal, and I watch Cal, and I get into that. But college football lately, just not super into it. And so
really?
I'm working on a book. I didn't really watch that game, or I did not watch that game.
Wow,
I don't know, man.
Well, this is what the Golden Bears have done to you, brother. That's what they've done to you.
I don't know. I mean, they really, Cal's been bad a lot, and I still could somewhat deal with college football. I just think, the game's not as good.
Wow.
It is more, blatant, the things that were tough to kind of deal with about it that you put aside and said, well, it's still kind of the school teams. I mean, it's better. I like the players getting paid. I like them having free agency. I like all those things on paper, but it's also stupider. It's like, oh, Indiana has this great quarterback. Now he's at Washington. Washington someday. Wait, they're in the Big Ten. Oh, my God. I just think there are about 8 schools that really are cutthroat and gung-ho about it, that have the market cornered, and then everybody else is kind of in this weird zone. And, I just, the playoffs seem stupid. If you're going to do it, I guess they're going to 12 teams. That kind of makes more sense. But the whole thing just, I don't know. It's not that exciting to me.
America is zigging, you're zagging, because the numbers just exploding. College football getting almost as big as the NFL on some levels. Well, not that quite, but it's the second biggest. It's bigger. It's bigger than the NBA, though. It's bigger than the NBA.
Yeah, that's weird.
It's the second biggest sport in America. It is. So anyway, enough of that. Hey, dude, let's go. This weekend, I guess the pertinent question is there a team Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers should want to see? And is there a team they should not want to see?
I think you read because this is kind of my working premise for the column I'm about to write. Let's work it out. Let's workshop the column before I write it. But first of all, there's absolutely a team that the 49ers want to play. In fact, there are 2, and they play each other. They want to play the winner of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and the Philadelphia Eagles. And here's why. We saw them play the Tampa Bay Buccaneers not that long ago at Levi's, and I think most people would agree if you saw that game. Those 2 teams are not in the same stratosphere, and I know the Bucs are a division champ, but look at that division. I mean, it's a clown show, and somebody had to win it. To their credit, they won it, but that's an easy win. And then the Eagles, basically Dre Greenlaw, Big Dom confrontation, that kind of took away their superpower or whatever, but it's over. And I've been saying that for weeks, and now I think people would agree with me, but they are done. They have nothing. They might beat the Buccaneers because the Buccaneers are not good, but that team is finished. And I think if you're the 49ers, it's not even debatable. Now, for that to happen, that's the Monday night game. By the way, that'll be a short week for that team. That's the Monday night game. You want that means that on Sunday the Lions would have to beat the Rams and the Packers would have to lose to the Cowboys. So, some people have said, well, it'd be better if the Packers knocked out the Cowboys. So the 49ers wouldn't have to deal with them. That's the team they beat 42-10, but I hear you. And then there's the Rams-Lions, which we should get to. So, look, I think if you're Kyle Shanahan, you first of all, the people from that group of coaches, they squabble and they have rivalries, but they respect each other, I think, on a different level in some ways than they do the others. So you still got Matt LaFleur and the Packers who snuck it. I don't think that's necessarily an easy opponent. And then you've got the Rams and the Lions. Well, what drama there with Jared Goff and then Stafford going back and McVay and that whole thing. And the Lions are good, but, I do think if you're the 49ers, you're not only not thrilled about McVay and Stafford and the Rams with nothing to lose coming back and playing in that first game or maybe even the second one, but I feel like they expect them to win that game. And I'm not sure that that's necessarily the right expectation, but my vibe is that everyone associated with the Niners and the Rams that I've kind of talked to about this in recent days believes they're going to play each other again.
Wow. That's daunting. Now, you said Rams Lions. Let's get into it a little bit more because, you've reported on this stuff. You were very involved in the McVay trade of Goff, and you're a Goff guy. And, I mean, it seems like you just said, the Niners expect to see them again. And we just talked about this last night. A lot of people taking the Rams. Do you think the Lions are being forgotten? Jared Goff forgotten? Dan Campbell, that crew?
Well, no, I don't think the Lions are being forgotten. They're a really good team. I think if you're looking at the quarterback match, you can make a case that, what once was believed to be this crazy mismatch, right? Oh, Matthew Stafford is such an upgrade from Jared Goff. Matthew Stafford looks awesome this year, but I think people are now starting to understand how good Jared Goff is and how stupid some of that, that thinking was. And so I think quarterback for quarterback, the Lions can absolutely compete. They have a really, really good offensive coordinator in Ben Johnson, who has a great bond with Jared Goff. He's getting a lot of heat for head coaching opportunities. I think if you're looking at head coach versus head coach, you do have a mismatch. Look, when you have a head coach who, in terms of setting a culture and all that and getting them to believe and fight, Dan Campbell's done a really good job. I do not want to knock that. But if you're talking about managing an elimination game, let's go back to that game in Dallas, which it turns out the Lions could have used a win in because then they'd be playing the Packers and looking at another home game, probably. But, they came down and had a chance to tie the game. Dan Campbell was like, I'm Dan Campbell. I'm going to win this game. Okay, that's cool. You got to play. You try some kind of shady thing, but maybe the Cowboys won't figure it out and the refs will know, but then the refs got confused, whatever. You think you got screwed. Maybe you did, maybe you didn't. Okay, now you're at the 7-yard line. So you're Dan Campbell. You have a decision. Your decision is either, okay, didn't work, whatever, I'm kicking it, or, no, I said we're going to win the game, and I don't like the fact that they gave me that penalty, so we're going to go from the 7. So then they go from the 7, and they get an offside, so now it's at the 3.5. I said we're going to score those points, and then you miss, and then you lose. And I just think, is that the worst coaching decision that's ever been made? No, but to me it's reflective of a less thoughtful mentality that old school coaches have usually tended to possess. Maybe they didn't have the guts to actually do it, but that's kind of how, your macho gym teacher thinks, when you're in junior high. But Sean McVay is a guy who's won a Super Bowl and won a lot of games, and doesn't mean he always the perfect game management decision. He may be going into that game on a different level of coaching. So that would be my concern if you're the Lions.
Great answer. We only have 90 seconds left. But, dude, you, since the summertime, have been on the Jake Moody thing saying you can't have a Super Bowl team with this rookie kicker. And then Sunday happened. Where are you at, Mike?
Look, he's had a great year. It's probable that he'll make his kicks in the playoffs and it'll all be fine. And so I think drafting a kicker in the third round is a little aggressive, whatever. He's had a really good year. It did cost them one game, and now we've seen twice kind of the yips in the preseason and now. So I think it'll be okay, but I guess my premise was not, oh, they're going to lose because of Jake Moody. It was, you had a guy who never, ever, ever missed in the playoffs with a zillion opportunities to miss, and you could have just gone with that, and you're in win-now mode. So let's just pray that just becomes a footnote that I don't have to write about again, because I do like the kid.
All right, great stuff, Mike. Love the there's a couple good rants in there, buddy. I enjoyed it.
I took up all the time on the Dan Campbell rant, but I just felt like I had to really go through that process.
I love it.
How stubborn he was.
Yeah, I saw when you tweeted, you said, you called him a meathead, which was awesome. Love the word.
No, I said.
Oh, you said it's a meathead decision.
Meathead thinking is the wrong way of thinking.
Okay, meathead thinking. Hey, I just support the phrase.
Don't get Dan Campbell to attack me. I am not a physically strong.
Well, that would be your next.
person.
That would be your next Twitter poster then. Dan Campbell lunging at you. All right, buddy.
Yeah.
Can't wait to read your column. You're good. Be good.
Thanks, you guys.
Mike Silver's the best. Dante Whitner next on the Sports Leader.
Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the Sports Leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right, what a pleasure to have Dante on, especially playoff time, man. Let's do this. On the Yuma guest line, Dante Whitner. Dante, good morning. How are you, man?
What's up, Dante?
How you doing? You catching me? I'm just getting out the gym, getting my pump on.
Oh, well, you know this, dude. We've done this before now where we got you meditating one time. We got you, and we got you one time talking about the beautiful people in Newport Beach. It's always good with Dante to find out. So that pump, remember you sent that picture of you shirtless that time. Did anything ever come of that, by the way, when you got into it with those young bucks?
No, nothing ever came of it. Just a lot of disrespect online, but it doesn't bother me. I love it. I played for 11 years. I understand that the fans are passionate about their fan bases. It was actually the Dallas Cowboys fan base, so hopefully they're feeling a little anxious right now, and hopefully they get taken care of this weekend.
Yeah, I have to ask you one that might hurt you, man. I'm going to be that hard-hitting reporter, but maybe you choose the high road or the low road. I don't know. But the Michigan Wolverines are national champs, and you're an Ohio State Buckeye. Bro, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good. And, I'm happy for Michigan. They earned it. A lot of people said that, Harbaugh and the Michigan Wolverines got an advantage because of the signals. I beg to differ. I think that they were just the toughest football team this year in college football, and first and foremost, because I played for Coach Harbaugh and I understand everything that he's about, I wanted him to win his first national championship. And then secondly, I'm a Big Ten guy. And there's the SEC, ACC, and all these different conferences versus the Big Ten. And we reign supreme now. So the Michigan Wolverines pulled it off. They did it in a big fashion, physicality, back to the identity of the Big Ten. So, yeah, you just have to, tip your hat and congratulate the Michigan Wolverines for winning the national championship.
And Dante, I wanted to ask about your relationship with Jim Harbaugh, because obviously after winning the national title on Monday night, there's been a lot of talk about the future of Jim Harbaugh and whether or not he will make a return to the NFL. Now, there has been some discourse over the years about whether or not Jim Harbaugh's coaching style fits the NFL. As someone that played under Jim, what do you think about his potential return to the NFL?
I think that he'll stay in Michigan, and I read into what people say deeper than most. And I saw an interview where he spoke about when they usually get together in the offseason as far as the coaches and players for winter conditioning. He said it was usually around Valentine's Day. He said this year he's going to push it back a month. He actually said that out of his mouth in the interview. So reading into that, I think he's going to be back in Michigan.
Wow, you're one of the few. Almost everybody else says NFL, NFL, NFL. In fact, we've interviewed about 6 or 7 people in the last few days. They all said NFL. You're the first, Dante.
Yeah, and then I'm going to be right. I'm going to be correct.
and Dante,
sometimes.
Yeah, Dante,
it goes sometimes.
Yeah, do you think his coaching style is a better fit for the college game than it is for the NFL?
I think it's better fit for any level of football. Okay. And what he teaches is the fundamentals, what it takes to go through the trials and tribulations of a long season. He gets to the psychological and the mindset of the players, and he comes up with different mantras to keep guys together. And then he always has some weird analogy that the players can relate to. And he's honestly a player's coach. And one thing with Coach Harbaugh is he doesn't sweep anything under the rug, and he's a direct shooter. So whether it's the general manager, the owner of the team, it's a star player, or the 53rd player on the bench, he's going to shoot it to you direct. And he expects almost you to be perfect within the building. You're supposed to be where you're supposed to be, doing it how you're supposed to be doing it, or he's going to come and pull you out of one of those meeting rooms or out of one of those training sessions because you didn't get it done in the proper manner. And that's the difference between Coach Harbaugh and a lot of the other coaches that, can't get guys to do anything for him. He's a leader of men, and that's why he's had success on every level. So I'm just happy that he capped it off with a national championship.
He is indisputably one of the greatest coaches of the last 20 to 30 years on any level of football. What he did at Stanford, I think, is the most remarkable coaching job I've ever seen in my life. Then he does it at the Niners. Then he does it with Michigan. So,
well, I think one of the most remarkable coaching jobs is what he did in our 3 years together with the San Francisco 49ers. The way that he came in pretty much day one changed the culture, bringing so many different free agents together, a new coaching staff, and then you make it to the NFC Championship. And if you do that 3 consecutive years, and probably should have won a Super Bowl. Well, not probably. We should have won a Super Bowl. I think that was an incredible turnaround job as well. So wherever he goes, success follows.
It's so true. He really is. I mean, he needs to be recognized for this in all-time coaching annals, and I think he will be. He's got more to do, too. He's going to do more. All right, Dante, your team, 49ers, I guess this is the question we're asking. It's all we can really ask this week, and that is there a team you don't want to see next weekend, or is there a team you do want to see next weekend?
Well, I don't think it matters in who they see. They're the supreme sovereign team when it comes to whoever they match up with, and they're at home, and they'll be healthy, and Brock Purdy is playing phenomenal, and Christian McCaffrey will be healthy. So I don't know if they're really worried about anybody, but if there was a team that I had to pick, I would say the LA Rams. They won 7 out of the last 8. Matthew Stafford had a Pro Bowl year, and he's playing incredible with the receivers to catch it. Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp gives every team issues, and the balancing and the difference maker is Kyron Williams. With the way that he's running the ball, gives them balance on offense. They could be a problem for anybody that they face right now, and they're hot entering the playoffs. I think that Dallas, we've seen what Dallas can do on offense. We've seen them versus the Detroit Lions a few weeks ago, and what CeeDee Lamb had a career night. And CeeDee Lamb looks like the top receiver in the NFL right now, if we're being honest. So I think that, they'll be secondary when it comes to that list. But in the NFC, I really think it's the LA Rams and the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, those could be 2 opponents coming up for the 49ers, but another opponent could be the winner of the Eagles and Buccaneers game. And I'd love to get your breakdown on this game, especially after seeing the Philadelphia Eagles lose 5 out of 6 to end the season, Dante.
Did you hear that? Yeah. That's what both those teams look like. I've watched Baker Mayfield for the Cleveland Browns. Competitive spirit. We've seen what the 49ers did to them earlier in the year. They don't have enough firepower to really threaten the 49ers. But when it comes to this weekend, a lot of people are expecting the Philadelphia Eagles to just run over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I don't really see it playing out that way. I think that Todd Bowles on the defensive side of the ball can get creative. He'll make their offensive line think, and he'll attack the quarterback. And they just want to get hits on him to wear him down to turn the football over. And I think that's what they'll do to Jalen Hurts. They'll take some of that game plan that the 49ers incorporated to really break the Philadelphia Eagles to really come away with the win. And I think that is a lot of it is depending on the health of A.J. Brown. And from what it sounds like, I don't know if he's going to be playing. I'm expecting the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to send the Philadelphia Eagles home out of the first round.
You and me, Dante, I made that pick a while ago. Raised a lot of eyebrows. I think the Eagles are done. By the way, what was that noise you made? What was that again?
Yeah. It's that thing that comes before you do it, number 2. That's really both of those teams, the Buccaneers and the Philadelphia Eagles. I don't think anybody's really paying attention to that game except for those individual fan bases.
Oh, man, great stuff. Hey, just because we have you, a little NFL. The other really intriguing game Saturday night in Kansas City, the Chiefs are Super Bowl champs, and it's hard to repeat. It hasn't happened in 20 years since the 04-05 Patriots, and they look tired or a little ragged, and they're dropping balls. And the Dolphins, though, they're kind of staggering into the postseason, too. This is a very, very sexy game. 2 high-powered offenses, but the Chiefs are sort of yelling at each other. The Dolphins are coming in off a bad loss. Do you have a feeling on that one?
And I don't think that this is the year where the Chiefs capture the Super Bowl. I think that the Miami Dolphins are going to freeze their butts off. I played 5 years in Buffalo, and I just dreaded those games on that hard turf. And it looked like it's going to be one of the coldest games ever in Kansas City or in the NFL, period. I don't think that those guys coming from Miami can go up there in Kansas City and knock off the Kansas City Chiefs. I just don't see it happening. They don't have Waddle on the outside. Raheem Mostert, he's going to be sitting out this game. Yeah, we've seen them flutter at the end of this season. I don't see them getting it done. I see Kansas City moving on to the second round.
Ooh, last couple minutes here with Dante Whitner on the UMA guest line. And Dante, kind of big picture perspective, I want to ask you about Steve Wilks because there was a report earlier this week that the Chargers have requested an interview to have Steve Wilks be the next head coach of the Chargers. What's your breakdown on the performance this year of Steve Wilks? I know we haven't talked too much about him since he made the move from the booth to the sideline, but what has been your impression overall this year of Steve Wilks taking over D.C. for D'Amico Ryans?
He's been great. I think that coming in, it was difficult to incorporate another team's system that they already have in place and then make tweaks to it and then trust it. And then getting to know the players, understanding that, some guys are missing from this defense and having to come up with, unique ways to get to the quarterback. I think that the things that he's done with secondary has been phenomenal, and Tarvarius Ward's growth. He's an all-pro this year. and the Amador Lenore's having the best year of his year, Ambry Thomas, and so on and so on. I think that he's done a good job of, when he did maneuver to the sideline, of not being egotistical about it and really adapting to the 49ers way. And all in all, throughout the season, it was very difficult to feel the shoes of DeMeco Ryans. And he did that. He did that phenomenally. The 49ers defense is still top 5 in the NFL. They'll be getting Eric Armstead back, and that'll even add to their firepower. So, yeah, Steve Wilkes has his defense playing at times like the best defense in the league, and he's deserving of any head coaching candidacy that he can fill.
Great stuff, Dante. All right, man, we'll let you go. You got to go clean up after the workout. By the way, what was today, leg day, or did we skip leg day?
No.
No. Leg day will be tomorrow. Today I did Peloton for 45 minutes, and then I did back and bicep and abs for 45 minutes.
90. Got 90
And now I think that I'm going to go to the beach and walk around for a while with my shoes off and ground myself. And then I'm going to come home and have lunch.
You're down in SoCal?
I'm down in SoCal. I'm going to go to Newport Beach.
Yeah, it's where the beautiful people are. We said that, right?
Yeah, beautiful, right? Smiling, right? Safest place in the country.
Yeah, I know. It is. It really is, for sure. Hey, by the way, do you have a preferred Peloton instructor? Because, that's very personal.
I like the hot women.
Yeah.
It just makes it so much easier when she's hot and she's like, let's go. I'm like, let's go.
I mean, there's a number of choices. Can you power rank them, or?
No, I don't power rank.
All right. We're good.
I don't even like to scroll through. It's whoever is pretty much the instructor of the day. And if I can catch a live class, that's even better.
Oh, yeah. Was your dream to maybe go to New York and be in studio one day?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I just have to get my endurance up. My motto is to outrun the lifters and outlift the runners.
Okay. All right. By the way, for me, I'm in my 50s, so Jen Sherman speaks to me. She's that suburban mom my age, I don't know if I'm a little older than you. So just if you're going into that suburban mom thing, there's Jen Sherman.
How many classes have you taken?
Oh, I did a lot. I kind of fell off lately, but there was a stretch, man. I was good. I mean, you get me right back on. I was over.
Well, you can go on there and hit the little button in the left corner.
Yeah.
And you can see how many classes.
Okay, I'll tell you. I'll go to the app right now. What are you at?
I'm at about 47 classes, and I've only been on about a month and a half.
Oh, you're new. Ooh.
Sometimes when I get bored, I just go and jump on it.
Do you prefer, there's also, you can choose certain kind of music. Do you seek out, a certain type of style of music?
No, I like pop. I like country. I like hip-hop.
Yeah.
I like electric. I like it all.
Mostly you're just looking for the hot women, basically.
I'm just looking for the hot women. I'm just looking for the work.
Yeah, I hear you. It's a pretty good workout. I'm trying to get my here. I got my app in here. I'm going to tell you how many I've done. Darn it, man! It's really putting me through some loops here. Never mind, Dante. I'll tell you later.
It doesn't matter.
Find it. I think I'm over like 200 or 300, something like that. So
man, that's pretty good. I see
you can see it.
Like 2,000, 2,500.
Oh, my wife is one of those people, and she competes she competes her ass off. She's like finding people on the leaderboard and trying to beat them and all that. Do you try to compete and beat people?
Tell her it's only healthy to a certain point. At a certain point, it starts to get unhealthy.
She competes on an unhealthy level, but I'm taking you too close into the home now, Dante. We'll move on. All right,
Dante.
Hey, go have a great walk on the beach, buddy.
All right, you guys have a great day. Talk to you soon.
Man, he's the best.
Dante. What did he say about? He said what about his Peloton instructor? What did he say? Oh, I thought you cut it.
I thought Tony had a clip.
I like the hot women.
Oh, sorry, I stepped on you, buddy.
I like the hot women.
Okay, there.
Yeah, I understand. I agree. It's also how I choose my gym choices.
Oh man. Hey, I got to find my number of rides here. I can't even find it. This app is impossible.
By the way, if you and Dante are going head to head on Peloton, my money's on Dante.
Well,
not even close.
Got news for you. My money's on Dante too. How many have I done?
Got Murph sandbagging over here.
I can't even find them. Anyway, that was fun. We'll hand it over to Papa and Lund next on the Sports Leader.
Yep. It's that thing that comes before you do it, number 2. I like the hot women.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, let's talk about River Island. Starting the year off in great style. River Island's in Lathrop. Some cool housing opportunities, lifestyle opportunities. A master plan community being built on a big old honking scale. Grand is the scale. 5,000 acres for homes, schools, and amazing recreational amenities. Islanders Fields. Play some ball, man. River Island is a lifestyle community. There's so many things to do and see. Bike along the San Joaquin River. Get a waterfront dock. Lakeside home with a waterfront dock. Sounds pretty good to me. So here's the deal. Also, by the way, families, charter schools right now. K through 8, there's 3 charter schools open. River Island's high school's opening. Be true to your school now, just like you would to your girl or guy, said the Beach Boys. That's a grand opening next year. From the low 600,000s to over $1 million, you can get a home. The Welcome Center and models are open daily. Start your tour online at riverislands.com. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Let that banger play there for a sec. Give me that chorus. This is for Draymond Green. This is for Draymond Green.
You've been waiting all morning for this, Murph.
Well, I like to. Sometimes you guys hear these and you're like, oh, that's a banger. Oh, that's my playlist. So we'll get to, don't bore us. Get to the chorus. Come on. Is it? Here we go. Turn that up right now. This is for Draymond Green. Yeah. Yeah. There you go, buddy. There you go.
Nobody listens.
Well, what are words for? What are words? Like Draymond Green right now, it's words, not actions.
I was going to
right?
say, apparently for young Tony, they don't mean anything because he waited 4 hours to play this song for you, Murph. Murph came in riffing about this at 6:05 this morning.
Well, it's what came to my mind when I was reading it because, old Pat, who used to work on the show, old Pecan, old Peaches, he used to say acta non verba, which is Latin for actions, not words, right?
He's dropping Latin on you?
He is going Latin on me. Where did I just see another Latin thing? I just saw a Latin reference to recent. Oh, it was the movie The Holdovers. You guys seen The Holdovers? Anybody seen The Holdovers?
I have not seen that, Murph, no.
Are you guys into like the latest feature films and all that? Are you?
Well, I told you I watched the Weird Al biopic.
Okay, that was in 2022, I believe. But
that doesn't count.
You're all right. You're close.
Right.
You're close.
No, I didn't see.
And you
Boys.
enjoyed it too.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I thought it was good.
The big movies this year are Oppenheimer.
Skip
see that? No. Well, that's right. Young Tony gives the thumbs down.
Negative review on Oppenheimer.
4 hours of Killers of the Flower Moon. Scorsese.
I did
Anybody?
watch. I watched a new Barbie movie.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go. And what'd you think?
I thought Ryan Gosling as Ken was hilarious.
Okay.
And I thought it was an entertaining movie. Now you have to buy into the premise of it. And I'm sure people are like, "Oh, the Waterboy watched Barbie."
What do you mean? It's fine for the Waterboy to watch Barbie.
I don't care.
The Holdovers is like one of those ones that's getting a ton of a critical buzz. I liked it a lot. I'm an Alexander Payne guy, but Paul Giamatti plays a high school teacher, and he's teaching ancient civilizations. He drops a lot of Latin, a lot of Latin. That gets us back to acta non verba, and where we're at with Draymond Green, which is you're defined by your actions, not by your words. Talk be cheap, my friends. So, and we don't know when. Probably not tonight, right? 5:30 tip. New Orleans Pelicans. Remember, Raymond wants you to know. 5:30 tip.
5:30 on the West Coast at Chase Center.
Raymond does not want people filing in around 7 o'clock. All right, looking for the game.
Oh, you show up at halftime? What the hell's going on?
So that odd thing. So we don't expect to see Draymond tonight, but when he does come back, he will be defined by his actions and not his words. And I believe, speaking of words, I think the hookup has been made with Greg Papa. G-Pop, you there?
Yeah, Draymond's definitely not playing tonight. He's been away from the team since mid-December, so it's going to be a while. Is Zion Williamson playing tonight for the Pelicans? I think he missed the last game, and he was not in their starting lineup. Their last game, they beat Sacramento by 33 points. So this is, we'll see, minus Zion if he's not playing, but they still got Brandon Ingram and C.J. McCollum and Jonas Valanciunas. But no, Draymond, the question will be, when do they insert him? Problem in the NBA is you don't practice much this time of the year. He did practice yesterday. But they're going to fly to Chicago and Milwaukee to start the road trip tomorrow. And then they got, 3 games. They got a MLK Day game in Memphis on Monday. So I don't know how much practice time he's going to be. They're going to have to cobble together some 3-on-3s and 5-on-5s to get him in there. I wonder if, the trip is Chicago, Milwaukee, Memphis, Salt Lake City, and then they come home for Dallas. Will he be able to play it all on the road trip or maybe make his debut when he return game when they come back for the homestand?
And Papa, if he makes his return, do you think it's in a starting lineup or off the bench for Steve Kerr?
Maybe not initially. And a lot of times they bring guys back. They do bring them off the bench. So I don't know. It's conditioning and where he fits. The big issue tonight, and a lot of it will be if Zion plays or not. I just don't understand why Andrew Wiggins and Jonathan Kuminga can't play together. I just don't get it. Wiggins shoots the ball well enough. You cannot leave Kuminga completely open. He's got a low release, a low load, and a slow delivery. He has quickened it up a little bit. He needs to do it more. But they're two of your best wing defenders with Clay transitioning to more baseline and sideline coverage, and you don't have Chris Paul. But it sounds like, Steve, he tried to start those guys the other night against Toronto, that he's kind of exasperated by it because they're playing so terribly together. When they started them the other night on Sunday, they were down 24-12, like boom.
By the way, we're vamping because Johnny Lund's sliding into the studio right now, and the latest report is that Zion is just day to day. So I imagine we won't get the news.
It looks like a game time decision tonight.
A game time decision. So there we go. All right, well, Johnny's sliding in. Papa's ready to go. It's a rainy Wednesday. We got a 5:30 tip in San Francisco tonight at Chase. Marcus, Young Tony, and Jacob the Vigilante. We'll do it again tomorrow.
Nice boy.
When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Scotty Barnes is going to be all-star. He's going to be the face of this league. And what's happening over here during whole season, I've been calling it back, it's a complete crap.
I like the hot women.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. 680. The sports leader. Sports leader.
Like I said before, I think having the time allows you to process those thoughts. And I'm also appreciative to the league for the indefinite suspension. You know why? Because it was no goal to return. You know, it was no, all right, I'm going to work and get through these 5 games. So as soon as the 5 games is up, I'm back. You know, a part of the indefinite and returning was being in a better space to allow my mind to process what it looks like in getting in a better space. I think you're able to then sit with those thoughts. But to like sit for 5 games, I'm targeting the return date. There was no target until 2 days before it was announced to you all that the ban would be lifted. There was no target the entire time.
Yes, thanks for joining us. Tons of Warriors to get to as they are back on the court. We did hear from Draymond during the show yesterday. We did not hear from Steve Kerr, and he had a lot of really interesting things to say. So we'll hear a lot from Steve at about 10:30. We will assess what Draymond said. It is the Catch Day. We celebrate it every January 10th, no matter what. It never gets too old. A ton of 49ers news to get to you. It is going to be cold in Kansas City, and a ton more to get to, including the rant. Darko, they ran against the Lakers. We got a ton to get to today. Good morning, my friend. How are you?
Yeah, Darko went off. The head coach of the Toronto Raptors didn't like the free-throwing disparity last night in L.A. We'll get to the rant. We've had some great rants in the history of American sport. Tommy Lasorda certainly had a couple of them that were epic. But the one thing that struck me, and I've never heard the Raptors head coach speak before, how do you pronounce his last name? Darko Ravitch, how do you say his last name?
Yeah, good question. I don't know.
He went
that?
Darko. He went Darko. Started with BS and ended with a pile of crap. But he is from Yugoslavia, and Toronto's a very international city, obviously being in Canada and being in North America. But can you recall a coach in the Big Four? And his English is fine; you can understand it, but it's a little interesting. And he paused and a little broken. Can you ever remember a coach in American sports history with a heavy accent like his?
Not as heavy, no.
It's a strong one.
No, I'm trying to think, yeah.
There's been some guys that have had heavy accents. I'm trying to think of basketball coaches that had an international feel, had a hard time even pronouncing some of their names, but I wonder, just from a communication standpoint, does his players completely understand what he's saying? Because he got heated and rolling, and he had a point to make about the free throwing disparity, and it was funny. But the main thing was, wow, I never heard a coach talk like that in this country.
No. And you don't often hear him talk about it because they're going to get fined big time. I think somebody said anywhere from maybe 25 to 40 grand, but I think he had a point to make, and it being Toronto and it being LeBron James. I think I read a thing this morning that it was the biggest fourth quarter free throw discrepancy since 2010 and LeBron in the Heat. So he had a point to make. He made it. He's going to get fined. It's entertaining for us. It's always a great debate, and then we'll get into the Warriors and Kerr and Draymond and all this kind of stuff. And we talk about this with Mikey Rulebooks all the time, whether officiating is worse. I know it's under more scrutiny because of social media, and everybody has a voice, and everybody points all these things out, and they record it on their phone and they say, look, he missed this one. Or in this case, it was Anthony Davis flopping and everybody's freaking out. But that looked like a moving screen to me. I just think it's more scrutiny. I've always had a philosophy that officials don't lose you games. Yes, there are key calls during a game, but you probably could have done something during that game. But they're under more scrutiny than ever. I don't know that it's worse officiating, but it's more scrutinized officiating. Would you agree with that?
And then social media? Are you kidding me? Everybody's got an opinion of everything that goes down in the NBA, and he's going to, certainly if you didn't happen to watch the game, and it does involve the Lakers, so probably, I did not see the game live, but I did see the one on Anthony Davis, and, looked like a little bit of a flop there, but everything is analyzed and reanalyzed in the league. Monty McCutcheon, one of the best officials in the NBA, and I think that's part of the problem is we're losing the good, even in the NFL, all these guys are going to the TV. Walt Anderson, he was an older man. He's the supervisor like Monty is in the in the NBA, John, but we've lost. Monty McCutcheon should be a game official. We need him. So there's a big turnover, and I think last night's crew, they'll analyze the fourth quarter. Ben Taylor, Kevin Cutler, and Tyler Ricks. I mean, the Lakers, the fourth quarter alone was 44-42. Lakers, they wound up winning 132-131. To slow the game down and try to get any feel for it in the fourth quarter is it's incredible. And in the fourth quarter alone, the Lakers were 19 of 23 from the line, and Darko's Raptors were just 1 out of 2. So I'm sure the crew will be graded down by Monty as he looks at it. I'm not sure. I'd have to look at it and they do give you the last 2 minutes of the game report, which is really, what about the first 46 minutes? And I think the teams get that. But the point I'm making about Darko, and David Fizdale had an epic rant against Greg Popovich and the Spurs. There's been some funny ones in the NBA where they challenge the officials. But my main takeaway, I just never heard a coach in American sports history have such a heavy accent as Darko's got. It was interesting.
Yeah, it was interesting, the whole thing, but it opens up the door, of course, to officiating. And look, we're going into the NFL playoffs. And what do people like to do? They like to scrutinize NFL playoffs. Hell, even the game on Monday night, in which you'd be crazy to have watched that game and think that it came down to a couple of calls. Michigan dominated on both sides of the line of scrimmage. Washington happened to be in it through 3 quarters for a myriad of reasons, but a bunch of people posted stuff of, the holding that Michigan didn't get called for and Washington did get called for, and it's like, I get it, but that wasn't why the game was won and lost. But that's the way that it works in society. A team feels like they're screwed. They don't want to blame their players or coach, and so they always blame the Zebras. And I think it's scrutinized more than ever. I think it's a very difficult job to do. And, in fact, as we transition into the discussion of Draymond Green and Steve Kerr and the Warriors, who are back at it tonight against New Orleans, Steve Kerr did say that the Warriors did ask Draymond Green to leave the officials alone. So here's what we'll do. We'll see. We talked about Draymond Green. We played about 38 minutes of the press conference yesterday. So if you missed Pop's thoughts on it, we'll give it to you right here. And then at about 10:30, I thought Steve Kerr was absolutely fascinating. And so we'll play some of that best of Steve Kerr at 10:30. But basically he said, no more apologies from Draymond Green. They want this to be it. Try to stay away from the officials. We'll see. Talked about the burden that is being put on Steph Curry, which you and I talked about yesterday, which is far too much. So I thought Steve was very interesting, but we'll talk about all of it, obviously, today.
Yeah, it's too late to apologize, but it's not. I mean, he's just got to, to some degree, the team is 2 games under 500. Tonight, and we're not sure if Zion's going to play tonight. He's questionable. But they got Ingram, and they got Valanciunas, and they got C.J. McCollum. They got good players. And the Warriors, Darko's Raptors came in here, and he wasn't complaining about officiating on Sunday night because his team went to the front of the rim, and Scotty Barnes was playing like one of the great players in the NBA, and the Warriors had no resistance. So it'd be nice to close this homestand with a victory. It is an ABC game, so I think Mike Breen's on the call with Doc, and the whole country's going to be watching, or at least available to watch on ABC. You'd like them to play a little better. I wonder if Draymond does grant the pregame show an interview, and will Bob Myers have any presence on their show today? Even though he's working for Josh Harris, who owns the Philadelphia 76ers, and also owns the Washington Commanders, searching for a new coach and front office people. Bob's still working for ABC and ESPN, so I actually reached out to him a couple of days ago yesterday, and we'll get him on the show at some point. But I'm not sure if he's involved. It'd be nice to have Bob sit down and do an interview with Draymond Green. They were talking a couple of days a week. So Draymond did speak the podcast yesterday. He spoke for 38 minutes. We put about 30 of it on the air. It was very interesting. John Dickinson was in the room. We'll get JD's thoughts on what Draymond said, what Steve said, and what do they do tonight? Can they? Sounds like Steve has just given up on playing Jonathan Kuminga and Andrew Wiggins together.
Oh yeah,
I don't get it. I mean, I see the numbers, but to me, Steph is the other one on the court. Who the other two? Why does it not work? I just don't get it. But if that's where they want to go here, they can move on a little bit tonight. Speaking of officiating, is Brad Allen, who was the white hat on the Detroit-Dallas controversy, the tackle-eligible play, he actually worked the Saturday night game this past week on another nationally televised game. I assume he's going to get a playoff game. How much were they downgraded for however they handled that or did not handle the communication with Dan Campbell's Lions? Because when you look at that game, John, had it gone the other way, Matthew Stafford and the Rams would be going to Dallas. Yep. Dallas would be the 3 seed. Detroit would be the 2 seed. So as we watch these matchups this weekend, and all the Rams going to Detroit to deal with Goff and Stafford going back and all that. I mean, where's Brad Allen's crew as far as working playoff games?
They're not working this weekend. I saw the officiating teams for this for Super Wildcard Weekend, and I did not see them.
Which means they'll probably be on the divisional.
Yeah, you would think.
And they would not be on championship weekend. I highly doubt they'd give them a Super Bowl in light of that. But probably they would work this weekend on divisional if they're not working the wild card.
All right, here's what we'll do. We'll recap, if you missed it, what Draymond Green said and did not say yesterday and what we're buying here. We'd love to get your thoughts on everything. Remember, Ask Papa every show at 11:50. But if you want to chime in on anything Draymond or Steve Kerr that you heard yesterday, we'll recap it. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is wide open, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. Also YouTube and Twitch, so you can see us live and Papa's great wardrobe changes and my bad hair life. It's a bad hair day today. Wow, I'm looking at it right now. It's rough. It's a rough.
Put on the
today.
Nick beanie you had yesterday.
You know what? I have it in my bag.
It is pouring out. It is raining.
I just barely made the show. It was crazy.
Hard.
Yeah. Crazy.
Is it snowing in Tahoe? I got mixed results yesterday.
I heard it's crazy in Tahoe now.
I heard it was snowing pretty hard, but then I heard it was also raining on Donner Pass. So which is it? What do we got for the? I hear a storm is moving in Saturday. Love driving in the snow.
You do like driving in the snow?
Love it.
I used to, not anymore.
It's better than walking. I love it.
All right, we'll get to all of it coming up next. Bottom of the hour, if you missed Steve Kerr, because we didn't get a chance to play him. He spoke afterwards. A lot of great comments from Steve. That at 10:30, and then JD, our super reporter, hanging out with the Warriors. He was there yesterday. His thoughts at 10:50. It's Pop and London here on the Short Hitter.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The great Mike Silver, he joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss the NFC playoff picture and who he thinks the 49ers match up well against in the divisional round. That story and more. Trending right now on KNBR.com and the new KNBR app.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
I'm very confident I can remove the antics. And I'm very confident if I do remove the antics, no one's worried about how I play the game of basketball. You know, nobody's worried about how I carry myself in the game of basketball, but it's the antics. And so that's my focus. You know, it's not on changing who I am completely. Like, you don't change the spots on the leopard. Like, it's just not going to happen. And I'm not going to try to set some unrealistic expectation of like, who's this person going to be? Like, it's not real, and that's not sustainable.
There's Draymond Green. If you missed it, we played about a half hour yesterday. We will assess, and then you'll hear what Steve Kerr had to say. And to say he's out of patience would be being kind. And then he was with Tolbert and Copes yesterday and had some really good things to say. So we'll play some of that for you. At the bottom of the hour, JD, super reporter covering the Warriors at 10:50. Is my hair better now? I got a yellow
You got
Warriors
the cap on,
beanie.
John. You went.
I got a
Is it a
Warriors
Warriors
beanie.
one? Is it a Warriors beanie?
No, but I mean, it's yellow-ish.
It's gold.
Yeah, because
Gold.
I was on the streets today, and like you said, it was raining, and I decided to go scooter in the water, and I almost wiped out, but I saved it. I saved it. Anyway.
It was raining hard today.
Man, crazy.
So if you fall in yellow snow with that, can anybody find your carcass?
Probably not.
Well, don't fall in yellow snow, John.
Exactly. No, do not do that.
Yeah.
All right.
The white powder.
A lot of people have assessed what Draymond said. What say you? I mean, we played it, and then we actually we went to a break, and we listened to more of it. So what's your overall takeaway from the way Draymond Green interacted with the media yesterday?
Well, he talked for 38 minutes. The line of questioning was more compassionate than it was confrontational, and that's the Bay Area media. I think he said what he had to say. He opened up his soul, and he was honest about it all. And that clip we just played, I think the word antics. Can you remove the antics, the foolish behavior? And he's very confident he can remove the antics. And so now we'll see. How do they reinsert him? Steve spoke right after. We'll play a little of that coming up at 10:30. It was very interesting what Steve had to say. And realistically, because it was not an injury where he was dealing with a rehab assignment with Celebrini, he was out of the building. He was gone for, 3.5 weeks, whatever it was, and wasn't around his team. He had little or no communication. So it's like he's going back again. It's not so much like it's a restart of training camp, but in some degree it is. JD will give us a little feel for what kind of shape he's in, but I think it's going to be a while before he plays. Steve said a week or maybe 2. The problem is this time of the year, you just don't practice in the NBA. Yesterday they had a practice because they had back-to-back days off. Basically, if you don't have back-to-back days off in the NBA, you're not practicing. You practice on the second day. Maybe some of the young guys get in and they work out, and Draymond can work with them. Certainly in a 3-on-3, do you have enough to get a 5-on-5? Where's he at? But they're flying to Chicago today. They'll probably do a little something today before they fly, but it won't be a full-blown practice. And then they play Chicago on Friday night, Milwaukee on Saturday night. He's not going to play in either one of those games. And then on the MLK holiday, they return to the great city of Memphis, Tennessee, where Dr. King was assassinated in 1968, and that'll be emotional. Good to have Draymond back for his voice in that game, but then they're off to Salt Lake City, John, and the mountains, and then home for Dallas. So I mean, where's the spot where he gets reinserted? I don't know. Will he be on a minutes restriction to some degree? Will they play him off the bench? I would think all those are in play, but we're not going to see him tonight. And question from the New Orleans side is Zion going to play? He's questionable with a right quad contusion. He didn't play in their last game, and they won by 33 points. So they're a pretty good team either way. But they're one of those teams, John, that we're looking at, didn't know before the year started. Minnesota, Oklahoma City, how good are these teams? Sacramento, they're going to be able to follow up what they did last year. New Orleans is 22-15, and the Warriors are 17-19. That's a big difference about midway through an NBA season.
Yeah, no doubt. If I was a betting man, I'm going to say that they would rather have him start at home, and I would think Friday, January 19th versus the Mavericks. And I know nothing, so I'll just throw that out there. If it happens, great. As far as what he said yesterday, I'm far beyond the point, and I am compassionate towards what he's going through mentally. I've done those kind of things too and had issues, and so I'm extremely compassionate first and foremost. But second of all, what they do tell you too when you consistently do this, and he's going to keep doing this, he's not done with it, is that it is about, at some point, he talked a lot about this, self-awareness, and also about, and he talked about this, accountability. And so now he's to the point of he's self-aware, and now he needs to be accountable. And so whatever you say really doesn't matter at this point. It just matters what you do. And so I think he passed the test yesterday. If there was any kind of test to pass, like you said, it wasn't a New York or East Coast or hardcore or anything like that. Nobody was going at Draymond Green. They were compassionate about Draymond Green. About every question was prefaced with "welcome back," those kind of things. So it was a different kind of a press conference. But at this point now, moving forward, hopefully he can back up what he said. Back up what he said about costing his team. Back up what he said about costing Steph Curry precious time at this point of his career. So all these different things he said about costing people behind the scenes potential opportunities or money or whatever he was referencing in those ways. It's just now about, okay, you said it, and you better be true about it this time, because honestly, the media is giving you the benefit of the doubt. The players are giving you the benefit of the doubt. The organization's giving you the benefit of the doubt. The media gave you the benefit of the doubt. But now if you screw up again, there's no, I really mean it this time. He's got to be real. And, like Steve said, we'll play this at 10:30. They want him to stay away from officials. They want him to, there's all these different things. I just don't know if at this point of his career if he can do it, because at one point, I'm not going to say he slipped, but he did say, I still got to be me. So we shall see.
I gotta be me.
Yeah, he did say that.
I gotta be. No, the one thing what is Draymond Green? One of the great communicators, teammates, vocal supporters. So tonight, I think the other night he kind of slid in. They didn't have many shots of him on the bench, and I'm not saying there will be tonight. It's not, the local broadcast on NBC Sports Bay Area. It's ABC, so I'm sure they'll get into it. But I'd like to see him, kind of be like the way Andre Iguodala was at the end of his Warrior run. I want him to be another assistant coach, be vocal, get up, help Kuminga, help Andrew Wiggins get out of whatever he's going through. And we'll ask John Dickinson, what is going on with Andrew Wiggins? I mean, the bottom line, if Wiggins and Kuminga can't play well together, it's because Wiggins is not playing well. He's just not playing well. He did the other night against Jamal Murray, and that's why Kuminga never got back in. You need him on the floor. You need him to guard. Even if Zion doesn't play tonight, how are you going to deal with, Kevin Durant Jr. and Brandon Ingram and C.J. McCollum off the pick and roll? And they may have to go back to Looney tonight, John, because Valanciunas is so big. And if you don't put a big on him, he will walk you right down on the block and score over you with a jump hook. And we'll see how Trace Jackson Davis guards him. But Valanciunas he's big. But be vocal, Draymond. Start to be the leader. Lost leadership voice last year. It'd be great if he's not playing tonight to be up, when the game is going on, in timeouts, before Steve, he and the other coaches go over and get the clipboard and they talk before they go into the huddle. Draymond, you jump in the huddle right away. You take leadership. Take some of the leadership energy away from Steph a little bit. Because, the whole thing about we got to get Steph a championship. They got to get the franchise a championship. They all deserve to play well. It's everybody. Yeah, it's Steph, but it's a team. This is a team sport. But Steph is just getting drained. You are wearing him out physically, mentally, emotionally. This year's been hard on him. You're asking him to do so much. So until you can actually lace him up and go out and play, Draymond, take on some of that leadership. Try to get the voice back in your locker room even before you start playing with your teammates.
Pop and Lund, thanks for joining us on a Hump Day Wednesday edition of the show. So we played a lot of Draymond for you yesterday, but we did not play Steve Kerr, and he had a lot of good things to say, both in the press conference and with Tolbert and Copes. He normally joins Wednesday. Of course, they have a game starting at 5:30, so obviously he's not going to be on at 5:30 here, but he did say some interesting things. So we'll intertwine those two, a lot about Draymond, a little bit about Steph, about the team moving forward. You don't want to miss that. We'll play that for you next. And then John Dickinson, our Serpa reporter covering the Warriors and other teams, but specifically on the Warriors right now, joins us at 10:50 to discuss what he heard yesterday. We'll do it all next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
There can't be an explanation that follows the apology, and it's not an apology. So what I'm looking for, what the team's looking for, what I think Draymond knows is expected is no more buts. Just, an apology needs to be an apology, and then you move on, but then you have to learn from that apology. That's just kind of basic, standard, behavior. And that's what we need.
All right, Steve Kerr sounds like he's kind of at the end of the rope there. He's compassionate, as we all are, but he says this needs to be it. Give us your thoughts on this whole Draymond situation. Can he change? The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is wide open, 415-808-5627. Give us your thoughts. We're on YouTube and Twitch as well. Hit us up there. We'll play the best of Steve Kerr, both in the press conference yesterday, and he joined Tolbert and Coast, which he normally does every Wednesday. Obviously, they have a game tonight, so not tonight. We have one of the Steves tonight on their show, Steve Young, at 5. But Steve Kerr's coaching a basketball game tonight. So
at 5:30 tip,
5:30,
John.
so
don't forget.
You can't do that.
Don't show up at 7 o'clock.
Yeah, that's it. You got to get there early.
5:30 game.
So what did you make of that? I mean, Steve Kerr has kind of referenced that kind of talk before, like this has got to be it.
He wants Draymond to kick cigs, no more butts.
Yeah,
and just move on. So before it was always, but Nurkic was, I was trying to sell a call. Gobert was grabbing Clay. And some of these I really do defend him. But when you have a accumulation of things, that's why he got suspended after the 73-9 season for Game 5 against Cleveland. It wasn't for slapping back, very lightly when LeBron teabagged him and stepped right on his head, stepped over him and on him, trying to bait him. It was because he already had the three flagrants before that had accumulated. So it's just the bottom line is the Warriors have played 36 games. Tonight will be game 37. Draymond Green has played in 15 of them. A couple was because of an ankle injury, and then he's been kicked out of 3 other ones. The Donovan Mitchell game, and to me that was the worst of all of them. Like, what are you pushing Donovan Mitchell off the baseline like that? You think they're all blind and they had to go to replay review because Mitchell just came back and shoved back kind of for the whole league and like, what are you doing? And then they looked at it and they went, wait a minute, Draymond did this on the other trip up down the floor and we're going to slap him, and he's already got one, so he's out. And then obviously the Gobert, the Nurkic, I mean, what's he played, like 12 games from start to finish? I mean, come on. So he's talking about I struggle with accountability. Well, the first ability is availability, and he's got to play, so it's got to stop. So he just can't miss any more games. Now you got a Chris Paul injury. You're wearing Steph out, wearing him out. I'm so concerned that something's going to happen to him because he's just vulnerable right now because you're driving that guy in the ground. So help him, pick him up. So, yeah, I think the team is exasperated. If you had to pick a reason why they are 17-19 this year, where would you rank them? Andrew Wiggins, MIA, don't understand it, can't figure it out. You're having a hard time connecting. You're too slow. I like Chris Paul in the half court, but do we have to be in the half court every single trip? Can we run a little bit and be the Warriors? And, now Paul's out for a long time, so we could rank a bunch of different things. But Draymond Green's accountability or lack thereof is the number one reason this team, and there are other teams, Phoenix has not achieved it because of, Bradley Beal missing so much time. But I mean, that's the number one reason why this team is underachieved, that Draymond Green has not been available, accountability, whatever you want to call it. So the second half of the year, that's got to change dramatically.
All right, here's Steve Kerr. This might be an impossible task, but he's asking, the team is asking, the organization is asking Draymond Green to stay away from officials.
It's a big part of it, and we've talked about it. It's, can he walk that line? Can he still play with fire and energy, but leave the officials alone? That's the challenge. It's going to be a big challenge. But, we're going to ask him to do that. We need that so that we can focus on the game. His teammates need that so that we can focus on all of the little details that are eluding us right now, that are keeping us from being a consistent team. So that's what we're asking of him.
That might be an impossible task. That might be the hardest thing that Draymond would have to do. I would like him to define further what is leaving him alone. Can he not approach him at all? Is that what they're asking him to do?
No. He's a leader. I'd send him out for the captain. I know he's hurt, so he can go out for the captain's meeting and talk to him and, introduce himself and me and I'm coming in peace. No, he's a leader. It's just, and this is different from Steve. Remember when the Gobert thing and the physical act of violence, and he said, and I'm not talking about taking a technical and all that. Yes, I am. I've never seen a guy. I've been watching NBA basketball since 1969. I've never seen a guy, John, take a technical and not take it for what it is. It's a warning shot. Back up. Back off. You do it again, we're running you.
Well, you know what it is? It's a yellow light. Some people stop at the yellow light. Other people
run. It's a red light.
Right.
It's a red light.
And others run through the intersection. So he's got to stop.
It's a red. Barkley would do it all the time. He'd run his mouth, and then as soon as he got the first one, the tail would go between the legs. Sorry, Mr. Official. He didn't want to get kicked out of the game. Maybe back then the money mattered more to the guys. I don't know. But if you struggle with accountability, that's the one thing I'd like to see his teammates just say. He takes one. Steph, get into his face and say, stop. If you get kicked out, we lose the game. Can you please stop? So this is a change. Leave the officials alone. Did they tell him that before? Steve was just saying physical act of violence and grabbing Gobert and slapping Nurkic, but they didn't say it. I'm not talking about taking a technical. We are, because we've seen it. And they've grown so frustrated. Alvin Gentry used to grab him. Mike Brown would bear hug him. After a while, they just said, the hell with it. We can't stop that.
But isn't this number... The reason I wanted to play this is because, to me, this is number one on the list of his actions backing up his words. So he can say all those things that he said yesterday, but specifically Steve Kerr said leave the officials alone. So when he comes back, and if the first thing he does on a questionable call is run to the official per normal, then we know that it was a bunch of BS what he said.
Well, it's hard, man. It's hard. And how do you simulate that? When he comes back in scrimmages... do you have them, his teammates slap on him and commit a foul and bring officials in and slap a foul on him? Or, remember when Michael punched Steve in a practice? They lost track of the score and Michael went ballistic and punched him. So, even in a practice setting, I don't know if you can ramp it up. They practice differently now. They don't really practice like they used to in the NBA. So, that's what Janie McCauley asked him. It's the question we wanted to ask. What tools... What techniques have you learned in counseling? I don't know. When he gets called for a foul or the team gets an illegal defensive call or something that he thinks is unwarranted, how is he going to handle it? You can make your point. I would say don't charge like a bull. Be diplomatic. Be a trial attorney. And just try to make your point. But that's not what he's been like. So, but that will be interesting. And we're not even talking about the physicality that he plays with. What happens when he lays somebody out, no layup rule, and he just decks a guy and takes a flagrant? How many more flagrants can he take, John, before he gets suspended?
0. So I think he's on a zero tolerance policy moving forward.
No, I'm talking about the accumulation of points.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
He's already accumulated the number of points. I think JD would know. I think he's out of those. I think the next time he takes a flagrant, and that could be just doing your job. They go in for a wide open layup, you put them on the deck. They if you do it too high or too excessively, it could be flagrant 1, and now he gets suspended. So there are layers to this that make it tough for him to play like Draymond Green.
All right, this is the one that intrigues you. This is Steve on Kuminga and Wiggins playing together, and it sounds like clearly that ship has sailed.
It's just tough. Like we know this from, Steph is such a unique player that the combinations around Steph really make a big difference. And we've been trying a lot of different things this year. But I've said the last week we'd like to try that more. And it really didn't go well, clearly, the other night. So it's tough when you're where we are in 11th place in the West, I think. It's tough to continue to experiment with things that really aren't proving to be very successful. So it still could happen, but I'm be perfectly honest, I'm less inclined to do it now.
All right, so he said less inclined. He did not close the door
done.
completely, but he said
done.
less inclined.
He's done. He's done. And that's why he did not play Kuminga after the midway point of the third quarter against Denver on Thursday night. Wiggins was playing well. I agree with it. I wanted Wiggins on the floor to guard Jamal Murray and take the Murray Joker pick and roll away or whatever. You know, it's hard to take it away. You got beat by other guys, obviously, with, you know, Aaron Gordon having a 30-point game, Watson having a big game. But anyway, he sounds like he's done with it. He started it against Toronto, and it was a unmitigated disaster. I mean, they attacked Steph. You would think those two guys defensively with Trace Jackson Davis and Clay could protect Steph defensively. And they were getting lost. They couldn't guard Scotty Barnes. It was just a layup drill. It was awful. And then the first, baseline out of bounds after a basket, Kuminga throws it to the bench, and Steph's not looking. So my thought would be, why can't you play Wiggins, Kuminga with Steph, Clay, and Dre, the three Hall of Famers? Those five guys can't play well together? I don't get it. But, I mean, to me, it's Wiggins mainly. He's just not playing well with anybody. And, I think he's arguably, and as far as a two-way player, he's two-way Wig. Steph is such a great player, but, you can make the point. Wiggins is the guy who guards both ends of the floor, and, you don't win the title in 22. He's arguably your second-best player. Look at all the players he guarded, from Ja before Ja got hurt to Luka to Tatum, and where is that guy? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they know and they don't want to say, and I don't know. But it sounds like, Draymond's not playing tonight, John. So there's going to be a change in the starting lineup tonight. I don't think they're going to start Wiggins and Kuminga together. What do? Do you start Looney because Valanciunas is so big? Do you go big? Can you play Trace Jackson Davis and Kavan? What do you do with Saric now that Paul's not playing off the bench or starting? They were so good together. I don't know. But I do, based on that, I think probably Wiggins is coming out of the lineup tonight.
All right, one more before we get to John Dickinson. Here is Steve Kerr. Way too much of a burden placed on Steph Curry's shoulders this season.
I think it's a combination of the above. I think there's a little fatigue. It's a long season. Usually, every year he has a couple, spells where, he's not on his game, and that's just natural for any player. But I think we've thrown a ton on his shoulders. The burden that Steph Curry has on him for this franchise is unfair. The Draymond suspension. Draymond is the vocal leader of the team, obviously, right? He and Steph have kind of been, co-captaining the leadership with our group for a decade. So without Draymond here, that adds a lot more to Steph's plate.
One quick question before we get into what he said. You call games and scream touchdown San Francisco a lot, and your voice is golden.
No,
what's with Steve's voice, man?
He's got a coach's voice.
Does he yell at people a lot?
Wiggins, what the hell's wrong with you?
His voice is always scratchy.
He doesn't yell. No, he's got a coach's voice. He had that as a broadcaster.
He did. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
He's always had that.
Tonight, and we'll get into it tomorrow. I think Mike Breen will join us tomorrow. Doc Rivers does not have a very good voice.
No, he does not.
And I worked with Doc before Doc went into coaching with Orlando. We were together in San Antonio.
You guys did a
for
video
Duncan's.
game, yeah.
We did a video game, and we did games together. We did Spurs games together, and even then, you never knew what voice Doc would have. And then he went into coaching, and it was shot. He has no voice at all. And I think as a broadcaster, Doc has a lot of good things to say, but can you hear him?
PJ's got one of those. Think about that. Think about coaches. PJ's voice is shot, and that's nothing to do with Sprewell. That's just shot. His voice is shot. Trying to think. Van Gundy's had a good voice.
Stan's got a great one.
Both Van Gundy's
Jeff's
were all right.
thinner, but
yeah, I guess so.
But
you're right.
PJ's is bad.
Yeah.
Early in the game, is that I remember President Clinton. He had polyps on his throat.
Yeah.
I worried about that.
that.
I've had insurance companies try to get me to insure my voice. I'm like, really?
I bet you get that all the time in your email.
No, I don't. But
Viagra
Steve does.
and
Is it just a? But Steve had that as a broadcaster. He just has a thin voice.
Raspy.
He does not have a Darko voice. That's
very
for sure.
raspy. All right, John Dickinson's going to join us coming up next. I see them setting up JD on the screen there, and so he's going to join us coming up next.
Where is he? Is he at Chase Center?
I think he might be home. I think he might be in his home studio. He's going to join us.
5:30 tip, JD.
Yeah, it's going to sound crystal clear. And he will give us his takeaways. He was there at the press conference both for Draymond Green and Steve Kerr. What did he think? What does he think is ahead? What does he think of potential trades and the such? Because the trade deadline is February 8th, so we got to beat that one to death. We'll talk to our good friend JD next, only here on the Sports Leader.
I'm staying away from the inflammatory bowel disease. Greg Papa here. If you're a homeowner about to start a remodel or design project, do your architect or designer a huge favor by visiting Golden State Window and Door Design. Got to get to Golden State Window and Door Design. You can tour any of their showrooms virtually through your computer under the Products tab at goldenstatelumber.com. Like most of us, designers love options. The Marvin brand alone offers a good number of window styles like the Elevate casement and awning window, the modern direct glaze and modern push-out casements. Very cool. For doors, you can see the bi-parting sliding French door, the Elevate in-swing door, and the multi-slide 10-foot door. So check out the many attractive options at Golden State's other showroom locations. Then pass on your list of ideas to your designer. When you're ready, schedule an appointment online or just visit in person. Schedule the appointment online is probably smart too. Visit in person. Golden State Window and Door Design is the Bay Area's leading Marvin retailer. Family owned since 1954. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Dub Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
I think, we're in a position, obviously, where we're getting older, trying to defend, everything that we've done over the last decade. Let's do it the right way. Let's do it with dignity. Let's do it with competitive desire. Let's do it joyfully. What this team has been built on is and I think what attracts a lot of our fans, it's not just the style, but it's the joy that the players feel, but the competitive desire that sort of complements that. It's been a wonderful combination. And, but there's been, I think, a sense of dignity about the team as well. And obviously there's been some bumps in the road, but these guys have, over a decade have seen it all and done everything, and nothing lasts forever, but let's keep going as long as we can, but handle ourselves the best way we can. That's what that meant.
That's Steve Kerr as part of his press conference. He was also on with Tolbert and Copes yesterday. Had a great conversation. All you have to do is go to KNBR.com for any and all interviews, including this one with our good friend John Dickinson. It is great to have John back over here on KNBR Plus. Of course, after all Warriors games, you hear JD late night, and make sure that you tune in as well for Dubs OT. And JD joins us courtesy of the UMA Guest Line. And you can also see JD if you pop on YouTube and Twitch as well. He looks as beautiful as ever, and he joins us courtesy of the UMA Guest Line. What's happening? How are you?
What's up, fellas? Good to be with you as always. Yeah, a lot going on, a lot to talk about.
All right, so let's start here. Draymond, Steve Kerr. Let's start with Draymond. What did you think of the words he said yesterday?
Yeah, I thought Draymond was contrite and apologetic in a sense. I mean, I think there was a sense that the number one thing that I sort of took away was he seemed burned out. And I know it doesn't matter how much money you make. We've all made varying degrees of money that don't come close to sniffing what Draymond has in his career. And when he spoke of, taking 10 days away and spending time with the family and not touching a basketball and all of that, it just led me to think, and, we all have our things that grate us and get under our skin and frustrate, but the pressures of I think, just life in general, no matter what you do, I think can have a tendency to burn and grate on you. And look, I know a lot of fans are thinking, hey, this guy's making, $100 million contract he just signed, and he's already made a lot throughout his career. He's somebody that's helped contribute to a dynasty. What's he got to be complaining about? And look, I don't want to go too far down this path of frustrations and mental health and all of that. But the number one takeaway to me in hearing him explain everything that he had gone through and the positions he had put himself in was burnout. He sounded like a guy that needed to get some time away, and the fact that he was getting a little burned out was leading toward more frequent issues with his temper. And he's got a temper, and it's not an excuse, but he's so competitive on the court that when he starts to feel wronged or he starts to feel like somebody's getting over on him, he wants to fight back. And sometimes when people that have the temper that he does fight back, it gets ugly and lines are crossed. And he's done it multiple times in his career and had to pay the consequences for it. So, I get, and I kind of heard what you said yesterday, John, hey, I'll believe it when I see it. And I think that's the right stance to take. Like, let's show the world that things are going to be different on the court, and that frustration doesn't build again in the competitive atmosphere, and you do it again. Because I really do feel like this is the last straw on top of, what probably already needed to be the last straw. And look, the Warriors can't really do anything with him. I mean, he's under contract for the rest of this year and basically 3 more. So, they need him. Steph wants him to be around, and so they're going to have to figure out a way to make it work. But I do think the thing that seemed different from this year, or yesterday rather, to previous years and prior press conferences, and I was trying to go back through my mind, I feel like there's been 5 or 6 different ones, the Draymond apology press conference, but he seemed burned out and in a place where he needed to get away from it and try to come back to it with maybe a little bit more of an appreciation and a calm.
Yeah, to your point, what I found very early on in this 38-minute talk, I found one of the more interesting things he said was just how he needed when he woke up in the morning is just to spend time with his children. He's got an 8-month-old, a 3, a 7, and a 9-year-old, and not have to run to get that workout in. And it's even when you're in the off season, you're trying to get the workout in for next season. If you're hurt, you're trying to get the workout in to rehab from the injury. This was different. He was trying to, he said my mind was hurt, my feelings were hurt. It wasn't his body. So it was just different. But you heard Steve say, leave the officials alone. Draymond used the word antics. I love that word, which is foolish behavior. He asked the question, can you remove the antics? Draymond did, and he said he's very confident he can remove the antics. But that's been the thing. At the hard fouls and getting in it with the opponents, that's going to be hard. But I've never seen a guy take one technical, JD, and just charge like a bull. And it's like he's going to get number 2. There was a time early on when Alvin Gentry would grab him, Mike Brown would grab him. They just stopped. They couldn't grab him. So, you've been watching this game a long time. That's going to be the moment when he gets called for a foul that he thinks is unjust, or his team gets an illegal defense that he's not on board with. Can he be diplomatic and still communicate with the officials, but not get that first technical and go right away where the officials have to make the call whether to run him or not?
Yeah, I think that's the line. I think the line is try not to get that first technical so quickly, right? And he's even addressed this in the past, that he kind of knows in the back of his mind that he's got one to play with basically every game. Like he can pick a spot if he's really that upset about something to get that first technical. But I think part of it is don't get that first technical so quickly. Don't feel like you have to get in a rage to go at an official because you feel you're being wrong, to the point where you get that first one so quick that you basically haven't had the opportunity to calm down at all. So when they hit you with that first one, you feel immediately challenged, right? Again, so he gets, you're right. Unlike any player I've ever seen, usually you pick up one and you may say one little thing, but then you got to walk away at that point, or you at least have to take your demeanor down. There are officials that'll let you talk after they give you a tech, but it better not be at the level in terms of aggression that got you the tech. And so I think just trying to put the I got one to play with out of his mind for a while can probably help him. But to your point, Greg, when he gets that first one, whenever it is, and it can't be run to the other end of the court like you're ticked off either. It just has to be let it go, take a deep breath. The game is more important. My impact on the game with this team is more important, because I think that's really what it boils down to, John, is he has to feel in the moment that his value to the team on the court is far more important than any kind of feeling wronged or beef with an official or another player or somebody trying to bait him or whatever the hell it is. He's sat and watched and said the most difficult thing for him was to basically watch these games, know he can help and not be able to. Well, he put himself in that position where he couldn't help this team, even though he's watching them make mistakes that he feels like he could help them correct on the court. So he has to put that at a higher priority when he returns to the floor and not allow the temper basically to get him lost in a moment where he takes himself off the floor.
The great John Dickinson, our super reporter covering the Warriors and all Bay Area teams, joining us. It's Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader. You can pop on to CJD as well. We're on YouTube and Twitch, and hit us up on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. You got any questions, comments, thoughts? And remember, you got to listen to John after all Warriors games. Pop it over for Dubs OT right after the game tonight against Nolans. All right, the bigger picture here is what they do, and one of the things is Steve Kerr made it pretty clear yesterday that they're not going to play Wiggins and Kuminga together, so that's an issue. So what about that situation? Do you expect between now and February 8th, if this continues to be like this, are they going to move Wiggins? Are they going to move Kuminga? What's next for this team?
I think they have to look at both, honestly, and I've said I think if this team is looking to make a move, there's really three players that they can look to make a move with. It's Kuminga, obviously, is the young player that has the most value and other teams would be attracted to. It's Wiggins, based on the fact that he would be a salary filler, basically, with a player like Kuminga if you're looking to make a deal. Although you look at the years that he has in his contract with the level that he's playing at, I'm not sure how many teams would just be willing to take that on unless they were extremely confident that they were going to be able to get a player much closer to the guy that he was going back to 2 years ago. And then Chris Paul becomes the third. And I know they don't want to trade Chris Paul. I think the irony is the coaching staff And Steph, Clay, and Draymond love playing with Chris Paul. It's the fan base, and it's things like that playing the two small guards together, something that continues to pop up. But set that aside, he with his $30 million contract that can be sent somewhere, and basically that $30 million can turn into zero this offseason. Teams can buy him out. If there was another team that wanted to get off of an expensive player, take Chris Paul back, buy him out, have that $30 million come off the books this offseason, I think he would be somebody that would be attractive for that purpose. And then Chris, as crazy as the last couple of years have been for him, and really the last year, from Phoenix to Washington, briefly to the Warriors, he would then have an opportunity to pick his team. I don't think the Warriors want to do that. I think Steve likes coaching him. I think Steve likes the stability that he brings to the table late in games. I think Steph and Clay and Draymond, as I mentioned, like playing with him. But really it comes down to those three if they're going to look to make a move. And I think they have to determine here in the next couple of weeks whether this thing is worth saving or not. And I think the answer is it probably is, because I don't know what your guys' thoughts are on the young players, but I don't see a young core. I don't see Podziemski and Moody and Kuminga and Trace Jackson-Davis, as much as I like them as players, and I think they can help this current team and have in a number of different degrees. I don't see those four as part of a future core right now that's going to be winning playoff games on their own, basically as a lineup together 2-3 years down the line. You never know, and it's probably too early to make that statement firmly. It definitely is. But if you don't feel that group is sort of a standalone group that can win a bunch of games later on down the line, then I think you have to look to maybe break it up a little bit. And Kuminga is somebody that has value right now, is going to be due for an extension. The Warriors don't have to extend him. They can play out next year. He can be a restricted free agent. If the Warriors want to keep Kuminga, they can keep Kuminga. He'll be a Warrior for the next 3, 4, 5 years if they want him to be and believe in his upside enough to keep him around. But I think he's the player with value. And if they are committed to continuing to make one more go of this thing with Steph and Clay and Draymond, then I think they probably do need to look at putting Kuminga in a deal for a Siakam with whoever else you have to do it, and then hope that you can re-sign or get a wink, nod that you will be able to re-sign a player like that. So I really think they're going to have to look at it, but the next couple of weeks are going to determine the level at which they're going to have to look at it. And there's a lot of other, Caruso and Markkanen and, guys like that, I think, that could be out there as well, that if you could get your hands on them, I think they would help this team be better in short order.
Well, obviously, you're going to have to give up talent to get talent, but look at the four guys you mentioned, and they've just started their careers. Podziemski and Trace Jackson-Davis are already in the rotation. Jackson-Davis is starting. Podziemski was the first sub off the bench against Toronto. Moody was the second sub, now with no Paul and no GP2, and we know what Kuminga is, and, I think they're, whether or not they're superstars down the road, they are contributing as young players, and it's not all about, superstars and lead guys. Kuminga may be that guy. Trace Jackson-Davis is good, JD. He could certainly be a rotation guy on a championship team. But my question, and I just don't, it's Wiggins that befuddles me, because I appreciate the ability on both ends of the floor. I just don't understand it. But Steve is exasperated by their combination, so it sounds like he's done. And the analytics department has probably given him reams of material that you can't play Wiggins and Kuminga together. That's what got you in trouble the other night against Denver. You wanted to play Wiggins over Kuminga. You kicked an 18-point lead, and everybody's freaking out on you. So this specific game, what are we hearing about Zion and the right quad contusion? Is he going to play tonight? And then they got McCollum, they got Ingram, they got Valanciunas, who's big. If you do make a change in the lineup, do you go back to Kavan just for the size against Jonas Valanciunas? How do you see the lineup tonight?
Yeah, if they make a change tonight, I would think at the big it would probably be Looney, just as a trusted. I think you could go Looney Kuminga. I think you could go Looney Kuminga, put Podziemski back in there. That's what I actually thought they were going to do a couple of nights ago. I thought Podziemski with the Chris Paul injury was going to go back in. but then it become and bring Moody in, and then you have to figure out when Corey Joseph is going to play, because for whatever reason the Warriors just do not. They want to play Podziemski with a point guard. They don't want to play Podziemski as the point guard, which I think is, I get it. They like him as a secondary playmaker rather than the guy that's going to be the primary ball handler and get him into the offense and all that. But I think good things have happened when Podziemski's been on the floor. And I agree with everything you said, Greg, about the young players and their impact and their ability. I do think they can all be role players on this team, but the question is, how good is this team if they are? And I think that's where the fine line comes in. It's not really a knock on any of them individually, and then it becomes a question of how do you get better? And to get better, like you said, you may have to give up talent. But I would say maybe Looney and Kuminga, move Clay to the 3, Podziemski goes back in there, and then you get the balance of hustle and playmaking and the ability to attack, and you still have shooting out there, although Podziemski's shot has fallen off a little bit here in recent games. I mean, he was really making shots before the last couple, which I think was really helping him make an impact in addition to the hustle and the rebounding and the passing. And, I mean, he just does a little bit of everything and is a real nice complement to everything that the Warriors do. So I think if you're going to make that move, that's the move, and Wiggins goes back to the bench. It's so the communication is the thing that I can't understand defensively. I mean, that's where they got wrecked. And honestly, it was Kuminga. It was Kuminga being just making wrong switches and bad rotations. And I know Wiggins steals the headlines, and Wiggins' offensive game was just non-existent. And Wiggins, I think, when Kuminga's out there because he's so aggressive, Kuminga likes to go get it. Like, Kuminga wants to go get his, and I think Wiggins, who tends to float, keeps floating. But I think really the problem is defensively with that group, and you would never believe it because it's the number 1 and number 2 athletic wing players. You'd think that should be a lockdown defensive lineup, but they just, I think in part because Kuminga is not a good team defender, he makes the wrong switch, he overhelps, he's bad in defensive rotations. Like, that's the knock on Kuminga that I think above everything, and lack of decisiveness offensively at times. He's gotten a lot better at that over the course of the last month. He's passing it or going right to the bucket. There's no in between, so he's improved there, but it's the defensive team concepts where Kuminga struggles, and I think that's where he hasn't maybe been as trusted as the fan base would want Steve Kerr to be trusting in him, and that was what got him wrecked in the first 6 minutes of the game against the Raptors. It was really Kuminga's poor team defense in terms of what they were trying to do.
The great John Dickinson joining us. So after the game tonight, Dubs OT, and then you got a show on Saturdays as well, right? Talking Dubs?
Yeah, just Dubs, 10 a.m. until noon. We're doing it for a couple hours. We're probably going to expand it to 3 coming up here in the coming weeks once football's all done with. But, yeah, just Dubs every Saturday, 10 a.m. until noon. And then, yeah, Dubs OT after every game, including tonight. So look for me right around 8 o'clock when the final horn sounds. We're going live on YouTube and Twitch. We're going live on KNBR. So it should be a lot of fun. Looking forward to it. And, yeah. 5:30 tip tonight, so on a little bit earlier, and the Warriors need wins, guys. This thing's getting away from them a little bit here over this homestand.
No doubt about it. JD, great stuff, man. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you now, or we'll hear you tonight, and we'll see you on Saturday as well. Appreciate it, man.
Sounds good, guys.
Great stuff.
Boots on the ground.
That's right. That's the great JD No Man. That is the great John.
You got it wrong, man.
No matter what, we always have that inside joke. Can't explain it to you. I apologize. They tell you in this business you're not supposed to have inside jokes, but I'm sorry.
Petey Guerrero.
That's just it's funny. And it's between us, and that's just what it is. All right, let's flip it over to the 49ers. They got some good news yesterday, maybe some of the best news along the defensive line and one of the key players to this defense and specifically to stopping the run. We'll tell you about it coming up next. And then I think... Can I tease the bottom of the hour? What's happening at 11:30?
We're going to do it at 11:30 or 1:15.
Do we know Walter yet? Have we heard anything back?
I think the FCC takes a break in the 1 o'clock hour. So today is the anniversary. Whenever you see January the 10th,
it's the best day
around
ever.
These parts. It's 1982. It's the 81 NFC Championship game. The catch, and Michael Zigaris, the one and only, great team photographer of the Niners and rock and roll. We have him on once a year. He drops about 3 F-bombs and a few S-bombs.
He's awesome.
He was on the field for that epic game to catch, and they turned the ball over 6 times in that game. People forget. Michael Zagaris does not forget. We're trying to figure out a time when Michael can do it and when we won't lose our broadcast license. So go to lunch at 1:15 FCC.
That's what we're doing. Okay, that's what we're doing.
Whatever you want. Whatever you want.
Let's get to the Niners coming up next. The injury report, and it's relatively positive, but there's one player in particular that's good news on. We'll do it next only here on the Sports Hitter.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
You just heard it. Warriors head coach Steve Kerr joined Tom Tolbert and Adam Klopman like he does every single week to discuss Draymond's return, that podcast and more. Trending at KNBR.com and the new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Yeah, I think he's most likely back, but the awkward conversation to me is their defense has gotten incrementally worse every year for the last 10 years, from number 1 to bottom 2 or 3 right now, and he doesn't have a fix for that. So he's had chances. He had Ken Norton as his D coordinator. He moved on from him. He brought in a combination of Clint Hurt with Sean Desai. Then Sean Desai left. Nothing's really working on that side of the ball. So I think the awkward conversation internally there is, hey, do we have the right players on defense? Do we have the right coaches on defense? How do we fix this? And there could be a difference of opinion on that, right? There often would be, right? Normally the personnel guys would be like, hey, we got you. These players, aren't they good? We traded for Leonard Williams. Isn't that what we want, right? And then, what's Pete's answer to that? Is Pete's answer, no, we don't have enough guys. This is ridiculous. Or is it, yep, you know what? I screwed this up. Here's how I'm going to fix it. We're changing our defense. We're modernizing. Here's who I'm hiring. Those types of conversations are really easy to do between me and you on the radio. They're really hard to have internally when you have someone who's, had the success Pete Carroll's had, has the control he has had, right? It's awkward.
That was Mike Sando yesterday, and we've talked often about, and we'll talk about the 49ers, but this is some breaking news, and that was Mike Sando from The Athletic, who lives up in Seattle, and we were going over his Pick Six column, which had coaching moves, both that had been done and some potential moves, and under, I think he called it an awkward conversation, he had Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll was on a radio show earlier this week, his weekly radio show in Seattle, and as the oldest head coach in the NFL, although you wouldn't know it at age 72, he said, I definitely will be back as head coach of the Seahawks for my 15th season. That is not the case. One of the 49ers' chief rivals, the Seahawks, are going to make a change at head coach. And again, Pete Carroll won a Super Bowl, almost won 2, Bay Area guy, is out as head coach. It sounds like he's going to stay in the organization, but Pete Carroll out as head coach of the Seahawks. What do you make of that?
And it's a firing. I mean, they were asking Coach right after the game, if he's going to come back, and he kind of incredulously asked. So my question is to you, and you know the Seattle people closely from working up there, is John Schneider still have the job? Who's firing him? Is it John Schneider? Is it Paul Allen's sister that's running
Jody,
the team there? Jody? I mean, who fired him? First of all, what role is he going to have in the organization? Do they have another coach in mind that they would make this move? And
well, I can tell you one right out of the gate is Dan Quinn, because he was the DC on the Super Bowl winning team, the DC in Dallas. I wonder if Dan Quinn, he's a friend of Pete Carroll's, I wonder if Dan Quinn would be the guy there.
That would not be a major change. If you're looking to change the defensive structure, and what Mike Sando was saying, Pete Carroll, kind of brought the cover 3 defense into the NFL. That's the vogue, and now, it's a little bit more Lord Fangio's defense and cover 4, but for a long time, and the 49ers have that defense when they hired Robert Saleh, and it's been going on for years. Pete got away from that. He ran for years a 4-man front with a cover 3 behind, and the single high safety was Earl Thomas and those great corners outside and the Legion of Boom, and he got away from that. Even though on the base downs he still ran a 4-man front, he did more of a 3-man front, really a 5-man front with the 2 outside guys down. Didn't do it against the Niners in Seattle on Thanksgiving night. He jumped into a 4-man front to open. In any event, if you bring in Dan Quinn, you're bringing in a younger version of Pete's defense. Do you want to do that? That does make some sense, John, because we're hearing a lot of, Mike McCarthy loses to Green Bay, his former team, or if he doesn't make the championship game of the Super Bowl, they're going to fire him. Why would they do that? Well, I think they've put off the Dan Quinn becomes a head coach saga in Frisco, Texas too long. I think Dan he's probably the highest paid coordinator, offense or defense, in the NFL. Jerry's paid him a lot of money to keep him on the staff, but at some point he wants to be a head coach, and now would be the time. If the Seattle job is open, maybe that's the reason why, they'd move on from McCarthy. Dan's an older coach. He's not as old as Coach Carroll, but he's not, where you're going to get a young offensive-minded guy. So what about John Schneider? Is John Schneider staying in the organization?
That's a good question.
Pete and John have been together. They came in together in 2010. What is it, 14 years they've been there together?
14 years, yep. And they made sweeping changes. I think that when they first got there, they made the most changes. I think in the first 90 days those two were together in 2010, they made the most changes of a roster in NFL history. And like I said, they're joined at the hip. Those two guys made the decisions. They had a hell of a lot of success. They won one, probably should have won 2 Super Bowls, but it's an end of an era as far as the rivalry with the 49ers, because as everybody knows, I mean, this goes back to Jim Harbaugh. This goes back to SC versus Stanford. This goes back to a lot of physical games between the Niners and the Seahawks, and a lot of the names and obviously have changed, especially since Russell Wilson went to Denver. But man, that Pete Carroll was always that chomping of the gum against the 49ers on the sidelines, and he's gone after 14 years.
Are you surprised? Have you heard this at all coming from your contacts in Seattle, John?
No, I right after the season, I texted one of my good friends who covers the team on a regular basis and is real inside the organization, and he kind of said the same thing Sando did, which is it could happen, but it would be an absolute shocker. So yeah, I would put this under shocker, especially given the fact that he just said that he's coming back.
And they went 9-8 this year.
Yeah, not bad.
The same record this year they had last year. But last year was good enough to get the number 7 seed. When you look at it, those 2 losses to the LA Rams.
Yeah.
Or if they, did they just want to move on philosophically and bring somebody in younger? I mean, Pete, it does have a lot of energy, but he is 72 years of age. He's been there for a decade and a half. That is a really long run in the NFL. But, if they are basing it just on performance, did they underachieve a little bit this year? They had a lot of young players. Their draft was really good. We always felt they were a contender. They lost their first game of the year to the Rams, and the way they lost it, the second half, they just got annihilated. The Rams just went up there and beat them. And then the game, right before they played the 49ers on Thanksgiving night, and Jason Myers did miss the long field goal at the end. Was it 54 yards or something, 51? But that was a game they needed to win the game. And I remember specifically Geno trying to hit Tyler Lockett, and Darian Kendrick came up with a big interception. I don't think Lockett was right all year. Those comeback routes, against Ambry Thomas on Thanksgiving night, and he just wasn't driving back for the ball. But that one play, they lost that game to the Rams. And what were they up at one point, John? They were leading 10-0. They were up big. And they got beat. L.A. came back and won that game. And, I mean, the bottom line is they had a 9-8 record. L.A. had a 10-7 record. If Seattle wins one of those games against the Rams, John, are they in the playoffs and the Rams are not? Is that the way it went down?
Yeah, I think so. Absolutely. By the way, the Seahawks have released a statement. Again, if you're just joining, Pete Carroll out as head coach of the Seahawks. This was released by Jody Allen, who's the chairman of the Seahawks after
Paul Allen's sister.
Yeah, after Paul Allen's passing. After thoughtful meetings and careful consideration for the best interest of the franchise, we have amicably agreed with Pete Carroll that his role will evolve from head coach to remain with the organization as an advisor. Talks about winning as coach, 14 years, expertise in leadership and building a championship culture will continue as an integral part of our organization moving forward. Pete will always be a beloved member of the Seahawks family.
He's under contract, basically. So they want him around, but they're going to have to pay him.
Right.
So this offseason.
He just signed an extension. Wasn't it last offseason?
Was it? Well, we're trying to get our friend Greg Bell on to talk about this. I did not see this coming in this hour, that after 14 years, Jody Allen. Anything about Schneider? Is Brian Schneider staying there? I mean, what are you saying? Pete didn't coach well? Or he didn't develop the young
I think
players?
It's the defense, right? Like Sando told us that, I mean, obviously Pete's a defensive guy, and the defense regressed. They were, in the first 4 weeks of the season, they were actually really good against the run. And then from that point forward, they were the worst team in the league against the run, and they didn't fix anything. And
well, do you blame John Schneider for constructing the defense, for bringing Bobby Wagner back? Bobby did not.
Jamal Adams trade, moments. My God.
And the contract they gave Jamal Adams was not good. What was going on with Rick Woolen this year? He's in and out of the lineup. They're benching him. Was it coaching? I mean, what's the bottom line here? Who's going to pick the next head coach? Is that John Schneider? Is he going to do that? Or are they going to clean everybody out and start from new? I mean, the irony is Bill Belichick may leave New England. We'll see what happens there. Mike Vrabel's been fired in Nashville with Tennessee with Rand Carthon, although the owner did that. Jim Harbaugh is coming back into the NFL, we think, sometime shortly. At the same time, Pete Carroll, his longtime rival from USC and Stanford and Niners and Seahawks is fired after 14 years in Seattle. But shocking that this would go down. We heard rumblings, and my first thought was, really? Why are they questioning Pete Carroll coming back? But is it going to be John Schneider that's going to stay as the general manager in Seattle, and who's going to pick the new head coach?
Wow. Again, breaking news, and one of the reasons why it's a big story here, that's the chief rival, I still think, of the 49ers. I know the Rams are in there as well, but Pete Carroll, going back to the Harbaugh days and all those big games and all that, he is out after 14 years as the head coach. He'll stay in an advisor role, like you said, because he's still got a contract. Big question is, who's going to be pulling the strings? John Schneider, they were kind of joined at the hip, much like John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan are. So what's going to be the future of the Seahawks, not only as a head coach, but as an organization? So we'll keep you up to date. We're going to try to get some guys out of Seattle to clarify, because I think out of all the moves, I think even if Belichick leaves New England, it'll be a bigger story. It's just that I think a lot of us are anticipating that happening. Mike Vrabel was a big story. We all knew about some of the firings that have already happened, but we talked to yesterday. We talked to our guy from The Athletic, and he told us, Mike Sando told us that, this is a possibility, but he called it a strange conversation. So he thought maybe the DC would be out. They'd make a lot of coaching changes.
Maybe, what happens a lot is, maybe they went in and said, you got to fire your whole defensive staff. And he just didn't want to do that. Was it him they wanted out, or did they want his coaches out and he was uncomfortable doing that? I don't know. But it's, as far as surprise, did anybody see Pete Carroll on the Wednesday after the season ending, and he won them their only Super Bowl? They had the 10-year anniversary of that. I mean, when you look at it, they had good coaches. Chuck Knox did a good job there, but without question, Pete Carroll's the greatest coach in the history of the Seahawks franchise, and it's not close. Although Tom Flores says, I got screwed when I was there. Don't blame that on me. Blame that on Ken overbearing.
No, but I mean, they weren't anything. Let's be honest. As far as a rival to the 49ers, before Pete Carroll got there, they were nothing. I mean, they went to the Super Bowl in Detroit. I was at that game, and that seemed like just a quirky thing, and they were okay.
With Mike Holmgren.
Yeah, with Holmgren, but they weren't anything close to what
calls. They had some bad calls. They could have won that game.
Sure. Man. But as far as consistency over the years, Pete took a couple of years to get the thing going, but my God, once he did, they were difficult to deal with, man.
So what's up with John Schneider? Is he still employed?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to look. So we'll throw a few texts out. We'll see what we can do as far as getting some more information on that. But Pete Carroll is out. The chief rival of the 49ers, the Seahawks, need a new head coach. We'll try to get you more. In the meantime, if we don't get anybody from Seattle, we told you that at 11:15 we were going to talk about the 49ers and the injury situation, which is mostly positive. So we'll move that to coming up next if we don't come up with somebody from Seattle. And do remember, by the way, 11:50 every day. I haven't even promoted this yet. Ask Papa anything at all. You can start them on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. You got any questions for Pop? Jump on that one as well, YouTube and Twitch, and we'll take phone calls as well. So make sure any way that you want to get a hold of the show, you can. 415-808-5627, 415-808 KNBR to ask Papa anything at all. 49ers situation, injury situation, Warriors. Do you believe in Draymond Green? Steve Kerr saying that Kuminga and Wiggins can't play together. Does that mean it's a trade? Anything you want to ask, 415-808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. You can jump on the line or hit us up on the text line or YouTube and Twitch. We'll do that in about 20 minutes. It's Papa and London here on the Sports Leader.
Gold Bar Whiskey proudly presents the Joe Montana Whiskey Collection, a whiskey that celebrates the iconic 49ers quarterback and a four-time Super Bowl champion, Joe Montana. Gold Bar is the perfect whiskey to enjoy with friends and families and celebrate like a champion. It's crafted right here in the heart of the Bay. Each bottle of the limited edition Joe Montana whiskey embodies the spirit of greatness, aged to perfection and finished in cognac barrels. It delivers a unique taste that is as smooth as Joe's legendary passes. You can find the Joe Montana collection at local retailers, online, and at goldbarwhiskey.com, or at the Gold Bar Whiskey Distillery located on Treasure Island. So stop by there for delicious foods. They serve lunch from Wednesday through Sunday, refreshing cocktails and the best views that San Francisco has to offer. You're on Treasure Island. For more details, including location and hours, visit goldbarwhiskey.com. This is a totally new whiskey blend from Gold Bar Whiskey. It is not double casked, but triple casked in cognac barrels. So wherever you are on game day, at home, a tailgate, or at the bar, make sure to order a Golden Joe for a refreshing game day cocktail. Gold Bar, the official whiskey of the San Francisco 49ers.
Faithful, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
This is now a Seahawks team that is on the rise. When you look at the youth of the roster, yes, there are certain situations where you have a bunch of injuries and you got to go bring in veteran Jason Peters and just hope that he can go out there at age 41 and get things done. But this is a young team that feels like it does have a bright future. Is that a Dan Quinn? Is that a Darrell Bevel? The types of coaches who have been there in the past and know how they are built? Or potentially could they look again to one of the young coaches, an up-and-comer, whether that's on the offensive side of the ball, guys like Ben Johnson or Frank Smith or Bobby Slowick? Could they go to the defensive side of the ball? Because they just had a whole lot of success for 14 years under Pete Carroll with a coach from that side of the football, whether that's an Aaron Glenn, a Lou Anarumo. There's a lot of different options potentially at place here. But to your question, Taylor, is this a total facelift? Is this a teardown? I do not anticipate that. Change is coming in Seattle, but they absolutely feel they're not that far off for being a playoff competitor again in 2024.
That's Tom Pelissero, the chief rival of the 49ers. After 14 years, Pete Carroll is out. Not sure about what's going on with John Snyder. And again, just 2 days ago on a radio show in Seattle, I plan to be coaching the team. I love these guys, and that's what I'd like to be doing and see how far we can go. I'm not worn out. I'm not tired. I'm not any of that stuff. I need to do a better job, and I need to help my coaches more, and we need to do a better job of coaching, unquote. 72-year-old Pete Carroll, the oldest head coach in the NFL, is out in Seattle. Shocker.
It is surprising, and, they had a good young roster, and the word is John Schneider is going to stay and work with Jody Allen, and he's going to be the one that's overseeing the search for a new head coach. We already reached out to our friend Sanjay Lal, who we've had on the show many times, as their passing game coordinator and wide receiver coach. So, when a coach gets fired, head coach, the whole staff typically goes. So, will Sanjay be available somewhere else? Shane Waldron is their offensive coordinator, Clint Hurt their defensive coordinator, and then, does Pete Carroll want to coach somewhere else at age 72? Is he going to make the transition and stay in the front office? He goes under contract to them, but if he wanted to coach, I don't know if he could get out of there. But they've had 2 good years of drafting. I mean, their draft a couple of years ago was as good as they had a lot of injuries with, guys on the offensive line. Abraham Lucas, the right tackle, got hurt, but they got Charles Cross. They got Abraham Lucas, a right and a left tackle in the same draft. Obviously on defense, they had Reek Woolen. He just regressed a little bit this year, John. And then Jackson Smith and Jigba, who made that great catch against the 49ers on the Thanksgiving night game, the incredible catch to help the Niners win the number 1 seed overall at the end when he made the catch to beat Philadelphia on Monday Night Football was epic. Tyler Lockett's starting to show his years, and you got DK Metcalf, but they got Zach Charbonnet, the young back, in combination with Kenneth Walker III. I think the big thing now, and Drew Lock played well at the end of the year and helped him win, made that throw to Jackson Smith and Jigba to beat over Bradbury to beat Philadelphia, but they've just not been able to identify a quarterback. And Geno played well last year. He was comeback player of the year. He made the Pro Bowl, but I think it was all around him. I'm not going to blame the whole thing on him. But when you look at the coaches that have been fired and the openings here, what's the one common denominator? Whether it was Josh McDaniels early in the year with the Raiders or Frank Reich early in the year, Brandon Staley didn't have that excuse. He just mismanaged games. Atlanta, Ron Rivera in Washington, Mike Vrabel really not been able to get a quarterback. Is that his fault, or is it John Robinson's before and ran Carthon this past year? Now Seattle. They put a Band-Aid on it for a while post-Russ with Geno Smith, but the reason these coaches are losing their jobs, John, is just they haven't been able to find that quarterback.
Absolutely. And, I wonder where this job goes to. By the way, I want to acknowledge this, and by the way, you can ask Papa anything at all. 415-808-5627. We'll do that in 10 minutes. Jump on a phone line at 415-808-5627. The text line is wide open. Put your question there. Just hashtag it Ask Papa so that I can see it, because I'm an idiot. I'm like, is that a question? Just hashtag it Ask Papa. A lot easier for me to see. 415-808-5627. And YouTube and Twitch as well. We'll pull them off the stream. But so where do you put this job amongst the Raiders, Panthers, Chargers, Commandos, Falcons, Titans? That's where we are now. Is Seattle with all their young talent but not a quarterback? Like you said, the last 2 drafts, last year was absolutely great. And then this year getting guys like Devin Weatherspoon and Smith and Jigba. I mean, they've got some young talent on this team. They went 9-8. I mean, that's a pretty good situation up in Seattle. And look, I don't know Jody Allen as an owner. She took over for Paul Allen when he passed in 2018, but it seems like a pretty stable franchise. John Schneider seems like a pretty good talent evaluator. I think that's a pretty damn good job.
Ownership is the key. Now, obviously, if you're, a coach is looking for a new job, and there are a lot of good young coaches that are out there, and obviously Jim Harbaugh. I don't know how it's going. I know people wanted to interview Steve Wilks this week. The Chargers reached out to interview Steve. They changed the rules in the NFL, and Kyle was talking about, that Steve could do a Zoom this week. I thought you had to wait until after the 22nd divisional weekend. Now, it would make sense to let Steve interview right now because he's on a bye week, and the Niners have, they're getting ready for practice tomorrow and Friday, but they have no clue who they're going to play. It's only one of 4 teams, so they're starting to do some work on the teams. Maybe a team like Green Bay first because they haven't seen them all year. But they really, now's a good time to interview Steve Wilks. So I don't know. I know Harbaugh can be interviewed immediately because he's a college coach, but guys that have coaching jobs in the NFL, they changed the rules this year as far as when the interview window opens. It's the 22nd. But ownership's important. Do you want to work for the owner of the Raiders, the owner of the Chargers, the owner of the Panthers, David Tepper, who he's just going through coaches, chewing them up, and had a situation with one of his fans at a game recently. Arthur Blank's a solid guy, a little quirky. Josh Harris has a good reputation from the NBA, and he's bringing quality people in to help him there. He's kind of an unknown. I mean, Washington would be stay away from them because of Snyder, but Josh Harris is starting with a clean slate, a lot of money, and that they'll get a new stadium there at some point, and that's a great franchise. They have a huge fan base, so I don't know, how it's going to work. And then what does John Schneider want? Does he immediately, you would think, get rid of a 72-year-old defensive coach? What's your inclination? Maybe Dan Quinn, but maybe it's to go out and get one of these young, hot offensive coordinators like the 49ers did 7 years ago, like the Rams did 7 years ago. We got to find a quarterback. Ben Johnson's going to be a hot name. Frank Smith in Miami, Dave Canales. Bill Callahan's son, Brian Callahan in Cincinnati from De La Salle High School is going to get a lot of inquiries. Eric Bieniemy. What's the deal there? Would Washington name him a head coach? He's making a lot of money to be a coordinator. They threw the ball so much this year. Their offense was okay. Jim Harbaugh, obviously. Bobby Slowick is fascinating to me because I'm just shocked. Bobby's a quiet guy, and we know Bobby from passing game coordinator with the Niners. Is he ready to be a head coach already? I think that's a little bit quick to do that. I don't know. But I think with Schneider, John, does he go with an offensive young guy and go complete opposite of Pete? Dan Quinn would be the guy, obviously, which would be a younger version of Pete, but similar to Pete because he ran that defense for years. Anarumo, Raheem Morris of these Rams. Do you want to take someone from the division away? Aaron Glenn, the coordinator in Detroit, Ulbrich, who's got Saleh's job in New York running his defense, Steve Wilks. Will Seattle I think you want to interview Steve Wilks for a number of factors, satisfy the Rooney Rule, and also maybe find out about the Niners a little bit. So Brian Flores is out there. Gerard Mayo, would he wind up going back to New England if they move on from Belichick? Are they going to go after, possibly Mike Vrabel? So, I don't know. I mean, the Charger job because of the quarterback, but I think you got to be leery about the Spanos family and what it is long term. They're spending a lot of money there. And then if the Charger job, are you ever going to be? And the answer is no. In your own marketplace, you're decided number 2. You don't even have home games. I know the quarterback's a great player, and he hasn't been able to win for whatever reason, but he's got uber skill. I mean, as far as pure talent, but. The stadium there is not yours. It's kind of like going to work for the Clippers in L.A. against the Lakers. Can you ever truly compete in your own marketplace there? It's and the Rams are getting a foothold on the market, but really the Chargers are having a tough time with that.
No doubt. All right, Pete Carroll out as Seahawks head coach. Again, the chief rival of the 49ers. There is something going on in the text line, which in Ask Papa, there is one question over all others, and we'll discuss that one as part of Ask Papa. Coming up next, you can jump on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and text us your question. Just use hashtag AskPapa, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. You can jump on a phone line as well, same number, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR, or on YouTube and Twitch. On that stream as you're watching along, we'll monitor that as well for the best questions. Again, whether it has to do with Draymond Green, Steve Kerr, the Warriors moving forward, 49ers as they're watching these teams. I just put together a list of the best openings in order. We can discuss that, whatever you want to do. How big of a deal is it that Pete Carroll's leaving the Seahawks? Do you feel almost a little bit nostalgic over this thing? Because this one stretches back to Harbaugh and all those days, even back to Stanford and USC. So any of those questions, or go off the board with any of your own, we'll do it coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, let's do it. It's Papa and Lund. Thanks for joining us. We do this every single day, 11:50-ish. 11:50-ish. Ask Papa anything at all. You could jump on a phone line, 415-808-5627. 415-808-KNBR. Text line the same, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials. Text line, just hashtag Ask Papa, either on the text line or on YouTube and Twitch, and we will get to the best ones. Here we go.
It's time to Ask Papa anything. Anything.
Come to Papa.
That's right. All right, on my screen right now, if there are
Jake Moody
30 questions on my text line right now, 29 of them say this in some
Jake
way,
Moody.
shape, or form. So
Jake Moody.
707-925-415-209-650, all asking the same thing. Harbaugh to Seattle, question mark.
Oh, is that what? I thought for sure it was Jake Moody.
No, Harbaugh to Seattle, question
Yeah, that
mark.
would be, I thought of that right away. The ultimate irony. Harbaugh comes back into the NFL and takes Pete Carroll's job. I mean, if I'm, and I ownership is important. I don't know Jody Allen. Paul Allen was one of the richest men in the world, obviously. And it's a great stadium up there. The facility there is amazing. Is that the job you would take if you're well, first of all, it's juicy beyond Harbaugh just replacing Pete Carroll. It'd be Harbaugh specifically in the NFC West and specifically against the San Francisco 49ers.
Well, he ain't working for Pete Carroll, I can tell you that. Like the advisor Pete Carroll, whatever that role is, he ain't working for him.
Well, it'd be John Schneider. Could you imagine John Schneider firing Pete Carroll and hiring Jim Harbaugh to be the head coach?
That would be unbelievable.
Yeah, I just don't. If I'm them, I wouldn't do it. But I mean, that's up to them. But Pete and Don Yee could use it as leverage, obviously. The money there from that, from the Allen family. I don't know. I did think of that almost immediately, but I just don't think that's where they would go. It's not what I would do. But, if they're not looking to get revenge against Pete Carroll by hiring Jim Harbaugh. They're trying to hire a great football coach. The one thing is, I think when Jim does come back in the NFL, he's going to bring Tom Gamble with him from Ann Arbor, and Tom was here with the 49ers, and Tom kept peace for a long time, even when it was Trent Baalke and Jim were feuding. And it became almost immediately after the Kyle Williams game where they lost against the Giants, and I wasn't there. But we obviously followed the story quite a bit working for NBC Sports Bay Area then. We knew the story, but I wasn't there every day and see it and feel it. People in the building, I mean, he almost literally built a wall up. The football people are on this side. And all the white shirts, the business people, you're on the other side, and you're not part of us. And you can't do that. You gotta bring the whole family together. And then Trent and Jim got into it, and I found that to be what happened because Trent Baalke was a scout. He loved Jim from watching him at Stanford and USD, and I remember they were almost tired together. They seemed like they got along. Something happened from a football standpoint where they lost respect for each other, and Harbaugh wanted that division. So do you see Harbaugh taking an NFL job and not bringing Tom Gamble with him and or Mike Lombardi? I mean, remember at the end of the Niner run, there was a report that Mike, who was then in Cleveland as GM, was trying to trade for Jim. And Mike goes back to Jack Harbaugh and John Harbaugh, and he had a relationship with them for years. So if Jim does take an NFL job, he's going to get a lot of money for one, and he's going to bring in his own personnel guy, whether it's Tom Gamble or Mike Lombardi or somebody else he may have. I don't know. But do you think John Schneider hires Jim Harbaugh to be his head coach? I don't see that happening.
No, I was thinking about it, and again, ask Papa anything at all. I was just thinking from the juice factor from the rivalry and the such. I don't see Harbaugh as taking that job. I think if I look at the jobs, I was just jotting this down because if you just joined us, Pete Carroll's out in Seattle. the Chargers, I think, are the best job, and there are two things that you look for if you're going to take a job. A, ownership, and B, quarterback. You can't win without either of them. The Chargers don't have a great ownership group, but they have Justin Herbert, so I think that's seen as the best one. I would probably put the Seahawks as number 2. Now, I don't know Jody Allen, but it seems like they're pretty good as far as the ownership group is concerned. John Schneider has proven they have a ton of young talent over the last couple of drafts. Their number one thing is they got to fix the defense, but they do have talent over there. But they got to decide on Geno Smith. And to me, he was great last year. He wasn't good this year. I don't trust Geno Smith, so they got to find a quarterback. There's a lot of teams that do, but then you go Commanders, Titans, Falcons, Raiders, Panthers. That's tough. But I think Seattle is number 2 behind the Chargers.
There was a time there when Jimmy Garoppolo was in limbo that everybody at 49 feared that Jimmy would wind up in Seattle. And I think he was going there. Or maybe the Rams until they brought Jimmy back. That weird, year when he was working out on the side. It just dawned on me watching Sam Darnold play on Sunday. If I'm the Seattle Seahawks, I go get Sam Darnold in the offseason. And whether I pay him to be a highly paid backup, incentivize his contract if he makes starts, I'd go draft another quarterback. Maybe you bring Geno into training camp, you bring Drew Lock back to compete. But I thought right away, if you want to take down the Niners in the NFC West, I hire Sam Darnold to be a quarterback and I pay him. Maybe the Niners can match it. I don't know. But if Brock stays healthy, he's not playing here. Seattle would be a position where he could play more. So that was my fear, and then still go out and draft one. But it'll be interesting to see what Seattle does as far. But we don't know about Jody Allen because we just don't know her. But I think the key thing is what commitment are they going to give John Schneider? By keeping John and not keeping Pete's still in the organization. Are they going to give? It's kind of like Farhan Zaidi, John. If you want the job and you're Bob Melvin, you want a contract extension. If I go to work for John Schneider, he's the one that hires me. How long is John Schneider going to be on the job? Why did they get rid of Pete? Did they think it was a coaching issue? Do they like the roster? I think you got to like what John Schneider did as far as drafting. They've had a couple of good drafts back to back, and they were able to flip that team pretty quickly. That people thought, Sports Illustrated thought they were going to go 3-14 last year, not this past year, the year before. They won 9 games. They won 9 games again this year. So are you blaming it on to the coaching? Do you like the roster? And if I'm going to go, take a job as the head coach in Seattle, we got to work out the quarterback. But is the guy that hired me going to be out of a job in a year? That's a big concern.
Absolutely. All right, again, big story. The chief rival of the 49ers, the Seahawks, Pete Carroll, is out after 14 years, and people want to know if Jim Harbaugh would go there. I don't think so, but it is fun to talk about. All right, Ask Bob anything at all. Gary is in the city. Hi, Gary. Welcome. Ask Bob anything. Go right ahead.
Hey, you guys. Happy New Year.
Hey, you too.
What's up, Gary?
What's up, guys? If Eric Spoelstra signing that contract.
Wow.
Yeah. Where's that leave Steve Kerr? Because
how much money are we talking about, John? $120 million?
120. Yeah, 8 and 120. Good question. We were going to get to that today, but thanks, Gary.
That's a big
great
number.
question.
What is Monty Williams making? I mean, the
$72 million. So he just topped that by a bunch.
Yeah, and I mean, coaching is fully guaranteed. What did Pop get from the Holtz and RC?
I know he makes $19 million. I don't know how much over what period of time that is, but so Spo's contract is $15 million.
Per.
Yeah, $15 million
for
per
8 years.
But over
8 years, a long time.
Popovich makes $19 million a year.
But
Monty
for 5
Williams,
years.
right.
You got a 5-year extension, Pop.
So it's a great question by Gary, which is, if you're Steve Kerr, I mean, look, Eric Spoelstra's a hell of a coach, and heat culture and all the kind of stuff they do. I've won more championships if I'm Steve Kerr than Eric Spoelstra, so I deserve more than 8 and 120.
Yeah, Spoelstra's a great coach.
No, I'm not saying he's not, but if I'm Steve Kerr, I have more championships.
Well, Pat Riley loves Eric Spoelstra. Bob Myers is no longer there. Dunleavy's there. Will Joe Lacob pay his head? I mean, you're not, 15 to start. You're talking Pop money. He's not going to sign an 8-year contract, Steve. But he'd probably want, 17, 18, 19, $20 million a year. Well, what do they make broadcasting? And what to see Doc Rivers tonight? They're not paying NBA analysts the kind of money they pay in the NFL. But with the streaming services, and Mark Spears was on last week, John, the NBA deals are up nationally. You may get.
What if Amazon and Apple get involved?
Amazon get involved. Exactly.
Then the money goes way up.
I don't know, but the Spoelstra, that is, Pat Riley loves Eric Spoelstra. And but that it's not, the per annum is a lot, but the 8-year contract for a coach, that's like giving John Gruden a 10-year deal, right?
Yeah.
What did the Harbaugh got offered at Michigan, a 10-year deal for $125?
Yeah.
Yeesh.
Well, I mean, okay, so
what's he going to get to coach
5
in the
and 100?
NFL, Harbaugh?
Yeah.
10 years, 150?
So, okay, if I'm Steve Kerr, I'm the agent of Steve Kerr, 5 and 100. I mean, Greg Popovich is great, but
Yeah,
I've won championships. I'm putting up with a lot of crap right now.
Yeah.
5 and 100?
Probably not a good time to ask when you're 17 and 19.
Yeah, that's a good. That's a good point.
You can do whatever you want. You can do
But
whatever
if
you
Pop's making a lot of money, they're not very good.
want. I mean, what's the relationship with Joe Lacob and the head coach?
Well, here's my question, and I'm glad Gary brought this up because I had it in my notes to discuss today. If I'm Steve Kerr, and it's the same kind of reasoning, I think that Bob Myers left this organization. Bob Myers had been an agent, very successful. Bob Myers a GM. Bob Myers now, setting culture in Washington. Steve Kerr was a GM. Steve Kerr was great at TV. Steve Kerr doesn't need another dollar the rest of his life. Do I want to be on the downside of this? Because his two major influences in coaching did two separate things. Phil Jackson, number one, never went on the downside of any team. And Greg Popovich is riding through the tough times in San Antonio. So I don't know which one he's going to be. I don't know Steve to that level like Tom does, but I would say this: what's the point? I got to do? He sounds exasperated by the Draymond Green situation, just kind of like Bob Myers left, I think, because he was looking at Klay Thompson and having to make that decision on the horizon. I mean, why would you ride the downside with the Warriors if you're Steve Kerr?
Bob left for a lot of reasons. I think the untold story is how is the owner taking this season would be my question.
Probably
First
not well.
of all, do they want Steve back to coach? They talked about it, but they never signed him. And now he's got a $400 million payroll, and they're 2 games under 500. So, I mean, have they offered Steve Kerr a contract that pays him in the teens annually? Have they done that?
I don't know. But I know this. You asked how Joe Lacob's taking it. They're 12th now in the Western Conference. The only 3 teams below them are Memphis, who just lost Ja, and they're done. Portland, who stinks. And San Antonio. Like, those are the only 3 teams. Those teams are completely out of it. That's the only teams below a team that Joe Lacob's paying a massive luxury tax on. He's not happy.
We know he's not taking it well, but is he really not taking it well? How not well is he taking it? It'll be the question. And does he even want his coach to come back? Is he going to pay a coach $20 million to coach this team?
Good question. A couple of good questions. Again, ask Papa anything at all. Right away that we bring up Steve Kerr from the 447. Who would you want to replace Steve Kerr as Warriors head coach? There you go. It's already starting.
Jim Harbaugh.
It's already starting.
Jim
Harbaugh. Let's see another one. This one from 408. In retrospect, would it have been better to trade Draymond Green in the offseason and kept Jordan Poole? What that question?
Yeah, I didn't want to trade Jordan Poole. I just, and Chris Paul played well, but he changed the way you play, and now he's hurt. But he got an expiring contract. I don't know. I mean, Jordan Poole regressed. I don't know how he regressed individually as a player. He's got the skill. He just doesn't translate it enough to efficiency on the court, and it's a problem. I don't know. Let's just see what Draymond is when he comes back. Draymond's a statue around here. He's been here 12 years. I mean, he's done so much. He's just he's gone wayward a little bit with his antics here. But I don't think no one in the organization was advocating that. I didn't want to trade him. I wanted to keep a way to keep him. You traded him for all the wrong reasons, but you may have been forced into it. But I don't think anybody was making an argument there to not re-sign Draymond Green. It's just they didn't think it would go this way. So we'll see if he can. He's early on. I mean, he just signed the contract. It's a 4-year deal. You're only halfway through the first year, but I hear you. I don't think anybody thought it would go this badly.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Ask Papa anything at all. John on the stream on YouTube says, would you start Draymond Green or take him off the bench as a 6th man? I think you got to start him, don't you?
No, I mean, right now I got to get him up to playing. It's going to take a while. I don't. He's not playing tonight. He's not going to play in Chicago or Milwaukee. Could you get him back in a week? I don't know. They got to find the right combinations of personnel. They have players. Now that Paul's out and Gary Payton II is out, and you're getting Draymond back, I mean, what combination are you looking at? If you can't play, I mean, at some point to me, you want to go back to Steph, Clay, Andrew Wiggins, and Draymond Green. And then who's that fifth guy? Is it, probably not Kuminga with the size. Problem with that lineup is Draymond plays 5, and then you got 2 4s, so Wiggins and Kuminga don't work. But, couldn't one play 3, the other play 4? And then you got a bunch of, the pieces that are playing well. Where does Kavan fit in? Where does Moses Moody fit in? Where does Pajemski fit in? Where does Trace Jackson-Davis fit in? I mean, at some point, you want, with Paul down and Gary Payton the second down, it was almost a lock that those 4 would finish games. And then, Clay was brought to the bench for some. But to me, at some point, you want to get them going, whether or not they're starting or finishing the Steph, Clay, Andrew Wiggins, Draymond Green lineup, and then figure out who that fifth guy can be.
KG on the stream asks, on the YouTube channel asks, what is your order of openings? What job would you take? Chargers?
NFL?
Yeah.
I'd take the Raider job, John, in a second.
Oh, that's going to start another line of questioning.
I demand that the owner resign.
Yeah, exactly.
Right away. No, I don't. Well, I mean, I would. I'd like to talk to Bob Myers in Washington. I know that's, and they need a new stadium there, whether it's going to be in Northern Virginia or Maryland or in the district or whatever. But this guy's got money. I mean, you're interviewing owners right now. And I don't know, the old man, Alex Spanos, and he's from Stockton. He had a reputation around the NFL. That's how you got Fred Dean. That was actually, he bought the team after. That was the other owner. But anyway, I just, that Justin Herbert would be the guy, the quarterback, and they got great defensive players, obviously, with Joey Bosa and Khalil had a hell of a year. But it comes right down to ownership. So the Chargers appear to be the job. But again, the owner is a major question mark. You really have to interview him and where he wants to go. And they'll tell you they're spending more money than they've ever spent, which is true. But then in L.A., are you ever really going to be able to get a foothold on that market? Are you always going to be the Oakland A's or the L.A. Clippers, the Chicago White Sox? You just can't get a hold in your own market. It's not so much like the Rams are not the Lakers, the Dodgers, but the Chargers are not that team. So I don't know, honestly. I think it's more, if I'm Harbaugh and I get offered a job at any one of these teams, I'm not sure. How about New England? I mean, you're looking at franchise and the owner, Robert Kraft, and I know Robert's 82 years of age. That's a hell of a good franchise, and they've been for a long time. And then you got Jonathan right behind. You got to get a quarterback. I know that, but that's been a strong franchise for 20 years in New England. Do you want to be the one guy that's going to replace Belichick? I don't know. So maybe ultimately Harbaugh, even though it's out there, Seattle's got to be something you look at now.
Oh, they have such good young talent in Seattle. They may not have the quarterback, but I think their ownership is fine. I mean, it's ownership and quarterback, and if you look at it, like I said, the Patriots have good ownership. They don't have a quarterback. The Chargers have a great quarterback. Don't have great ownership. The Commanders have, I think, good ownership now. Don't have a quarterback, although they're in a position to take one. So it's, there is not a perfect job. That's why these jobs are open, right? I mean, it's tough.
Yeah, I think when you're looking at it, and I think it's more the head coach is going to be doing the interviewing with some of these jobs than it is the owners doing the interviewing. You're interviewing the owner and see if you want to work there, but. This Seattle job is going to be fascinating. If you get a commitment from John Schneider and from Jody Allen that John's going to be there for 5 years or so, that probably would jump up to number
they're
one.
9-8. Real quick, ask Bob anything at all on the stream. In 5 years, who will be the better organization or who will be in the better position, Giants or Warriors? That's easy.
The New York Giants or the San Francisco Giants?
I think the San Francisco Giants
that's
is the question.
That's interesting.
It's going to be tough for both. In 5 years, I mean, Steph's 35. Steph's going to be gone, right? At 40?
Yeah, they aren't going to draft other players. It's not all. I love Steph, but we're not. It's not like.
He ain't going to be around.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what Steph's going to do. He's going to play for a long time. I don't know. I don't know. I think it does come down to ownership, and the Giants' lack of activity, the San Francisco Giants, is a bit alarming this offseason. And it's not just the big guys. I mean, you just don't want to deal with Scott Boras at all to bring in any of these other guys. So I don't know where the Warriors are the Warriors, and they have that building.
They have good ownership.
Steph is going to play. As far as just the cachet in the marketplace, the Warriors are doubling. I think the Giants' regression overall, it's not so much the Dodgers that you're losing to, but you're losing to the Warriors. The Niners are in a different realm, but that competition's always been there, and forever and ever, the Giants were huge and the Warriors were not. And now it is flipped, where the Warriors are the power. That's interesting to see. I think in 5 years it's still the Warriors, but where would it be in 10 years?
Yeah. This is a great question, and this is a longtime listener. You can tell this is on the stream on the YouTube channel. Ask Papa Anything. Hunter says, what happened between Papa and Philip Seymour Hoffman?
Oh, wow.
That's a great question.
The way he treated Art Howe?
Yeah, but
No, I wasn't.
The way he treated you, remember? Didn't you try to talk to him on set?
He blew me off. It was right after he won the Oscar for Capote. His work in Capote was amazing. I was a huge fan.
So you were trying to talk to him on the set.
It was early in the morning. We were in the makeup tent, or a little van there, whatever they had. And it was like 8 in the morning, and I come out, and there's Philip Seymour Hoffman. You were great in Capote. And he didn't say a word.
You fanboyed him?
He just completely ignored me like I didn't exist.
That is ridiculous. I mean, rest in peace and all, but man.
And Brad Jelena were cool to me. But Philip Seymour Hoffman he didn't hear my voice, just didn't register.
I had to get to that one because Hunter's a longtime listener if he's asking that question.
Yeah. Hunter Pence?
No, well, it says Hunter. What was his last name on there? No, not Hunter Pence. But it could be. I mean,
Hunter S. Thompson?
It could be Hunter S. Thompson.
Speaking of which, the Hunter S. Thompson of Bay Area sports and photography, very similar. The great Michael Zagaris.
Yes.
1:15. We were going to do him at 11:30, and then, damn, Pete Carroll got fired.
Yeah,
but we will talk to the Hunter S. Thompson of Bay Area sports, the great Michael Zagaris.
All right, great stuff. Keep them coming. I'll still ask the best questions. Good stuff. Ask Bob anything at all. 11:50 Monday through Friday. We always do it through the text line, through the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. You can call the show, and, of course, we look at the stream through YouTube and Twitch as well and get the best one. So good stuff. We appreciate it. Bottom of the hour, Dennis Brown is going to join us to not only talk about the Niners getting the off week, but also the rest of the playoffs. And Pete Carroll was his defensive coordinator, so he intimately knows Pete Carroll. So we'll ask him about that firing in Seattle and what could be next up there at the bottom of the hour with Dennis Brown. It's Pop and London here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Greg Cosell from NFL Films, the great Greg Cosell, joined Tolbert and Copes to break down the interesting matchups during a wild card weekend. Coming up this weekend, that podcast and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the new KNBR app.
May I ask you, were you forced into a nosebleed mortgage rate in the past year? Loan Pronto is here to rescue you. Hey, it's Greg Papa. If your mortgage rate is over 7, you're going to be in heaven with Loan Pronto's zero-cost refi. You can cut your house payment by hundreds of dollars and even do it with zero closing cost and no appraisal. Rates have plummeted to the lowest point in nearly 12 months, and now it's time to say goodbye to that bad loan you've been stuck with. So Loan Pronto's got APRs with fixed rates in the 5s. So don't live with that record high a day longer. You can lock into a lower rate now with virtually no paperwork or cost involved. Call now and see how much lower you can get your house payment down to. Refi now. You can even skip your next 2 house payments altogether. So call for a free 30-second quote. 415-808-5721. LoanPronto.com. It's 415-808-5721. Again, 30 seconds. 415-808-5721.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
He's doing better. You look good today, and that was the test, and that's why we're going to get him into practice Thursday, and hopefully it goes well, and we'll get him in a little bit Friday. He would have gone last week if we needed that. And that's why we were really pumped that we were able to get that, so he didn't have to go last week. So just giving him this extra week, he's better right now than he was a week ago at this time. Hopefully that extra week will give him enough to ease back into this and make him even better a week from now.
That is Kyle Shanahan. Again, thanks for the great question for Ask Papa 1150 Monday through Friday. So keep them going. Text line, YouTube, Twitch, and on the phone lines as well. Appreciate the input. There is Kyle Shanahan. Bottom of the hour, we'll talk to Dennis Brown in about 7 or 8 minutes, because not only will he be able to talk about the impact that Eric Armstead will have on this defense and maybe Cleve Farrell being out for a while, but also he played for Pete Carroll, who's just been fired in Seattle, if you're just joining us. So we'll talk to Dennis in about 10 minutes about that. But let's start with the good news. Eric Armstead would have played last week had they needed that game, but he is going to play no matter who they play in the divisional round, which is great news.
Yeah, and he's going to practice tomorrow for the first time since the Friday before the team left for Philadelphia, which was the first day of December. I actually saw Eric, had a nice talk with him as we were flying to Washington for the New Year's Eve game on that Friday, and he said, I'm coming back next week for the Ram game. It was hard. He was talking to Trent Williams in the parking lot, and he was leaving when the team was flying. That's got to be hard to leave your guys like that, and Eric's the longest tenured 49er, so he was going to play against the Rams. He's got a couple of weeks, so, I mean, you go back to the December the 3rd game. That's the last time he actually played a game. The Niners are going to play either January 20th or January 21st, depending on if Green Bay wins, if the Rams can win. If not, then it will be the 21st, and we'll play the winner of the Philadelphia-Tampa Bay. But that's a long stretch, from December 3rd all the way through Jan 20 or 21. So hopefully he comes back. The bottom line is, when he was in, the Niners had one of the best rush defenses in football. They gave up under 80 yards a game and under 4 yards a carry in the 12 games he started. Since he's been out, they've given up 115.4 yards a game and 4.6 yards a carry. 3.9 to 4.6 is a huge difference in the NFL. The average is 4. So you're below average run defense against you to way above. So, he needs to come back. And I think also what it does, it's so glaring to watch how it impacts the play of Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner and Oren Burks behind. The way they fit the run behind those two big tackles is a major difference if you're playing behind those guys. Or Kevin Givens has had a good year. Javon Kinlaw, I'll be anxious to see, John, and I will ask Dennis about it. I thought Sebastian Joseph Day would really come in and be a media contributor and maybe even challenge to start without Armstead. Now, with Armstead back, it's going to be Armstead and the gravedigger, Javon Hargrave. But I think Joseph Day's just having a little bit of an issue getting used to being a one-gapper and not a two-gapper. He's just not getting turned around a little bit. It's not as obvious there. And the injury to Cleve Ferrell is significant. And Kyle pretty much said yesterday he's going to miss the divisional game. Maybe he gets back in time for the championship game or the Super Bowl, but this knee injury that he suffered in the Rams game is probably going to take him off the field for at least one playoff game. So what happens there? Cleveland Ferrell was playing great, setting the edge in the run game, and just his energy, his chase down. I mean, he is just, his turn and burn has been amazing. So right away, you would think Chase Young would go into the lineup because he's bigger against the run and the base. But then how does that impact the rotation behind? If Chase is involved more with the base and the alphas, then he can't be in with the Bravos. So he'd be in there with Nick Moore. Then who does Randy Gregory have on the other side of him? Drake Jackson, it sounds like, is not coming back. You got the young guy, Robert Beal Jr. Do you want him up on game day? So a little bit of an indecision there, and you have to kind of search because Cleve's played every game this year and played really well. If you don't have him, how does that change your base defense, your turbo with Chase Young being in that? And then, when Armstead does come back, and they are anticipating him coming back, that is a very painful injury. He had that earlier in the year. He had it last year. It's the plantar fasciitis. So the plan is that he's over the injury, but, can he come back and play his usual volume of snaps and also on top of it play like Eric Armstead plays?
All right, let's get into it. Dennis Brown is going to answer those questions defensively as they get ready for the divisional. He's been in this position, so what is it like? You get a week off. What do you do to keep yourself going and in shape? The return of Eric Armstead and one of his former defensive coordinators, that being Pete Carroll, of course, gone in Seattle after 14 years. We'll ask him about all of it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Yes, and since no one's playing at all this week, we should get 2 really hard practices in. Last week I thought we had 1, but we'll get 2 hard ones in. Probably put the pads on one of them, and tomorrow we'll have those guys come up and work out, and probably go on the field a little bit, just throw the football around and stuff with some skilled guys, and just have guys do some individual stuff, but not truly practice. So we'll get 2 real days in, kind of a little bit of everything tomorrow from an exercising standpoint, and we'll give them the weekend off.
And that's Kyle Shanahan talking about how they will prepare as they have this weekend off, the Wild Card Weekend, Super Wild Card Weekend. We'll talk to Dennis momentarily. And again, the big news today, Pete Carroll out in Seattle. He was Dennis's DC at one point, so we'll talk to him about what Pete Carroll has in store moving ahead at 72. The oldest NFL coach is out. Belichick, the second oldest, could be out as well. And we do know some of the openings, so we'll continue that conversation as well. Good news, Eric Armstead in. Bad news, Cleve Farrell out, at least for the divisional round. So that's what's going on as far as the health. But we talked about last week and how they were going to handle it. They handled it. This week they've got a plan. They've done this before, having the number 1 seed a few years ago in 2019. So what is your level of confidence in terms of the way they're going to handle everything this week?
Well, they got a schedule out already, and so the guys are getting back into the building a little bit today, and then they're going to have 2 early morning practices tomorrow. So I don't even know if I'm going to go down there because they're going to be on the air during the show, John, and really not going to be able to watch practice because they're going to get the guys out early. They're going to be out of the building at 11:30, noon, I think, each day. And since you're not going into a film session to get ready for a team, I think they're going to let the guys go. So Kyle's, working on it. The guys got to get back in the building a little bit today, maybe get on the field and run around. But tomorrow they get back on the actual field for practice, and it's earlier in the morning. And likewise, and they're going to send guys to the podium, even though they're not playing a playoff game this weekend on Wild Card Weekend. The NFL wants the PR machine to continue, and they'll send guys to the auditorium and open up the locker room, I think, as well. And then Friday there'll be no interaction with the media, but they will have an early morning practice. So tomorrow they're on the field. They have meetings in the morning. They're on the field for activation at 10:50, stretch at 11, and they're done by 12:30. And the next day basically the same, and then they'll be done by 12:30. Then they get Saturday and Sunday off. The question would be, is he going to bring them back on Monday? I think that's open to whether or not they're going to play on Saturday or Sunday. And so they're off Saturday and Sunday. They're going to watch these NFC games, obviously, right away, and watch the Dallas-Green Bay game on Sunday. That won't even be on Saturday. And then if Green Bay happens to win the game, then they start grinding on Green Bay. If it goes and Dallas wins the game, then they go to the Sunday night game, and it's Detroit, and it's the Rams, obviously. If the Rams win that game, then they're all locked in on that, and they bring them back on Monday, and we're playing the Rams, assuming Dallas beats Green Bay. If both 2s and 3s win, Dallas wins and Detroit wins, then they're not going to know until Monday night who they're playing, whether it's going to be Philadelphia or Tampa Bay. Wasn't that the case last year, John? I remember on Wild Card Weekend, the Niners played Seattle on Saturday afternoon, and then we did not know they were playing Dallas until the Dallas-Tampa Bay game on Monday
That's correct.
night. Right, the same deal.
Right. Yep.
And I think what also threw that off a little bit on Sunday, remember the Giants went into Minneapolis and upset the Vikings. So there would have been a scenario where would the Giants have come to the 49ers?
Yes.
I'm trying to lose track here on how that would have worked.
That's what it was going to be. Yeah.
Yeah, but Philadelphia was the number 1 seed.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So anyway, the question would be, we know they're going to work out a little bit today and just run around, but not a formal practice. Tomorrow, formal practices. And then, if they are going to play on Saturday and we get an upset either involving Green Bay at 7 or the Rams at 6, and we would probably play Saturday, then I think Kyle would bring him back for a Monday practice. But I don't know what he's going to do on Monday if the Cowboys and the Lions both win, and you're still not going to know who you're going to play, whether it's Tampa Bay or Philadelphia. Probably bring him back anyway just to loosen up, and then the coaches would, maybe give him Tuesday off to grind because then you won't play till Sunday.
All right, as far as Vegas odds, which I love so much, because we talked about your conflict potentially. So these are the most likely Super Bowl matchups, and the top three in terms of most likely, according to Vegas odds, all involve the 49ers. So Ravens versus 49ers, the rematch is plus 300. The Bills and 49ers plus 600. The Chiefs and 49ers plus 800. So, I mean, the first three, and then it goes Ravens, Cowboys, and the Dolphins, 49ers is
so
six.
So the 49ers are that heavy of an NFC favorite?
Yeah.
They have the top three?
Top three, Ravens, 49ers, Bills, 49ers, Chiefs, 49ers is top three. So either playing the Ravens, Bills, or Chiefs. You want the Bills.
Well, I don't want. I want the Bills personally. I mean,
it's a major conflict.
The Buffalo. I'm from Buffalo. I spent my entire life rooting for the Buffalo Bills till I went for the work for the Raiders, and now the Niners. So that would be on every level. I'm going to be charged up anyway if the Niners make the Super Bowl. If they make the Super Bowl in the home of the Raiders, I'm going to be doubly charged up. If they make the Super Bowl in the home of the Raiders and play the Buffalo Bills in the Super Bowl, maybe it's just too much for me to handle, and I won't. Maybe I just don't do the game. I can't handle it. It's going to be absolutely insane. I've waited my whole life for the Buffalo Bills to win a Super Bowl. If they would do it against the San Francisco 49ers, it would be ridiculous. So this whole thing I'm dreading.
Right.
But I think if I had to pick a team from the AFC right now, who's the hottest team? And Baltimore was. But Baltimore, they played their guys against Pittsburgh. It was a home game. I mean, the rain in that game was torrential. Harbaugh started to get some guys off the field, but not as much as Kyle did. He played his guys. I don't think Roquan played the whole game, but Patrick Queen was out there for a long time, and Hamilton. He didn't play Lamar, but I think if you're asking me, am I picking Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson, I'm taking Josh Allen. I don't care if the game is at M&T Bank Stadium or anywhere. So, I mean, if we have a Buffalo-Kansas City divisional game, except this time it's in Orchard Park and it's not at Arrowhead, how is that going to change that? Now, Buffalo's got to play well in the playoffs, and last year Cincinnati went in there and beat them in the snow. So it's interesting. But I think we could be looking at Buffalo against the 49ers, which leads to, first of all, what's going on? They had an avalanche today.
Yeah, I just saw that.
At Palisades.
Yeah, I saw that.
Not good. I'm also hearing Buffalo's got heavy winds. 40 mile per hour winds.
And then
for the game.
The
now,
KC
that's a calm
game,
day in South, and it's called the Southern Tier in Buffalo. That Orchard Park area is south, where they get all the heavy snow and the lake effect and all that. But the winds howl there. So you're telling me I can't go skiing because of an avalanche this weekend in Tahoe? And then do I deal with 50 mile per hour winds?
Come on, you got to fly to
the
Buffalo.
Bills and Steelers? I don't know.
We need a live report.
We're going to have to see. We'll have to see.
Real quick question to 49ers fans, whether on the text line or if you're watching on YouTube or Twitch. So Ravens 49ers plus 300, Bills 49ers plus 600, Chiefs 49ers plus 800. Each of them are very intriguing. Would you have a favorite amongst those three? By the way, Dolphins 49ers is plus 1,400. That's after Ravens, Cowboys, after Ravens, Eagles. So the top three all involve the 49ers. Ravens would be a rematch of this year. The Bills would pop in a quandary, and the Chiefs 49ers would obviously be a rematch of Super Bowl 54. So all very intriguing in and of themselves.
Yeah, I mean, 2019 year, I really felt like the Niners were going to the Super Bowl, and the one team that I feared was Kansas City. Their defense is better than it was then. They still are a little off. I mean, can Mahomes, if Buffalo beats Pittsburgh, and first of all, who wins between Kansas City and Miami? I'm watching a replay of the game they played in Frankfurt. That was a hell of a game. And,
it's going to be minus 20 wind chill. The Dolphins cannot handle that. Tua's from Hawaii.
Yeah, I know. I remember Miami going into Buffalo on a Saturday night, and Tua was healthy for that game. And Miami played great. Buffalo won the game, and it snowed, and it howled, and Miami hung in that game. Buffalo had to win at the very end. Then when they went back there with, who was the quarterback? Skylar Thompson? Who was the quarterback last year?
Skylar Thompson.
Buffalo they didn't have Tua, so Buffalo ran them in the playoff game. But there were a couple of moments there where Miami hung in that game. So the first thing is, can Miami? I'm watching a replay. And I remember watching this game early on a Sunday morning, from Frankfurt, Germany. Kansas City got ahead right away and took the game, and then Miami got back into the game and wound up making Kansas City sweat. But who wins Kansas City hosting Miami this weekend? And how the hell are we watching that game on Peacock Network? We have to stream Peacock. People are freaking out over that.
This blows my mind every time. Look, people, this is the way it's going. It's technology.
But you have to pay. They're extorting you to watch one football game.
But that's business, baby. I mean, look, I'm not for it. That's just the way things are going. And the more Amazon and Apple and that's just the way it's going to go. I think again, the Chiefs' offense isn't what it was, and I know that Travis Kelce's banged up and Rashee Rice doesn't scare me, but I think that the Dolphins in that kind of weather. Plus, the Dolphins haven't. What do they have? One win over a plus 500 team this year, Miami. They haven't done anything. I think that weather's going to do them in. And like you said, that Bills-Steelers game, the Bills are 10-point favorites. And I know you're a big Bills guy, I hate weather to this extent where they could have possibly 50-mile-per-hour winds, because that means it's going to be a run game, right? I mean, Josh Allen has an amazing arm.
That's the thing about Josh. That's the thing about Josh.
He has an arm, yeah.
He could throw through the Buffalo wind.
But it's wacky, right?
The wind does not.
Yeah.
But the one thing that it did do, and early in that game when they played Cincinnati last year, Joe Burrow, and that was snowing. It was snow all over the field. Joe Burrow went right down the field with his two hands on the ball. By the way, Sam Darnold did an amazing job of climbing up in the pocket with pressure around him and keeping two hands on the ball. Burrow just stepped up in the pocket. I remember he hit Jamar Chase right away. Buffalo came back. It was a third down. Stephon Diggs, they dropped him. He had a touchdown, and Josh missed him. Now, he overthrew him. They didn't underthrow him. Josh can throw through the wind. There's no doubt. He is not bothered by the wind. And there's a crowd in that stadium, and it's hard because you're throwing downhill sometimes, and you got to throw through the wind. He can throw through the wind, but sometimes you overthrow through the wind, and it takes away a little accuracy. But we'll see. I think Buffalo will handle Pittsburgh.
No, they should. It's just weather a lot of times in these games becomes an equalizer, and if you're the lesser team, I think it helps you a lot of times, because if we were just sitting here in a stadium that didn't have that kind of weather, the Bills, I think, blow out Pittsburgh by 3 touchdowns the way they've been playing, but it could be tough. But
they do practice in it.
Yeah.
They have a bubble in Orchard Park, but I'm sure they'll take some practice snaps outdoors to get ready for it. I think the game is going to be Bills-Chiefs, with this game not being an Arrowhead, which almost all of them have been. I remember when we were in the pandemic, Kansas City came in to play the Bills in a Thursday night game. Nobody was there, and Kansas City won. But as far as big games, they've all been at Arrowhead.
Yep.
The 13-second game when they tied the game, and Mahomes came right back downfield and got him into field goal range for the butt kicker to win. But obviously, the NFC games are really interesting, but these AFC matchups are going to be so good.
All right, again, the odds say Ravens, Niners, Bills, Niners, Chiefs, Niners as the top 3 most likely Super Bowls. Do you have a preference?
When do the Cowboys show up? Are they number 4 on the list?
Yeah.
When does Dallas get
4
in?
is Ravens, Cowboys at plus 900, then Ravens, Eagles at plus 1,400, then Dolphins, Niners plus 1,400, Bills, Cowboys on a rematch. Ravens, Lions, they show up for the first time at plus 2,200. Chiefs, Cowboys, Bills, Eagles. So that's what order they go in. So, like you said, overwhelmingly, the first 3 all involve the 49ers. So,
okay,
there you go. That's the way it is. All right, we will try to reconnect with Dennis in a little bit. We weren't able to get a hold of him, but we will try again. Top of the hour, we have your foreplay, including, we haven't forgotten about Draymond Green. We played that for you in the 1 o'clock hour yesterday. But Steve Kerr also had some interesting things to say, both in the press conference and with Tolbert and Copes yesterday. So we'll play that as part of the foreplay. Top of the hour, only here on the Sports Leader.
what's trending now on KNBR.com.
The great Mike Silver, he joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss the NFC playoff picture and who he thinks the 49ers match up well against in the divisional round. That story and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. We're just putting together the foreplay. It will be outstanding. Steve Kerr, no more explanations. He wants this to be the final apology for Draymond Green and more. Plus, one of the things that everybody's been talking about, Kuminga and or Wiggins. Does that mean they'd have to make a move? We'll also hear from Darko. Toronto's head coach was not happy about the free throw discrepancy last night, which will lead us into a referee/official conversation. So we'll get into that at 1 o'clock as well. If people didn't know, Pete Carroll's been fired in Seattle.
What?
That's crazy. That's crazy. I just talked to a friend of mine in Seattle. That's a massive story up there, and he's like breaking into the news, and he's doing stand-ups for Fox 13 up in Seattle. So he's like, I'll try to get on with you, but we're breaking into the news. Like, they have, like, I don't know, some soap opera going on, whatever they've got. And then, like, he's breaking in. Like, it's like all the major channels there are like, the Pete Carroll news is, like, massive up there. So they're, like, all going like it's, like, some sort of presidential thing up there. So they're very busy.
Well, I texted our friend Sanjay Lal, and, he doesn't know what's going on as far as their employment. I mean, it's not just Pete, it's the entire staff. And he's been there 14 years. So, I mean, as far as Seahawks, he's by far the winningest, the longest, running coach in history of Seattle Seahawk football. Won a Super Bowl there and all the divisions. Is he the number one Don James, University of Washington football coach? Lou was there a long time with the Mariners.
Lenny Wilkins, man.
Lenny Wilkins was there with Seattle, yeah. Went to back-to-back finals, lost to Washington, beat Washington. I mean, is Pete Carroll the greatest coaching figure in the history of Seattle, state of Washington? I mean, he was there 14 years. That's a huge story that he got. And they had a winning year.
Yeah.
They were 9-8 this year. They were 9-8 last year. And they never crashed and burned on their rebuild when they traded Russ. They never slid. How many losing seasons did he have there? A couple? He had one there Russell's final year. What were they, 7-10 that year, John? But, I mean, wow. I mean, he's the lord of all coaches in Seattle and the state of Washington, isn't he? He and Don James?
Yeah, I don't think it's in doubt. I'm looking up his coaching record as we speak. Plus, just for 49ers fans, I mean, this stretches back to Harbaugh and how great that was going back and forth with those teams. And, it was that's definitely an end of an era in Seattle. So his first 2 years, they went 7-9, 7-9, and then I
remember they won. They got in the playoffs. They won.
Yeah, Beastquake in 2010.
That year when they beat New Orleans, they were 7-9 that year, right?
Yeah, that was his second year. Yeah, 2010 when he had the Beastquake game. And then after that, they didn't have a losing record after his second year in Seattle. They didn't have a losing record until 7-10 in 2021, like you said. That was the only.
That was Russell's final year.
So 3 losing, but his first 2 were 7-9, and then he didn't have a losing record from 2012 to 2021, so 10 years. He didn't have a losing record for 10 years in Seattle. And they won double digits all but one. 2017, they won 9. Yeah. So he did a hell of a job.
It was the 2012 draft when they got Bobby Wagner, and then later they added Russell Wilson. They went from 7-9, 7-9 to 11-5. Niners were still the dominant team then. The Niners were able to go to the Super Bowl, but they came right back the next year. The Richard Sherman tip to Malcolm Smith against Michael Crabtree, and they won the Super Bowl that year. And just that was 10 years ago. They had a 10-year anniversary of that team. And their defense that year was as good as anybody's in the history of football. And that Denver offense that year in the Super Bowl and Peyton Manning was a legendary offense. First play of the game, Manny Ramirez, the Denver snapper, snaps it over Peyton's head.
That was crazy.
They got the snap count all wrong. They got a safety, and they just overwhelmed them. Then the next year was obviously the Malcolm Butler interception on the goal line, and they won back-to-back NFC championships. And The question was, John, should they have won more, than just the 2 in a row? They had one of the greatest defenses for 4 or 5 years in a row. It was as good as any defense in football history. But they were able to win the one Super Bowl and just go to the Super Bowl back-to-back years. So that's hard to do, obviously, to win the conference twice in a row and go to the Super Bowl back-to-back years. But you look back on that, and Pete had a chance to win multiple Super Bowls during that run.
The battle rivalry in terms of the coaches was Pete and Jim versus McVay and Kyle, right? I mean, that was they really didn't like each other. Like these guys
back to Stanford and USC.
Right. Like those guys didn't like each other. Fans didn't like each other. It's not that 49ers fans like the Seahawks or like the Rams. I know that. But McVay and Kyle have a mutual admiration for each other.
Yeah.
Where Pete and Jim did not like each other.
Well, it goes back to what's your deal. And I remember Harbaugh trying to lay 50 on them and running up the score. I mean, for Stanford to beat USC when Jim was there and to beat them the way they beat them, there were some legendary games between the two of them, and just the difference in the styles. You would think they would have admiration for each other, but they just did not. So, and the irony is, Pete Carroll is out of the NFL, and he was in the NFL for a long time. He was here as Dennis Brown when Dennis joins us. He was the 49ers defensive coordinator for a couple of years. He coached the Patriots. He coached the Jets. He had a long run in the NFL. For him to leave the NFL now at the very time that it seems as though Jim Harbaugh is coming back into the NFL is more than ironic. And then the speculation, well, I don't think he'll take the job there, nor do I think they would hire him. But do they even bring Jim Harbaugh into Seattle to interview? Do they bring Harbaugh into that facility to interview with John Schneider to be the head coach of the Seahawks to replace Pete Carroll? Do they even do that?
Well, if I'm Jim Harbaugh, obviously I'm going to talk to the Chargers. I think that's the best job. But if you look at just the jobs that are open, New England's got great ownership. They don't have a quarterback. You look at all the jobs, I think Seattle is probably the second best job outside of the Chargers just because the Chargers have Herbert. But, man, I mean, I don't know Jody Allen, but I know that Paul Allen had a lot of money, and they still probably have a lot of money in his trust. Over the last 2 drafts, they've drafted, I know 49ers fans don't want to hear this, but they've drafted really good players over the last 2 drafts. If Seattle found a quarterback, they would be trouble, and they got to fix their defense. But they have a lot of talent on that team through the last couple of drafts. John Schneider's going to stay around. He's a good general manager. That's a job that I don't think Harbaugh's going to go there. But when we did Ask Papa about an hour ago, that was the first question everybody had. Would Harbaugh go there? I mean, could you imagine?
Right away. I think I don't know. Would John Schneider want to hire him? And there's a lot there. Just the one thing, when we were watching Sam Darnold play on Sunday, I just do not want Sam Darnold going to Seattle. He played great. I mean, really well. And his arm talent and what he could do there around that running game and the offensive line, and we'll see, the receivers, the young guys getting good, Smith and Jigba and the older guys, and they got so many tight ends. I mean, I thought if I'm Seattle watching this game right now, I'm bringing Sam Darnold in and trying to sign him in the offseason.
All right, it's Pop and Load on KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. We have a lot to talk about in regards to Draymond Green, Steve Kerr. We did play Draymond Green. What did we play? We played it around 1 o'clock, right? Was he supposed to go to the podium at 1 o'clock? Was that what it was? And we were just a few minutes. So we played it about now, 24 hours ago. But you did not hear from Steve Kerr, so let's lead that off in today's foreplay.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler. 4 chunks of audio that really get you going. I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
We also had a call today during Ask Papa Anything about what's the deal with Steve Kerr. And Steve Kerr, a little bit exasperated. I'm not saying that he would not sign a contract. Eric Spoelstra just got 8 and 120. That's 15 a year. But Steve Kerr sounds a little bit at the end of his rope. No more explanations, no more apologies when it comes to Draymond Green.
There can't be an explanation that follows the apology. Then it's not an apology. So what I'm looking for, what the team's looking for, what I think Draymond knows is expected is no more buts. Just an apology needs to be an apology, and then you move on, but then you have to learn from that apology. That's just kind of basic standard, behavior, and that's what we need.
I mean, isn't he essentially saying there that this is your last chance? I mean, don't we cut through and say this is your last chance?
No, I don't know. Everybody's talking about them null and voiding his contract. I don't think his behavior's been that. 4 years and $100 million left on his deal. So he's going to get. Let's just see what he does. Let's see how he behaves. Can we root for Draymond Green to do well? If he doesn't do well, this team's not doing well. So let's just see where he's at. But I think first and foremost, how do they beat New Orleans tonight? Is Zion playing? This game's on national TV tonight. You don't want to get bombed at home the way you did against Toronto. You were on national TV last Thursday on TNT, and you coughed up a 18-point lead with 6 minutes and 50 seconds to play. They barely beat Detroit on Friday, lost Chris Paul. Draymond's not playing tonight. The first thing would be, do you change the lineup tonight? Based on just the way they're not playing well together with Wiggins and Kuminga, probably so. Is Zion going to play with the right quad contusion?
Wouldn't you be shocked if it was Wiggins and Kuminga in the same starting lineup?
Well, he's pretty much said that. He doesn't want to do that anymore. I think he made a real effort because he couldn't play them together on Thursday against Denver. He didn't go back to Kuminga because Wiggins was playing so well that night. So is Pete Carroll talking to the media right now? I think he is.
Yeah.
Interesting. I'd like to hear what he has to say. But in any event, I think they're going to make a lineup change, and the obvious one would be, I don't know who comes out, but I think, you'd probably want size against Valanciunas, so maybe start Kevon tonight.
By the way, are we confirmed at 115 with our guy? Okay.
Michael Zagaris.
Yeah, Michael Zagaris at 115. I just want to double check on that. Do not miss Michael Zagaris because it is.
We had to delay him. We had him on at 11:30. He and I talked on the phone, and his coffee table book, Field of Play.
Oh, I have it. It's amazing. You have it right there.
Here. Yeah, I got it right here, and he's got.
If you're on YouTube and Twitch, look at that picture.
I mean, that's the cover,
picture.
But he has a whole section, and the reason we invited Michael on, we were going to have him on 11:30, and the Pete Carroll news broke.
Yeah.
At like 11:22, so we had to reschedule him. We'll have him on at 1:15. He and I were talking. He was in the wrong spot for the catch. He thought they were going to run 18 Bob, which was a toss play to Linville Elliott, and so he went over to the other side of the field. So he's not real happy of his actual picture of the catch because he's on the other side of the field.
Damn it! Here is Steve Kerr. Like you said, we just mentioned the starting lineup. Less inclined now to play Kuminga and Wiggins. So what does that mean long term? Here's what Steve said.
I mean, it's just tough. Like we know this from, Steph is such a unique player that the combinations around Steph really make a big difference. And we've been trying a lot of different things this year. I've said the last week we'd like to try that more. And it really didn't go well, clearly, the other night. So it's tough when you're where we are in 11th place in the West, I think. It's tough to continue to experiment with things that really aren't proving to be very successful. So it still could happen, but be perfectly honest, I'm less inclined to do it now.
All right, so it's 12th place. And so that means for the foreseeable future, I would imagine. But what does this mean come trade deadline time? They got to move one of these guys?
I don't know. That would be, I'm sure they're already talking to people. And, we talked about Pascal Siakam and how well he played. Masai Ujiri, who runs the Raptors, was here at Chase Center on Sunday night to watch it. And I don't know. Kuminga fought hard in that game. I don't know. I don't know why they can't coexist. I think, when you get Draymond back, could you not play Steph and Clay and Dre with those two guys and get something out of it? But it just hasn't worked for whatever reason. I'm not sure. But, Pete Carroll is doing a live Q&A with the Seattle media, and the whole world's watching, and throughout the league, as he got fired today. And, with Steve's contract up, 9.5 years he's been the head coach. It's a long time to have one voice. And they've changed personnel quite a bit. But those, a lot of those guys are still here. Andre just retired, but Steph, Clay, and Dre are here. Come on. They've heard the same message for a long time. I just wonder, nothing lasts forever. Pete Carroll's 72. Steve's much younger. But you just wonder what the future is for for Steve and if he even desires to keep this job. Was he offered a contract at any point? We saw the Spoelstra contract today at $120 million for 8 years. Wow. It's a long term. Steve's probably not going to sign an 8-year contract, but when his contract expires, does he want to move on? Things end, like Pete Carroll in Seattle. It just sometimes it runs its course for whatever reason. Where are the Warriors at with Steve Kerr and him coaching this team beyond this year? He does not have a contract beyond this year. Bob Myers did not have one all the last year, and Bob's no longer working for the Warriors now.
Yeah, I look at the situation, and Phil Jackson he's got two big coaching influences. Phil Jackson never saw the downside with the Bulls or the Lakers, but Greg Popovich has. So I don't know in which direction he's going to go, but I do know this, just like Bob Myers had a lot of different options, Steve Kerr does too. And I don't know if Steve Kerr wants to be around for the downside of the Warriors because he's been a great, front office exec. He's been a broadcaster. I think that there are going to be entities like Amazon that are going to get involved in NBA broadcasting, and maybe they won't offer what the NFL broadcasters are making, but he could make a lot of money and not have to deal with Draymond Green and the Klay Thompson situation and a lot of the same things that probably drove, and the owner, a lot of the things that drove Bob Myers out could drive Steve Kerr out too, because he doesn't need it. And I don't know he said on the record before, he's not a lifer. He's not a lifer head coach. He said that before. So is this a convenient way to say, okay, they're in 12th place in the West, and he doesn't sound like he's having a whole heck of a lot of fun.
We shall see.
Yep. All right, finally, let's do this. This is the big story. Other than Pete Carroll, this was the big story, at least last night. The head coach in Toronto, Darko Rajakovic. I don't know how you say his last name, but
keep
Darko.
Going, John. I think you took 2 strikes.
Okay, that wasn't good.
No, I don't know.
Darko. He was not happy.
He went Darko on the officials.
He was not happy. 23 free throws in the fourth quarter for the Lakers against the Raptors, and he's going to face a hefty fine for this.
You shot with 23 free throws in that fourth quarter. What did you?
Thank you, Doug. That's outrageous. What happened tonight? This is completely BS. This is shame. Shame for the referees, shame for the league to allow this. 23 free throws for them, and we get 2 free throws in the fourth quarter. Like, how to play the game. I understand respect for all stars and all that, but we have star players on our team as well. How's possible that Scotty Barnes, who is all-star caliber player in this league, he goes every single time to the rim with force and trying to get to the rim without flopping and not trying to get foul calls. He gets 2 free throws for the whole game. How's that possible? How are you going to explain that to me? They had to win tonight? If that's the case, just let us know so we don't show up for the game. Just give them a win. But that was not fair tonight. And this is not happening first time for us. Scotty Barnes is going to be all-star. He's going to be the face of this league. And what's happening over here during whole season, I've been holding it back. It's a complete crap.
My favorite part is the end.
It's a complete crap.
Can we please keep that part of the rant?
That was classic on so many levels. The broken English.
That made it even better.
Never even coach talked like that. So Darko went Darko. Thank you, Doug. And then he went off.
Oh, man.
What's the fine going to be?
$50,000. I don't know.
Ugh.
I'm just going to throw out that number.
It's a complete crap.
It's a complete crap.
How much they fined Fizdale? Remember Fizdale?
Oh, yeah. What was the term that he used? Remember? There was a certain term.
Data. I got the data.
Data, that's it. I got your data. Yeah, that was it.
Well, it was against the Spurs and Pop. But he went, I understand. I ain't crap. And that's Greg Popovich over there. But he went off. Fizdale.
Yeah, data. That was it.
50,000? How many loonies is the coach of the Toronto team going to get?
They just don't like when you
suspended.
They don't like when you challenge the official. So
challenge the official?
That was
he
good.
Went off.
They're not going to rook us.
They're not going to rook us.
They're not going to rook us.
Yeah, that was
good.
Fizdale.
Seriously, that's the best rant since Fizdale, right? And it might even be better because, like you said, of the broken English and the whole thing and the end of it.
It's hilarious.
Oh my gosh! We next time just tell us we won't even show up. That was just he was waiting for somebody to tee him up. He hit that one 400 yards right down the middle. That was unbelievable.
He went off.
Oh, that was outstanding.
This is the great Michael Zagaris, one of the greatest photographer. That's a
awesome.
Shot of the catch. The hell's he on the wrong side of the field? Where is he? Are
you going to say that to him? Because he's
with
start
Eddie DeBartolo and he's behind the horse's ass? Remember when Eddie got stuck
we're gonna have to
behind the
dump him if you
horse's
bring that
ass
up.
on the sideline? We already talked about it. He's not. He thought they were going to run 18 Bob, which was a toss lead play to Linville Elliott, going the other way. So he went the wrong way. What's all right?
Nowadays, he'd have an earpiece in it. He would know where they were doing.
Sprint right option was the call, not 18 Bob.
January 10, 1982, the catch.
Maybe he meant 19 Bob. It would have gone the other way. There's right. 18 Bob's going the other way. We got to get Mike. But Michael's got a whole section.
He's the best.
In his book, which is just incredible, he has a whole chapter, as you would think, on the catch.
All right, we'll talk to him coming up next. The last time I saw Michael Zagaris, we were walking out of the tunnel, I don't know, a month or so ago, and we were doing an IG Live after one of the Niners wins, and we see him, and we didn't dump it or anything like that. We're just doing a live, and he had a few choice words that I think started with an F and an S. And
come on.
Yeah, it was nice to see him.
Anytime he comes on, he gets suspended. We're going to get a bigger fine than Darko just by having Z-Man on the air with us.
We'll chance it. We'll do that.
January the 10th, whenever it arrives, we think of one of the greatest games in the history of pro football.
All right, we'll talk to him coming up next. The great Michael Zagaris, the Z-Man. It's Pop and London on the Esports Leader.
If that's the case, just let us know so we don't show up for the game.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
You just heard it. Warriors head coach Steve Kerr joined Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland like he does every single week to discuss Draymond's return, that podcast and more. Trending at KNBR.com and the new KNBR app. It is always great to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz. He has the answers to your tax issues, and it is 2024, so you got to get that together. And today, we are talking about this. They need your help on this, Steve. IRS disputes.
Happens all the time. The first thing I want your listeners to know is the IRS is not judge, jury, and executioner. Also, they're not infallible. Everybody makes lots of mistakes. The IRS is famous for it. The fact that the IRS sends you a bill and says you owe $1 zillion doesn't make it so. The bottom line is, if the IRS says you owe a certain amount, one of the first things we do is say, well, wait a minute, let's see if you really owe this or not. A lot of times you don't, or there's an audit, or there's dispute over something. There's all kinds of special programs. For example, there's a special program now where if you applied for money and you wrongfully received money, now get that, you wrongfully received money, the IRS will be happy if you give them 80% of it back. Now, again, I know that seems counterintuitive, but that's a program that they're offering. You have to know that. We've devoted our career to working with clients, representing them against the IRS and state. The bottom line is any type of dispute, question, just contact us. You won't have to talk to the government. That's our job. The only thing we care about is getting you the best possible deal within the bounds of the law.
Steve Moskowitz and Moskowitz LLP, you know you don't want to take on the IRS alone, so if you've got an IRS dispute among any other tax issues, you got to call Steve today. 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Wherever you are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
And of course, for the upstart 49ers, they're 6 yards away from Pontiac. 3rd and 3.
We'll see a pickup sometime on the right side, possibly.
Montana looking, throwing in the end zone. San Francisco, 51 seconds left.
Oh, what a remarkable display of the 2-minute offense.
There you go. Vince Scully, Hank Stram, 1982, January 10. It is another anniversary of the catch, and we couldn't think of anybody that we wanted to talk to more than the legendary photographer, rock, sports, Niners, A's. It is the great Michael Zagaras, who joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's happening?
Just hanging out, watching the rain fall and, getting ready for our playoff game a week from either Saturday or Sunday.
Wow, man, I cannot wait.
I know.
We were just talking. Your book is absolutely outstanding. Both Greg and I have a copy of it, and he's showing right now on YouTube and Twitch the photo that.
Why are you across
catch.
the entire width of the field, Z-Man? The throw went to the right. It was sprint right option, and you went left. What happened on that play?
Well, if you remember that game, on that last drive, Dallas was pretty much in the prevent, and we kept running with the 18 Bob to Linville Elliott, a lot of running plays.
Right.
And I thought down where we were, they were going to be looking for a pass. It was going to be when, the 18 Bob again. So I'm set up on the other side of the goalpost. And the actual play before that, Freddie Solomon had run a route, and Joe threw it and over his head. It would have been right in front of me. I would have been in the perfect place. So the next play, of course, the catch, I'm on the other side of the goalpost. And I've got a shot of it in the book. It's wide angle. It's kind of what it is.
Yeah.
But it's, it's not the shot Walter got, because Walter's shot was right in front of him. And that's, like the great shot, kind of like the Bobby Thompson home run shot in 51.
Right.
And in fact, in that shot, you see a guy trying to lift his camera up. That's Peter Reed Miller of Sports Illustrated. He missed it too. And I remember after the shot, running back to the bench and getting the celebration. And I'm shooting, and at one point, Dwight turns, and he embraces me, and I yell into his ear hole, "Way to fuck me up, man. I was waiting for the 18 Bob."
There he goes. One F-bomb from Z-Man. We had to have you at 1 o'clock. The FCC goes to lunch. We knew it was coming.
I love it.
So this was a 3rd and 3 play. Freddie Solomon is the primary on this play, and he slips. So, and they talk about it in practice, how much they practice this play and the roll to the right, the sprint right option, the throwback. But did you watch them practice this at all before they ran it in this epic championship game? And what do you remember about the play? Because Freddie slipped on the cut. He was the primary. He would have been the hero.
Yeah, well, you know what? Again, you're talking, January of 82. Yeah. I remember that as the play started, because you've got like 3 different lenses. but you've got to make a decision what you think it's going to be. So I'm kind of waiting, and I see Joe kind of rolling out, and I'm wondering, is he going to run? Is he going to throw, to somebody tight? And you didn't really see, and it's, as you can see in that picture, by the time the play happened, he's caught the ball and he's coming down. So I didn't even see Freddie slip. And a lot of the things that I saw later on film, even with that the video stuff they've got that didn't come out until like 15, 20 years later, I saw that Dwight ran that pattern and stopped and then cut back. Well, I remember none of that actually happened. I just remember snippets of things, after the fact almost. And I remember a number of plays, including, Freddie Solomon, I think it was an end around during that series where he almost broke it to go all the way. And those are the things you remember.
Mike,
the reaction right after he caught it, because I don't think you were there in Pittsburgh in 72 for the Immaculate Deception, but these are the top two plays in the history of pro football. After Dwight made the catch and they took the lead, now there was a great defensive play coming up a little bit later on, but what the reaction, the fan reaction, the delirium of that moment, what do you remember about right after he made the catch and just the reaction?
Just the roar of the crowd. And, unless you're down on the field, it's more than, a deafening roar. There's something that just shoots through you. It's a bolt of energy, for lack of a better word. And I remember that. But, when you're in the moment, Pop, and you know this because you do this every week, there are some things that even as they're happening, you're just kind of like, oh, my God. And I remember at first I ran into the end zone, and I'm running toward him. I remember I passed one of the Cowboys that was literally I think it was Charlie Waters, on his knees. And you're kind of running, looking for a picture, what's going to happen. And I remember people were jumping all over Dwight, and at some point I remember like running back across the field toward the bench with him and some of the players. At that point, I'm shooting all the, the celebration on the bench and, like what I just told you. And then we're lining up for the kickoff. And I remember Joe grabbing DC and Mike Schumann telling them, hey, this isn't over yet. If somehow Dallas scores and we get the ball back, this is what we're going to do. And something that most people don't know? Shu told me that right before that play, DC came in, put himself in the game.
Right, over Schumann.
Right. Yeah, you're out.
He was supposed to be the guy.
That was his own call.
Yeah, people don't realize that. Mike Schumann was supposed to be on the field with Freddie Solomon. He would have been the primary on that play. And then people often forget, that was not a walk-off. The game was not over. Eric Wright had to make an amazing tackle, and Lawrence Pillars with the strip sack to hold that. Otherwise, they kick a field goal and beat the Niners.
Exactly. And, the irony is that tackle that E. Wright makes, that's a penalty today. That's a horse collar.
Right. That's a horse collar. There's no doubt. We asked him that, John, a couple of years ago. There's no doubt. No doubt.
The great Michael Zagaris is joining us. Of course, it's the 42nd anniversary of Dwight Clark's catch, and we're talking about your photog. And by the way, I'm just looking at your Instagram. Not only should you go to zagarisbook.com, we both have a great copy of your book, but even your Instagram has so many great photos and so many great stuff and Niners and rock and roll and all this different stuff. Is this easily, and Pop's showing the book right now, the cover of the book, which is the classic Joe and Bill Walsh. Yeah, right on the field. Looks like they're just drawing it up. Yeah, that great photo of them. Is this by far your most treasured sports picture, the catch?
No.
And he botched it. He was on the wrong side of the field. He kicked the pick.
Exactly. No, I mean, the shot on the cover is, arguably
it's unbelievable.
There are a lot of different. When you've done this as long as I have, there are so many different moments. Whether it be in music, in fashion, that it's hard to pick one or even 10. But that shot of Bill and Joe, that'd have to be right up there with the very top.
So we were talking earlier, and I think it's something we should all remember as this 49er playoff season starts a week from this weekend, Michael. It may not go perfectly. People forget in the catch game, yes, they had the dramatic Cinderella ending, but they turned the ball over 6 times. And the 49ers did. They had 6 turnovers in the game. It was far from a perfect game, that game.
Oh, yeah. No, it really was. And I remember, the day started out because it had rained from halftime of the game before the New York Giant game. I mean, rained. It was a monsoon to the point where we actually had to leave, I think, on Thursday to fly down to Phoenix to practice because everything was so wet. At one point, I mean, our field was really unpracticable. It had rained so much in Redwood City. And so we had one practice at the big blimp thing at Moffett Field.
Right.
But we were running around in tennis shoes, and I thought, okay, we've got to go down to Arizona. And we came back, and the NFL had brought George Toma in because that year there had been a lot of rain anyway, and Candlestick was below sea level. And so that field got really soggy. And there were a couple games where it helped us because our players had walkthroughs on the field. We knew where the field was soft, and there were a couple times during the season. I remember Dwight caught a ball and cut back onto the dry things, and the DBs, the other team, they were slipping and sliding. So we played that day, and they did a remarkable job of getting the field ready. But it was not, prime field. And so there were a lot of turnovers. And it was like a heavyweight fight. It went back and forth. And I think, as I remember, maybe midway through the fourth quarter, they hit Cosby in that other end zone for a
Danny
touchdown.
White to Doug Cosby to put him up 27-21. Yep.
Yeah, and it looked, at that point, it just felt like the momentum. It felt like, God, this could be it again. Dallas is going to beat us again. And then we put that long drive together, and, the rest is history.
Well, and like Pop said, I mean, everybody always thinks that there was like 3 seconds left in the game, but there was plenty of time, right? And Jim Stuckey knocks it out, and they win the game. So it was what I remember thinking is like, they left too much time on the clock. We see that all the time nowadays.
Well, I remember when we're playing the Ravens, when Frank goes down and he's knocked out of bounds, I think on the 8-yard line, and we've got the ball first and goal. And I remember looking at the clock thinking, oh, fuck, 142? Please don't score too quickly. And we all know how that turned out.
Yeah, don't you always love that? Oh, don't score too quickly. How about just let's score? Oh, my God.
4 fades to Michael Crabtree later. So Z, and this team was full of some of the biggest characters in the history of the NFL. I mean, Hacksaw Reynolds and a young Ronnie Lott and Joe and Dwight and the owner and everything. But the group you're covering now, when you got them coming out with the boombox and Debo and Trent and the energy of George Kittle and Nick Bosa on the defensive side, you've been doing this so long, going back to the 70s with the Raiders and their Renegades. What's it like to cover now the modern-day version of these 49ers, Z-Man?
I mean, you know what? With the energy alone, this is a special group. And you're talking about how they come out with a boombox and everything. It's like coming out with a gang. And guys are, they're yelling and talking. A little bit, it reminds me of the A's teams of the early 2000s, who were pretty much the same way. Those guys, they ran the streets.
Right.
They had rap music going on all the time. I remember that playoff game, the series and the Yankees.
Yeah.
All the New York reporters walked in, and they're like, oh, shit. Who are these guys? And this is kind of our team right now. They've got swagger, and, it's all real. You can't fake that stuff. But listen, we all know, too, everything is about now. Everything could change in a year. And not, players get a little older, and then just chemistry changes. So this is, I mean, our time is now, and that's why this is so important. These are big games.
Yeah, I love it. I covered both those teams. This team with the Niners and was with you, with Mulder, Hudson, Zito, but it was the Giambi and the way those guys partied. They were young, the 20-game winning streak. There was a lot to love, the movie, but they don't get remembered because they didn't win it all. You know, they couldn't get out and even get to a World Series. For that reason, Z, does this group, in order to be immortalized, like, you know, your group and you got, you know, Coach Walsh and Joe, do they need to win at some point this year or sometime to be one of the greats of all time? They got to win, right?
They do. I mean, because that's the thing you remember. And I point to, as an example, the Niners of the 50s. Those teams were always 8-4, 9-3, but their big nemesis then was basically the Detroit Lions. And the Niners were almost good enough to win the championships and get in it, but never did. And if you don't get in 5-10 years later, people forget. And they only remember the wins. I mean, even if you're a great player, if you've never been to a World Series or won a Super Bowl, your career, in a sense, is diminished in terms of history because you've got to get that win. And hey, we've got to get this win.
No, I mean, just along the lines of what you're saying, you've got a great picture of Talanoa Hufanga in Green Bay picking up that block punt by Willis for a touchdown. And I mean, that was an incredible game. But like you said, that's a one-off to a team that had an opportunity to win a championship. The Harbaugh years, those were great years. Pete Carroll got fired in Seattle today. I mean, those were great games back and forth. But unless you win it, like you said, that all kind of blends in. But then you start thinking about, well, the reason why the Dwight Clark catch was so great is because it led to a Super Bowl victory.
Exactly. And, even that Super Bowl victory, that was tough. I mean, we were trailing in that game for a while. And how often, especially in the last 25 years, how often in any sport does the best team, quote unquote, win? It's a long, tough, arduous season. And you get down to this point, and it's not only who's healthy, but who's healthy, who has the momentum, who's relatively injury-free, and one bounce, one play. I look at our game with Baltimore. They don't have that pick in the first quarter. That's a different game. Mm-hmm. How different? Who knows? And they did get the pick, but that's what this is all about. That's why it doesn't, in the end, people say, who do you want to play? God, I don't, it doesn't matter because often when you get the matchup you think you wanted, it's not the matchup you wanted at all. And to get to the final, to the Super Bowl, you've got to beat whoever's there, and so many things go into that. So, I'm confident, and yet I'm nervous.
Yeah. Hard to believe, January the 10th of 82, all these years later now, January the 10th of 2024, we're talking about the catch. I love so many pictures in your book, Field of Play, 60 years of NFL photography, but when we think around here, the catch, and it was the New York Giants in 54, but I love when you're in the middle of the picture of Dwight Clark and Willie Mays, the two guys that made the catch. Unbelievable.
Well, and that day that I took that picture, Willie was talking about when he was in high school in Alabama. And there was big segregation then. But he said they used to play in a public park, and it would be mixed race. And Willie would play quarterback for both teams. He's telling these stories to Dwight.
He was a great quarterback. He was great.
I could throw the ball 60 or 70 yards. I'll never forget when we were done with that, because we were there about an hour shooting and just talking. Willie and Renee leave. Now, Dwight and I are walking toward the car, and Dwight turned to me and he goes, Z, I was just with Willie fucking Mays. Can you believe that? I said, he's probably saying the same thing to Renee. I was just with Dwight Clark.
We all were. We got to give you a new nickname. You're not the Z-Man. You're the F-Man.
Oh, it's beautiful.
We had 4 F-bombs and an S-bomb.
Hey,
Z, and you were only on like 10 minutes.
You're keeping Danny
That's a record
employed.
for you.
It's good.
That's a record for you.
I like it. I like it.
Well, hey, that's because the last time you said you were disappointed. Yeah,
I know.
Dropped too.
I needed more out of you. You're the F-man, Z-man.
We just have to keep Holler on his toes.
That's it. We got to just,
they go with you.
It works.
They go with you. We know what to expect.
You're the best.
We know what to expect.
Hey, Z-Man, it's going to be fun. Hopefully got a long run in the playoffs. We'd love for it to end in Las Vegas and see you there. But the book is great, and it's always our pleasure, man. Thanks for taking a run down memory lane for the catch with us, man. We appreciate it.
Always great talking to you guys. And if we go to Vegas,
good night.
That's going to truly be apocalypse now.
Could you imagine, John? Could you imagine Michael Zagaris and me in Vegas for a whole week?
Dude. Oh,
damn! We're barely going to make kickoff.
We've been to New Orleans together, Miami together. This would be a whole new thing.
How are we going to do this? See, how are we going to pull this off? Damn.
I think they might just string barbed wire around the whole town. Once we're in, they're not going to let us out.
Yeah, just keep the animals in the asylum. Insane, man.
Love you, brother.
You're the best.
Take care, Z.
Thanks, Z-man.
Okay,
All right.
I'll see you next week.
That's
Later.
the best.
Bye.
Michael Zagaris, longtime legendary photographer, rock and roll, and sports, and of course, right now with
how
the
many
Niners
F-bombs,
engaged.
John? I lost track.
Is that 4, Danny?
4 or 5?
4? 4. Danny says 4. Every time he would curse, I would look into Danny, and he would be sweating. And the people on the stream and on YouTube heard him live, but Danny kept them off, kept the FCC off us. So,
I think he did that
done.
purposely because I called him out.
That's what he just said.
For being too PG.
Yeah.
So
last time, like I said, we saw him. We were doing an IG live walking off the field, and he put. There's no regulations on that, but he gave us about 4 then too. Yeah, like I said, if you're listening on the stream or your YouTube, you get the full F-man experience. So congratulations to you. All right, we'll try to get a couple of remnants in here. I do have a couple of strange stories for you, too. So we'll get to all of it next. We'll hear on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. We're getting ready for the NFL playoffs, and what goes down equally as well as the NFL Super Wildcard Weekend, Tony's Pizza, Italian food. They have the best pizza in the entire world. They have it in the North Beach. It is a love fest of football and pizza, and Tony's has been voted the best pizza in the entire world. Tony's has been ranked number 1 in the world, and it's my go-to spot for Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas. They also make fresh pastas. Their spicy bucatini. Mamma mia. Don't forget about Tony's other locations like Capo's, where he makes delicious tavern-style crackered thin and deep dish pizzas. One of his specialties there is the Chicago Italian beef sandwiches. They are gigantic and they are delectable. Don't forget to save room for dessert. He's got cannoli and tiramisu, the best in California. Wake up early and take a morning stroll through the North Beach and try his homemade sourdough bread, pastries, and New York bagels at his bakery, Toscano Brothers. And he's also got the casual slice house. They're fast, casual restaurants serving up his delicious slices at all the Bay Area sporting venues, whether you're at Levi Stadium for Niners playoff games, Oracle Park, or Chase Center to watch Steph and the Warriors. So playoff season is coming. Tony's Pizza and NFL playoffs, they are a match made in heaven.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
And he embraces me, and I yell into his ear hole, "Way to f*** me up, man. I was waiting for the 18 bomb."
I'm sorry, I had something ready for this segment, but then I just went out in the bullpen, and if you're watching on YouTube and Twitch, you can see the bullpen area, and I was just out there. We were all just talking about Z-Man. My favorite F-bomb, actually, rate the Zagaris F-bombs, especially if you're on YouTube, Twitch, or the stream.
How many were there?
Like 4, right? 4, Danny? 4?
I think you had one going out the door.
Mine favorite was the Willie Mays. It's Willie effing Mays.
Dwight Clark said that when he got the two authors of The Catch, Willie from New York in 54 and Dwight on this date in 82. So
the
he
other
did not
one,
disappoint. Am I in trouble for doing that?
No, of course.
It was your idea, John.
See, I knew that would come.
I knew it was coming, and I kind of goaded him into. Last time you were on, you only dropped one F-bomb.
Yeah, come on, bro.
So he came out firing.
Oh, a lot of people. Yeah, they're very nice.
They like the Z-Man?
Antonio on the stream says, "Man, this kid has a mouth on him." Well, he's not exactly a
This
kid.
kid?
Yeah, I got you.
This
You know
is
what you're saying.
Zigaris.
Man, that was hilarious. I'm still recovering from Z-Man, but that's always how it works when he's on. My favorite Dwight Clark, by the way, 42 years ago today, was The Catch. Our first show together, or maybe it was our second show. It was our first couple years and years and years ago. 2011, I think it was. We had Dwight Clark on the show, and it was so great. And it was the supermodel story, right? Miss Universe. Didn't he date Miss Universe?
Kim Weatherly.
And he said, I really didn't like her that much, but she was so hot.
So effing hot. He told that story twice. He told that once to me on television. Because I went to Super Bowl 16 when here's Z playing football.
Oh, look at that.
Look at Z here.
Wow. That's a Jim Brown.
Yeah, the Jim Brown, but the Michael Zigaris one. So I was at Super Bowl 16. Sean McDonough was my roommate, and Will McDonough was a big columnist for the Globe, and he got us to work for the NFL. I was on the 49ers sideline. Sean was on the Cincinnati Bengals sideline. I stood right underneath Joe Montana's grandmother, and Kim Weatherly was her name, Miss Universe.
Kim Weatherly.
She was that time the love interest of Dwight Clark, and they were together a while. I remember that so well. I went over to talk to Joe's grandma, and then when Kim said anything, I was like, I bet I'm going to hang it. I couldn't get a word out. She's Miss Universe. And I always asked Dwight, why'd you ever break up with her? Why? He said, well, I didn't. After about 4 months, I knew she wasn't the one, but I stayed with her for 4 years because she was so effing hot. I couldn't leave her. So
it's such a great line.
There's a Niner legacy there with Christian McCaffrey's girlfriend. Is Miss Universe. She's a former Miss Universe as well.
But I mean,
they are actually engaged now. Craig Christian's engaged.
But I mean, think about that, what Dwight Clark said there. They were at the 4-month mark. He just went, yeah, this probably isn't going to be a long-term thing. But then he waited for 4 years.
Unbelievable.
Oh, man.
Those guys back then. And it was Dwight Clark that he was talking about. Z-Man yelled at him that they ran there. And I think it would have been 19, Bob, going away the other way to the left. But anyway, Michael was on the wrong side of the uprights, and he totally missed the catch because that was sprint right option, not sprint left option. But In any event, they don't make them like Dwight Clark and Michael Zagaris anymore.
No.
Just treasures, one of a kind.
Make sure you check out the book. You want to hold it up one more time? A lot of people on the on YouTube want to see the cover of the book.
Field
You want
of
to have
Play.
it. Yeah, Field of
so
Play.
good. There's so many good pictures in here. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, so check that out. And then also, even
this
his
came out a
Instagram
year
is
ago at
awesome.
this time, right? I think it came out a year ago at this time.
Yeah, we both have a copy. It is well worth it, man. It is a really cool coffee table book, and like you said, probably his favorite photo, right? That one on the cover.
There's a great picture of Michael there.
Yeah, there you go.
The LA Coliseum.
Yeah, so there you go. I mean, that Bill Walsh, Joe Montana is just a classic. So anyway, check that out. It is a tremendous book, and it is well worth your time, and he's always fun to have on the show. So Field of Play. Yeah, there he is right there. Looks good. Looks real good. Then you'll see him on there you go. LA Coliseum there. So, all right, we'll come back. We got some remnants before we get out of here, and we've got a surprise for someone. Let's just put it that way. Got a surprise for someone to the top of the hour, and then Tolbert and Copes only here on the Sports Leader.
KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
It's your birthday today, Danny. It's your birthday.
See, Danny didn't even know this was coming, and he runs everything. Yeah, but Walter Fuller.
January the 10th.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Danny Brown.
On Dwight Clark, the catch day, it is Danny, who is one of our producers, runs the whole ship here, and so it's Danny's birthday today, who, by the way, just saved us from major FCC violations with Michael Zagaris.
Good
so
thing
way to
he's
go.
a young man, John. Quick reflexes.
Yes, he does have quick reflexes. Oh, that was funny. Every time Zagaris would drop an F-bomb, I'd look up at Danny, and he'd be sweating as he hit a button. And that thing has to ramp back up. You know, we've got a delay. But, well, yeah, you had to know.
You kind of knew it was coming.
But we didn't know that you
Not
encouraged him to do it. Like, hey, last time you were a little light on the F-bombs. Could you ramp it up a little bit?
Yeah, we knew it was coming. Is Danny going to play hurt tomorrow or not play at all tomorrow?
Yeah, what's the deal? You'll be here, right? You'll be good. Yeah, you won't hurt yourself tonight too badly, right? You're young. And Danny's young. Yeah.
That's coming this weekend.
This weekend you'll do it, but not tonight. Not
tonight.
Oh, are you going to save it?
What a professional he is. When I was his age, oh, my God. You kidding me? There was no weekends, weekdays, Monday, didn't matter. Sunday.
Going out with Walter and Derek on Sunday, so anything can happen.
Oh, there you go.
To watch football?
Yeah.
Sunrise to sunset.
Three games.
Oh, this weekend.
You got a 10 a.m. to 9 o'clock at night.
Yeah. By the way, Pete Carroll doing a lot of crying on the podium in Seattle today.
He got emotional.
He's out.
He sounds like he's not leaving the organization, so as far as him coaching somewhere else if somebody wanted him, I wonder, that's a job we didn't think was going to be open, did we, on Monday? Now on Wednesday it's open? Who's going to want that job? That's interesting.
It's going to be a good one. Already Dan Quinn getting the speculation, the former DC in Seattle, now in Dallas. We shall see. So that was the big news of the day. Also, we played a lot of Steve Kerr for you. The Warriors back at it shortly. 5:30, early one.
5:30 game, and it is going to be Mike Breen, Doc Rivers, Doris Burke, the new ABC #1 crew for a 5:30 game. See if the Warriors change the lineup. Any word on Zion?
I've not heard.
Right quad contusion.
Is that
what happened to his former girlfriend?
I was just going to say.
Went away, didn't she?
Yeah, about a month ago, she jumped on again and said something. He got hurt or something like that, and she used that to take another shot at him and basically said that, yeah, he was bad in bed, too. He didn't last very long there either. Like his injuries. Like she's just kind of lying in the weeds.
Did she give him the right quad contusion?
She might have. But she took a shot at him. And it's every once in a while, she just does a jab and then goes away for a while, shoots a jab at him, goes away for a while. That thing was weird. But anyway, I think that's calmed down a little bit. But anyway.
Well, even if he doesn't play, that's a good team. Brandon
good team.
Ingram is a really good player. C.J. McCollum, Jonas Valanciunas. If Zion plays, John, yeesh. I mean, they could wind up 2-5 on the homestand if they don't win this game tonight. So it'd be nice to get one tonight, especially on national TV.
Yeah, and plus, like we've been talking about, I mean, we're beyond the point of talking about the top young teams at the top being for real, like Minnesota and OKC and everything else. Clippers are settling in. It's weird. If you look at the play-in positioning, Phoenix and the Lakers are in there. New Orleans is sitting at 7, but they're 22-15. And it is mucked up in there. I mean, we're looking at the Warriors at number 12, percentage points behind Utah. If they went on a little run here, they could get things going. But I was watching, too. Not only did the Toronto coach go off, but, Siakam kind of deflected things. He was clearly asked about, being on the trade block, and he said he was, happy where he is and everything. But the Lakers are looking. The Warriors are looking. Apparently, he turned down the Kings because he wasn't going to sign there long term. But there's a lot to be happening between now and February 8th because that Western Conference is mucked up. And like we said,
you say mucked up?
Mucked up.
Zagaris here. I'm not. Are you saying mucked up?
Yeah, look at Danny's looking at me like, what are you saying?
Danny's getting. He's ready to jump off sides like Bosa in the neutral zone.
I tried to do. Yeah, I'm looking at him.
Yeah, get back on side. You said mucked up.
Yeah.
Right?
John Dickinson, he joined us today. Make sure that you go Warriors Live tonight right after the game. We'll catch up to Dennis Brown at some point as well. So we will catch up with Dennis because, again, he played for Pete Carroll, so we want to talk to him about the defense, too, taking a week off, all those things. So we'll talk to Dennis a little bit later on in the week. Are you heading over, by the way, to Chase tonight?
I don't know. 5:30 game, happy hour in Warriors basketball. Sounds interesting.
Tomorrow we are one day closer to Super Wild Card weekends. We got a ton to get to as well, and we will review the Warriors game against Nolans. It becomes a big game because they got to start winning some games up here and put some stuff together. Thanks as always to Danny. Happy birthday. Thanks to Walter as well. Great stuff today. We appreciate it. They are next. We'll talk to you tomorrow, Pop, 10 a.m. There you go. Check out the book, Field of Plays. Got it up on YouTube and Twitch and as well. So make sure you check it out. And again, tomorrow, as we always do, Ask Papa anything at all, that at 11:50. The boys are coming up next. Tolbert and Copes, only here on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
And Dwight turned to me and he goes, Ziggy, I was just with Willie Mays. Can you believe that?
The NBA brought him to the Bay, while his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Today on the broadcast, we're going to have Matt Mayoko. He will join us. And Antonio Daniels does color for the Pelicans. We'll get his thoughts on the Pelicans. Been playing some pretty good ball as of late. Steve Young has he gets a week off each year, so he's taking this week to take his week off vacation. So Steve will be on with us next week. So we'll get to all the wild card stuff, all the wild card happenings. Super wild card weekend, as Wile E. Coyote would say. And we'll know who the 49ers are playing, and we'll get to that. So no Steve Young for you this week. Our apologies. What's up, Copes?
I'm as bummed as the listeners are. I'm sure you are. Because I've been tuning into Steve Young with Tom Tolbert since I was a kid. You know what I mean? Like, that's been shout out guys who are retired. Like, I'm unavailable. I'm like, come on, man. Come on, Steve. What are we doing? You get a bye week too? Remember he said? Remember he told us a couple of weeks ago he didn't like the bye for the Niners.
Yeah.
Because he said, he said he didn't love it. We talked rest versus rust, and then he had the great line about, well, you know, then when they come out and they play great, you go, well, Newt Rockne gave a great speech and the team won. You know what I mean? But if they didn't win, we wouldn't talk about the speech at all. He says they could be rusty, but he said, when I had a bye, it took me like a half to get back up to speed when you had a week off. I hope the first half of our hit with him next week is tip-top. You know?
Well, he's getting up there in age, so, he needs a week off, rest, get ready for the playoff run. He's got to gird the loins.
Yeah.
Get ready to go, whatever that means.
Gird the loins.
I have no idea what that means.
Gird them. Do you ever do anything else with the loins? I mean, you can feel it in the loins.
you can barbecue them. Yeah. You can baste them. I guess if you wanted to, you smoke them.
That's one way. Yeah, some smoked loin.
Yeah, smoked loin. Or as you've seen the Family Feud one, right? Pork loin. You go, pork loin. What's a pork loin? What's a pork loin?
I almost said pork loin to you right now, and I was like, where do I know that from? I was like, where did I get? I almost said it. I was like,
pork loin.
I didn't know where the reference was, so I didn't want to go there. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, he was dying. He was cracking up. So That's good stuff, is what that is.
It was good stuff. How you like
porcupine?
Porcupine.
That's a very good one, too.
I'm trying to think more loins. You could squat over in the tenderloin. You could just defecate.
Wow.
just lose your bowels over there.
Yeah.
Very loiny. I like to shout out that one.
Is pork. That's not pork.
I like to shout out the one district because San Francisco gets a lot of hate, and I'm like, yeah, but my neighborhood's okay. It's not hate on all parts of it. It's not everywhere.
There you go.
You know what I'm saying?
Neighborhood on neighborhood crime.
I'm not saying I don't like it. I'm not saying I like that it's happening. I'm just saying, I don't hate on my beautiful beach in the north. You know what I'm saying? It's a great place to hang. How you feeling about a 5:30 tilt west, like on the Pacific time zone on a weeknight for a Dubs game tonight?
Well, I kept when they announced it. Well, I'm sure they'd already announced it. I just didn't see it because who expects a 5:30 game on a Wednesday?
Not I.
And neither did I. And I could never figure out what the hell they were doing. Like, why are they doing 5:30 games on a Wednesday? And I guess they have 5:30 games the next 4 or 5 weeks. And RC sent me an article, and then it went, duh. But I didn't think of that. The writer's strike. So the writer's strike, even though it's been resolved, before it was resolved, they didn't know that they were going to have programming. So the NBA, ESPN, ABC partners, so they just said, okay, well, if we don't have programming on Wednesday, let's move some NBA games in there.
We're cheap. We can do that. That's fine.
Yeah. They're just doing. I think they do the next 4 weeks, and that leads into the Saturday games because those are the big ones, the 5:30 games on Saturday. But I think it's the Lakers are playing. It's going to be interesting to see what the arena looks like at 5:30. And forget LA. If LA 5:30, you forget that right now. It'll be like 3/4 full, maybe.
Were you first saying that about tonight's game though? At 5:30?
Yeah, tonight I thought
it's a stormy, rainy day.
It's going to be a rough one to get there.
It's been a wreck all day, I know. So if you're planning to come out, make sure you're planning accordingly. I mean, it's a mess out there. And the weather's going back and forth. Yeah,
try get there earlier than you think you need to get there if you want to be there on time.
Well, let me ask you this, because Pelicans in town. Zion, I think, questions about whether or not he's going to play tonight, right? Do we have a definitive answer on him yet? Draymond not going yet as expected, right? Steve told us yesterday when he joined us, head coach of the Golden State Warriors, and we'll play it again for you later this evening, but he told us yesterday that it was the first time he can remember in his tenure as Warriors head coach getting booed off the court at halftime against the Raptors. Yep. And he said, and we deserved it. He's like, we didn't play well. He's like, that's kind of what we had coming, but it's interesting to pair that.
What's your excuse for playing like a fried turd?
Yeah, they didn't have a good one. Not a good one, Pat.
Dude, not just a turd, a fried turd.
Even Brody is Pat Riley.
A fried turd.
Maybe one of the best I didn't know castings that was going to happen. I mean, John C. Reilly was kind of a good fit. I saw that working, but Brody is Pat Riley. I was like, I like the hair and the look and all that, but I didn't know how he'd play it. And I don't know how accurate that is, but it was pretty funny. I still love it's accurate.
I still love the last episode. Oh yeah, that's it. Lakers won next year. Lakers did this. I was like, whoa, what happened?
Lakers went on to be the best basketball team ever. Yeah. That was it. I was like, we're gonna wrap that up quickly.
And on the Celtics winning a championship, that seems weird for a series. It's called Showtime, but I guess not enough viewers.
They're still holding on hope it comes back. Maybe 5:30 on Wednesdays, Derek.
There you go. Exactly.
Maybe. By the way, anybody who believes in the NFL writers, I mean, that squashes the conspiracy theory right there. The fact that we just had the writers strike in the NFL, just full bore. Just kept going with their great storylines. Unless you thought the NFL season was terrible, in which we had scab storyline writers for the NFL. If you're like a Bengals fan, you're like, what the hell, dude? They get these scab writers in there. Tank and Burrow's season, man. But we'll get into a lot of the stuff that has happened across the NFL. A shocking change up in Seattle that we'll get into. If you thought it was shocking, I was pretty surprised by the Pete Carroll thing, so we'll get into that coming up just a bit. But weeknight basketball tonight, 5:30 for the Dubs. Tom mentioned it. We got Matt Mayoko. Antonio Daniels going to join us, who does games for the New Orleans Pelicans. We'll replay the Steve Kerr for you, and then I'll chat with Jason Cole at 5:30 tonight about some of these changes in the coaching carousel across the NFL. And we'll get into some of the games from this weekend as we get going for Super Wildcard Weekend on Saturday, which will be a lot of fun. And we'll tell you where you can find those games across the KNBR family of networks. But just a brief thought on tonight's game. If Zion does go, obviously far more problematic. They have had a tough time with points in the paint, which it seems to me like they've kind of, I know Marcus Thompson talked about that early this year, that they were just kind of surrendering those points in the paint in order to try to stop outside shots. But Zion plays, that's problematic.
Yeah, it gives them the inside-outside punch with, Zion on the inside, and then Ingram and McCollum on the outside. I don't know if Alvarado's going tonight either. They said he was ill, and I think he's always a key for that team.
Maybe he's hiding. Maybe he's not really sick. He's just hiding somewhere to steal his starting spot or something. He's
not the most talented guy. No. He's just one of those guys that's a pest. He just gets after you, provides energy, defense. He's just a nuisance. Him and Chris Paul got into it a couple years ago. Want to say it was in the playoffs, and he just was all over Chris Paul. Just would not let him breathe up and down the court, and that's the kind of guy he is. Valanciunas is a load, and that's going to be problematic for the Warriors. They don't really have a guy.
Tom, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I really do. We have breaking news here. We're going to get into the Pete Carroll situation up in Seattle. If you have not heard, Pete Carroll out in Seattle as the head coach of the Seahawks in a far more shocking football move here at the college football level. Nick Saban is retiring.
Is he
at
really?
Alabama? Nick Saban out at Alabama. If you're just joining us, breaking news today, two of the biggest coaches in both the NFL and college football. Pete Carroll out in Seattle, and Nick Saban announces he is retiring. Sources are telling ESPN he won 6 national titles at Alabama. We will talk more about both of these huge coaching changes. Join us on the YouTube chat. You can check it out, YouTube and twitch.tv/thesportsleader, as well as the KNBR app. 808 KNBR is the number to text and to call. Pete Carroll out, and if you're just joining us, Nick Saban is retiring as head coach of Alabama. We'll talk more about it next. It's a wild Wednesday afternoon here. Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
Morgan Hill, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Morgan Hill Sports Leader.
The 49ers will not see Pete Carroll again coaching the Seattle. Actually, let's just scrap that. Pete Carroll out in Seattle. Breaking news here. Nick Saban retiring as head coach of the Alabama Crimson Tide. More on that trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Tolbert and Copes. Now continue. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Well, I just think that, I don't look at it necessarily from winning and losing. You won the championship, you didn't win the championship. As a coach, you're always trying to get your team to improve and be the best that they can be. And I think this team probably improved from the South Florida game and the Texas game early in the season as much as any team I've ever coached. And that takes a lot of hard work, a lot of people being very committed to doing things that they need to do to self-assess and improve their game. And all these players bought in on this team and did it in first-class fashion. So that's why I think, for me as a coach, maybe not for everybody else, it's one of the teams that I'll always remember most and be the most proud of.
As a voice of, former Alabama head coach Nick Saban, breaking news here just minutes ago as reported by ESPN. So big even Jeff Passan's retweeting it, Tom, that Nick Saban, head coach of the Alabama Crimson Tide, is retiring from his post at Alabama. Hell of a news story here. And immediately many people checking in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, 415-808-KNBR. 808-5627 is the number to text and call, by the way. They're saying immediately, retiring from Alabama, does this mean he's headed to the NFL?
I think you tried that already.
Yeah, I know.
I don't think he's going to go to the NFL at 72. I think this has got to be it for him. And he'll go down as the greatest college football coach of all time. I don't think there's any doubt
without question
about that. The only ones you could even think about putting in there with him are Bear Bryant, another legendary Alabama coach, and I'm not even sure who else would be, in the conversation. And now there are others that are, in that upper crust. Tom Osborne, Barry Switzer, John McKay at USC. Whether you like him or not, and whatever you think of him, I'm trying to think of the Penn State coach. Why am I blanking on his name?
Are you talking about Paterno, Joe Pa?
Paterno, yeah. Joe Pa is in there. Shem Beckler, Woody Hayes. I mean, there are guys that you think about when you think Royal, some of the greatest coaches of all time. But he is clearly, when you think about the impact he's had, winning national championships at two different schools, LSU and Alabama, winning in the BCS, winning in the playoffs, and just the sustained success that he's had over the course of his career. And I mentioned this a lot with Popovich and Belichick, how they were able to do it in different eras. So, too, did Saban, that he won, when it was before the whole spread thing got going and just chucking the ball around got going, where it was still, run the ball, defense, play action, that kind of stuff, where he dominated then. And then they won a championship just throwing the ball around when they had arguably, outside of maybe some Ohio State classes, the greatest receiving crew you will ever see in Smith and Judy and Ruggs and Waddle. I mean, that is insane. You had four.
Did you say Devontae Smith
draft
too?
Pick. Yeah, Devontae. Well, Devontae Smith, he was the guy, This is arguably the greatest playoff game in college football history when Alabama came from behind. Tua took over at halftime, and they ended up winning in overtime with I think it was about a 40-yard touchdown. Yeah, over Georgia, 26-23 from Tua to Devontae Smith. I think it was like a 2nd and 20, and they hit him down the left side and won that game. That may have been the greatest college football playoff game in the history of the playoffs. So, yeah, I mean, his legacy is just incredible, absolutely incredible. You know, he goes to Miami, didn't have great success there. Wasn't terrible, but then goes to – and I knew it, and I think anybody that knew anything about college football knew it. As soon as he went to Alabama, you're like, oh, it's over for a while. Like, these guys are going to be the top dogs for a while because Saban is an incredible football coach, especially in college, and Alabama's just was kind of like a sleeping giant program. Everybody knew the resources they had and the capabilities. They just never had anybody to captain the ship, and once he got there, boom! Within like 3 years, took him a little while, but within 3 years, then it was just like they were at the top for 15 years. So, yeah, that's surprising. At 72, it didn't surprise me when you look at his age and the success he's had, but you just never expect to hear it. Like it's gonna be wild when Belichick says, "Yeah, I'm done. I've decided to not coach anymore," because you're so used to having those guys on the sideline. Carroll was a little bit of a shock today because of not at his age, he's 70, but just the enthusiasm in which he coaches. I mean, the guy, runs around and looks like he's in his 50s, and he's 70 with all the energy he has. So, but Saban is, that one's like, wow, because we're talking about the greatest college football coach, arguably the greatest college football coach of all time, stepping down, and there'll be no shortage of coaches lining up for that job. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, one of our YouTubers here, I'm trying to find who it was. It was True Blue, who says, Pete Carroll got promoted, though. He's going to stay within the organization. I love that. He's going to stay right here, though. He's going to be with us. Yeah. You're fired. It just means we don't have to give up a draft pick if somebody wants to hire you.
Yep.
Is kind of what it comes down to. If you're just joining us, breaking news, Nick Saban is retiring as head coach at Alabama. Tom, is this one of the craziest coaching carousels we've seen in terms of quality of NFL talent? Quality of NFL. Let me rephrase this. In terms of the big-time college jobs that are available now for head coaches, pair that with the turnover of potential in the NFL. Just running it down here real quickly. I mean, we've looked at Jim Harbaugh potentially going to leave Michigan. We all still think that's a huge possibility. Hasn't signed a new deal. Belichick might be out in New England. Mike Vrabel is already out in Tennessee, so he's a big name there. Let's look up and down the list. So Pats might be available. Michigan might be available. Then you look at the NFL. You go Titans, now the Seattle Seahawks, the Raiders, the Chargers, the Panthers, the Falcons, and the Washington Commanders, who are all going to have either a bevy of picks or some high picks or some pieces that they can move. Chicago is going to stick with Matt Eberflus, but now also you've got Alabama that becomes available. It's got to be one of the craziest in terms of quality of college jobs. We've potential could have two teams that went to the CFP Final Four who played each other, and one of them ends up the national champion looking for a new head coach, which is pretty incredible. One of them is going to be with Alabama now.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty wild, and I don't know, who – because, look, Michigan wasn't much before Harbaugh got there either. In fact, they weren't much while Harbaugh was there for a few years. So, like, you can hit – like, if you get a good coach at one of those type of programs, you're going to win, period. There's about 5 to 8 of them out there that if you get, like, that coach to coach your program, you're going to win. Georgia's one of them. Florida's one of them. Alabama's one of them. Ohio State's one of them. Michigan is one of them. SC is one of them. Maybe a couple more out there. Texas, one of them. Probably Oklahoma. But there's a few out there that if you hit the coach, but you got to hit the coach. I mean, there was times where Oklahoma was floundering. Texas has floundered. Alabama did before Saban. Look what happened to Florida after Meyer. After Meyer at Ohio State, they've done okay, not quite as good as they did with Meyer, but
his exit there was more strategic, though. His exit at Florida was more, I've got to get away from my family, and that's not what it was about. But yeah,
look what happened, and look what happened at USC before and after Carroll.
There you go.
I mean, before Carroll, it was just like they were like middle of the pack. USC. I remember there were coaches. Mike Riley was using USC to pump up the value of his Oregon State Like, really? That's what we're doing? That's USC now? So, it can happen. I mean, Alabama can go down. So it depends on who they hire. But, that's wild that those jobs are Michigan, probably going to be available. Alabama is available. Probably every other team in the SEC right now is like, sweet. That's nice. We like that.
That is crazy because it's like, well, and now that we're going to end up with a 12-team CFP, I mean, again, 2 teams that were just up at the top, it was going to be more volatile anyway. Having 12 teams, you're going to see some upsets just by the nature of the setup. I think we're going to get some really, really fun stuff next year. But again, the national champion, if Harbaugh decides to leave, and now there's a lot of jobs available, don't know where he might go. When somebody here on the text line, 808 KNBR, 925 checks in and says, who do you want to see go to Alabama? Because you're talking about that type of coach. They suggest Kiffin or Gruden.
Hey, Al Nation. This is Coach Kiffin. What an exciting time.
Hey, Tide Nation. It's Coach Kiffin. It's one of these exciting times. Dude, I mean, it's on the table. Bill O'Brien is a name that Derek threw out potentially. Harbaugh, I don't think is really somebody that would end up there. That's not something I see. I think if he leaves Michigan, he's going to the NFL.
He's not going to Bama.
I don't think he's leaving college to stay.
And why would he go somewhere where he just beat them?
He just won.
Right, and he's from Michigan. I mean, that's where he went to school. So there's no chance I could see him going to Bama. Just none. I don't know the ties that he has to the South. Anyway, Kiffin's interesting because Kiffin was the offensive coordinator there under Saban. But that'd be wild. Just like, see you guys. See Ole Miss. We're supposed to be really good next year. I'm just going to jump ship and go to Bama. It's an interesting mindset, right? Because you go to Bama, you're thinking it's that next step up, right? I mean, Mississippi can be good, but we've seen them be good, and then they fall back a little bit, and they're good, and they fall back a little bit. Like Alabama, once you have that thing running, you can just keep running it, and you're going to be pretty damn good like every single year. You got to be able to recruit, which Saban did incredibly well. I can't remember how many number 1 classes they had. It was a shock if they were outside of the top 3 in recruiting. But if you go there now, your expectations are a little bit different than they are at Ole Miss. You could probably coach at Ole Miss for a long time. Just, maybe make a playoff every couple years, every 3 years, make a playoff, get to a decent bowl game, win 9-10 games, beat Mississippi State. You're good to go. Bama, that doesn't fly. Just beating Auburn doesn't work. Like, you better go to the playoffs, and not only should you go to the playoffs, you better be winning one every now and again. Maybe more so every now than again. So the expectations are a little bit different, but that's an interesting name because he was there. I don't know the success that Bill O'Brien had when he was there, and he doesn't really seem like he did a good job at Penn State though, keeping that ship from going under after they had that scandal. I thought, man, they're going to be in trouble, and he kind of kept that thing afloat, at least good well enough to where when Franklin took over, they're a pretty good team. But man, that's going to be really, really, really interesting to see who goes to Bama.
Make sure you're checking us out, YouTube, twitch.tv/thesportsleader, and streaming on the KNBR app. 925 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line says, Vrabel to Bama seems almost too perfect. And then 209 checks in and says, I think these ridiculous new college rules help drive out Nick Saban. Well, we've also got another big exit at the NFL level. It's Pete Carroll. And I guess it begs the question, is Alabama better than any of the NFL jobs that are out there? The Carolina Panthers or like Falcons have some weapons. I think the NFL is just a totally different beast, and the expectations are different. But you're like king of the castle when you're at the college level. You start winning at a place like Bama, you can be king. Let's talk more about Pete Carroll as well. And he's out in Seattle. Where do they go next? There's already a name that's being floating around. And Pete Carroll, who was 18-12 against the 49ers in the playoffs, against the 49ers all-time, including playoffs, is now out as head coach in Seattle. 808 KNBR is the number to call and to text if you'd like to get involved. Where do the Seahawks go next? With Pete Carroll out, we'll discuss on The Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Kaepernick, end zone, Crabtree, broken up, picked off! This game is over! Knocked in the air, intercepted by Smith. Off the hands of Richard Sherman.
You like that, Derek? You feel good about that? Feel good about playing that? Happy now? There it was. Pete Carroll's biggest moment against the Niners.
Eat shit, Derek.
Thank you, Derek. Thank you, Tim. I appreciate that. Derek's happy about that. Why
don't you play Spezio's home run, too?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, why not? Why don't you dig that up, please? We got Ted Ginn muff punt back there for me somewhere. Can you dig that up, please? No? This guy.
No.
Yeah, Super Bowl cut for me. How many against the Ravens? You want to throw 4 times at the goal line? How about that?
No.
Pete Carroll out in Seattle. That was probably his biggest moment as head coach of the Seahawks against the 49ers. 18-12 all time against the Niners, including postseason play. The 49ers just won't have to face him anymore. He's stepping down after 14 seasons as head coach. He's going to remain in the organization as an advisor. The NFC West now consists of 3 younger head coaches: Jonathan Gannon, Kyle Shanahan, and Sean McVay, though a lot of them with a bunch of experience at the NFL level. McVay, of course, already won a Super Bowl, been to another. Kyle's been to one, and several NFC championships. Cowboys defensive coordinator Dan Quinn is the heavy favorite to replace Pete Carroll, which doesn't, as a 49er fan, make me feel great. Dan Quinn, I respect as a head coach. He knows Kyle Shanahan well. We've talked a lot about that as he was his offensive coordinator in Atlanta. It's not a bad move strategically. A guy with some pedigree and a guy who's had a couple of really good defenses since he became a coordinator in Dallas.
Yeah, I don't know. He wasn't great in Atlanta. It was okay. I know they went to the Super Bowl, but I thought that was more about the offense and what Kyle was able to do there. But I give him credit. I mean, he was the head coach of that team that got to the Super Bowl, so yeah. But until they get a quarterback, I can't really take them too seriously. Now, if they were to get a quarterback, then they'd be a problem because they got a lot of parts that look like a winning football team. It's just, Geno was regressed, and I think a lot of people thought he probably would after the year he had last 2 years ago, I guess it would be now. So, but yeah, I don't know. I guess Dan Quinn's okay.
Yeah.
I mean, he's done great with Dallas. There's no doubt about that, and the defense is probably going to be pretty good, but yeah, I don't know.
I was wondering whether or not you credit a defensive coordinator like that. Like, yeah, he's getting the most out of his players, because we always say that players make plays, but you got to draft well, you got to put together a good crop of players. That's something that I don't think changes, though, up in Seattle. It's something they've done for a long time, and they do it well. They know what they're doing. But when you think of Pete Carroll, do you think of him as like a 49er tormentor or a national champion at USC? How do you, when you think about his coaching career, or do you think about him as a Patriots head coach?
Jets.
Excuse me, Jets. Sorry.
Yeah. I think both.
Did you do both?
Actually, I think
Derek,
he was.
he with both?
I think he was Jets
and
Patriots,
Pats,
wasn't he?
Pats. He was both. Derek confirms.
Yeah.
There you go.
I mean, he's no Rich Kotite.
Marino fake spike against him, right?
And that fake spike was overrated. That wasn't even really anyway. I don't know how I think of him. I guess I think of him as both. Like, I really think of him when I think first of Pete Carroll, I think USC. Because that thing was hopping.
A machine.
When he was down there. I mean, that was an absolute, utter machine. I just remember them going to the Orange Bowl and destroying Oklahoma and just thinking, good night. These guys are going to just kill it as long as he is there. He, ran that place. They didn't have pro football. So all the celebs came out to the games. The kids were loving it. And, Pete, what was Pete back then? Probably in his mid-50s.
Yeah.
So, but the kids connected with him because he acted like he was 35. He had the energy of a 35-year-old.
Smacking the gum.
Yeah. And they loved him, and he was great for USC. And they could have probably done what, Bama did if he would have stayed there for, 10, 15 years. Just been kings of the West Coast, been in the playoffs, and just kind of always been near the top and had a chance to win because they recruited across the country. It was pretty impressive. But then he goes to Seattle, and you win the Super Bowl. Should have won 2 Super Bowls, and he had a really good team. And then I I've said this before, but I thought over that 10-year period or 6-year period, however long Harbaugh was there for, maybe it was 5-6 years, that was, along with the Ravens and the Steelers, the best rivalry in football. Like, those were the two games, I guess there were 4 games a year, that you said, okay, I got that marked out, I got it blocked off, and I'm going to watch this, and I don't want to be bothered. I just want to watch those games because they were so much fun, because much like the Ravens and the Steelers, it was super physical. They were in the same division, and they were both competing for a Super Bowl. So it like had everything. And then you had the smack talk and the rivalry and what's your deal going back to college. I mean, that had everything. Like, I don't know if we're ever going to get that again. That was so much fun to watch those two teams play each other. And they were so similar in how physical they played and ran the ball. And it was, I loved that rivalry. It's not the same. I don't know if it's ever going to be the same. It can't be the same, even though I think the Rams and the 49ers have a fun thing going, even though the Niners dominate them. I mean, they just don't lose to the Rams.
It has the biggest potential to build to that, though, because they go head-to-head twice a year, and because of the relationship between Kyle and Sean. If they're both
but they're buddies.
Yeah, but if they're both here for that long, I don't think there's going to be a hatred. I don't think that exists as much in today's sports landscape. I think there's too much connectivity. I think too many guys... there's too much cross-pollination, especially at the younger age, especially in, like, the NBA. All the camps and ABA stuff and... the traveling basketball and the club teams and all that stuff. AAU, that's what I was getting to. All that cross-pollination, and even at the young football level because of the camps, I just don't think there's as much of that hatred and much of that rivalry. And coaching trees now are such a bigger thing, right? Before it was a lot easier to protect your stuff and your guys, and now we have rules that allow for it as long as you get compensation. So things happen that are more strategic. So I don't know that we'll get to that level. I mean, like Harbaugh and Carroll might be as big of a tandem back and forth as we've had in some time, to your point. Like, I don't know that we're going to get another one head-to-head like that where two guys really are disliking each other, but he's kind of that school. I like that he was of that camp.
You have to go back to college, too. I mean, it would have to be they've played each other in college, and when USC was kind of running things, Stanford went down there and beat him up and upset him and then tacked on another touchdown at the end of the game, which led us to the "What's your deal?" where Carroll came out
"What's your deal?"
and said, "What's your deal?" And then Harbaugh goes, "What's your deal?"
Yeah, good game. He goes, "Yeah, good game." And he takes off.
It's just beautiful. It was so good. And then the fact that Carroll goes to Seattle and then Harbaugh goes to the Niners and they play each other again, and they're both really good. And again, both really good, both really physical. It was a great rivalry. I mean, I loved those games. They were so much fun to watch. I don't know if we're going to have anything like that again, because it's the whole college thing. It goes beyond the NFL, and then the fact that they didn't like each other. They had that thing at midfield after the game. The "What's your deal?"
Remember, he's mocking him too. Harbaugh, when he's walking out, he's like, "Look at him run off. Look at him." He's like mocking the players of this. He's like, "These guys are like 19 years old." He's like, "Look at these guys. Look at them lose."
I mean, it was
the score on him.
It was just so good. It was so good, and again, it could have been that and been solid. But then the fact that they're both really good takes it to another level. The fact that they're in the same division takes it to another level. The fact that whoever wins the game probably gets home field advantage and has a inside track to get into the Super Bowl, another level. Like, there's just all these levels. Like, you got to have it, which is why, that's exactly why the Red Sox and the Yankees were so good for a long time. They're still fun to watch. I mean, Red Sox Yankees, but no one can tell me that Red Sox Yankees on a Sunday night baseball now is as much fun to watch as it was like 10 years ago, because back then they had all the stars, they spent all the money, they had the hatred, they had the history, and they were two of the best teams in baseball, and they were in the same division, and they were trying to get to the World Series. Like, when you get that type of stuff, that's special. That doesn't last all that long. Like, it takes... You got to add all these ingredients in there. It's got to be, okay, you have the same division. You're both really good. You have a little bit, if not a lot, of hatred in there, and maybe even some between the fans, that's some hatred. You're both good enough to win the whole thing. You ultimately have to go through one another. to get to the big dance. Like the Yankees and Red Sox were playing each other in the playoffs, so that's why that whole thing was incredible. Same thing with the Niners and the Seahawks. All those things existed. You had some animosity between the coaches. You had two teams that were really good. You had two teams that were in the same division, two teams that were super physical, and then two teams that would meet in the playoffs to decide who was going to be able to go to the Super Bowl. So, I mean, those don't come around all that often, and when you get them, you just got to love those rivalries. So, the Rams and the 49ers, we'll see how that progresses, but I mean, hell, McVay and Kyle were on the same staff.
Yeah.
Like, they're like buddies. So you can't have that. Like, I don't feel any of the hatred between the Rams and the 49ers. And the fact that the 49ers have owned them for the better part of like 4 years. They just don't lose to the Rams, whether the Rams are favored or not. The 49ers kick their butt, although the Rams will say, we got the most important one. We got the NFC Championship game. But
I think I would say that, too.
Yeah.
Honestly,
well,
we hang a lot on that. Haven't beat him since so-and-so. By the way, Carson Wentz came in. Last Sunday I saw that. By the way, you see that Sam Darnold hit at the end of the game? Apparently, if he had won, he would have got $300K. Is that right? So somebody had that on incentive on Sam Darnold. Like he would have got a W, he would have got some money, and he was pissed at the end of the game. He was heaved.
I would too.
By the way, we got some sound. We got some Harbaugh, Pete Carroll sound for you. If you're just joining us, some big news today as far as head coaches in football are concerned, both at the NFL and college level. Pete Carroll out as head coach in Seattle, but is going to remain as an advisor with the organization. And Alabama's head coach, Nick Saban, 6 championships at Alabama, a record 7 national titles all time, is retiring from his post at Alabama. But in thinking about Harbaugh and Pete Carroll, we were talking about this one great moment, the what's your deal, bro? Here it is. We got the sound for you right here.
Oh, the Trojans would be. Look at them all running in. Look at them all running in.
Now, Jim Harbaugh will come to the center of the field to meet Pete Carroll, who is not a happy camper. No question about it.
They don't seem very happy with each other.
Best you can hear Harbaugh go, look at him running. Woo! It's like howling on his way. They go to the midfield. He goes, what's your deal? What's your deal? Yeah, good game. It's Jim Harbaugh, dude. It's like laughing at the opposing team. It's hysterical. Oh it's so good. All right. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Wednesday afternoon. Warriors with an early tilt tonight, a 5:30 tilt. Pelicans come to town. Tough deal to have to get up for a game with the Pelicans as down in New Orleans, they don't get to see Steph Curry. We get to see him here. We may not see Zion tonight. A game-time decision. We'll tell you about that next. And the Warriors trying to get up before they hit this road trip. That's next on the Sports Leader. Steve Kerr joined Tom and myself yesterday and said there's a possibility that Draymond Green could be coming off the bench when he returns. That podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned in to Tolbert and Coates on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Pretty versatile team. They're playing faster this year. They can beat you up inside with Valanciunas and Zion, and then their guard and wing play is good. They've added a lot of length on the perimeter with Herb Jones and Murphy. Obviously Brandon Ingram. I mean, they've got a really talented roster, and Willie Green has just done a great job with them. And seems like this is the best they've looked, in the last couple of years with this iteration of the team. So we're going to have to play well to win, that's for sure.
Voice of Steve Kerr, Warriors head coach, who joined us yesterday. We'll replay that interview for you coming up at 4:50 as Warriors get ready for the Pelicans tonight at 5:30 over at Chase Center before they hit the road. It's going to be a tough little road trip here. Bulls, Bucks, back-to-back, and then the Grizzlies, which are without John Morant now for the remainder of the season, and the Utah Jazz. How important is tonight's game for the Dubs, man? I mean, it seems now it's time we do this every game now. We're at the point where it's like every game is fairly significant, considering the fact that they've gone 2-4 in this last homestand. Their matchup against New Orleans, depending on the size of them tonight, of course, was Zion, but they're 12th in the West right now. I mean, this is... I didn't anticipate that they were entering the season with this roster as a championship caliber team. We said that a bunch, but 12th is still far worse than I anticipated they'd be on January 10th.
I think it is important. We talked about it yesterday that we're not quite halfway through the season, but you look at all the teams that are above you, and I know a lot of them are only one game and a half, 2 games, Utah's percentage points, but you lose this one, then you go on the road, and it looks like it could be a 2-2 road trip, but look, the way they've been playing, it'd be easy to envision a 1-3 road trip. So you lose this one, you drop to 3 games under 500.
Yep.
If you happen to go 1-3 on the road trip, now you're 5 games under 500. And that'd be 5 games under 500. How many games have they played right now? Or 19 and 17 and 19, so that's 36. So 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41. So when they come back from the road trip, they're going to be halfway through the season. And if they lose tonight, conceivably, they could be 5 games under 500. Now, don't worry about the teams, because that's what everybody always does. They're like, yeah, but they're only 3 games behind that and 4 games behind. I always tell people, don't worry about that. Get to 500 before you start worrying about everybody and how many
jumping
games they
teams
are
about playing good basketball
ahead
at
of
this
you.
point. Right?
Yeah, this is, to me, it's pretty big, because looking at I'm just looking at them right now, because I want to say they started off with a lot of road games, but right now they've played 21 games at home, 15 on the road.
Oof. So
it's going to be 22 and 15 after tonight. And you got a lot of road games coming. You got a lot of road trips. I think they got a 7-game road trip, a 6-game, 5-game roadie that's coming up. So, yeah, I mean, they haven't really done what they've wanted to do with the home schedule, and they haven't done. It started off good with the Warriors in this home schedule, but it hasn't ended well. And other than, you start looking at them and really kind of breaking it down a little bit. And other than that one stretch that they had where they beat Boston, which was a really good win, you look at the other teams they beat. Nets, Blazers, Wizards, Blazers. 3 of the games they won.
They're not good teams, and they should be winning.
Well, against 2 of the worst teams in the NBA.
Right.
The Nets are okay, but they did blow a 20-point lead in that one and barely won. And then the Celtics was a really good win. That was a really good win against the Celtics. So you win that, you feel pretty good. Then you go to the Nuggets and lose. Close game. That's another thing. They're close. They're playing these teams pretty. But who cares? This isn't the Warriors of 2012 where, hey, at least they're hanging in there tough with these teams. This team's about winning. You can win those games, and they're not winning those games. So they lose at the Nuggets. No shame in that, defending champs. Then you come home, and the Heat just whack you. And then the Mavericks whack you. And those are two teams you would think, they're pretty comparable to. They should win those games at home. And if they don't win those games at home, it should be a battle. They weren't a battle. It wasn't a battle. The Heat were a depleted roster, and they just ran right through them. From about early in the second quarter on, they beat the crap out of them. And then Dallas beat the crap out of them. And they won a nice game against the Magic. They completely, utterly blew that game against the Nuggets, which they did the same thing against the Kings earlier on. They've done, what is that, 4? I think it's 4 games is a stat they've lost where they've led by 18 points or more.
And 2 of them happened within a week span. Or 3 of them
which is absurd.
Window.
They scuffled to get by the Pistons. I mean, the Pistons should have been one that you have, and they scuffled to get by them. And then the Raptors. And the Raptors do exactly what the Mavericks and the Heat do. They just blow them out at home. So it's not like they're losing. And the Mavericks are under 500, by the way. I'm not sure how. When I watch them, I go, that's a pretty good team. Like, they got some good pieces on that team. They're different now than they were with Anunoby, of course. That trade seems to have worked out well for both teams, at least initially. But, back to the point, the Heat, the Mavericks, the Raptors, these are teams you're kind of all in the same pool with. Like, if we're better than them, we're not a ton better than them. And if we're not as good as them, we're pretty close to them. And they just smashed them. I mean, they got smashed at home 3 times. So out of the last, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games at home. That's their homestand, 7-game homestand.
Right.
So out of those, you've won 1 game against a good team, the Magic. That was a good win against the Magic team. You've scuffled against the Pistons, who are the worst team in basketball, and then you gave a game to the champs, just to kind of handed it to them. Now, give them credit. They hit shots and they came back, but I mean, my goodness, you had an 18-point lead like midway through the third. Like, that one should not have. That one should. If you are a playoff team, you don't lose that one. And then the other games, you've gotten smashed. I mean, you've gotten smashed in half of your games of this homestand. Not just lost, not, hey, we're close, battled, I mean, which still isn't good enough, but they've gotten hammered, absolutely hammered. That Heat game was close until, like, the second quarter. They got it scored 69-51 in quarters 2 and 3. I mean, just taken to the woodshed in the first in those 2 quarters. Thank you. I appreciate that. And then they got behind the Mavericks early, and they trailed that entire game. And then we don't need to go over the Raptor game again, which was just a joke.
You don't want it? We could.
No, I really don't.
You get any highlights from that, Derek? You want to play those Raptor highlights?
So yeah, so I mean, forgive me if I'm not optimistic about where this team is right now. We'll see when Draymond comes back, and we'll see what they look like with him. But like anybody that looks at this team and goes, "Hey, they're close, they're right there," I mean, what you're doing is you're looking at what they used to be. What they used to be is not what they are anymore. Clay isn't what he was anymore. Steph still is fantastic, but even he's been struggling over the last week to 10 days. Draymond was good, but even when he was good, he's not as good as he was. Wiggins is kind of a mess right now, even though, Steve said he's been playing better the last month, but he's still, it's not what you expect, what you'd hope to get out of Wiggins. So, yeah, I mean, it's nice. The young guys are playing great. Pajemski's playing great. Trace Jackson-Davis playing great. But the expectations for them is they don't have to do as much. So, they can be as good as they can be. They can be fantastic. It's not going to really tip the scales as much as Clay being a lot better than he is. And he's even been playing a little bit better lately. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But what does it all added up to? I mean, it's all added up to a team that's 2 games under 500. And, again, this is like the natural cycle of things. And maybe they can pull out of it. We'll see. You know what? There's 2 things I'm going to wait on. I'm going to wait and see what they look like when Draymond plays, and I'm going to wait and see what they do at trade deadline. Because if they do something big, that certainly could alter their fortunes the rest of the season. But right now, I mean, I don't know how anybody could look at this team, especially this homestand, and say, you know what, they're and say with a straight face, yeah, but we're only 3 games out of this, or we're only 2.5 games out of this. I know we're in 12th, but we're close to this. It's like, I don't know. I just, I've seen every game this year and called the home ones, and I haven't seen it, but it's still, it's not too late. It is getting late, but it's not too late. But let's see what they look like when Draymond comes back. Let's see if they look different. And, Paul will be back in about a month or so. But really, this is about Draymond, how they're going to look with Draymond. That may end up changing my mind. But right now, it's, it could be a scuffle to make the play-in game, which is it's shocking to think that this Warrior team with the Hall of Famers they have on it may be in that situation.
You're listening to KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Wednesday afternoon, streaming twitch.tv/the sports leader and on YouTube and the KNBR app. You can check in on the text line, Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, 808 KNBR if you want to get involved. We mentioned this yesterday, Tom, the Eric Spoelstra contract. When we left the show last night, we knew that he was getting a deal that was going to make him one of the highest paid in the NBA. We got the numbers on that. It's pretty big.
They're nice.
What did he get? Like, was it
$8 for $120?
$8 for $120. Pretty good. Steve Kerr again. Got to be feeling pretty good. How much do you think this new contract impacts what he gets this offseason? Like, are we at the point now where everything's like the NFL, where it's just matching offers or matching deals? Because baseball's a little bit different. Baseball is like, if Scott Boras has you, he's just playing chicken. Right now, he's got all like the best 4 or 5 free agents still, and he's just holding on to them, and he's just going to wait till they get the offer that they want. But for coaches now, seems that way in football a little bit. In basketball, for sure, we're starting to see that. Once Monty Williams got the deal, it's like, well, Spoelstra's like, well, hell yeah, I'm getting paid. We all thought Steve Kerr, this meant big things for him, but he's also in a situation different than both of those guys, where he's had big-time championship success. However, clearly the organization is in a transition in terms of the talent. I just wonder what these contracts mean in terms of how Steve Kerr's negotiations go this offseason and what the direction of the organization is as they relate to him.
I don't know. I don't know. I know if I was his agent, the first thing you'd bring up would be, this guy's got 4 rings. Those guys don't.
Yep.
Monty Williams certainly doesn't. Spoelstra doesn't. I mean, Spoelstra's a hell of a coach. There's no doubt. How many did Spoelstra have? 2? 2 rings, I believe. Yeah. I mean, he's a hell of a coach. Does
he have
no
one?
doubt.
Actually, does he have one? Oh, he got the 2 middle ones with LeBron. Right. He's got 2.
Yeah,
he went
got
to 4.
2.
He's been to 5.
Yeah. Did Riley get the first one?
Riley got the first one with Shaq and D Wade.
Yeah.
Then Spoelstra took over when LeBron comes, because then they go to 4 consecutive, and they won the 2 middle ones. And then
I
he
run
went
it back with my wife every week.
Thanks, Ralph.
Then he went to one with the Heat with the bubble. He went to another one too. Derek, the one against the Nuggets. Oh, that's right. So he's been to 6. He's been to 6 NBA Finals.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah.
Forgot about that.
That's right.
That's
no,
impressive.
he's a hell of a coach. He is. He's really, really good. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't seem to be something that is pressing for Steve. Like, he feels like, we'll get it done, and things will work out. It's not that big a deal. He's not. How many coaches would say, "Yeah, I'm good. I'll just coach last year, and we'll see what happens." Like, it's kind of different. Because most coaches would be like, well, I don't want to be a lame duck coach. I'm not going to be here and be a lame duck coach. And if an owner had somebody that they knew they wanted to keep, they'd want to sign him before they hit the open market. But it's really interesting that, doesn't surprise me that Steve is taking the tack to like, nah, it'll get done. If it's going to get done, it'll get done. It's not that big a deal. A little surprising that maybe the organization hasn't said, hey, do we really want him? Or maybe they just have an understanding. Like, hey, you want to be here. We're going to want you here. We'll figure this out at some point. That's altogether possible as well. Because I do know how much Steve loves it here. I mean, he loves the Bay Area, loves the organization. But I have no idea what Bob leaving has done to that.
Yeah. For sure.
I know he likes Mike Dunleavy Jr. a lot. Like, they're good, but him and Bob were close. Like, they're really close, and I'm sure they still talk regularly. But yeah, whatever it is, I mean, like he'll
thanks, Mike Dunleavy.
He'll have no shortage of suitors. Let's put it that way. And it's so funny that because this year people were like, this guy, you got to have talent to win. Of course, Steve Kerr's not that good a coach. You got to have him. Like, well, yeah. So did Phil Jackson. So did Pop.
Tell me he's Brock Purdy. Steve Kerr's Brock Purdy. He's getting that treatment.
Exactly.
He's just a game manager. That's what Steve does. He's a coach manager.
Oh man. So we'll see what happens there. But yeah, let's put it this way: it could only help him. And every coach in the NBA was like, "You go, Monty. Well done." Way to take a bullet and go to Detroit for all of this. We appreciate you doing that because that's a tough one. Like it's gonna be a little while. I mean, I know they got Cade Cunningham. He's hurt now. I think Duran's a really good player. I really like him. But look, they're gonna be the top of the draft again. They're terrible. Like they're not good. So they're gonna be at the top of the draft again. I guess if you're Monty, you're thinking, look, this is a long-term deal. That's why I needed a long-term contract, so they wouldn't say 2 years later. See ya. I think they're committed to him, probably for at least 4 years, and see what they have. Because it is a good basketball town. I mean, they were rocking when Detroit was playing really well, great crowds and all that kind of stuff. So it just hasn't been that way for a while. But yeah, the other coaches are very happy. I was just surprised Spoelstra signed because I didn't know he was up. Maybe they just decided, let's just get this done. Maybe they've been working on it for a while, but I didn't even know he was close to being a free agent or his contract.
This is player money. This is like starting pitcher money from like 10 years ago for Eric Spoelstra. It's the most money ever committed to a coach in NBA history. 8 years, $120 million. So he's here for the long, long haul. The extension comes after an offseason where we just talked about this. Monty Williams got his contract with the Pistons 6 years for $78.5. And I think he's got incentives that can get that even higher. I think he's got escalators.
I think you're right.
In that deal, but neither coach is number one on the list. Here's the top coaches as they're paid in the NBA. It's reported Rick Carlisle is fifth with the Pacers at 7.25. Steve Kerr at 9.5. This is average annual salary. Monty Williams at 13.05. Spoelstra at now $15 million, and Greg Popovich at 16 plus is what he's at. So, as Tim said in my ear just a minute ago, Spurs are what, Tim? Go ahead, Pop-on.
Spurs are 5-30. That means Popovich must be a terrible coach.
There you go.
This is crap.
This is crap. There you go.
He is.
KNBR Popovich must go too after the run the Spurs have had. I mean, it's just not how it works. So, question about what's. I mean, I don't know. I don't know that you know. It's putting you on the spot a little bit here, but in what holds up the negotiations here, is there any weight in whether or not he wants to return, or is it about waiting to just see? Is it waiting for the right deal? I mean, I don't know what it is that has held up that deal getting done to this point, because we also saw Bob Myers play out his contract and leave. I don't know that Steve, if this is an organizational philosophy or if there are things personally that he's trying to figure out about his future.
I don't know. I haven't even talked to him about that. I just assumed that he assumes that, if it's meant to get done, it'll get done.
Yeah.
They'll figure it out one way or the other. Like, he doesn't feel any pressure to. I don't think the team looks at him like, oh, why should we listen to this guy? He might not even be here next year. Like, it's not a lame duck coach situation where we're not sure. There are rumors he may be gone. He's only got 1 year left, and this could be the last year, and it's tough for him to coach because of that. No, I think everybody just feels like, hey, this guy's the coach. And if he wants to be back, he'll be back. They're going to want him back, and they'll figure out a way to get it done. Now, with Bob was different. And I guess this could always be with Steve, too, although I think Steve has a number of years left where he wants to coach. This is what he loves to do. But I think Bob just had different interest and was a little beaten down by everything, like just the constant pressure of all of it, and just decided he wanted to go in a different direction. But if he wanted to be back, he could have been back. I mean, they offered him a really nice contract, so he could have been back if he wanted to. But you see now he's a consultant for the Commanders. He's going to get into the football thing.
He had other interests. It was taking that NFC East crown. That's his.
Yeah,
that's
exactly. So who knows? Who knows where he ends up? Maybe he does end up in a front office, like a full-time front office job. Who knows where Bob ends up? But, yeah, I just assume that there's nothing there other than the fact that, hey, we'll get it done. And I think both parties probably thinking to themselves, we'll get it done at some point, and both want to get it done at some point. They just haven't got it done. I mean, I could be wrong on that, again, because I haven't talked to him. I never talked to him about contract stuff, but I just kind of assume that's the way it's heading.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I appreciate the insight on that, because I think a lot of us are like, what's going on? And it's good and fair to point out, I think, in terms of the organization, that Bob Myers could have been back if he wanted to be back. And to your point, he was looking at some other stuff and clearly has other interests and other passions. So we've talked a lot about the big news of the day, which is, if you're just joining us, Nick Saban retiring as head coach of the Alabama Crimson Tide. Also, Pete Carroll out in Seattle. We got into that, and we'll talk more about it a little bit later. Crazy coaching carousel, but we'll get back into that. We're also going to talk to Matt Mayoko, 350. I'm sure we'll discuss some of that with him, as well as the Niners injury report. Antonio Daniels to talk some Pelicans and Warriors at 4:30. Jason Cole at 5:30, and we'll replay that Steve Kerr interview from yesterday for you around 5 o'clock. I just wish we had a segment where we could talk about all NBA stories. You know what I mean? Because there's like we do our bits on the NFL and we get into coach speak and all that. We just don't have a segment where we can only talk NBA.
NBA grab it.
No. That is not for the NBA, and we all know that. Everybody who's anybody knows NBA grab bag has nothing to do with the NBA. There's a lot of huge NBA stories out there. We'll have to come up with something to call it. Maybe we'll do like maybe we'll do an NBA roundup.
NBA grab bag.
Your NBA roundup is next on the Sports Leader.
Pen Grove, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Pen Grove's sports leader.
Mike Silver joined Murph and Marcus to discuss the 49ers resting during the bye and the head coaching carousel across the NFL, which now includes Pete Carroll. More on that story trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
NBA grab bag.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Time for a little NBA roundup. Yeah, not the NBA grab bag. Throw a new coat of paint on this thing. It's NBA stories coming your way. Wednesday, January 10th, 2024. We'll get back into some of the NFL and coaching carousel talk in just a bit. But how about some of these stories? Kawhi Leonard today. I was a little bit shocked about this. Kawhi Leonard, who we don't hear a ton from, $152.4 million contract extension. It's going to keep him under contract through 2026, 2027. By the way, he and Paul George both, I saw, had like a nearly $50 million opt-out at the end of this year, or opt-in at the end of this year, where you could just collect another season of $50 mil. I guess that means the Clippers don't care about load management on the back-to-backs, right? Like, they're just...
Well, no, I mean, give Kawhi credit. He's played 32 of the 36 games this year.
He played like the first 20-something, I think.
He's playing back-to-backs. Like, he actually got, I think, kneed in the quad a week or so ago and missed a couple games.
The quad?
The quad. He has played. He's played. So maybe that was kind of the impetus for giving him that contract extension. Like, okay, this guy plays, and when he plays, I mean, look how good they've been this year. I didn't think they'd be this good this early. I didn't know they'd be this good at all. But they have really gelled, and a lot of it is Paul George and Kawhi Leonard play. They're there every night, and when those two guys are there every night, you're going to have a hell of a chance of winning basketball games. And I watched the Suns game they played a couple nights ago. Golly, what a collection of talent. What a collection of shot makers on that court. Harden and Westbrook was playing well, and George and Kawhi and KD was throwing darts, and Booker and Beal. I mean, it was stunning, and the Clippers just ran them out of the building. I think it ended up winning by 30. It was impressive. So, yeah. I mean, like, I think they're thinking, well, if he's going to play, he's worth that money because he's one of the 5 best players in the league when he is on the court.
It's your NBA roundup, not NBA grab bag, just in case there was any confusion about that. Moving on here, how about this? So we had the quarterback documentary that was Netflix did. I'm really liking a lot of the Netflix, not so much of the... They've really not done a great job with like the true crime type documentary stuff. Like we got the Donahue one that was very sort of shoddy.
Okay,
Remember the Victor Conti one, the Juice Bait? That one was kind of The Urban Meyer one was dog-ass. Didn't get into anything that we wanted whatsoever. The Manziel one was interesting, but kind of like, what are we doing? Why are we doing this? We don't. Didn't really feel like we got to a solution. I have really enjoyed Full Swing. The golf, that's the golf
that
one,
was
right?
Good.
They do it, and there's a tennis one, too. I can't remember what that one's called. The tennis version's also real good. Then they also did I haven't seen the Formula One racing one, Driver or Drive, and they've got Quarterback, which is going to come back for its second season. Netflix now has announced they're doing a similar to the quarterback documentary, NBA version, and they've already targeted their 5 players. They've selected the 5 players they're going to use for the first season of the NBA documentary series. It's Jason Tatum.
Okay.
Jimmy Butler. That'll be a good one. I like Jimmy Butler. Here's one I'm stoked about. Anthony Edwards.
Nice.
Anthony Edwards will be good. We'll get a lot of good sound bites out of that. Domantas Sabonis.
That's interesting.
That's an interesting one. And then a young and up-and-coming dude we haven't heard much about, LeBron James. That's what I need. That's what I need, by the way. More dude, I know what Netflix is doing. I mean, I get it. If he's down to do it, you got to do it, right?
Yeah,
if LeBron's down, you got to do it. But what am I going to see that I don't know or that I need from what more pump-up LeBron stuff do I need? You know what I mean? Because the problem with LeBron is when he's on camera, he's always working the camera.
Yeah.
And the cool thing about the quarterback documentary was it felt like it got to a point where it was very raw with some of these guys. Like Marcus Mariota dealing with some stuff. Kirk Cousins absolutely was real. I thought I got more real Patrick Mahomes than we'd ever gotten before. I thought that was pretty cool. I don't know that I'm ever going to buy whatever we get from LeBron, I think is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, give me your 5. What would be the 5? If you could pick your 5, who would they be?
If I could pick my 5 NBA players, who they would do.
5 NBA players that you think would
Okay, I'm going to go number 1. I'm going Boban Marjanovic. I want Boban. Boban for sure. Number 2, I want Nikola Jokic.
Does he even play?
Does he still play, Boban? Is he still
on a team?
Is he on a team?
I thought he's a straight actor now.
Tell you what, he's on social media and he's great. He was in John Wick, yeah.
He's definitely in Wick.
I can't play basketball today. I've got John Wick.
Yep.
I would go definitely Jokic. Because he wouldn't. Because that's one that we're not going to get to know a lot about that guy, I think.
don't know if he'd be cooperative. Maybe
that's what I mean. Is if we got to see behind the scenes of him, that would be cool. If these guys were all down to be cooperative about it.
Okay.
By the way, Boban is a Houston Rocket, according to Derek. That's why we didn't know if he was still playing.
There you go. There you go.
I would probably go. I need another one. I'd probably want Wemby. Wemby would be a good one. So I've got three international players here, right? Let me go with a couple of guys who are homegrown. What stories would I want to see? No, Derek, no. No, I don't want to. Dude. Derek said, Josh Giddey? No, I'm good. I think I'm good, Jared. Ooh, John Morant would be an intriguing one.
No, he would have been one of mine.
John Morant would have been a good one.
He's one of mine.
I wish he was still playing because Lou Williams would be right up at the top of the list.
Yeah.
Lou Williams would be there. You know who else would be fun? Who I think I would want to see, no joke? James Harden. I want to see how James Harden spends his off time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I would go Ja. I would go KD. Or maybe I'd go Booker. I don't know much about Booker.
Oh, okay.
I think I'd go Booker. I would go...
Yeah, Booker.
Nearly. How about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander?
Shai's sick.
Don't know much about him.
He's got the Heat tonight, by the way.
Yep.
How about the contract?
How about Halliburton?
Tyrese Halliburton, isn't he?
Yep.
Is he? The severity of that injury was not as bad as we initially thought, right?
I don't think so.
From the other day, okay.
I don't think so.
I think there was initial thought that he could be out for the year.
And then my one star, I'll put in Giannis.
Giannis would be a good one.
So mine would be, I don't know if mine would have enough star power, enough wattage. And it's interesting, neither of us said Steph. I think we both know a lot about Steph, like just being here and everything. I mean, Steph's always going to be great, but I feel like, I feel like I know who Steph is and what Steph's about.
How about Clay? Would you want Clay? How about following Clay around with some cameras for I don't know, 6 months? See what Clay's doing. Oof.
That'd be rough. That'd be a rough day. That'd be a rough month.
Episode. But 415 says, does the camera who goes with Ja get body armor and a body cam? Incidentally, interesting. You should say that. The YouTube chat checks in. Our guy Shin Green says, "You want to see how Harden spends his time off? More like I want to see some club action on TV." I think what would impress me is like, did this guy go to the club last night and we all saw what he did and how he spent his time, and then he went for like 48 or something like that? Like, those are the things that impress me. Those are the stories that the Jordan and the flu game, where what was the flu and why was the flu and where was he the night before and all that with Atlantic City. That's the stuff that's like, they say it in the Johnny Manziel documentary. He's out there smelling like booze, warming up for the game because he was drunk from the night before. It's like, it's pretty incredible. He's winning SEC championships in the state that he was in. So who were your 5?
My 5 were Giannis, Halliburton, Ja, and who else did I say? Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and Booker.
Okay. And I went Boban, Jokic.
Boban.
Yeah, well, Boban's a riot, dude. He's funny. It'd be funny. It'd be entertaining. Boban, Jokic, Ja. Who else did I say? I can't even remember my other ones.
Boban, Jokic.
I can't remember who else I put down.
I don't know. They were yours. Harden.
Anyway, KNBR, who did I put down?
Harden.
James Harden. Yeah, that's right. I do want to see Harden. And they're going.
I think you picked Lauri Markkanen.
Lauri Markkanen, right? Well, in the other room, they're going Giddey and Biedrins. That's their 2 picks.
Giddey.
They don't need 4. They don't need 5 guys. They just want Giddey and Biedrins.
Oh, you said Sabonis.
Sabonis, that's right.
Or maybe Sabonis is in there.
Said Sabonis. No, Sabonis is doing it. We're going to get Sabonis. Let's move on here. We got more to come in the NBA Roundup. That'll be a fun documentary. Here we go. This is all the audio you need for the NBA Roundup. Did you know who the Raptors head coach was before they came to town last week, Tom?
Rajakovic,
Darko Rajakovic or Rajokovic?
Yeah, I think it's Rajakovic or Rajokovic.
I'd been sitting here till the day I die trying to come up with Darko Rajokovic. I'd have gone Darko Milicic before I did that. Here he is. He goes off last night. This is a great piece of sound. Didn't know who he was, and now I love the guy. He goes off last night after the Raptors lost to the Lakers. Makes some incredible proclamations. Here he is.
You shot with 23 free throws in that fourth quarter. What did you?
Thank you, Doug. That's outrageous. What happened tonight, this is completely BS. This is shame. Shame for the referees, shame for the league to allow this. 23 free throws for them, and we get 2 free throws in the fourth quarter. Like, how to play the game. I understand respect for all stars and all that, but we have star players on our team as well. How's possible that Scotty Barnes, who is all-star caliber player in this league, he goes every single time to the rim with force and trying to get to the rim without flopping and not trying to get foul calls. He gets 2 free throws for the whole game. How's that possible? How are you gonna explain that to me? They had to win tonight? If that's the case, just let us know so we don't show up for the game. Just give them a win. But that was not fair tonight. And this is not happening first time for us. Scotty Barnes is going to be all-star. He's going to be the face of this league. And what's happening over here during whole season, I've been calling it back, it's a complete crap.
It's pretty good piece of sound, dude. Did you see that?
Complete crap.
Had you heard that before right now, Tom?
Yeah.
This guy's pretty good, dude. The line that got me is for Scotty Barnes, like the second time he punches Barnes. The claim that he was going to be...
It's a complete crap.
I got to tell. I endorse it, dude. I endorse every bit of this guy. He was pissed about last night's game. And by the way, Pascal Siakam, who's like the number 1 name right now on the trade market, as far as an impact player that could help anybody, he's averaging 22 a game, leading the team in rebounds. I think he's got over 6 a game right now. Maybe nobody has mastered handling media and questions about his availability and all the trade rumors like he has. They asked him yesterday after the game or a couple days ago about the trade rumors surrounding him, and he said, well, I'm a player who's doing his job and what I'm supposed to do to help the team, so it's to be expected. I was like, well, damn, dude. Damn right it is. I mean, well said by Pascal Siakam, who got a championship, of course, against the Warriors when Kawhi helped take him down a few years back. That is your NBA
Scotty Barnes
roundup. Yeah,
crap.
As Carlos checks in on the YouTube chat and says, East Scotty Barnes with the all caps Barnes. I like the East Scotty.
Crap.
I'm all about Darko Rejakovic. That's what I'm going with there. Nicely done there on the NBA roundup. Let's get back into a little bit of the coaching carousel of all the jobs available, and maybe you throw Alabama and Michigan into that mix. What's the best job opening? Plus, we've got a bunch of potential names that have been thrown out for who could take over that Alabama job. We'll do that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
It's a complete crap.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes back with you on a Wednesday evening. Warriors with an early tip tonight at 5:30. Steve Kerr will replay that interview at 4:50 ahead of the game. Antonio Daniels will join us in about an hour at 4:30. Talk more about that one. And Mayoko will join us in just a few to get into some 49er news. But the big news of the day, Pete Carroll out in Seattle. And then we find out right at the top of the show here, Alabama Nick Saban retiring from Alabama as their head coach. So now there's a couple more openings. The Patriots have not made a decision yet on Bill Belichick. Michigan and Jim Harbaugh still have to figure out whatever their situation is going to be. But yesterday, Dante Whitner thought that his comments after the game about them starting in March were making it clear that he would return. I'm not so sure about that. I still think that there's a damn good chance he leaves Michigan. Titans are available. Seattle's now open. Alabama, the Raiders, the Chargers. It's interesting. Two teams from two different divisions. So Raiders and Chargers, both from the AFC West, are open. And then two NFC South teams, the Panthers and the Falcons. And then Washington is open as well. In your mind, what's the most, I guess for any coach, what's the most attractive job of all of those listed?
I still think Washington because of the draft pick and
the ownership change.
The ownership change.
You pointed out the fan base yesterday as a big deal.
they got a big time fan base. So, I mean, the Chargers is certainly one, but I keep going back to you're the second team in the LA market that no one cares about. Like the Rams aren't even huge down there, and the Chargers are an afterthought down there. Hell, the Clippers, I think, are closer to the Lakers than the Chargers are the Rams, or maybe not because the Lakers are ahead of the Rams. I think that they love Laker basketball down there and Dodger baseball. I don't know if the football is still the thing, but you have a quarterback and you have some talent. There's no doubt about that. You have a left tackle. You have edge rushers. So you have some talent. So that's one. You have that. You're going to be in the same division as KC. You have to assume that Peyton's going to get Denver turned around a little bit, and we'll see what happens with the Raiders. NFC East, Cowboys, okay. Eagles, we'll see what happens with the Eagles and Giants. I mean, it's seemingly always competitive, but I like that one. Like, to me, because of the draft pick, you get to choose what you're going to do with that pick. Do you want to keep Howell? Do you want to trade down? Do you want to trade back and just load up on assets? Who knows? But I like that one. There have been people that said they're going to, try to pay, switch spots with the Bears. And so they get Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams from the D.C. area. So that's something that who knows what will happen come draft time. But to me, that one, then the Chargers. I don't know much about the money all these teams have to spend, like Atlanta. Atlanta seems to have a good defense. They got Bijan Robinson, Drake London. So they got some decent players. Pitt seems to me to be an underutilized asset. Like, I looked at him coming out of Florida thinking that guy's going to be incredible. They just haven't had a quarterback to get him the ball. But I think Atlanta's interesting if they could get a quarterback because Ritter is not the guy. I'm pretty sure, like, I'll be surprised if, like, Jordan Love, I said, I didn't think he was the guy, and now he is. I don't think I'm going to have to make that proclamation next year. Like, I was wrong about Ritter. I think that ship has sailed. But, again, who knows? Could be wrong on that one. But I would say every NFL job is better than even Bama. Expectations of Bama are just out of whack. And I don't think guys that coach in the NFL want to go back to college unless there isn't an NFL job available. I mean, it's just different. You're dealing with men. You don't have to worry about grades. You don't have to recruit. You don't have to worry about alums. You don't have to worry about parents. You don't have to worry about handlers. You don't have to worry about friends and hangers-on. You don't have to worry about all that crap. You got to worry about an owner. That's basically it. And if you get a good owner, you're good. But even if you have an owner that's meddlesome and it's like, golly, this guy's wearing me out, he's not going to wear you out as much as all that stuff I mentioned in college. So I think there's a reason guys, when they have success in college, go to the NFL. I mean, if Saban would have had success at Miami, he wouldn't have been back to
He stayed in the NFL trying to win Super Bowls.
Absolutely.
Right.
That's the highest level. It's the highest level of competition for that sport. and you don't have to deal with all the other stuff. And now with the NIL and the transfer portal, I mean, there's a lot going on. You know, we'll talk to Jay Wright later this year, former coach of the Villanova Wildcats. He said he'd come on around tourney time. He just said it's hard because you got to recruit your own guys when they're on your team. You got to recruit them. Like it used to be, you recruit them, get them to your school, and you're good. Like, well, I don't got to recruit him anymore. Keep him eligible, we're good to go. Now you got to re-recruit him like every single year to keep them there because they're always looking for a better deal.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, it's really tough. And he said it's a pain in the ass to try and do all that kind of stuff. I mean, they actually have to hire more staff to be able to do all that stuff. So I think anybody that has a chance to coach in the NFL will coach in the NFL. As good as the Alabama job is, great job, there's no doubt, a lot of expectations, but it's not the NFL. But for me, I'll go Washington. Like, I think Washington is a really good job. Again, I got ownership, and I have a high draft pick so we can get a quarterback if need be.
What's the least attractive job for NFL purposes? Is it the Titans? They've got the 7th pick. They've got Will Levis. I mean, if you believe in Levis, then maybe that's something to build around. They've got DeAndre Hopkins there. It's a team that I thought was far better off a couple of years ago. I thought that they were going to be a sustainable type of the style of football they played, and then it seemed like every week of this year, Steve Young cracked a joke about the Cowboys offense and then the old style Titans offense. It's like they're just going I formation. They're just running the ball with Derrick Henry, and they need to upgrade and update what it is they do offensively for sure. We'll see what Vrabel does. He's a defensive-minded head coach, obviously, with wherever he ends up. But I don't know what's the worst job there, because I think the Falcons have a lot of weapons. It's intriguing what Carolina could do if you like Bryce Young or not. You get a near the top. Oh, their pick is gone. Do they have a pick near the top of the draft, Carolina?
I don't think so. I think that's the Bears pick.
Yeah, that's the Bears pick now. So maybe Carolina's there as a tough situation.
Yeah, I would say that's the least attractive. Not only is
Carolina goes to Chicago, right?
Yeah, not only is there dirt to talent there, you also have Tepper. So I think that's the worst one. I think Carolina is the worst one. I don't know as much about. I mean, I think the Titans okay. It's interesting they got rid of Vrabel, and maybe his time there was up. Maybe he didn't get along with ownership, but that dude's not going to be out of a job for like a few weeks, I would think. I mean, he's highly respected, and maybe he's waiting to see what happens in New England. Maybe he wants to go back there, but he'll have all kinds of interviews. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But yeah, I think Carolina. Now, I wasn't really thinking of them, but Carolina to me is the place I wouldn't want to go. Just again because
they don't have a pick either.
The ownership, and I don't want to say Bryce Young isn't going to be a guy because, man, goodness gracious, I mean they gave him nobody around him. They might have had the worst receiving core in the league, so he may still end up being a really good quarterback. If he is, then he got one leg up. But still, you want to deal with an owner who's throwing drinks on people? I mean, come on, deal with that.
Deal with that guy. He comes, he just throws a drink in your face. You're always
exactly
about the game. Here, by the way, they put out a list of coaches. This is per Pete Thamel of potential buyouts for Alabama head coach candidates.
Okay.
Dan Lanning up at Oregon.
Ooh.
$20 million.
Okay.
Kalen DeBoer.
Ooh.
$12 million.
Okay.
Here's an interesting one that somebody pointed out earlier on the text line. That's where I'm going next. Dabo Swinney. Derek said that, and a couple of people on the text line had pointed that out. By the way, 707 says, don't sleep on Carolina's defense. Anyway.
Their defense is okay.
They were pretty good this year.
Defense okay, yeah.
Dabo Swinney, $7.5 million is the buyout.
Ooh,
that's an intriguing and interesting. And maybe Derek suggested it to me earlier. He's the first guy who said it. Now I said it, and he's going, no, I don't think it's happening. No, I'm saying it's not a lot of money. I'm going $7.5 million.
What did he suggest it to you so you could say no?
Oh, he's saying no. I'm saying no. 7.5 isn't a lot. I'm saying no. That's a great amount of money if Alabama wants to go buy him out to get him to come to Bama.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Sure, Derek. James Franklin, thank you. I wish I had that button sitting right here, dude. James Franklin, $6 million.
Yeah.
I don't want Franklin. If I'm Bama. That's not my guy. That's not my dude.
Yeah, I don't want Franklin. The thing about Dabo, I know he played there, but the thing about him is...
you're making me uncomfortable.
He hasn't really embraced the NIL and the transfer portal and all that stuff.
You say Dabo?
Yeah. You have to. You may not love it, but you better embrace it because this is a new way of college football. And if you're not in with it... if you're not down with it, you're getting left behind. Period.
Plus, does he want to leave behind that super church he built at Clemson just to build a new one at Alabama?
Exactly.
I mean, I don't know.
Exactly.
Man. I don't know. That guy's.
Yeah, I don't know. Lanning and DeBoer, now that they're in the Big Ten, I mean, maybe they just say, "Hey, we're good. We're in the Big Ten, man. We're fine." I mean, because Cristobal was there, and then he took off as soon as he could. Went to Miami. That hasn't worked out all that well for him. I mean, I get it. He coached there and everything, so I get that, but. Oregon's a good job, man. Knight takes care of you. You're good to go. And now that you're in the Big Ten, you're solid. The only thing you would have to, and money probably isn't even an issue because of Phil Knight, but they're not going to make as much as the other Big Ten teams like the first few years they're in the Big Ten. How distribution works, them in Washington will get less money than the other teams. But that might not even matter for a school. Like they might just, Phil Knight's like, what, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It was almost like my buddy told me this story. He said for Cal, they raised like $1 million for Cal athletics in like a week. He thought, he goes, we did a great job. That was pretty cool. Raised $1 million for Cal. And come to find out, it was either that same week or a week right around that week. SMU did the same thing. They raised $100 million in a week, and I was like, oh, no wonder they don't need any money for the ACC because SMU is not getting paid the rights fees at all. I think it's for the first 9 years of that deal. Yeah. They don't get anything. It's like you should just be thankful you're in the ACC.
That's it.
Like, yeah, we are. We're good. We don't worry about the money. We got the money. We're fine. We're fine with that. So maybe Oregon has a little bit of that. Like we got you. They'd be crazy to let him go, and maybe he wants to go. I don't know, crazy. But he did a great job in Oregon, and he's kind of got that thing rolling. They got Dylan Gabriel coming there next year, the quarterback at Oklahoma, so they're going to be right back in the mix, top 5. It'll be interesting to see what happens, no doubt.
Many people are checking in here on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line 415-808-KNBR. 925 checks in, says Alabama's not hiring Dabo, and then 925, another one checks in, says, how about Dion to Bama? I don't think Dion, and it's Louis. I don't think he's bringing his Louis to Bama.
I don't think so.
Who would be your number one choice? Who would be your favorite in terms of entertainment? Like Kiffin would be a fun one. Kiffin, I think is my number one choice. Kiffin would be an absolute blast to go down to Bama. I don't know if it works, but it'd be fun. It'd be a lot of fun. He's a good coach, though. He's a college guy. Like he's a college. I think he can get it done. If he got Derek's furling his brow. He kicking 76-yarders.
He would be fun. I remember Sarkisian coached there too.
That's right.
But I can't imagine he would leave Texas.
Yeah, somebody asked that earlier. Would he leave Texas?
I can't imagine he would leave Texas.
Sark out of Texas.
They got everything you ever want, and you get I'm going to guess. I was in Tuscaloosa when I was real young, so I don't remember it, and I've never been to Austin. I'm just going to say Austin's probably better for just we got to say it depends on what you like.
Austin's a great place, man.
Yeah, I've heard Austin.
Austin's
I've heard
cool
nothing
city,
but great things about Austin. So, yeah, I can't imagine that. Yeah, I don't know, but it will be. It's going to be very, very. I'm trying to think of some of the past.
Urban Meyer 415 says.
Oh hell no!
Thank you.
I guarantee you, though.
That's it, folks.
I could almost guarantee you they would win a national championship. You put that coach with that school, you could. I don't know when they would win, but I would make a sizable futures wager that Alabama would win with Urban Meyer.
Same text for 405 says he can just hook up with co-eds again. No big deal. Yeah. So
God.
I don't know if that's what was happening. And by the way, it happened in his own bar.
Yeah, that wasn't the thing.
Get home from me, dude.
Oh, man, dude. Herb, come on. 925 says Kapler to Bama.
I heard they have great burgers.
Yeah, here. I'm looking for the best barbecue in Bama. That's what I'm looking for.
I'm looking for the best barbecue. Yeah, a good running back, too.
Yeah.
You got one of those.
If you guys got a running back, I'd like to get involved. Yeah.
I would be.
I'm just going to camp out here at Bama. That's hysterical.
I would be stoked. Did they bring in a left-footed punter? We're going to have to go to a different return man then.
Yeah, we're going to bring in a different return man for that punter. He's going top to bottom here. All right, that's going to do it for the coaching carousel talk. Let's get into a conversation with Matt Mayoko. He joins us every week of the season, and Kyle Shanahan spoke yesterday. We didn't talk much about the injury report. We'll see what Matt Mayoko is hearing about the Niners' progress this week and get his thoughts on the exit of Pete Carroll up in Seattle and how he'll be remembered in the NFC West. Also, is Dan Quinn the leading candidate to come over and take over the Seahawks job? That's all coming up next with Matt Mayoko on the Sports Leader. After 14 seasons, Pete Carroll is out as head coach of the Seattle Seahawks. He's going to remain with the organization in an advisory role in the front office. More on that story is trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here with my good friend Steve Moskowitz. He's hanging out on the line. Steve, I know this is a scary one for a lot of people. What if you have a deal with an IRS or you have a dispute with the IRS? How do you handle that? What do you do?
You call us. First of all, I want your listeners to know the IRS is not judge, jury, and executioner. You have a slew of rights. Next, lots of mistakes are made on both sides. And the fact that the IRS sends you a bill for $1 zillion doesn't make it so. The first thing we would do is say, well, wait a minute, my client doesn't owe $1 zillion. IRS, correct your records. And the bottom line is, well, if you have an audit, we want to go for you and explain things for you. The bottom line is we do everything for you. We go to the IRS for you. We talk to them for you. We don't want you to have to talk to them, deal with them, having to do with them. And again, you have so many rights. And even if they are right, we still can intercede for you and make a deal. That's why so many years ago, I took the phone number 888 tax deal, because that's what we do. We make deals all day long. We want to make them from you. And we don't want all these new IRS agents coming in and doing something to you that you really wouldn't like. Just call us. Let us explain what we can do for you.
If you got a dispute or you got an issue, give Steve Moskowitz a call. 1-888-TAX-DEAL, just like he mentioned there, or find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
faithful. Here's NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Mayoko bringing the latest Niner news to Tolbert and Copes.
Sponsored by the Dolan Law Firm. The best lawyers they hope you never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, time to talk a little football with our friend, NBC Sports Bay Area, Matt Mayoko. Hello, Matt.
Hello. How the heck are you?
Tremendous.
Anything to talk about today? You guys?
My goodness, huh?
Yeah.
Wow. Both of them shockers, huh? Carroll and Saban.
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah, it's, I don't know if they're. I mean, when you think about how long they've been doing it, maybe it shouldn't be shocking. But I guess anytime that there's change like that with anybody who has had a great deal of success, and I mean, I almost kind of. I have a feeling by the time we finish this call, there will be news about Bill Belichick too. So something will probably be happening with him, I would think, in the next few days. So no, it's all, it's just, I guess, it's just kind of jarring when something like that happens with people who have been in those spots for so long.
So let me ask you this: as long as you've been covering 49er football and watching 49er football, have the 49ers had a better rivalry? Because I would argue the best rivalry they've ever had was Harbaugh and Carroll, because of not only the coaches that go back to college, but the teams that were in the same division that were both really good and both competing to win a Super Bowl. I would argue that those 4 or 5 years, that was the best rivalry the Niners have maybe the most intense rivalry as well that the Niners have had in this division.
No question. Yeah, I mean, I'd say in the division, that's a good way to put it, because when I'm thinking of when the 49ers were really good, their rivals were the Cowboys or the Giants or Washington.
Packers.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But, I mean, it was great. I mean, those games in the 4 years that Harbaugh was with the 49ers, I mean, that was a lot of fun. And what made it fun was that both teams were so good, too. It wasn't, these last few years, ever since Harbaugh and the 49ers, quote unquote, mutually parted ways, since then, the Seahawks just absolutely dominated. So you had a difficult time calling it a rivalry. Yeah. And then the last 3 years, the 49ers, 2 years, I should say, the 49ers have dominated. 5 straight wins, including a win in the playoffs. So, again, it's like, well, is it really a rivalry if it's so one-sided? But during those Harbaugh and Pete Carroll years, I mean, it was 2 great teams, 2 charismatic head coaches that kind of exemplified or personified what the coach was all about. It was just a heck of a lot of fun. And one of the things about the 49ers now is they're having tremendous success. They're one of the flagship organizations right now in the NFL, and part of the reason they're at that point is because of Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll and John Schneider were the 2 individuals that Jed York kind of looked at and said, that's the way it should be done. Instead of having a head coach and a general manager who hate each other and can't work together, let's try to replicate what Seattle has done up there. And I think Pete Carroll and John Schneider didn't know each other. They certainly hadn't worked with each other, but it was just a pairing that really worked. And the 49ers have found that over the past 7 years with Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, and it was really that model that kind of put the 49ers on the track to where they are now.
Yeah.
Talking to Matt Mayoko here on the UMA guest line. What do you think about the name Dan Quinn that's been floated around as a potential replacement for Pete Carroll? I mean, he and Kyle Shanahan, we always say, know each other well. They were on the same staff. Yeah. He was Dan Quinn's O-coordinator when he was in Atlanta before he came to San Francisco. They saw each other this year. He's D-coordinator of the Cowboys. Saw each other last year in the playoffs, of course. But it would be an interesting hire. I think a defensive-minded guy. They'll probably stick with the same sort of situation. But I think that would be a good hire and sort of a dangerous one in terms of the NFC West and the 49er offense.
Yeah, no, I think that would be that makes a lot of sense. Dan has been up there. He coached under Pete. I think that depending on what happens with the Cowboys, they who knows what will happen there. But I don't think the Cowboys want to lose Dan Quinn, and they might again, depending on what happens with the Cowboys in the postseason. I could see Jerry opting or wishing to keep Dan within that organization. Again, whatever happens with Mike McCarthy, that remains to be seen. But yeah, I mean, Dan's quite familiar with the 49ers, and I mean, I've known Dan for more than 20 years, probably 25 years. He was an entry-level coach on Steve Mariucci's staff. And he was around with the 49ers for a while and moved his way up to defensive line coach, went to the college ranks and came back to the NFL and was a defense coordinator up there in Seattle. So I think that the time is right now. I think there's six NFL head coaching openings.
I think we're at 7 now, right?
Is there 7? Okay.
Titans, so Seahawks, Raiders, Chargers, Panthers, Falcons, Commanders are the 7 right now.
Yeah, there you go. Yep. And so Dan's going to get some play. He's going to get some head coaching play. And it just, if you connect the dots, it probably makes the most sense for him to wind up in Seattle.
We were talking about the best jobs, worst jobs. What do you think? Because I thought Washington was the best job because of new ownership and a high draft pick. You can get a quarterback. Chargers are a good one because you already have Herbert. But then again, it's the L.A. market, and you're going to be playing 17 road games, which is a problem with the Raiders, too. You're going to be playing, 17 road games as well. What do you think when you look at the job openings? I know it's kind of early with all the how much money do they have to spend. I don't know if we know those things, but just on the face of it, what jobs do you think would be the best one, and what one would be the one to avoid? And you can't say Tepper.
Oh well, there goes my there goes the easy one. I would say if you look at the jobs, the one that really stands out to me because of the quarterback would be the Chargers.
Yep.
Every other team is looking to get a Justin Herbert, and it just so happens the Chargers already have not only a Justin Herbert, they have the Justin Herbert. Now, there hasn't been a lot of success there, so how much of that is his fault and how much of it was Brandon Staley and just the situation with the Chargers? But I mean, I could see where that would be a really attractive job from that standpoint of you don't have to worry about going out and finding a quarterback, which is a lot easier said than done. But I totally agree with you. I mean, just, watching Chargers games or going to Chargers games through the years, I mean, there hasn't been one episode or one situation where I've walked into that stadium covering the San Francisco 49ers where the 49ers did not have more fans in the stands than Charger fans. I mean, there's no reason. There's been no loyalty there with the Chargers fan base. It's a minuscule fan base, and I assume that's the way it is when other teams go in there and play as well. Vegas, is. They just haven't had any success. I mean, it just seems like it's the same teams over and over that just struggle, and whatever the reasons are. I think Vegas, I would assume Antonio Pierce will be their guy there. Atlanta, Washington is probably, that might be the best situation. The fact that they brought in Bob Myers to kind of oversee things and kind of, Bob is a bright guy who has spent a lot of time around the 49ers. So he's obviously been interested in the NFL game for quite some time. I would assume that that's going to be a much better situation than it has been in a long, long time. And so just the fact that Daniel Snyder's not there, that The organization has a lot of resources. It seems like they're trying to do the right things. That would probably be the best situation. That's an organization that has history under a different name, albeit, but they have the resources and they should be able to compete. The only question with them, as is with the other ones, except for the Chargers, is finding the right quarterback to lead that franchise.
Yeah.
Talking to Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area, here on the UMA guest line. I want to ask you about Jim Harbaugh, and when you covered him as he was 49ers head coach, what was his biggest issue or biggest problem that he's got to correct from when he was 49ers head coach if he decides to come back this time around?
Oh, man. He wears people out, just absolutely wears people out. And it's one of those things where when he was with the 49ers, and I think when he was at Stanford as well, the closer you are to the situation, the more he wears you out. And yes, he's been successful everywhere he's gone. He lasted longer, and I guess he's still there, but let's just say he has lasted longer at Michigan than I think anybody ever thought he would, because he just has a way of just wearing people out, and he almost has to just keep moving. 4 years was kind of seen as the max of where he can be at a place before he just wears out his welcome, and people are ready to cut ties and move on. I've thought from almost the moment he landed back at Michigan that he would probably stay at the college ranks, just because there's that constant cycle of new players coming in. There's turnover every, theoretically speaking, every 4 years. And so, I think pro players, they hear the same message, they hear the same sayings, the same cliches, the same folksy stories, and it just becomes too much. And he is a grinder. I would assume over the past many years he's been at Michigan that he's kind of maybe mellowed a little bit and maybe is more willing to work with people. And we all know that he, the thing that is really stuck in his craw is that he does not have a Super Bowl, and his brother beat him, which, it probably is worse than if someone else had been on the winning sideline. So I don't know. I mean, I think that the time is probably right for him. I would hope that he has kind of learned that, you can bend a little bit, there can be a give and take. Yeah. You don't have to fight for everything. You can kind of pick your battles a little bit. So we'll see. I'm sure. I mean, it seems to be the consensus that he's coached his last college game, at least at Michigan here, and then he'll be going to some place where there should be multiple teams probably interested in him.
So it's never a good thing when somebody describes you like that. It's just wearing me out, man. That's wearing me out. It's just wearing on somebody. It's never a good thing when he's winning the war of attrition like that. I want to ask you about, we played a piece of sound from Mark Schlereth yesterday. And it was on his podcast. He was talking about a conversation he had with Brock Purdy before one of the games they called. And he asked him about the game manager, like, sort of stigma or label that people have given him. And he said Brock bowed his back and was sort of upset about it. Not upset, but he took exception to that. In your time around Brock, is that a narrative that bothers him, or does it seem like he's got something to prove? And if so, what this postseason?
Game manager. Yeah, because I think that he takes pride in doing what is ever necessary. And so, I mean, I would say anybody who's watched the 49ers can tell you that, he's not a color inside the lines kind of guy. He's not a guy that, hey, if this is your first read, here's number 2, here's number 3 in your progression. He's not the kind of guy that, oh gosh, if it's not there in the progression, I'm going to fold up the tent and just live to play another day. I mean, how many times have we seen it And the game against the Commanders is a perfect example, but there's so many other examples of, you'll find out later that the guy who caught the 45-yard touchdown wasn't even in the progression, and on that play I'm talking about with the Brandon Ayuk in the end zone where he's spinning out of there, he's rolling right, he's directing traffic, he's telling Ayuk basically run over there and I'll throw it to you, and it ends up being a touchdown. I think that's the exact opposite of being a system quarterback. That is being able to improvise and make plays on the go. He does the whole system quarterback thing, absolutely. Is he a game manager? Absolutely. He manages the game very well. He does all of that, but also has the improvisational gene that enables him to play beyond the system as well. So I can see where that would, I'm a little bit surprised that would necessarily come to his attention. I think he tries to stay pretty well insulated, but I'm sure, that stuff comes across his radar, and I could see where it would bother him a little bit because he isn't just a system quarterback. He can do a lot of other things and make plays, kind of flying by the seat of his pants sometimes.
I'm curious, did you ever talk to any of the players with the 49ers when Harbaugh was coaching and how they felt about the who's got it better than us? No. I was like, because that seems like such a guy, like rah-rah guy college crap to me that like the NFL guys would be like, really? Are we doing this? Like, did they buy into that? Were they like totally into it? Or were there some that was like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, absolutely. There were. It ran the gamut. Now you got to realize when Jim Harbaugh came on the scene, it was a lot of the same players that did not have any success under the previous coaches. There were some Mike Nolan players there. There were some Mike Singletary players there, and so when Harbaugh came in, I mean, he was grinding those guys that first training camp. And I remember the guys were like, "Oh my God! Like this guy is we're just dragging. I mean, he's killing us." And then pretty early in that season, the 49ers went to play the Dream Team, or the Philadelphia Eagles. They thought that they were going to be, the team, and the 49ers won that game, and they won it by just being in better condition. I think Justin Smith ran down Jeremy Maclin, forced a fumble. Yeah. And so at that point, like this switch flipped where everybody was like, oh, now we get it. Now, okay. There was complete and total buy-in. But over the course of time, it was, some guys have talked about this, that over the course of time, it just became, a little too much for some guys, not all the guys.
Yeah.
Some guys, like I bet you to this day, and I haven't talked to Frank Gore about this in a while, but I could not imagine that Frank Gore would have anything bad to say about Jim Harbaugh. And I talked to, Joe Staley. I think Joe really liked playing for Harbaugh. There were certain guys who really enjoyed it, liked it, appreciated what Harbaugh did for them. And there were other guys who were like, oh my God, this guy's a load. So it really did. It really did.
It's a load. He's wearing me out. Yeah.
Yeah. And so it did. It really ran the gamut of all that. But yeah, there were certainly guys who, at the front of the line yelling, nobody. And then there were other guys going, are you kidding me? We're doing this again?
Hysterical.
Remember when Jim Zorn was coaching the Seahawks and they did the old hip hip hooray? I'm like, what are we doing here? I mean, I'm just imagining grown men in the locker room, hip hip hooray.
Yeah.
It's like, oh brother.
It really did. It really did work to Harbaugh's advantage, though, that the 49ers were coming off such bad seasons.
No doubt.
The bad seasons with good players. They had some good players. The roster did not change that much. And then when Harbaugh came in, they had immediate success in a year where they weren't supposed to have success because of the lockout and everything else.
I want to see Kyle throwing a good hip hip hooray after a win. Hip, hip, hooray! No,
and then I could see that, and then like give the game ball to Brock Purdy and start chanting for
He's a jolly good fella. I was totally with. I was there all the way with you, Matt. I'm with you. Shucks, Matt, I was right there with you. All right. By the way, one of our texters says, when I asked you what the biggest problem is that Harbaugh needs to fix, he said, I would have said run the ball with Frank Gore at the goal line next time. But that's a pretty good answer from the 415 texter. Maybe here turns that around. Matt, appreciate the time as always. Enjoy the I know it's not a bye week completely for you, but enjoy the time off this weekend, and we'll see you next week.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
All right, man. Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. Great stuff. Thank you. That's Zorn, right? By the way, it's in Washington, Derek points out. I was in Washington, not in
was it in
Seattle.
Washington? Oh, okay. I think they're playing Seattle. I think Derek's right. Yeah. I remember when I heard
he did.
that.
He did.
What are we doing?
Yeah, he was in Seattle as a player, right? Yeah, as a player.
Yes.
And he was a coach, and then he was there doing the hip, hip, hooray up in Washington. All right, let's jump out of that. And how about this? We got a 5:30 tip for a Warrior game tonight on a weeknight. 808 KNBR, your best excuses to get out of work early. 808 KNBR. I want to hear them next. Warriors play tonight. What are your best excuses? Let's hear them, Tom. We'll get into that next. And then Antonio Daniels joins us at 4:30 to talk a little bit about this Warriors and Pelicans game. The Steve Kerr interview we did yesterday, we got that at 4:50 for you. And some more NFL talk with Jason Cole at 5:30. But your best excuses to get out of work early next on the Sports Leader.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
Breaking news today out of Tuscaloosa, Alabama head coach and 7-time college football champion Nick Saban is retiring as football coach at Alabama. More on that story trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
They're Tolbert and Copes, and they're back on The Sports Leader. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
Coach, you guys are players or creatures of habit. 5:30 on a Wednesday is not a normal start time. What do you want to see from your team to make sure they're off to a good start, and how different is a 5:30 Wednesday start?
There's a saying in the NBA that every day is Wednesday, and it really is true. Like, it's just we have lots of 5:30 starts, so whether it's Wednesday or Saturday or Sunday, it's just a 5:30 start. So today might as well be Saturday or Sunday for all we know. So it's fine.
Do you feel like disclosing your lineup today?
No, absolutely not. It's Wednesday. I don't know why I said that.
Is that a saying you're familiar with, Tom? Every day is Wednesday in the NBA?
Yep, every day is Wednesday.
How long?
This doesn't matter.
That goes back to when you were playing. Like, is that an old term?
I don't know. I can't remember that. I think so, but yeah, because you wake up, it's like, where are we? I don't know. Let's go play basketball. Like every day just seems the same. Really, it doesn't. There are no weekends. There are no weekdays. It's not like a regular work schedule where you get off on the weekends. You work weekends. You work to every day. I mean, it could be every day is Tuesday, every day is Friday, every day is Thursday, whatever it is.
I think they mean different things. When you say every day is Friday, it kind of means like, tomorrow I can do whatever I want.
Yeah,
but every
maybe
day is
not
Wednesday.
Friday.
Yeah.
Maybe Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday would be those three would be the day. You could any three of those you could choose. It just doesn't matter. It's just a day.
Tell you what, ever since I took over as PD, every day's been Monday. That's what that feels like. It's a real kick to the beans.
Oh man.
808 KNBR. What's your best excuse to get out of work early as the Warriors are playing?
No school for me tomorrow.
Forget that was like was that a high school game or something? And some kid hits a buzzer beater three, and then the 40 kids in the stands run the court, and then all of a sudden the PA announcer gets on. He's like, "School's canceled tomorrow because it's snow day."
No school for me tomorrow.
It was really an excuse to get out of work early. A lot of people checking in here on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 408 says, excuse to go home early in California, just global warming. Got to go, but it's raining. Bingo, boss, got to go. 408 says, that's not a good one there. Here's another one. Says easy. Just say you got foodborne illness. Just tell your boss you have explosive diarrhea. That always works. Nobody wants any follow-ups to that. Don't say explosive, though. I think we've overused that terminology. You're going to have to go with, look, man, it's coming out of both ends. You drop something like that, everyone's like, okay.
Yeah.
You want to say something that is going to make anybody around you not want to have to deal with anything else you're going to say next. It's the quickest way to get out of there. Fastest way. You want to. The more you have to explain, the worse chance you have of getting out of this thing. You know what I mean? The deeper your lie goes. 707 says, I'm a millennial, therefore I don't want to work, so I'm just going to the game. nice from the 707. 415 says, Draymond ate my homework. We like 4 straight Draymond texts here that are pretty good. This Draymond ate my homework. 209 says, I'm Draymond's therapist. We have a session at 5:30, so I've got to go. That's a pretty good one, too. 209 just says, I got COVID. Yeah, unless your work's not doing the thing where they're like, you got to send us you hold up a newspaper with today's date.
Documentation.
That's a pretty good one. What do you think about what's your best excuse ever to get out of work or because, I mean, again, every day was Wednesday for you in the league. I
got 3 stories that I remember.
By the way, he's telling me this, and now he's got to ask me for days off. This is good.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
This was there'll be no asking.
I kind of figured. Yeah.
This was the bad one. I felt bad about it immediately when I did it, and I still feel bad that I did it. Nothing came of it, but just doing it didn't seem right. I told him my grandma was in the hospital, so I had to go to the hospital. That seemed wrong. That I put my grandma in the hospital without her being in the hospital. And I thought, God, what if she actually has to go to the hospital? That's going to be awful. Didn't work out. I mean, it worked out well for me and grandma. She didn't have to go to the hospital, at least at that point. And the other one was, this one was just dumb. I panicked. I didn't know what to do. I needed to get there on time. I was going to be late. I think I overslept, so I needed to have. And I'd already used. They weren't real thrilled with me anyway. So I knew I couldn't come and just with some old crappy excuse. And this is so bad. This is then again, it didn't work, so it's really stupid. And now that after I thought about it, I go, what was I thinking? I took a knife and cut myself above my eye, like my eyebrow.
You caused actual physical damage to yourself to get out of work? I'm sorry, what were we getting out of here?
So my eyebrow was bloody, and I said I was late for work because me and the guy next door got in a fight. Then I thought to myself, I'm like, why the hell do they want that guy working?
Yeah, they're like, oh, good. Glad you're here to work after you were in a physical altercation.
Why do we
what the hell's the matter with you?
Why do we want this psycho working?
Jesus.
I really didn't think that one out I didn't think it at all. There's really nothing to talk about. That was the stupidest thing ever. It's like, I want to get rid of myself. What are you doing? Yeah, we want people here that get in fights with their neighbors, which I didn't. But I did take the knife and cut myself.
That's insane.
And then the other one was...
That's insane.
I didn't call in. I quit. I just flat out quit because I was selling Cutco knives. I've told this story before. I was selling Cutco knives. Great knives, by the way. I still have them. I still have the Cutco knives. I love Cutco knives.
Quick question: did the Cutco knife? Is it the same knife you used to cut your forehead when you pretended to be in the fight?
No, it's a different one. Different knife.
I said I might have taken your head off if you used the Cutco.
Exactly.
You slashed right through the skull,
and all the way through,
and all the way back, all the way to the back, dude. Yeah.
So so they give you the knives, and you got to go sell the knives. They're like yours, but you sell them, and I'm like, okay. So they just give you a zone that you're going to be selling in. So hey, Tom, you got zone 4, whatever. And so I looked, and I actually worked that night. I got to give myself a little bit of credit working that night, but I didn't think it was going to be a long-term winner. A 6'8" white dude selling knives in Compton. So I decided,
that was your zone. Your zone was Compton.
My zone was Compton, dude. I was walking door to door selling knives in Compton. I thought, you know what? I don't see the value in this. I don't see the play in this one. So I kindly took my Cutco knives, went home, and quit. And said, I'm not. Sorry, guys. Thanks. Appreciate the knives. Already paid for I think we got a 50% discount on the knives. My mom loved the knives, by the way. She's like, oh, we're keeping the knives. So we kept the knives.
Did you sell any knives? Tom is a 6'8" man. How old were you?
I sold some to my neighbor, and it took me an hour and a half to sell them to him. And man, you want to talk about wearing somebody out?
He wore you out. He wore you down.
He was like the Harbaugh of neighbors. He wouldn't stop. Okay, how do I sharpen these things? I'm like, you don't need to sharpen them. That's the great thing about Cutco knives. They're going to stay sharp for 10 years. He goes, yeah, whatever. But if I want to sharpen them, how do I sharpen them? I'm like, you don't sharpen them. Is there a number I can call that if I do want to? Oh, he just wouldn't let it go. And then finally I just said, I mean, do you want him or not? I told you they're not. And he was a good guy. He's my neighbor. I knew him and hung out with him. And he goes, all right, I'll take him. I go, yeah, you owe me that after sitting here for an hour and a half. I go, okay. I go buy a couple. So he bought a couple knives, but that was it. That was it.
That's bad, dude.
I had to go down a street. I had to go down one street in Compton, where the cars are like out in the streets.
Were you doing this on foot?
Oh, yeah.
Tom was going door to door on foot as a 6'8" white guy in Compton trying to sell Cutco knives?
Yes, Cutco knives.
And you got like one box of them, like one little case to show people?
Yeah, one little case, and I'd park the car in the street, and then I'd walk up and down the street.
And you come back looking for the car and couldn't find it?
Yeah, I was like, this is not the long-term play for me. Although I could have if a couple of dudes were playing hoops, and I go, gosh, I just jump in there and kick their ass? I go, they might kill me. I go,
there we go.
That was me.
This is Tom right here selling knives, dude. Yeah, 818's like, Cutco, are you serious? By the way, many more people checking in here on some great excuses to get out of work early. 831, going back to yesterday, says, Der Wiener Schnitzel gave me Der Bubble Guts. Is a good one there. 916 says, I want to see Tommy's cutlery collection, including all the swords.
I got him above the fireplace.
Yeah, all above the fireplace. 707 says, I had my friend call work and say they were the CHP looking for me because my dad's been in an accident. I don't like my dad, so I was okay with it. It's just the
man.
Dude. That's incredible, dude. So he doesn't feel guilty the way you might have.
Wow.
This is pretty good. I got a tea time at 3, so we can squeeze one. He goes, I got a tea time at 3, so I can squeeze in a quick 9 before the Warriors game. Nice. Good for you. It's pouring rain. I don't know where you're doing that. A lot of good excuses here coming in. It says, my brother once said he had a bad surfing injury and needed to drive to Santa Cruz to take me to the hospital to get out of work early on a Saturday morning. A lot of injury stuff, which is good, though nobody yet has actually taken blade to their forehead in the way Tom Tolbert did. That's unbelievable. Yeah, one guy says you can pretend you had a vasectomy. That's right up your alley there, Tom. A little bit of snapping. A little snap.
That's okay. A little too young for that.
Yeah, I don't think so. Maybe getting one reversed too. Then you can use it twice, guys. I got it. I think I'm gonna get it. I think I'm gonna get it reversed.
Didn't think about that.
I got to cut out early for a 5:30 tip. That's a different.
The problem was I got to say this.
5:30 tip.
Thank you. So the problem with us, like we used to, everybody's done this. You make an excuse, not to your boss, but to your mom. I'm sick. I want to stay home. The problem was when I stayed home, it's not stay home, get under the covers, watch TV, DoorDash some food in there. It's like a day holiday. No. When I stayed home, it was in bed, no TV, don't leave the room. That was like, okay, you're sick? Well, then you lay in there and you get better and you're not watching TV.
Yeah.
I was like, well, what does TV have to do with me not being sick or not? She goes, nothing. You're not watching TV. I was like, well, that sucks. Okay, I'm better.
I'll go to school.
I'm going to school tomorrow. I was like, this blows, man. Yeah. You kidding me? It said you can't do anything. So yeah, it got to a point where I think I might have done that once, and then I was like, okay, if I'm sick, I'm sick. Then I'll stay home if I'm sick. But there was no faking sick in my house. It wasn't let me get out of a day of school, because going to school was actually more fun than just sitting in my room doing nothing all day.
Agreed. And those of us, nobody here is going to feel me on this, those of us in the black community had to do the exact same thing, except it included 7-Up and saltines, regardless of illness. Didn't matter if you had the flu or if you had the stomach flu or you had it coming out of both ends. By the way, one more text here, 707, checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line on Tom and says, NWA, knives with attitude. But it's knives with an N. That's the text of the day. When we come back, let's talk to Antonio Daniels, a former NBA player, and we'll be on the call tonight for the New Orleans Pelicans. 5:30 tip, Antonio Daniels next on the Sports Leader.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes back with you on a Wednesday evening. We are 1 hour away from an early tip Warriors and the New Orleans Pelicans, joining us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Friend of the show, actually. We talk to him every year when the Pelicans come on. Antonio Daniels. Antonio, good to have you, man. How you been?
I'm good, fellas. How you guys doing?
We're doing well, man. No drama here in Golden State this year. It's been kind of a dull season thus far.
Yeah.
What's your?
Yeah, I hear that.
Yeah, right. What's your? I mean, this is completely different from what we're used to. Even, I mean, I grew up here and I was a fan of the team when we went through the really, really bad years and the Thunder Warriors into the We Believe, and then basically what became one of the marquee franchises for the last decade or so in the NBA. What's your take on what's gone on in terms of the change in the roster, the aging veterans and superstars of the team, and then the Draymond Green situation, just the national 30,000-foot view?
For me, when I look at dynasties never end well. They never end well. But the thing is, they all have to end at some point. Anytime you are blessed to have 2, 3, or 4 guys that have ERA after their name, it doesn't end well. There's a Steph Curry era. There's a Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson era. What is the last dynasty that you can think of that ended well? You go back to the San Antonio Spurs, they had 20 years of sustained success. And you know what? The moment Tim Duncan walked out that door, Kawhi Leonard wanted to be traded, and LaMarcus Aldridge wanted to be traded, and Tony Parker ended up going to Charlotte. So it's tough because when you're talking about dynasties, what people expect is for dynasties just to last a lifetime. And that's just not how it works. You know, Father Time eventually catches up to everyone. Steph Curry is still Steph Curry. I don't care what anybody says. Yeah, he's aging, but he's still so freaking good. The problem becomes when Steph Curry has to be phenomenal every night for Golden State to win basketball games. That's the biggest difference.
No, there's no doubt about that. I mean, look, it was surprising and a tribute to the Spurs organization and Pop that it lasted as long as it did. And really, Antonio, you were there up close to see it. One of the reasons it did was you have a guy like Tim Duncan who's willing to transition into a different role and kind of let Manu and Tony Parker do their thing, and then Kawhi comes and do their thing. I mean, if he was stubborn and still wanted to be the same guy, it wouldn't have been as smooth. But because of who Tim is, that made it last probably another 4 or 5 years.
But, you know, when you look at – there are so many similarities to me from the bird's eye view, from Tim Duncan to Steph Curry.
Yeah, I agree.
Because the only reason that the San Antonio Spurs had the culture that they had is because you have a superstar like Tim Duncan. Mm-hmm. The only reason that Golden State has the superstar has the culture they have is because they have Steph Curry. Tim Duncan was never late to the plane. He was never late to practice. He was always the first one in, the last one to leave, the hardest worker. So then it made it easier for everybody else to follow suit. From everything I've heard about Steph Curry, it's the same exact thing. As professional as they come. Never late to anything, first one in, last one gone, excellent work ethic. That's how the culture's created. The biggest difference comes in, and this is the part that's weird to me about the Golden State Warriors. You just said, Tom, that they had Tony Parker there. They had Manu Ginobili there. Then they brought in Kawhi Leonard.
Yep.
What's weird to me is, and you guys will know this better than I do, is Steve Kerr's lack of willingness to want to develop younger talent. Like, it was amazing to me last year watching guys like Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome play ahead of lottery picks like Moses Moody, James Wiseman, and Jonathan Kuminga. So you don't know if that guy is there because that guy hasn't had the opportunities that Manu and Tony and Kawhi Leonard have had in San Antonio.
No, I think that's a good point. And I got to defer to the guys that watch all those guys play in practice, whether he thinks they're ready or not ready. But certainly, I mean, that was a big transition point in San Antonio. Talking to Antonio Daniels, nice enough to join us, talking a little Pelicans and Warriors. Tell us a little bit about this Pelican team because they've been playing some really good ball lately, inside, outside. I mean, they seem to be a team that when they got it going, they can compete and beat anybody.
I have said for years now, I will take this roster against any of the other 29 rosters in the league because they check a lot of boxes.
Yep.
They can play big. They can play physical. They can play fast. They can play small. They have firepower. They have star power. They have length. They have guys that are accustomed to shouldering offensive load. It's a lot of boxes that this team checks. And for me, it took this team actually getting healthy. That's it. It took them getting healthy. It was a matter of time. When the season started, there was no Jose, there was no Trey Murphy, there was no Najee Marshall. And then you get some of those guys back, and then C.J. McCollum had to collapse lungs. And then Larry Nance misses 13 games because of his lungs. Then Zion wasn't playing in back-to-back. So actually to have an opportunity to develop chemistry and synergy was tough. But now when you start to get guys back on a consistent basis and those reps are there, you can see the danger that this team presents. You have shooting now. Now you have shooting around B.I. You have shooting around Zion. You have a post presence in Jonas Valanciunas. You have one of the best shooters in the league in Trey Murphy. Jordan Hawkins hasn't been in the rotation but still leads all rookies in three-pointers made. C.J. McCollum averaged 20 points per game for as long as we can possibly remember seasons going back. But so they check a lot of boxes, and health in this league is everything. Mm-hmm. You know, it's everything. I know fans hate to hear it. But it is the truth. If your team is healthy and you're deep, you have a chance to compete on a night-to-night basis.
What have you seen from Zion this year?
Well, originally it was to the point where he was okay, but he wasn't in the type of shape that he needed to be in initially. And now he's played himself back into that dominant Zion that we saw about 365 days ago, right? Yeah. Last year in December, Zion Williamson was the best player, the most dominant player in the NBA. And he's back to that point where there's no matchup for him. You put a big on him because of his ability to handle that ball with a low center of gravity. You put a big on him, he's going around him, right? You put a guard on him, he's using his size, his strength, and his agility. I feel like Zion, Steph Curry, and Kyrie Irving are the best three tough layup makers in the league. And I know we're so accustomed to seeing Zion in viral highlights, the 360s and so on and so forth. But he has a very, very nice and soft touch around that rim. So he's back into prime Zion form for me.
How important is it going to be, because I think it's really important, but I'm curious, you may have a different view. How important is it going to be to get that fourth seed or get in the top four? I think Minnesota, Denver, and Oklahoma City, maybe 1, 2, 3. I don't want to have to play all on I don't want to start off on the road and keep playing on the road. So whoever gets that 4 spot, I think is going to be in a distinct advantage.
And honestly, I know in New Orleans, it's not about the 4, it's about the 6. It's about finishing in the top 6 and avoiding the play-in tournament. I understand exactly what you're saying about the top 4, but if you can get in that top 6 and avoid actually going into the play-in tournament where you're automatically solidified playoff, then you're okay. You're okay. And again, whole and healthy going into the first round of the playoffs, whether you're on the road or at home, I'm riding with this roster. I am riding with this roster. Again, I don't want to dismiss your question about the top 4, but
no,
I think
fine.
in New Orleans, it's more about finishing in the top 6 and avoiding the play-in tournament.
Got it. Talk about the job Willie Green has done.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Fantastic. It's amazing because what kind of gets left out is the fact that you won 35 games this first year, but you made the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You pushed Phoenix to 6 games. The next year, you actually increased the win total to 42 wins. This Pelicans team was the only team last year that was above 500 and didn't make the playoffs. But if you talk to a Pelican fan, they'll take year 1 over year 2. What you've seen from Willie Green is the constant growth, right, from year 1 to year 2. And the thing that I have respected about Willie from day 1, and I feel like this is the most important aspect of coaching in today's NBA, and that's the ability to relate and speak to his players, right? It's no longer about X's and O's. This generation is not about X's and O's. It's about, do you speak their language? when you look at different coaches throughout this league that have some had to evolve. Greg Popovich had to evolve. Some of the older coaches had to evolve. But there's a reason that they're going with younger coaches now. Their ability to relate to their players on a completely different level. And Willie does an amazing job at relating to these guys and speaking their language, helping and instilling confidence in them so they can go out and be the best version of themselves.
Isn't it wild watching the NBA now, Antonio? I mean, NBA always kind of goes through ups and downs and so, but now it's the closest thing I've seen to summer league. Like Indiana basically is summer league. Like Indiana's like, screw it, we're running. We'll probably give up 130, but we're going to get to 140 on you guys. I mean, I for those that haven't seen Tyrese Halliburton play, I mean he is one of the best stories in the NBA this year. I mean, he's so much fun to watch.
But, as an analyst, I had to adjust my goggles.
Yeah.
Right? I really did have to adjust my goggles because the era that I played in, even the era right after I retired in 2011, this is a completely different game.
Yep.
What was once a bad shot in my era, Tom, in your era, not a bad shot today.
Yep. Nope.
Right? Like,
nope.
I've seen guys check in the game, literally check in the game, catch the ball, and shoot a 30-footer.
Yep.
Without even running up and down the floor, without even getting loose. It's a different era. It's about pace and space. Analytics era. It's more about numbers than it is about other things. Our era was more about the mid-range game. And this era is more about the three-point game. It's almost like layups, dunks, free throws, and threes.
Yep.
Anything outside of that, if you're not a star player, it's almost like you have to remove that from your game. So I, as an analyst, that retired in 2011, I have literally had to adjust my goggles as far as what's considered a good shot, what's considered a bad shot on a night-to-night basis.
Well, you know what's hilarious, Antonio? You mentioned those guys that come in the game and they'll jack up a 25-footer. They don't even look over at the bench like it might have been a bad shot. It's just like, no, that's what we do. We're going to get back on defense now. If I make. If I'd have taken a shot like that, I'd have been looking to hear. I'd have been I'd have been, see ya, thanks for coming.
Listen. Now, the question becomes, would you have even taken a shot like that? I wouldn't have.
No, not a chance.
I wouldn't even taken that shot. But here's the thing. Think about how often in today's game you've seen a 3-on-1, right? Or a 3-on-2, and the guy with the ball in the center of the floor is pushing the ball, and the two other guys run straight to the three-point line as opposed to running for layup.
Exactly.
Everything that we were taught growing up, today's NBA kind of goes against it. So as an analyst now, I have completely had to readjust my goggles.
Well, the funny thing about that, Antonio, is I always go, you guys do realize 2 points is only 1 point less than 3, right? It's not like you get 9 for the 3.
But then I hear that. But then 6 and 4, now you're at 2. 9 and 6, now you're at 3. You know what I mean? So it's like it just continues to go up. But I will say this about this generation: this is the most skilled generation of NBA athletes that's ever existed. I do believe that.
You think so?
The most skilled yes. Now, I'm talking about skill. I'm strictly talking about skill set. I'm not talking about basketball IQ. I'm not talking about basketball. I am strictly talking about skill set. Because the thing is, we've never seen guys that were 7'2" to 7'5" doing what Kevin Durant's doing what Victor Wembanyama's doing. We've never seen it. We've never seen guys like Steph Curry and Damian Lillard and these guys that are actually shooting from the logo. We never saw this in the 80s, in the 90s, in the early 2000s. This generation of NBA athletes is incredibly skilled. And when I say that, I'm speaking strictly on skill set alone.
Well, I would argue that in the 80s, guys had a more well-rounded game. It wasn't just threes and layups. It was mid-range game. Guys knew how to shoot jump hooks, had up and unders. I would say they had better footwork inside the arc. I mean, I guess it really depends on what your definition of skill is, because there guys that are the size of guys today couldn't do that. They weren't asked to do it, so they never even thought about doing it. But I think, and that's the problem I have with today's game, is that every team I look at, I feel like I'm watching the same team, because it is threes and layups and threes and layups and threes and layups. We've kind of lost the artistry of, like, what Larry Bird's at extreme. But I mean, guys that could use their left hand, their right hand, and it just, so I mean, it's different. It's a totally, you're right. If you grew up in a certain era, you played in a certain era, this era, I wouldn't say it's foreign, but it is quite a departure from what we watched growing up and what we played in, no doubt.
Sure. Right. It's definitely an adjustment to actually watch this. But the ability to make shots in today's NBA, to me, it's amazing. Like, there are certain things I watch, and for the life of me, I can pull my hair out. You know, it's the lack of understanding of time, score, game management, situation, what needed and when it's needed. That part is thrown out the door. That's the negative part of today's generation. The positive part, shot making is at an all-time high.
Yep.
Some of the shots that I see Steph Curry shoot, I am like, and I've been watching this now for years, but I am less than amazing. Like, not the fact that he's taking it, but just the fact that he's hitting it.
Yep.
You know, watch Damian Lillard. Some of these shots that these guys are making, and some of these shots, like some of these guys, like you talked about Tariq Halliburton, shooting step backs from 25, 30 feet. It's amazing because you know somebody's really, really good at what they do when you're sitting at home, they make you think you can do it until you actually get out there and see how deep of a shot that is.
Yeah.
Like, oh, man, I can do that. And then you go out there and see how far a logo shot is. So, yeah, I agree. I think it depends on the lens that you're looking at it at, because there are certain things about the 80s and 90s that literally I love. You know, the big man that's now a dinosaur. You know, guys that actually play with their back to the basket. But then the evolution of the big man now, you have guys like Joel Embiid. You have guys like Nikola Jokic. Nikola Jokic is one of the best passing players ever. Mm-hmm. Not as a big, I'm just talking about ever. And that's what I mean when I'm referencing skill set.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. There's no doubt. Hey, thanks for so much it's always fun having you come on and chop it up, talk a little basketball. Have a great call tonight, man.
Thanks, Antonio.
For sure. I appreciate you guys.
Good deal, man. Antonio Daniels, long-timer in the NBA, and he'll be on the call tonight. Love talking to him. He comes by every time and does some national games as well. Fun talking to him every time we get an opportunity. Real quick, just because our texters and our YouTube chatters have been fantastic today. We had a great text that came in a little bit ago, Tom, where somebody said, you on your knife selling in Compton when you were walking around. Somebody said Tom actually brought a knife to a gunfight. Oh, it killed me. Oh, it's so funny, dude.
That's good stuff.
Someone's like, I think Tom was doing that at the height of the gang, the peak of gang violence in that area at that time, says the 510.
It would have been mid-80s, I guess.
Somebody else says, if Tom can sleep at work, why can't I just get off early? I shouldn't need an excuse. And Tim points out, don't forget the time you were let go from your job for falling asleep on that pile of nuts or whatever you did.
Oh, Chipper's Nut Hut. Chipper's Nut Hut.
Oh, yeah, of course, right.
Fell asleep on some nuts. Yeah.
That'll do it.
No jokes needed. Thank you.
Chipper's Nut Hut. When we come on back, we'll get the Steve Kerr replay for you, and then Jason Cole going to join us at 5:30. It's Olbert and Copes only here on the Sports Leader. Steve Kerr joined Tom and myself yesterday and said there's a possibility that Draymond Green could be coming off the bench when he returns. That podcast and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
KNBR presents The Steve Kerr Show with his former teammate Tom Tolbert, along with Adam Copeland. It's Tolbert, Copes, and Kerr on the Sports Leader.
Hello, Steve.
Hello, Tom. What's happening?
How are you? Tremendous.
Folks?
Yourself?
What's up, man? Fantastic. All good? What's happening?
Oh, good. Can't complain. Can't complain.
Good.
Just a lot of Draymond talk, which has been the norm the last 3 or 4 days. I'm sure you haven't talked much about him the last couple of days, but give me your thoughts on him. We heard your soundbite talking about what you're asking him to do, which is basically walk the line, keep the fire without going over the line. I'm sure you've talked to him about this, and he's been gone the last number of weeks, working on himself. How tough do you think that's going to be for him, being that this is who he's been pretty much his entire basketball playing life, to try and change that?
Well, for most of his basketball playing life, it's really worked beautifully, So to me, there's just a big difference between getting a technical foul or a flagrant foul and, doing what he's done several times the last year, whether it was swinging at Nurkic or grabbing Gobert, by the throat. That's totally different. And so,
sure,
for whatever reason, this past year, there's been a few things, including punching his teammate, which was obviously really destructive in so many ways. So, but for the vast majority of his career, he's played with passion and emotion, and it's rewarded him, it's rewarded us, and hasn't really hurt anybody. I mean, maybe some feelings of a ref or something, but for the most part, he's been great. It's just, he can't do what he's done several times this past year. So I'm confident because I've seen him do it. I think he can do it again.
Grant, I'll give you that because I agree with you. But I guess what I'm getting at is during your sound bite that we played, you said you want him to basically leave the refs alone. Like, play with the passion, but don't get caught up in the ref game. That's the part I'm talking about, because that's the part. The physical altercation part has been something new over the last year. But the official part, the one where he won't leave him alone because he has to prove he's right, when sometimes I'm like, look, sometimes being right isn't the end all be all, okay? Who cares if you're right or not?
Right.
Sometimes you just gotta let it go. But that's the part I'm talking about. I mean, how tough is that going to be for him to where when the official makes a call and he knows he's right, that he has to just swallow it and say, so I'm right, who cares? I got to walk away from it.
It's going to be really hard, for sure. But there's a line that he can walk up to. He can still respond and he can be emotional. He's got to be able to move on to the next play. That's the thing. It's just next play. Let's move on, and let's not spend too much time and energy on this.
Might there be times during a game where if you see him not being able to do that, you just sub in for him and say, why don't you come over here and cool down before you go back in?
Yeah, that's absolutely an option. But then I'm going to tell him that Tom Tolbert suggested this, that we do this.
That's okay. I'm about 30 rows away.
He said, who said that? Who was that?
Yeah, he might go, who? Who's that dude? All right, let's get to the team, because that was, I know you'll agree with me on this, that was about as disappointing an effort against the Raptors as I've seen this year to start a game. I mean, it was almost as if the team lost the game in the first minute of the game. Just the composure, the lack of focus, lack of effort, and then just playing from behind. I remember I was talking to somebody, they're like, yeah, but they were within 8 at the end of the first quarter, 9 at the end. I'm like, that's not the point. The point is it takes so much energy playing from behind, and you got to do it the whole game. It's just it's so difficult to pull that off. And it was just, I mean, that's all I have to say. It was just disappointing to see that they came out that way against a team that clearly wanted to be there and clearly played harder than they did early on.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is my 10th year, and it's the first time that I can ever remember getting booed off the floor at halftime.
Yeah.
And that was a humbling moment, but it was also justified. I mean, I thought I would boo us too right now after that performance. And it was an overall lack of urgency and awareness to start the game that was so disappointing. They were running it down our throats. We weren't sprinting back. We take a timeout, talk about it. Same thing continues. Take another timeout, and we're down 12 or 14. It was demoralizing, and I was proud of the way the group fought back. But it was, the damage had been done, and it just can't be, what we're about and who we are. And so it never has been. And, as difficult as this season has been, I would say, we have competed. We've only had a game. That was the only game that felt like that. We've had a couple games where shots didn't go in, and we really weren't, in it for much of the game. But that was first night I felt like we didn't compete. And so I don't think you'll see that again.
Yeah. I was a little surprised to hear that at halftime. I was even more shocked to look to my left and see Tim Roy was one of the ones booing. I was like, that's unprofessional. Like, what are you doing? Give him a break.
I was like, damn, Tim, settle down, bro.
Is there
I'm pretty sure Margot was booing from home, too.
No, Margot did it even worse. She just turned it off and went and watched a different show. She goes like, my time's too valuable for this crap. I got more important things. I got more important things to do. What are the conversations, if you want to share any of it, that you've had with Wiggins? Because I don't even know where to start with him, because I think on most nights he's like giving an effort, and I think he's trying on defense. He's fighting over screens. I'd like to see him rebound better, but I've said that for like 9 years, so that is what it is. But it just seems like he's not quite fully engaged, and I know he's not that type A personality where he's going to go seek it out and say, like, I'm going to bring the game to me. He kind of lets it come to himself. Yeah. But in talking to him, where is it that you'd like to see more, or it just, I don't know. There's just something missing this year, and I'm sure he would agree that it's just not the guy we've seen in the past.
Yeah, no doubt. This has been a tough year for him. When I say year, I mean the past calendar year. Has been tough for him with the personal stuff. Missing 50 games or so last year, dealing with his personal situation, and then not really starting this season out well, and struggling to find his rhythm. But I think if you look at the last month, he's actually been much better. Now, the last two games, nobody was good, including me. We all struggled the last couple games. But, if you look at the previous 12, 13 games, he's actually shot over 40 from three. He's looked much bouncier, much livelier. So I'm actually encouraged with Wiggs and where he's heading. Same with Clay. I think after the first 20, 25 games, I think Clay's been better overall, much better. So I think those two guys are heading in the right direction. And, we get Draymond back here whenever it is in the next handful of games. I'm very confident that we're going to find our stride. I really am. But there's no doubt it's been a struggle to get to this point.
Does it feel like, and I know it's not early in the season anymore. It's not late yet. I mean, we still have more than half the season to play, but it kind of feels like this is a critical juncture in the season, because you guys had a chance to get to 500 again. You're 2 games below. New Orleans, either you go 3 games back or 1 game back, and then it's a 4-game road trip after that. It just feels like it's critical in terms of not getting to a point where you're 3 or 4 games under 500, and then you're like last year, you're battling the whole season to get to 500, and then if you lose a game, you're like, now we're 2 games. We got to Does it feel like the next, 4 or 5 handful of games is like, these are pretty important to get above 500 and kind of get moving in the right direction here?
Yeah, I mean, the deeper we get into the season, the more critical everything feels, in terms of the need to string together some wins and start climbing the standings. You don't want to get to the last 30 games or so and face this mountain to climb. So there's no doubt we've got to get it going, but we've been saying that now for a few weeks, and we pointed at this homestand and we were saying, all right, let's get it turned around, and we're 2-4 on the homestand. And I think there's just been so much this season between the Draymond suspensions and injuries to Gary and Chris, and the struggles early on, with Clay and Wiggs, and the close games that we've lost. And I definitely take ownership. Some of the decisions that I made late games, have backfired. And so you throw all that into the mix, and we are where we are, and we're the only ones who can get ourselves out of it.
Talking to Warriors head coach Steve Kerr here on the Yuma guest line. Tickets for all Warrior home games are available for purchase at Warriors.com. By the way, tomorrow night's Pelicans game at 5:30 p.m. tip in the event. Tom, you got that? 5:30?
5:30. I don't want to be late.
Don't be late. In the event of a sellout, tickets are always available at Warriors.com, where Warriors season ticket holders buy and sell tickets. I want to circle back just real quick. One question on Draymond. Any chance he comes off the bench upon his return?
Yeah, there's a chance. We don't know yet. I think we're going to wait until we have a better feel for how we're playing and who's playing well and combinations and all that stuff. So there is a chance he comes off the bench. One of the things that I've found too is if a guy's only going to play 20 minutes and he starts, if there's a minutes restriction and he starts, it's really awkward. You start him, play him 5 or 6 minutes, and then what? Then he sits forever, and so there's a decent chance we do that, but we won't make that decision until we get there.
Can I assume that the conversation you had with Kuminga, without divulging, because I know you won't, and I agree with that those things should be discussed in private, which is what he should have thought of before some of that stuff came out. But can I assume that was kind of the core of the conversation, that one of your core tenets as a team is protect the team, protect the team. Mm-hmm. I'm assuming that was one of the things discussed, that whatever you want to discuss, I'll be happy to discuss it with you, but let's protect the team and just come see me.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, that everything is best behind the scenes, and there's every moment of the day when we're together is an opportunity to have a discussion, and whether it's during practice or at the end of practice, side of the court, in my office, those are all the possible moments for conversation. And I watch film with JK pretty often. Once every couple of weeks, I'll sit down with him and show him a bunch of clips, and those are all moments where hey, this is easy. If there's something on your mind, let me know. We'll discuss it. And but it's not easy for young players to do that sometimes, and that's all part of his growth and experience. But that is the way we do things. We try to keep things under wraps, and there's going to be adversity and bumps in the road for everybody, and it's just we just have to try to help these guys the best way we can.
I'm assuming that we can put the Wiggins Kuminga combination on the shelf for a little bit anyway.
Yeah, it hasn't gone well. I mean, you're when you're 27th in defense, which we've been for the last 15 games. You gotta experiment. You gotta try some things, and I was hoping that getting our two biggest athletes on the wing time together would help defensively. But you saw the other night, first 5.5 minutes, I think Toronto scored 25 points or something. So. It didn't exactly click. It hasn't clicked most of the year, and that's it's all part of the season, is trying to figure out lineups and combinations, and you get as much information as you can, and then you start going with what you think.
I would like to say it didn't age well, but it came out of the box kind of smelling. So it didn't. See, even Lou doesn't like that combination.
Lou got into that, yeah.
Lou's like, yeah, please don't put that on there. I'm forced to watch this stuff. What does having Draymond back mean to the rotations?
Well, that's the big question. And I've talked about this, quite a bit this year, but. This is a deep team with a lot of guys who deserve to be in the rotation, but really, you can really only play 9, maybe 10, and so when we have everybody, including Gary and Chris and Draymond, that's 12, and so it's difficult, and no matter how we slice it, there's going to be people who are left out of the rotation, and it's funny because every year at the All-Star game, you hear people say, well, so and so should have made the All-Star team, and my response is always, okay, who are you taking off?
Exactly.
Please. Let me know who you're taking off. And so, when I hear people say, well, hey, Moses should be playing, or Gary should be playing more, I might thought, okay, well, tell me who I'm supposed to take out, and that's the difficult thing with the roster that we have. I love these guys. These guys are good, and we're deep, and I love having the depth. But it's tricky because we have to have a couple of guys sit who, frankly, deserve to play.
Yeah, I love that when people say, though, so-and-so got snubbed. It's like, you just want to keep adding players onto the team, and you can't, okay, that's going to work. We just have 40 guys
that's the Pro Bowl. We have that.
On the
that's
team.
The Pro Bowl, right.
Yeah. Well, and that's why we talked about it last time, Steve, that I think a trade come trade deadline where it's multiple for one guy, if as you said, if it's the right guy, makes sense for this team, because there's something about having a hierarchy on a team, and everybody may not love it. The people toward the end of it don't love it. And you mentioned this past week that you said for 15 years you complained about minutes. Now people took it as, well, I'm like, we didn't complain every damn day for minutes. It didn't work that way. But at least once during every year, you were like, what the hell? Why am I not getting more minutes? Or
you're frustrated.
That's every player.
Frustrated. Yeah.
Everyone's frustrated at some point during the season. For those people that think, what are they complaining about? They get to make money and sit on the bench. Look, if you had that mindset, you wouldn't be in the league, period. That's just everyone wants to play. Everyone thinks they can play when they're in the league. But there's something great about having a deep roster, and there's also something kind of a curse of having a deep roster when everyone's very similar talent-wise. It's like, some guys are going to complain, and then they play, and then the other guys kind of complain. It's like, it's a lot cleaner when you have like a nice 9, maybe 10 guys. That way, everyone plays, everyone can play the same amount of minutes pretty much every single game. And I think from that standpoint, like, what's your blessing is your curse is that you have a lot of guys, great, and also you have a lot of guys, which isn't great. Yeah. So it's not as clean. It's got to be hard every single game to try to explain to guys why they're either in the lineup or not in the lineup.
Yeah. No, it is. And when that mix includes, young guys who are trying to make their mark and really establish themselves in the league, and vets who deserve respect and have accomplished quite a bit, it does make for some difficult decisions for sure.
Before we let you go, we don't usually do a lot of game previews, but since we have you and the Pelicans are coming to town tomorrow, they've been playing some really, really good ball. It's funny because I really like their team, and then I watch them sometimes, and they're like a lot of teams that aren't at the very top, where they can go from like we're way up high to way down low. It's like John Candy in Vacation, way up high and then way down low, and one of those type deals. But what do you see? What do you see when you watch them? Because they score at all three levels, and they got different type of players on that team. What do you see when you watch them on film?
Yeah, pretty versatile team. They're playing faster this year. They can beat you up inside with Valanciunas and Zion, and
then their guard and wing play is good. They've added a lot of length on the perimeter with Herb Jones and Murphy and obviously Brandon Ingram. I mean, they've got a really talented roster, and Willie Green has just done a great job with them. And seems like this is the best they've looked, in the last couple of years with this iteration of the team. So we're going to have to play well to win, that's for sure.
And without a doubt, the scariest freaking mascot in the NBA. That pelican is freaky. And then King Crab, King Cake Baby. Oh, I know you've seen that.
I don't want the King Cake Baby. Keep that thing away from me.
I don't know King Cake Baby.
You don't?
What and who is that? Yeah, what's that?
You know about the baby and the king cake, right? You know about that? Like with
look
the
it up. Yeah, we'll send you a photo of
It's
King
creepy
Cake.
as hell. Yeah.
And then the original pelican was just frightening, but I guess it scared kids. Like, seriously.
Really?
Scared kids. So they had to get rid of it and get a new pelican. But, I would say that the scariest ones are the original pelican, King Cake Baby, and then Gritty, the Philadelphia 76ers mascot, which is like freaky. But okay, we'll send you a picture of King Cake Baby.
Okay.
It's really
Thank you.
stuff of nightmares.
Yeah, because I have not done my mascot homework like you guys have.
They just sent it to you. So you just got a picture sent to you of King Cake Baby, and we'll let you know how hopefully you're not too frightened. If you have like a frightened look on your face.
Don't make eye contact. Don't look at its eyes.
All right, Stephen Douglas, have a great night. Always appreciate the combo.
See you, man.
You too. See you guys. Thanks.
Gilroy, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Gilroy's sports leader.
Mike Silver joined Murph and Marcus to discuss the 49ers resting during the bye and the head coaching carousel across the NFL, which now includes Pete Carroll. More on that story trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
NBA grab bag.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. It's the best place to play fantasy sports, even if your fantasy football season has come to an end, and it should have. Playoffs are here, and that's why Underdog Fantasy's Pick'em game is here for you. It's a fantasy game, but you can win real money. Download the Underdog Fantasy app or head on over to UnderdogFantasy.com and make sure you sign up with promo code KNBR. Underdog is going to double that first deposit of up to $100 plus. They'll give you a special pick of higher than half a yard to use in your first Pick'em entry. The Pick'em game is where you pick between 2 or 5 players, and you pick whether or not the player will go higher or lower than their stats during the NFL playoffs. And get this, because it's the playoffs, Underdog is doing something special. If your picks hit, you can win up to 100 times your money. It's legal in California, and it's a ton of fun to play along as you watch throughout the NFL postseason. But you got to download the Underdog Fantasy app, use promo code KNBR at sign up, and with that first deposit, they're going to double it up to $10 or from $10 up to $100, and they'll give you that special pick with your first Pick'em entry. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
This is Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Wednesday evening. Sans Tom Tolbert for the next 35 minutes. We are, by the way, following the Warrior game tonight against the Pelicans. Going to have Dubs OT right here with boots on the ground. Our super reporter, John Dickinson. He will have Dubs OT for you along with Greg Silver coming up at, well, right at the conclusion of the Warriors and the Pelicans game. We're going to talk to Jason Cole, longtime NFL writer, in just a few minutes here about some of the moves and the head coaching carousel from across the NFL. Talk a little playoffs with him as well before we dive into the games tomorrow. But a brief sound soiree for you before we talk to Jason Cole. Why don't we start with Charles Barkley, one of our best sounds or sound bites, one of our best voices we get regularly in the sound soiree. Charles Barkley was on CBS Mornings. Who booked him for CBS Mornings? Usually we try to book people that fit into our show. CBS Mornings, Charles Barkley, not a total mesh point for me, but here we go. He's reacting. There he asked Charles Barkley to react to the Jimmy Kimmel and Aaron Rodgers feud. Why not? Here's Charles Barkley.
Some people say that Aaron Rodgers crossed the line with Jimmy Kimmel.
100%.
If Jimmy Kimmel had said that about you, if Aaron Rodgers had said that about you, implied that you had been on the Epstein list, how would you handle that?
I'd have punched him in the face.
What do you mean, punch him in the face?
You know what the hell punch him in the face means? I think that when you're in the limelight, people get to say things about you that goes with the territory. But that when you start comparing people, saying you're hanging out with pedophiles and people having sex with underage girls, dangerous allegation. That's dangerous.
But Jimmy has responded. I like how Jimmy.
I love how Jimmy responded. But listen, I don't know Aaron Rodgers. He's always been cordial. I've said hello to him a couple times. But like I say, you can make fun of celebrities. That goes with our territory.
Yes.
But that's slander.
Yeah.
When you say people he hangs out with pedophiles and people having sex with underage girls, I would just, no, again.
But you mean metaphorically you would punch him in the face?
No, I meant rhetorically, whatever the hell. See, she got me using big words. See these knuckles? Nate, I don't even know what those words mean. Rhetorical, metaphorically.
You don't mean you would physically.
No, I don't even know what it means.
Rhetorical, metaphorically?
I don't even know what those words mean. Hell yeah, I'll punch him in the face.
I think literal was the word that literally was the terminology that Chuck was looking for. He said this before. He said it about Draymond Green. He said he would punch Draymond in the face, and people were like, whoa, that's not okay. I like how she tried to get him down from it. He's like, no, dude, this is Charles Barkley. Charles Barkley, I believe him, too. And if Aaron Rodgers said, he's like, all right, where's he at? That's how Draymond would tell you they'd settle something. That's how Chuck settles something. Another one of our great voices, Chris Mad Dog Russo, in the sound soiree here. Mad Dog Russo had, by the way, he was in the news today, Chris Christie on with him. They were talking, I don't know why he's got Christie on. He asked Chris Christie if he was going to go to the Dallas Cowboy game. Chris Christie, this is all, of course, before he ended his presidential campaign. The long shot campaign came to a crashing halt today. Here he is on Chris Mad Dog Russo.
I cannot go to the Green Bay game because we have a wedding that we have to be at, if you can believe it. Sunday.
Who decided in the middle of January with the NFL playoffs to do a wedding on Sunday afternoon? May I ask who did that, please?
I don't want to give out any names here, but I just say good friend of the family, and it's in Florida.
Oh my God, that's a disaster. You have to go a destination wedding when the Cowboys are playing a playoff game?
6 p.m. on Sunday.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh, who is it? Nikki Haley? I mean, geez, that is ridiculous.
She's already married, Chris. 6 p.m. on Sunday.
Oh my God!
When that schedule came out last night, it was the worst part of my day.
Yes, that's his
the worst part of my day. My youngest son said, "Go to the ceremony and watch the game on the phone."
No, you could do that.
You will do that. I mean, my cousin, shout her out, Bridget, and her husband got married during, no joke, it was Game 1, LCS 2010. Roy Holiday's on the Hill. I'm like, dude, my Uncle Dan and I, we were stressing, dude. We were sitting there at one point. We were like, thank goodness the reception had a bar. The game was like an evening game. It was like a 5 o'clock start our time, maybe 4:30, something like that. And we were all like hanging around the bar, which at one point they had to do like the cake cutting and, the first dance. I don't remember a lick of it. I don't know that I was watching it. And at one point, the bartender had to like come and turn off. And he's like, I know, dude, the bride has asked for it. It's funny, too, because I was younger. I thought, I'm 21 or whatever. I think, this is insane. I can't believe this is happening. I was ready to throw a fit. Then my Uncle Dan, bless his heart, dude, he threw the fit. Thank God.
Oh, my God.
He was like that. Uncle Dan was like, you're going to turn this off? This is the LCS.
Oh, my God.
The Giants are in the LCS. It was insane. Left it. I like it. We went out quick, came right back in. We're like, the dance is over. The cake's over. What's going on? Play the game. But I'm with him. You can't be doing that. I mean, again, it's somebody else's wedding. You did it to yourself. You RSVP'd. You're saying it's a close friend. You got to be there. You made your bed, you got to lay in it.
I'll punch him in the face.
Yeah, there you go. It's just our 408 says Barkley's the best. He doesn't give an ass, and he'll say what's on his mind, as will our next guest. Coming up next, Jason Cole, longtime NFL writer. Let's talk to him. Some of the changes in both college and the NFL today. How do they relate to some of what we could see in the NFL next year? Pete Carroll out. Nick Saban is out at Alabama. We've got 7 open NFL head coaching jobs. Who's going to fill them? Talk about it with Jason Cole next on the Sports Leader.
wherever you are. We're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Wednesday evening. No Tom Tolbert. We are joined now on the Yuma guest line by longtime NFL writer and a contributor to the 33rd team, Jason Cole, a longtime friend of KNBR. What's going on, Jason? How are you, man?
I think the only way you could have me on was that Tolbert's not there, right?
I think
he banned
so.
me last time.
I was going to say, I think you guys got into it. And earlier today, when he said he was going to be gone for the later part of the show, producer Derek said, "No, we got Jason Cole on." Cope said it's okay. He said, "Well, that's good enough for me. Then that's fine because he's not dealing with it." So I figured you guys would be able to wax poetic about the Pac-12 or something. That's kind of what.
We could have reminisced.
I think there's a little more love felt there these days. Even with we had Dante Whitner on the other day asking him if he was happy for his former head coach Jim Harbaugh winning the national championship, being that he was an Ohio State guy, and he said, "I rooted for Harbaugh, then the Big Ten, then Michigan in that order," which I thought was a pretty funny way to put it. And let's start there with Jim Harbaugh. Because of all the head coaching openings now, we got 7 after we find out that Pete Carroll is not going to return to his post as head coach of the Seahawks, though remaining in the organization. What do you see for his future? I got a couple of questions about where could be a good fit and where he might end up. But what do you see for him? Do you think he's out officially? Not officially, but certainly after he won the championship, it seems more like that's a likelihood. Where are you on his future?
I don't really know. I mean, I think everybody feels like he's going to go to the NFL, and I hear that. But we've been down this road so many times with Harbaugh that I think this might be like the last landing spot. And he's a guy who enjoys moving around. In fact, this great story from when he was at Stanford about how he basically admitted that he liked moving from place to place, and that worked for him because, in his own words, he wore people out. It's a great sort of Harbaugh'ian. Harbaugh'ian? Is that how we would say it?
Yeah, that's how I'd say it. Harbaugh'ian.
Harbaugh'ian assessment of himself. It was like interesting that he had that much insight onto his own issues. But the bottom line is, he'd like to move around. I have always thought, and will continue to think, that he prefers to deal with adults rather than having to kowtow to children, if that makes sense. But he's been great at the college level. It's worked for him. He's coming off of a championship. Like, there's some serious rebuilding they have to do on that team to be competitive again next year. But if he's going to leave, the timing is good. And when there's 7 coaching vacancies out there, there's going to be 2 or 3 that are going to say, we want Harbaugh. And somebody's going to be willing to ante up the $15 to $20 million a year that he's going to want for that job.
Talking to Jason Cole here on the UMA guest line. When you heard about the Pete Carroll news today, I mean, it's not totally shocking for a guy who's 72 years old, but is this an organization you think that is equipped to maintain the competitive stability that they've built under Carroll and John Schneider?
Look, I think they need to make a really critical decision here, which is tough for a guy who's 72. About the quarterback position and how they're going to attack it going forward and make a transition. Geno Smith's done a nice job. I think we've seen the ceiling of what Geno Smith is. He's a guy who can get you to 500, maybe get you into the playoffs, but is not a championship quarterback. So if you're going to make a decision at some point, probably either this year or the next year, that, okay, we need to go get a franchise guy and move that direction, is Pete staying for that? And the answer is probably no. So you're better off moving now, getting a guy in place who's preparing you or to take that franchise quarterback again, either this year or next year, depending on if you use Geno as a bridge to the next guy. Like that's how I see it. And that's what I thought was going to happen the last time especially when they got rid of Russell. And then all of a sudden Pete was like, I'm coming back.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, aren't you just kind of delaying the inevitable? But they got through the last couple of years okay. They were a competitive team, so I give them a lot of credit.
Do you view them, because I kind of look at them this way, and there's a lot of organizations in football that have run sort of the same way with the same sort of model for a number of years. The Steelers are the obvious one because of the number of head coaches they've had, but I think Baltimore's kind of done a nice job of having the same sort of system and identity for a number of years. Does Seattle seem like an organization that's going to be able to do that with Schneider at the helm if they go and they add somebody like Dan Quinn who's familiar with the culture?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that, well, I hesitate from saying that because they're going to be sold. I can't remember what the deadline is, but there's some tax-based deadline for them. I think it's either end of 2024, somewhere in 2025, when they don't have to pay off, some kind of multi-million-dollar settlement with the state. And at that point in time, the team will be sold. So you never know what the next owner is going to do. Maybe the Allen family, keeps it, but that's not what they've been talking about. That's not been the stated plan. So we'll see. But yeah, Baltimore is trying to get to that point where they have stability up front. Kansas City with Andy Reid is trying to have stability. And not just because they're having good luck, but because they want to have a philosophy of this is how we do business. This is how we write contracts. These are the kind of players that we're going to take. This fits the kind of organization that we want to be. And so, yes, I think more experienced owners are learning that this is the better way to do business. It's less costly because every time you fire a coach and you fire a GM, you're bringing in somebody with a bunch of new ideas. And new ideas are great, don't get me wrong, but there's a lot of different ways to win in the NFL. And you're better off picking a philosophy and sticking to it rather than turning over your organization every 3 to 5 years when it doesn't quite work. I think David Tepper in Carolina, the owner there, as tempestuous as he is going to discover that sooner than later.
I think you're probably right. Talking to Jason Cole here on the UMA guest line, a longtime NFL writer, contributor to the 33rd team. Is Carolina on your list as to me, and Tom and I went through them earlier, the teams that are right now looking for a head coach? The Titans, the Seahawks, the Raiders, the Chargers, the Panthers, the Falcons, and the Commanders. And I guess still in play, the Patriots could be looking for a team. And who knows if the Dallas Cowboys decide after the postseason that they're going to go somewhere else. That could easily be a decision that's made. I've got the Panthers just based on the fact they don't even have their own pick up at the top there at number 1. I think the Panthers are the worst job available as it stands now, dealing with Tepper, as you mentioned, their draft positioning. The defense wasn't terrible this year, as some of our listeners pointed out earlier, but who do you have as the best job available, you think, as it stands now?
Well, always remember this. If you have a terrible offense, you automatically have a defense that looks better because the other team knows they don't have to score to win. Right? Like I always remember the years after the Raiders, when Rob Ryan was the defense coordinator, after they went to the Super Bowl, and they lost to Tampa, and then they went on that streak of 7 or 8 years where they lost double digits every year. And, Rob Ryan and whoever the defensive coordinator would come out and say, oh, our defensive numbers were this. I'm like, yeah, of course, because nobody's trying to move the ball on you. Of course, if I know I only have to score 17 points to beat you, then I'm going to get my 17 points and the game's over, right? That's it. But moving on to your bigger question. Yeah, Carolina is a tough place. Now, a lot of it also depends on, do you believe that the quarterback is the answer? Because it's going to be really hard to move out from underneath that quarterback unless the owner says the quarterback is in your hands. And look, I think Bryce Young can throw the ball, but good God, he's small.
Yeah. He's tiny, man. He looks small out there. He looks really small.
Right. Like, Joe Montana was not the biggest dude in the world, right, when he played. But at least Joe was, 6'2" or whatever he was. He was a narrow-bodied build.
This guy's like 5'10".
This guy's maybe 5'10".
Maybe. Right.
And he's, going 180 pounds max, right? Like, he's just tiny. And, you're just waiting for the first big hit to come. And it's like, is he going to be picking his teeth up out of the grass? I mean, I hate to put it in those terms, but how's this guy going to survive if he gets knocked around? I mean, the offense that they were playing the first half of this season under Frank Reich was an offense designed to not get him killed. Not an offense to move the ball, not an offense to score, an offense built to not get Bryce Young killed. That's what they were trying to do if you watched him play.
Thought it was going to be tough to look smaller than Kyler Murray, but he does. I mean, he looks really, really slight back there. Talking to Jason Cole here on the UMA guest line. Before we let you go, just an interesting one. Our producer Derek was showing me a tweet that was out a little bit ago that said the Atlanta Falcons fired their head coach Arthur Smith on Sunday night. They have yet to request an interview with any other team's coordinators for a head coaching position. Two-part question here. I'm wondering, one, just because we were wondering, if you trade for a head coach, does that forego having to go through the Rooney Rule process? Do you know anything about that?
I don't know. That's a good question.
We'll look into that. I'm wondering.
Yeah, presumably you still have to fulfill the Rooney Rule in some way, shape, or form. And maybe Arthur Blank turns to Belichick and says, or Harbaugh, and says, look, you run the show, just, and maybe he's got a deal already in place. I don't know, right?
Well, and that was.
I don't know that those guys would be really interested in that job.
That was the next part of the question. Of course, is would they be trading for a guy like Bill Belichick? Okay, and then I guess the third part to that is thought on Belichick in New England. I mean, I don't know where else they can go. That itself is not an attractive job. They've got a high pick, but that's another one where you're tearing down some deeply rooted structures and trying to build something completely new. I think, or you go to a guy like Vrabel and say, hey, somebody may be familiar with this.
Look. There's one guy who, when Vrabel got fired, everybody in New England stood up and go, huh. Because Vrabel is the one guy who can probably step into that job and it won't be too big for him. It won't be like, oh, you're taking over for Belichick and this and that. Vrabel will be going like, yeah, I played for Belichick. So what? Right? Like Vrabel has that attitude. It just doesn't matter to him. And they do have the number 3 overall pick, so they've got a shot at a quarterback, presumably. Or, they can go Marvin Harrison Jr. and then get a quarterback a little bit later, somebody like that. They can do a lot of different things with that. But Vrabel, to me, makes the most sense because he understands the culture. Yeah, you could throw out Josh McDaniels' name, that maybe they bring him home. But, I mean, at this point, like, Josh is damaged goods at this point. Like, nobody's going to trust that. They can try and sort of put the band back together, but if they want to stay institutionally in the family, then Vrabel makes the most sense because Vrabel's actually had some success among their former players / assistants. And again, I think he just has the attitude. Like if you know Vrabel, I mean, let's just put it this way. If you were giving odds on who would be the best prize fight among NFL coaches, like Vrabel would be your number one pick. Yeah. And then like if Harbaugh got back into the league, like you'd pay money for like an MMA match. Dan Campbell would be in there somewhere.
Definitely.
Like right?
Salah's there. Salah's in the mix. Yeah.
Salah is definitely in the mix. You got a few guys. Tomlin's probably dirty enough that he'd be really good at it. Yeah. Like he'd go low. He'd go to your knees. I like Tomlin that way. But you just, you got to have guys who are tough and guys who don't back down. And that's what Vrabel is. He's a no BS, do whatever you want. Sorry for the noise.
No worries, dude. No worries. We'll let you go, Jason. I really appreciate the time, man. The second Tom is out again, I'm giving you a call, dude. You're my first call when Tom is out.
I'm challenging Tolbert. Okay. You bring me on with Tolbert.
All right, we'll get you on
with Tolbert. I'm not backing down from Tolbert of anybody.
Yeah, you and Tom Petty, dude. You and Tom Petty not backing down, Jason. We'll get you on. We'll talk about some NFL playoffs in a couple of weeks, dude. Really appreciate the time.
Anytime, be good. Thanks.
Appreciate it, man. Jason Cole, longtime NFL writer and a contributor to the 33rd team. Always love whipping around the NFL with Jason Cole. Some good stuff on the NFL head coaching vacancies. And, good talk on whether or not, first of all, what the hell the Falcons doing. Second of all, not sure if Belichick would want that deal whatsoever. Might have some time for a little bowl of soup when we come on back, and then we will wrap it up. Keep in mind, following the Warriors and Pelicans game tonight, immediately following John Dickinson right here with Dubs OT alongside Greg Silver going to be on with him too. Greg Silver and John Dickinson. Dubs OT tonight immediately following Warriors and Pelicans. We'll wrap things up on the other side. A little soup du jour only here on the Sports Leader. After 14 seasons, Pete Carroll is out as head coach of the Seattle Seahawks. He's going to remain with the organization in an advisory role in the front office. More on that story is trending on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.